this lecture is we should understand that we're not going to be speaking about anti-Semitic acts of violence perpetrated against Jews, acts of prejudice and discrimination and so on. That's really Jewish history, as opposed to what I want to talk about, which is the history of Jew hatred, the history of this antipathy. And we're going to look at the ideological bases of that hatred that does not necessarily conform to logic, but what's important for us to understand is that anti-Semitism is a virus that has an amazing ability to mutate to very different places and times. And the anti-Semitism, or the Jew hatred that we saw 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, is really very different than the anti-Semitism that we are experiencing today. And what I'd like to demonstrate when we get to the end of this lecture is that, in fact, I believe we may be moving into an entirely new era of the ideological underpinnings of anti-Semitism, as I hope to demonstrate. Let us begin with this quotation from the prominent French philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre, who wrote immediately after World War II a remarkable book, Réflexions sur la question juive, Reflections on the Jewish Question, where he wrote, Si le juif n'existait pas, l'antisémite l'inventerait. If the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. And what Sartre meant by that was that the anti-Semite needs the Jew because he needs a way to focus his frustrations and to
What's good? Can you hear me? Yo, dog. Yeah, I didn't want to fucking talk with you.
explain his failures pseudo-universe in which the Jews are somehow engaged in some kind of plan to bring the individual anti-Semite to his knees. We see that anti-Semitism is capable, therefore, of adapting to so many different places, including, for example, Japan in the 21st century, when there are hardly any Jews living in Japan, but nevertheless, the noxious book, The Protocols of the Elders of Zion, can be translated into Japanese for Japanese readers, because there are people who need this desperately in order to justify their own failures. Now, one more word of caution before we get deep into the material. We should understand that I'm using the term anti-Semitism, but it is really not an ideal term. The term was actually invented by those with antipathy to Jews. Wilhelm Marr, a 19th century German thinker, wrote this book, The Way to the Victory of Germanness over Jewishness. By coining the term anti-Semitism, Marr hoped to avoid the opprobrium that was associated with the much more vulgar terms Judenfeinde or Judenhass, which meant Jew hatred. And that was considered something that was, really not appropriate for refined people. But anti-Semitism, that's something you could stand behind. You could say, I personally have observed this so-called phenomenon known as Semitism, and I refuse to promote it. Therefore, I am an anti-Semite. It's really only after World War II that the term anti-Semitism began to acquire a negative connotation, appropriately so. And scholars in the end of the 20th century began to say we should really stop spelling it with a capital A and a capital S separated by a hyphen, because there is no such thing as Semitism to be anti. It is a phenomenon unto itself, so therefore the preferred spelling is one word without a hyphen, often without the capital A and capital S, in order to say that this is really their problem, not the Jews' problem, but they make it the Jews' problem, as it were. So with that in mind, I think we are going to have to work with other terms. There are four basic periods of anti-Semitic ideology that scholars have identified. We call xenophobia. Xenophobia essentially means the fear of strangers. And this is associated primarily with the Greco-Roman world, in which we have a significant degree of antipathy to Jews, expressed in a lot of the writings of several significant writers of the era. We see it in a monumental form, for example, in the Arch over Judea that I referenced earlier with the coin. And you can see here, for example, the famous inset is the bas-relief on the inside of the arch that shows Jews in captivity, the menorah, Chatzotzrot, and so on. But we should understand that Roman xenophobia was really not anti-Semitism in the same way that we understand it later on. It was really much more about misunderstanding Jewish customs and culture. For example, Jews were felt to be lazy by Roman xenophobes because they insisted on not working 1 day a week. Jews were felt to be clannish because they would not dine on non-kosher food with Romans. They were felt to be misanthropic because of a whole host of issues. So there was like all kinds of things that are based on misunderstandings between Romans and Jews, and it certainly could express itself in violence, certainly in literary slander. But we should understand that these kinds of antipathies is pretty much endemic to the human race as a whole. Just like Romans disliked Jews for features X, Y, and Z that they claimed to understand but really misunderstood, they also disliked a whole pile of other peoples, barbarians and Scythians and you name it. And we can say that, Asians have the same thing with Koreans and Chinese and Japanese. It's, to a certain degree, a normal thing for humans to fear or even hate that which they do not understand. And this is basically the type of antipathy directed at Jews that we see from the Greco-Roman literary record, at least. Again, recall that I'm separating here the ideology underpinning the hatred of Jews with the actual expression of that hatred, which could be actually quite violent. We see it in the repression of the First Roman Jewish War, the Bar Kokhba revolt, and so on, and attempts to expunge the practice of Jewish behaviors and Jewish religion and so on. Doesn't necessarily mean that the experience of anti-Semitism was any less serious in the ancient world. However, what I'm focusing on hatred to try to understand what is the intellectual mechanism going on when people claim to have a bias against Jews. When you move to the early Christian era, things change dramatically because with the beginning of Christianity through the era of the Church Fathers for the first few centuries in particular, but really extending well into the medieval period, now the antipathy to Jews has a special kind of dynamic because Christianity emerges from Judaism. And in emerging from the mother religion, so to speak, the daughter religion has kind of like to try and identify herself. In other words, if you think of it like a mother and daughter relationship, I'm using female metaphors primarily because that's common in the iconography of the era, as I'll show you in a moment. If a daughter chooses to seek her own independent path, to a certain degree, that variation from a family tradition will involve a degree of rebellion against the parent figures, and this can be expressed sometimes in a very harsh manner. But it is nevertheless an expression of the unique dynamic between parents to demand and to establish their own independence. A couple of iconographic examples here. On the left, you see the famous Strasbourg sisters. This is a piece of monumental art on the outside of a cathedral in Europe, 13th century, and you can see examples of this particular motif throughout Christian art, which was especially useful for peasants. You could point to the artwork, and you could explain how Judaism differs from Christianity and so on. So on the left, you see the representation of the church, ecclesia, and she is shown there with a crown and holding a chalice and an upright, unbroken staff. Her clothes are arranged properly and so on. She's clear-eyed, looking forward and so on. So this is representing the church in power, in authority, and so on. To her right, actually to our right, to her left, is the synagogue, and she is portrayed in an entirely different way. She is in an attitude of decline, falling away from the rock. Her staff is broken, meaning she has no more temporal power. She's holding on to the Ten Commandments, but they are slipping out of her grasp, and she has no crown, and of course she is blindfolded, indicating that she is blind to the truth, and that's the justification for her not converting to Christianity in the first place. And this was a way of trying to explain to illiterate peasants that Judaism had its place, but now it has lost its authority, it's lost its vision, it's lost its ability to hold on to its own law, because she's holding the tablets in a rather loose fashion and so on. And this is designed to show kind of replacement theology. Sometimes this can also have violent implications. On the right, you see a stained glass window from a church in Werben, Germany, where on the left, the church riding a tetramor, holding up an upright staff and a chalice, and a hand descends from heaven, placing a crown on church's head, very clear statement of approval. And on the right, by contrast, the synagogue riding on a donkey, a sterile animal, holding onto a ram's head, an allusion to not only a Kedas Yitzhak, but the whole idea of sacrifices, which the church excoriated as being excessively carnal. A broken staff, the blindfold, descending from heaven and inserting a sword into her skull. Very clear sign of disapproval. So this different type of antipathy to Jews, very, very distinct from the Roman xenophobia. This is something that's special because of the relationship between Jews and Christians. It had a very, very significant impact on future Western thought. But when you get to the medieval era, that's when this goes way off the rails. And the medieval period borrows from many of these Christian motifs, but really gets into this, what one scholar has called the chimerical era, where totally fantastic, bizarre ideas, fantastic in the sense of fantasy, are invented to excoriate the Jews. The whole notion of blood libel, that Jews somehow need to consume Christian blood in order to survive. The desecration of the host, incredibly awful things begin to develop, particularly from the 12th century onwards. They're compounded by the invention of the printing press and the circulation of media much further and wider than ever before. But this is the period where we really have the worst examples of anti-Semitism. Quite distinct, although related, but quite distinct from the Christian period, and bearing very little resemblance to the Roman xenophobic period. And there are lots of examples of this. For example, the Judensau image that portrays Jews in horrible relationships with pigs. You can see they're Jews because they have little round symbols on their clothing, which was a Jewish badge used at the time, and even the devil himself is portrayed as a Jew. And incidentally, I don't mean to give the impression that once one form of anti-Semitic ideology is over and transitions to another one, the last ones are left behind. Unfortunately, we see that even in the modern era, many of these earlier medieval or even earlier throwbacks are still quite prominent. Here is, for example, a 2020 ultra-realistic painting that celebrates the blood libel, and it was absolutely amazing that some artists could actually find it appropriate to create a propaganda image like this of such horrific proportions. But that's basically the medieval period. Now we come to the modern period, which is what most of us experienced really up until recent years. The modern mutation really relies on two different things. It relies on this relatively new concept of racism, which was pioneered by Joseph de Gobineau, who wrote this essay on the inequality of human races, arguing that various peoples, especially based on complexion, hair quality, things like that, really are different in an essential manner, which has no scientific basis. But the notion that, uh, blacks are intended to be a slave race, and North specifically are supposed to be a parasitic race. The Jews, their racial survival strategy, these things borrow, by the way, heavily from the ideas of Darwin, struggle for survival of the fittest, and things like this. The idea that Jews survive primarily by attacking healthy host societies and rotting them out from within. Here's a couple of examples from the 20th century. On the left, the Jew is portrayed as a kind of a sort of a worm that is strangling the Austrian eagle. The caption reads, German Christians save Austria. This was actually an election poster. On the right, you see a fascinating book, Die Sünde will das Blut, The Sin Against the Blood, which is titled as ein Zeitroman, a novel of the times, very appropriate, that shows the healthy Aryan male symbolizing a German society, and on top of him is a bird, a carrion eater, a vulture, clearly representing a Jew, that is just waiting until he weighs down and finally dies, and then he'll feed on his flesh, right? So this is the idea of the racist association of Jews, which you'll note no religious connotations are obvious. It's true that the Austrian image, the Jew is wearing a kippah and peyot, but the image is not about his Jewish attack, but about on his social attack. So it's kind of like, as society became much more secular in the 18th century and onward, anti-Semitism once again adapted to let go of the religious moorings of earlier forms of anti-Jewish hatred to adopt this much more secular friendly version. But racism is only half of the story. The other half, which is so crucial, is the idea of a conspiracy theory. How do Jews succeed, goes the theory, in their racial quest to undermine healthy societies? Primarily by being linked with each other in a global plan to dominate and expropriate everything they can from the globe. Here's a French example from the late 19th century showing a Jewish, he looks like a beggar, but his pockets are filled with money, who's happily grasping the entire globe with his simian-like hands and feet. And on the right, here's a Mexican example. This is a cover of the noxious Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which is one of the key texts of this particular form of modern anti-Semitism. The caption in Spanish reads, "The invisible world government, the Jewish program to subjugate the globe." Right? You see the obvious images there. A couple things that become iconic. The large, heavy man with the top coat is meant to be a capitalist, the symbol of capitalism. Think of the Monopoly man, and he's got this waist, and he's got this watch fob that has the word Talmud on it with the American dollar sign. Modern anti-Semitism, which basically dates from the late 19th century, reached its nadir with the Nazis, and of course we see here a tremendous evolution of this. This is a remarkable text written for children in the 1930s. Their gift pills, the toadstool or the poisonous mushroom. And the whole message here in this children's book was meant to communicate to kids that Jews may look like regular people, but they're really extremely dangerous, just like toadstools look a lot like mushrooms, but they're in fact poisonous. And so many examples of this exist from the Nazi period. Also, the conspiracy idea that Jews are not only distinct racially, as you can see from this caricature, but also they are deeply connected with other people, whether they're Jewish or not, or imagined to be so, and so on. So that's really modern anti-Semitism. And basically, personally, I always thought we were more or less done with that. But what could be the next evolution? This is really it. To my dismay, I think I've discovered that, in fact, there is a fifth version. I'm not the only one to discover it, to see it, but I'll share it with you right now. Now, let's turn to what appears to be the newest variant of anti-Semitism, and that is specifically what I'd like to call anti-Zionism. Now, please understand that there are you know, legitimate boundaries of anti-Zionist thought that are not at all against Jews. In fact, if you went back 100 years to Europe, you would find some very vigorous debates among Jews about the value of Zionism. There are, you know, religious objections to it. There are political objections to it. There are economic objections to it. But ultimately, Zionism as a movement succeeded in gathering the support of the overwhelming majority of Jews in virtually every place where we're able to measure the relative popularity of various movements. I'm not talking about anti-Zionism of that nature. I'm not talking about people who oppose Zionism because they feel that a certain reading of the Talmud indicates that Jews should not support Zionism, whatever. The way I'm using this term anti-Zionism today is that it is basically a cover for those who want to hate Jews to cloak their hatred in a much more acceptable format. It is exactly the same phenomenon that we see with Wilhelm Marr when he invented the term anti-Semitism. He was trying to, distract people from just how crude and hateful the word Judenhass was. That's essentially what's going on with this term anti-Zionism in the majority of times that we actually see this. Now, what exactly are the elements of anti-Zionism as I'm portraying it? First, the belief that Israel is an illegitimate state. And you'll notice that most of the press releases that come out of the Arab world will refer to it as the Zionist entity. They don't want to actually give it the name of a state because they believe the state does not deserve to exist. And when I say illegitimate, also let me clarify, please, that, historically we may disagree with the way hundreds of states were formed or expanded and so on, but to say that they are not countries now is a pretty big reach. Israel in the anti-Zionist mindset is kind of like exceptional, and unlike all those other countries, like the United States and Canada in many ways, Israel is the only one that is not allowed to exist because it is fundamentally illegitimate. There's an exceptional carve-out for Israel in that regard. Secondly, because it is illegitimate, anti-Zionists argue that erasing this historical anomaly justified by any means, including attacks on non-Israeli Zionists, and even on anti-Zionist Jews. I mean, it's just mind-boggling. Euphemistic, but nevertheless not as well understood in English terms like intifada, which is an open call to violence, because anti-Zionism holds that the injustice of establishing an illegitimate state is so grave that violence is justified to remove it. Again, hundreds of states that really could qualify under similar kinds of arrangements. Third, the participation of Jews in anti-Israelism or anti-Zionism lends legitimacy to this whole idea, kind of a tokenism. And you'll frequently see that people who are participating in this particular mindset will trot out all kinds of Jewish figures, say, look, here's a Jewish person who agrees with me. And unfortunately, there are many willing Jews who will go along with this, even though if they just have a little bit of vision, they'll see that it will often lead to negative consequences in a really concrete way for actual Jews. Where does this anti-Zionism come from? It's quite distinct from the conspiracy theory and the racism elements that we saw earlier. Very rarely are racist elements brought in. There is a certain amount of conspiracy thinking and the idea that Jews around the world are united in supporting Israel. And that's actually not so far from the truth. Most surveys that we have available of Jewish attitudes, for example, in the United States, indicate that overwhelmingly Jews are supportive of Israel. There is, of course, a minority who are not. I challenge you to find anything that all Jews agree on. For all intents and purposes, Zionism is an attribute that can be applied to most American, Canadian, European Jews, and so on. Now, what are the ideological roots of anti-Zionism? I see there are three basic ideological roots that feed into this new form of anti-Jewish hatred. First of all, there's a strong influence of Soviet foreign policy that definitely helps propagate this idea in the new left of the 21st century. Even though the Soviet Union is defunct, this particular ideology has perpetrated itself into the 21st century. Here's a couple of examples from the 1970s. The capitalist image that we saw earlier. Capitalism, of course, is diametrically opposed to communism. On his waistcoat is the phrase International Zionism, and you can see that there's Moshe Dayan there, a famous Israeli general, on the left. I'm not sure who was on the right there. Looks like he's smoking a pipe. I can't make out what it says there in Russian. But at any rate, the idea of connecting international Zionism with Israel, of course, is crucial. Note that besides the Star of David, which is clearly used here as a stand-in for the state of Israel, as opposed to the Jew, or Jew of the figure here that borrows on 19th and 20th century motifs, that it's about Jew hatred on a simple level, but it's labeled anti-Zionism. Here's another example, same kind of imagery used here, and the conspiracy motif is much stronger with the idea of the Jew compared to the web and so on. The web strands are written in Russian. For example, I can read one here that says the Jewish question, but what this person is not labeled explicitly as a Jew, is labeled as a Zionist, right? It says Zionism on the back of the spider. So foreign policy opposing the state of Israel. It's ironic because they were one of the backers of the 1947 partition plan, but soon after Israel was established, the Cold War set in, and this was one of the most notorious proxy wars between the USSR and the USA. It was fought in the Middle East, and the USSR backed the Arab countries by and large. So this is foreign policy translated into a kind of Jew hatred. Here's one more example that we see so much in contemporary anti-Zionism. Here are two twins, an Israeli soldier and a Nazi, and this conflation of Israel with Nazi Germany is not only is it deeply offensive to Jews, but it is very pervasive in the anti-Zionist rhetoric. And what joins them? An American dollar, of course. We see this over and over again. So the Soviet foreign policy filtered out into the anti-Zionist movement primarily through the activity of leftist thinkers. Another major element that creates this new form of antipathy to Jews is anti-colonialism. This is a reaction, of course, to the expansion of Western European states into the New World, into parts of Africa and Asia and so on. Kind of a pushback against that entire phenomenon, which has occupied quite a bit of intellectual energy of thinkers in the second half of the 20th century. In the case of Israel, you can see illustrations like this map here, which refers to Zionist settler colonialism. This is like a kind of a catchphrase that basically is divorced from historical reality in many ways. I'll just point out one thing, that this may be a map that indicates the increasing settlement of Jews in the land of Israel, but this is also a map that indicates the expulsion and coercion and migration of Jews, forced migration quite often, from Islamic lands to the land of Israel. So these two maps cannot be understood independent of each other. It is crucial that we understand that Jews are being forced to leave Arab lands, and where else are they going to go? So that's a second major element in modern anti-Zionism. The third major element is postmodernism. This is a rather corrosive philosophy that began to develop in the post-war era. The element of postmodernism that's especially relevant for us in this context is a notion that there is really no way to measure objective truth. There's no way to say that X is true. One can only speak of one's own truth, one's own appreciation of the world. And this, incredibly dangerous philosophy, which has taken hold in a wide swath of American thought today, begins to question basic understandings of reality. For example, in the context of Israel, this particular poster, which was issued by the Columbia School of Social Work, I think it's a student club actually, referring to the October 7th Palestinian counteroffensive, and using the images of a dove and a flower in a barrel of a gun as meant to somehow symbolize that the horrific act of invading Israel on October 7th and murdering and raping and taking hostage is somehow not only counteroffensive, which is, sounds like a legitimate kind of military attack, and really it's much more like a brutal, bloody pogrom. On the other hand, this kind of imagery of the dove of peace, to use to describe that, it's in another planet. But those who have already been absorbed into a postmodernist mindset can say, hey, we can completely reframe this in terms of an act of resistance as opposed to one of brutal attack. Another example which continues to boggle my mind is this unusual phenomenon of ripping down posters that seek to advertise the fact that people are being kept hostage, even young children, the B-Bus family, for example. And the idea that people would want to rip these things down still amazes me, but I think the best explanation I've understood for this, because after all, if I'm walking down the street and I see someone put up a poster that says, have you seen my puppy? And there's a picture of a dog there, the last thing I want to do is tear down that poster. Dog lover, not dog lover, why would I want to somehow interfere with bringing together this owner and his or her pet? I mean, it's just, I wouldn't want to interfere with that. How much more so when we're talking about human beings? And you may disagree with Israel's policy towards Gaza or the way the war is being waged, but that has nothing to do with the fact that there are children who are in captivity in tunnels. It just amazes me that people would tear these things down. The reason why they do, I think, is because it challenges their postmodernist view of the world, right? If they want to shift over to this idea that, the attack of October 7th was somehow justified as resistance, then when they see pictures of people, babies, women, old people who are being held hostage, who are civilians, it challenges the mindset of the rightness of their cause, and the only way they can deal with it is by kind of ripping out reality, trying to shift away from reality. This is a classic statement of anti-Zionism via Jew hatred. We see even just this week Australia participating in some kind of online chat when they discovered that their interlocutor was an Israeli. They began to write about how they committed acts of violence against Jews who attended the hospital where they worked. I mean, it's mind-blowing that this is somehow appropriate. How is it that you can take a Hippocratic oath, you can go into the caring professions of health, and when you see someone who has probably nothing at all to do with the situation in Israel, other than the fact that they may be ethnically Jewish, and then you see that this is an opportunity to somehow act out on this hatred fantasy. I'm losing track of myself here because I find it very, very hard to understand. Let me take us back to one ray of hope. I don't want to leave this conversation on a very low note, although there is a joke that I'm reminded of is what does a Jewish pessimist say? Oh, things can't get worse. And what does a Jewish optimist say? Yes, they could. So, anyways, this is a fascinating piece of data. Shortly after October 7th, the Harvard-Harris poll, which is a very reputable poll, basically dedicated to politics, decided to include a question about the situation in Israel, largely because it had, it had relevance to the upcoming elections in November of 2024. So right after the war, and every month subsequently, they asked this question. In general, in this conflict, do you side more with Israel or Hamas? And two things are really worth pointing out. First of all, the American support for Israel is rock solid. Here it's 84%. It's wavered a couple of percent over the months, but basically 4 out of 5 Americans support Israel. And that's a good number. I wish it was higher because it bothers me that 1 out of 5 Americans does not, but nevertheless, that's the reality. But when you look a little closer at the age breakdown, it's terrifying to see that whereas older people, 65 and above, 55 and above, they're 90, 95% support of Israel. When you get to the 18 to 24-year-olds, the figure is basically half and half, meaning that half of every classroom of college students in America, filled with people ages 18 to 24, actually supports a terrorist group. That's a terrifying number, and I began to worry about this significantly. I'd follow it every month to see, what's going on with American youth, because they're only going to get older. Are they going to carry this attitude with them further into life? Is this going to have long-term implications? How can young people be so out of touch with reality, other than the 3 reasons that I described earlier? I am happy to say, though, that over time, and especially a big jump right around the period of the election, I wonder if that's the factor that affected it, that figure has changed dramatically. Here you see on the left-hand side of the screen, once again, 79% support Israel. It dropped a little bit from the 84% from November, but it's hovering around that number. But when you look at the age group 18 to 24, you can see that 79% of them support Israel over Hamas. And that's a much healthier number. That's much more like the older people. And I just don't know why did American youth suddenly change so dramatically. A 27% increase is very significant. Now, it could be because the tenor of the news changed on places where they consume news, like on TikTok and Instagram and so on. I'm confident that the election had a role in this, but this is a small ray of hope. Let me conclude with just one last reflection on anti-Zionism in this era of statehood. We began our discussion with a look at this coin, the Judeo-Capta coin, which is really emblematic of not only exile, but the development of anti-Semitism. And what's important to bear in mind, I think, is this coin instead. In 1958, on the occasion of the 10th anniversary of the establishment of the State of Israel, what looked like this. On the left-hand side, you have the image that we've already seen from the Roman era, the looming Roman soldier, the despondent Jewish woman, and so on. But on the right-hand side, on the obverse of the coin, you see this. You see, in the place of the Roman soldier, there is a Jewish woman planting a tree, a symbol of hope for the future. And this is ultimately what the Jewish people are all about. And despite the fact society, nevertheless, these are the values that are at the core of the Jewish people, and ultimately will help them endure even these difficult times. Thank you once again to Project Have a productive conference. Faith is absolutely the most important sources for Jewish history in particular in that incredibly crucial first century, which saw the dissolution of the Second Jewish Commonwealth, the destruction of the Temple, the rise of Christianity, Jewish sectarianism, so many fascinating and important elements of Jewish history. So in this brief lecture, I'd just like to introduce you to who Josephus was, or more significantly, who we think he was, and a little bit about what he wrote and why his first-person account is so important to understand the first century. His first work, which is undoubtedly the work that made him famous, is the so-called the Jewish War, which is essentially an account of the Roman-Jewish War that took place starting in about the year 66 to about the year 73 or 74, depending on how you want to count the ending of it. But this is, of course, this great Roman-Jewish war that resulted in the destruction of the Temple and in the exile of so many Jews from Judea and the great destruction of the He was actually a participant in the war in a very unusual fashion. I'll tell you about. The second major war that he composed, which was after he had been settled in Rome for some time as an official court author of the Flavian dynasty, was Jewish Antiquities, which is a massive work, especially by English standards, about 20 volumes, which essentially is the history of the Jews from the earliest time to the present day. Now, unlike the Jewish War, it's not kind of like a personal account of the war, although, it's not, the Jewish War is not only about his personal experiences. He borrows freely from all other sources, trying to put together a third-person scholarly account, at least by first-century standards. But Jewish Antiquities is a much more broad-ranging work which looks at everything in Jewish history right up to Josephus' day. It, of course, also covers the Jewish War, and one of the fascinating elements of Jewish Antiquities is looking at the places where he contradicts himself. In the Jewish War, which he wrote early on, he has certain versions of events. In Jewish Antiquities, somewhat different events, as we shall see. Third, and most significantly for our purposes, is life, his autobiography. Very short little work. He wrote it quite late in his life, and he reflects on the complex and somewhat tragic arc of his life. He did not have, he did survive the Roman Empire, which is a lot to say. He also achieved fame and fortune as a writer in Rome, but yet a very unhappy person. Life, married several times, his wife left him, and all kinds of things. And he has a lot of reason to really question some of the decisions he made early on. But at any rate, a brief work written late in life is essentially his memoirs. And then finally, a fragmentary work. We don't understand all of the particulars that went into it. It's known as Against Apion, which is essentially a long work which is composed specifically to critique promoted some what we would call today anti-Semitic movements. So let's understand a little bit about who Josephus was. When we go to his youth, we see that very early on in his life, he's fascinated with Rome. He has a very self-congratulatory and self-aggrandizing manner in his descriptions of himself. We see that not only in the Jewish War, but also in his autobiography, in which he's incredibly intelligent, and even as a child, solving problems that would use the Jewish expression, cross a rabbi's eyes. It's hard to believe some of the things he says about himself. He apparently also was something of a spiritual seeker. He encountered some kind of sectarian groups, perhaps something like the Dead Sea Scrolls community, and he learned with many different individuals in the first century. But at an early age, when he was 26, he went to Rome, possibly in connection with a major rescue mission of hostages, along with some significant rabbis who were mentioned at the time. But this type of delegation to Rome is something that this indicates that he was a figure of some stature. He was from a priestly family, a significant priestly family, and he had what appears to be a Pharisaic education. Also, it is interesting that a man of his age would have been selected to go on this delegation when it came to support the idea that he was very important. But nevertheless, he was certainly decent. While he was there, he formed a very close relationship with Pompeia, the wife of Nero, who was quite impressed with him and his Judaism and so on. And he was, for his part, overwhelmed with Rome. He thought it was absolutely fantastic. These massive structures, this pomp and circumstance everywhere, and this would, of course, influence his later attitude towards it. Now, when he returned to Israel in the 60s, he found that Israel was openly in a rebellion of his own. This is not the place to go into great detail, but there was a significant rebellion that had actually struck first blood against the Romans, and Cestius Gallus, the general, had to retreat. And at this point, Josephus was given an important military command in the northern region of Galilee. A lot of questions: why was he given such an important command at such a young age, and when he was relatively untested, and so on? A lot of questions circulate regarding his military experience, but our main source on his military experience is, of course, Josephus. So we're kind of in a conundrum. We have to take him at his word for the time being. His writings tend to be apologetically pro-Roman. In other words, he pitches in patriotically with his fellow Jews, but at the same time, he's kind of like, questioning why are we fighting against the Romans? They really produced such a wonderful culture and so peaceful and things like that. And he sort of does his part as a Jew, but he finds frustration with his compatriots, and he finds a lot of solace in the Roman rule. Let us return to that question in a moment. What ends up happening is, after a quite heroic and innovative defense of several places in Israel, he ultimately engages in a suicide pact with the rest of his soldiers, and then breaks. In other words, they all agree that they would rather commit suicide together rather than surrender to the Romans, but he tries to draw the last straw, and so in the end he says, you know what, I'm not going to commit suicide, I'm going to surrender to the Romans, which in fact he does. And then in a remarkable, what appears to be an open plagiarism of a Talmudic story, he says to the emperor Vespasian, he spoke to the general Vespasian, that he was going to be appointed. The emperor Vespasian says, what are you talking about? And then sure enough, a messenger comes and says, Vespasian, Nero, the emperor, is dead. We need you to come back to Rome. So Vespasian leaves. He puts his son Titus in charge. And of course, that's because he has predicted his rise to power. Josephus becomes a great favorite of Titus, and then eventually follows him back to Rome after the rebellion has Titus returns to Rome, where he becomes a great hero. In Rome, he finds fame because he becomes the go-to person. First on the Jewish War, which really was quite a significant extended conflict for the Romans, and there's a fascinating discussion about why this otherwise minor provincial rebellion was really expanded into such a large scope of Roman attention, especially with the issuing of some 2 dozen versions of the Judaic coin, and the building of the Arch of Isis and things like that to celebrate the victory. But so he was like one of the prime sources of it. He wrote 2 versions of the Jewish War. One in his native Aramaic, which was the lingua franca of the Jews, and one in Greek, which was the popular literary language of the Romans at this time. And we have unfortunately lost the Aramaic version of the wrote for Jews. It is fascinating to see how he described the war to his fellow Jews, as opposed to how he describes it to non-Jews. At any rate, he lost that, so supposedly what he said. But at the price of Roman patronage, it's very clear that throughout the text, there are these kind of like genuflections towards Roman authority, Roman morality, And the Jews come off as kind of like noble savages, frequently bravely defending themselves, but nevertheless, they did not but submit to the overwhelming might of the Romans. So it's hard to read through Josephus' account, which is self-serving and in many ways self-preservatory. Self-preservatory, right? Because after all, this is who's paying the bills. He's there as a somewhat captive, chief expert on the Jews, so he can't write things that really offend the Romans. But after this, gains a lot of fame for him, he comes up with his magnum opus, which makes him like the #1 world expert. He is the Oprah of Judaism for the Roman world. He writes this book called Jewish Antiquities because the Romans were really quite fascinated with everything Jewish. They tended to have a great level of respect for cultures which were ancient, and the Jewish culture was the most ancient. It was like Egyptian culture, so the Romans were fascinated to learn about their history, and so Josephus obliges the Roman audience by creating this massive work on Jewish antiquities. What else is fascinating about Jewish antiquities is that Josephus, within the standards of the ancient world, he was considered a scholar. By modern standards, he would be considered a plagiarist, a criminal, because he was regularly taking massive chunks out of all kinds of texts that he read. He had great access to the Flavian library in Rome, and he would just take whole chunks out of other books and put them in his own book. That was considered perfectly normal in Josephus' book, right? And he would call it his own. And so we actually have a lot of other historians preserved in Josephus, which is especially good because Josephus survived the ancient world as one of the few historians that we still read today. One of the reasons for that survival is because of this passage, the Testimonium Flavium, which is a key passage in the Antiquities that goes like this. Now, there was about this time Jesus, a wise man, if it be lawful to call him a man, right, a very theologically loaded statement. For he was a doer of wonderful works, a teacher of such men as received the truth with pleasure. He drew over to him both many of the Jews and many of the Gentiles. He was the Christ. Like that is like a bombshell statement. The word Christ, of course, is Greek, and it is a translation of the word Mashiach. The word Mashiach means anointed, right? Like the special oil is placed on his head to represent the appointed leader of the Jewish people. Huge political and supernatural and eschatological significance. And so when Josephus says that this is the guy, it's a huge statement, like the whole, everything should be over. I am a Christian, so named for him are not extant at this day. Now, this is like something that made Josephus so popular among Christians that his history was preserved more than almost any other historian at the time. Because here they had a paragraph that actually referred to Jesus from a contemporary Jewish perspective. There's no similar doctrine that exists outside of the Gospels and so on, which of course were written after Jesus had already died, and may have been written by people who never even met him. Josephus was definitely alive at the time, or shortly thereafter, and he would have had something useful to say about Jesus. The only problem is, for many readers, that this is likely an interpolation of an overly enthusiastic Christian scribe who was recopying Josephus probably sometime in the 4th century. That is like 300 years after the fact. We have no earlier references to this, and in reality, a passage like this is kind of like, and by the way, Martians came to the planet and revealed themselves, and as a result, everyone knows there's intelligent life on their planet. It would have been such a bombshell at the time for Josephus and his readers that it's highly unlikely that it would have been sent by Josephus. However, if you want to do some more research, you will see that there are some thinkers who actually essentially argue that testimony of Flavian is in fact Josephus' words. There's no way to really know for sure because the earliest scrap of quoted Josephus that we have only dates from several centuries later. But nevertheless, this is one of the reasons why Josephus has survived in the Middle Ages. So I've given you a kind of a picture of who this person is, right? He is, on the one hand, when you read his text, you think of him as somewhat narcissistic and self-serving, and in fact, although he was given authority both with the rabbis in his delegation in Rome, and then later with the rebels in terms of his defense of the Galileo. Again, all of this depending on Josephus' own account. But he was also a traitor to his own people. He also decided not to go along with the suicide pact, which, by the way, sounds a lot like Masada. And then he ended up essentially working for the Romans for the rest of his life as a type of propagandist. We see, however, when we look at all of his works in sequence, that there's definitely kind of a personal character development. And in the end, when he writes against Savior, he essentially defends Judaism against many of the charges that Romans had against his people and his culture at the time. And in some ways, I like to think that Josephus kind of redeems himself from the calumnies that he would have suffered as a turncoat Jew by trying to defend his country. Anyway, that's a very quick introduction to Josephus. He is an incredibly important source for the first century, and hope you found this useful.
The techniques utilized in 2025 in the exact same area, which is weird, right? So that's without a cataclysm. Right, but yeah, it's also it's nice criticism of modern architecture, to be fair. Yeah. I mean, you don't even go back 2,000 years, just go back to like the Gothic era with the churches and the cathedrals. I mean, Jesus, what are we building back? Right, good point. But so you see a decline, at least in craftsmanship, that can be attributed to a changing of cultures. Yeah. But this assumption that there's always this linear path of progression, and if you go back, they were done. Go back far enough, they were done.
Hello. One of the most important first-person voices we have from the Gaonic period, which is basically towards the end of the first millennium, is the so-called Igeres to Rav Shvira Gaon, the letter of Rabbi Shvira Gaon. It's a major source for us that's used primarily as a historical text and also as a kind of theological text, and it's consumed with the discussion of how the Talmud came into existence. It is an exceptionally important source because, with the exception of the Talmud itself, very few sources speak about the Talmud. And this was a major enterprise of the Jews in, let's say, the 2nd through the 5th and 6th century in Babylonia. So knowing how the Talmud came into place, how it was used, how it was developed, who was involved in its development, how the Jews organized themselves at that time, how they lived in Babylonia. It's really, really an important source for us. Also, it is really one of the from the period of Bar Kokhba for several centuries, really, from the 2nd century rebellion against the Romans for several centuries. And so it's an extremely important source, even though it is itself distance from some of the central events it describes. Nevertheless, it gives us a very, very important view into how the Talmud was created. It also gives us a tremendously closer view, of course, of how the Jews organized themselves in the Gaonic period, which is towards the end of the first millennium. So what exactly is this book? So first, we should understand the author. Rav Shvira Gaon lived from the years 906 to about 1006. Some dispute over the precision of those dates, but we're talking about the last century of the first millennium. His title was Rav, which is a uniquely Babylonian title. Authorities in Israel used to call themselves Rabbi or Rebbe, but in Babylonia, they used the term Rav. Babylonia, of course, was the place where so many Jews had migrated from Israel, really from the 6th century before the Common Era, when the Babylonians first destroyed the first temple and exiled a lot of the Jews to the Mesopotamian region, but then there was a steady flow of Jews moving to the Mesopotamian rivers between the Tigris and the Euphrates for, really a millennium. A tremendous number of Jews living there, and it was the second center of Jewish civilization, maybe the third if you include certain parts of the Nile Delta, but definitely one of the major population sources for Jews outside of the land of Israel in late antiquity. He has a second title, Gaon, which comes from the word ga'ava, which means pride. It can also mean arrogance, but not in this particular context, obviously. And so his name is Rav Shrira, given name, Gaon, the pride of the community, as it were. This term Gaon in the first millennium was used specifically for people who were the heads of Talmudic establishments, as of course was the case with Rav Shira Gaon. He also has an important element in his lineage because he comes from a family of exilarchs. That is the Reish Galusa in Aramaic. The exilarchs were not very well understood. We still have a lot of holes in our historical knowledge of who they were and what they did and what exactly their authority was, but this is basically some kind of quasi-political position that was afforded to a particular Jewish individual and his family, usually because they could claim descent from King David, and the Babylonian authorities regarded them as somehow the heads of the Jewish community. That's in fact what the term exilarch means. Archos in Greek means leader, and exile, of course, from exile, or in Aramaic, Ishkalusa, the head of the exile, the head of the Jews living outside of Israel, the head of the expats, if you will. We still don't know a lot about who these exilarchs were and how they related to the Gaonim, to these senior rabbis, but nevertheless, that Rav Shira Gaon buys into the exilarchs. His first teacher was his father, Rav Hanina, and he was also taught by his grandfather, Rav Yehuda, who were also Gaonim before him. Now, what exactly was he doing? What's his position there? He was associated with one of the greatest establishments of Talmudic learning in history, the village or city of Pumbedita. You can see in this map, in fact, term Mesopotamia means between the rivers, the Euphrates and the Tigris. The oldest of the academies is Sura. The newer one is Pumbedita, and the two of them had a rivalry that lasted centuries. Sura was the older, Rav Shira Gaon was associated with the younger Pumbedita. And when he took it over, Pumbedita was really in decline. Rav Shira Gaon was very instrumental in turning that around in two particular ways. The first is he remonstrated with the surrounding Jewish population, saying that it is a communal obligation to support institutions of higher learning, which is something that working for Touro College, I certainly resonate with. And he insisted that they have to do their part to support the people who are toiling away in scholarship. And that actually really, firmed up the financial foundation of the Yeshiva Pumbedita. And secondly, he connected with many other communities in the rapidly expanding diaspora of Jews and insisted on the centrality of the Mesopotamian yeshivas, Sura and Pumbedita, as the locus of all Talmudic knowledge. Really, this is the place where if you have a question, you've got to send it to either Sura or preferably Pumbedita. So this is essentially what he did. If you have a look at this map here, you can see where Sura and Pumbedita is in what would be contemporary Iraq. But there are Jews who are really moving across the coast of North Africa. They're going into Spain. We even have, this map doesn't really show it based on the color coding, but we have Jewish communities in Rome. We have Jewish communities on the Black Sea littoral. We have Jewish communities even penetrating up into the Frankish kingdom, what would be today France and Germany, with the early Ashkenazi communities. So he communicated with all these communities and said that, hey, we can help you out with your questions about how to observe Jewish practice and so on. And that's where this important text originates. Rabbi Yaakov ben Nisim ben Shachin of Kairon, which is a city in North Africa, wrote a question to Rav Shira Gaon, because one of the growing Jewish movements at this time was the so-called Karaite movement. It was a fairly new phenomenon, but it was gaining tremendous strength, and in fact, there are still followers of Karaism alive today. The main thrust of the Karaite critique of Judaism was that the oral Torah was a fabrication, that it was not grounded in some kind of Sinaitic revelation, which is something that rabbis hold very dear. If you look at the very first line of Pirkei Avot, it says Moses received Torah from Sinai, and he passed it on to, and so on. And what's referred to there is not just the written books of the Torah, but the so-called oral Torah, the Torah Baal Peh, which includes later texts that are embodied in the Mishnah, in the Gemara, and so on, in the Talmud. And so the edifice of rabbinic Judaism is really heavily dependent on the authenticity and the authority of the oral Torah. The Karaites said, no, we love the written Torah. That's definitely from God. That came on Sinai. We're going to behave according to every letter in that text, which presented a lot of incidental, very interesting problems, but nevertheless they rejected the oral Torah. And so Rabbi Yaakov ben Nisim ben Shachin of Kairouan said, hey, how am I going to deal with all these people? Could you please explain to me, Rav Shira Gaon, how the Talmud came into existence? How did we get this document? And how do I essentially defend against the charges of the Karaites? So Rav Shira Gaon wrote back basically a short book-length letter that described the oral tradition, and in particular, tremendous detail on how the Talmuds were formed, how the Jewish communities in Mesopotamia were formed, how they were organized under the Gaonian, and so on. Absolutely fascinating. This document dates from the year 987. It's a really important document. It's true that it is separated several hundred years from the text, from the period it describes in depth, but nevertheless, it is one of our rare perceptions into how a community regarded itself. We'll also say one other very important thing is that, fascinatingly, there are many little details that are different from texts we receive in the Talmud. For example, I mentioned earlier the Bar Kokhba revolt of the wanted Rabbi Akiva, who was himself a supporter of Bar Kokhba, how the Talmud identifies as askara, or in English, diphtheria. So there's a lot of other discussions about why they could have died. One says it wasn't the plague, he says it was persecution. They died because of shmada, that somehow they were persecuted as students, following their Rebbe in the rebellion against Rome with Bar Kokhba, because then, of course, they would have been unfortunately swept up in the Roman counterattacks that ultimately devastated the region of Judea, and into what the Talmud decides to obfuscate by identifying a political cause. Lots of fascinating things like this come out of the letter of Rav Shira Gaon, highly influential. Okay, that was a very quick overview of this document. I hope you found it useful, and I hope you have a chance to look at the letter of Rav Shira Gaon, because it is fascinating.
Because it goes back to something you were saying earlier. And I use this analogy to kind of set the stage for imagine if the Yoga dries happen to us tomorrow. I hope it doesn't. But say it wipes out civilization, but we survive as humans.
One of the things I find especially exciting about ancient history is
these things that were like a black rock, and it's just
the way in which archaeologists can tease out tremendous numbers of conclusions from very, very limited data. Sometimes it seems kind of like far-fetched to me, and in fact, archaeologists will have a wide variety of opinions on what a particular data point means. But sometimes it is so convincing and fascinating, and it lends so much texture and richness to our understanding of the distant past. And that's what I'd like to talk about a little bit today. I have basically a one-line inscription that tells us something about the origins of the Jewish community in Spain, the very, very first Sephardim. Not a lot of data here, but I think the amount of conclusions that we can draw, or at least hypotheses that we can entertain as a result of this single data point, is just fascinating. So what I really like to talk about is the Jewess of Adra, as she is known. Adra is a location in the southern part of the Iberian Peninsula. There's a map where you can have a look at it. And in the 18th century, there was a grave discovered with an inscription on the gravestone that speaks about the death of a very young. Her father, presumably it was her father, who wrote the actual inscription, and what that says on a larger sense about the Jewish community of Spain in the early 2nd century. So let's begin with, what do we know about Spain in the ancient world? And the answer is not too much. The first reference to the region that we today know in Spain is actually in the Bible, in the book of Obadiah. You can have a look at it here. There is a reference to the Galut Yerushalayim, the exile of Jerusalem. That is, the people who were exiled from the first exile in the 6th century before the Common Era, Asher Bisfarad, who are in Sfarad. Now, normally we would say, wow, that's amazing, look at that. Here's a very early reference to Jews who went to Spain and were settled there. The problem is, we don't know for sure that what the biblical text refers to as Sfarad is the same thing as the place that later Jews have identified with the Iberian Peninsula. It could be that Sfarad was some other place, and later we have attached that label to the Iberian Peninsula. So we're kind of stuck, we don't really know. Another example, going a little bit later to the Talmud, is a passage in Yevamot, or you can see at the bottom of this image here. There's a phrase, Megalia la Spamia, from a place called Gallia to a place called Aspamia. That is a little bit more tempting because, after all, the classic name for Spain in Latin is Hispania, so Aspamia makes sense. It could be a reference to it. But once again, we have the same kind of difficulties in connecting them. And also, this passage from the Talmud was probably recorded sometime in the 4th century, but we don't know how far back the oral tradition that's connected to it really goes. So it's not terribly early and not terribly accurate. By the way, while I have you on this page, the connection of Aspamia to Hispania is kind of interesting. We also have the phrase don, or term, don, which is like a term of respect, like sir or lord in Spanish. And does that come from the Hebrew adon, meaning the same thing, like a respected individual, sometimes translated as Lord, of course, in the plural. Our Lord is one of the common terms used to describe God, but it's used in common modern Hebrew parlance to mean like sir, mister, that kind of thing. So we really don't know. Those two Jewish connections are not necessarily our best texts. We do have a reference now lost from the 16th century that there was an inscription that said, "This is the grave of Adoniram, servant of King Solomon." Wow, that would be going back like 3,000 years. Incredible. Who came to collect taxes and died here. And this is described in a book by Moshe ben Shem Tov Ibn Habib, but the original is totally lost. And so, and given that in the 16th century there are a lot of kind of questionable scholarly approaches to text and things like this, we're not entirely sure that this is a reliable inscription. If it's true, of course, it would place Jewish settlement in Spain incredibly far back, like really to the biblical period for sure, but it's not so reliable. One last set of texts before we look at our protagonist here, and that is a Christian text, which are, of course, early Jewish texts, because everybody involved in the early Christian movement is also Jewish. And we have in the Christian scriptures a passage in the book of Romans, chapter 15, where Paul, St. Paul, right, Paul of Tarsus, also known as Shaul of Tarsus, writes to the Jewish Christian community of Rome, and he mentions in verse 23 of that chapter, having a great desire these many days to come to you whenever I journey to Spain, meaning that Paul is making his way from the eastern part of the Mediterranean to Rome and then onward to Spain. So he's like stopping off in Rome. Here's a map, by the way. You can see in this map some of the travels of Paul, and he's making his way to Rome, which is, of course, right in the center of the Italian boot, and over to the left is Spain. But it's enticing. You'd like to think that Paul is going to Spain because he wants to spread the message of Christianity to a Jewish community there. Unfortunately, he is entirely silent on what that Jewish community is like, or even if there is a Jewish community there. So we're kind of like in the dark on that. Later, when we get to the Council of Elvira in the early 4th century, we know a lot more about the Jewish community. So if we go back to the earliest text we have, we've got to look at this amazing inscription, which is sometimes referred to as the inscription of the Jewess of Adra. Like the inscription about Adoniram, the original is lost. However, we do have a much more scholarly transcription that was made in the year 1783 by Juan de Mariana, who has a much better reputation for kind of following at least 18th century standards of historical scholarship. And he records a one-line passage in Latin that reads as follows. There's some kind of ellipsis, something missing from the original tombstone, and it ends in the letters NIA. And then there is kind of an asterisk, which indicates there's a space between words. We would, in contemporary speech, actually use like an actual space. But in Latin, it was common to just squeeze everything together in one big paragraph without any spaces. Later, they evolved like the addition of like dots and things like that to separate words. Then it says, so that after that niad, it says Salo, and there's a couple letters probably wiped out, Salomonula, meaning of Solomon. Someone named Nia, or her name ended in Nia, the daughter of Solomon, An Uno, 1 year old, Mens Quattro, 4 months old. Notice that the way that the Roman numbers here are calculated with 4 lines rather than the IV, which also indicates that it is an earlier and authentic transcription. Di Uno, 1 day, Judea. A Jewess. And this is just amazing to me. Let's just think about this for a few minutes. First of all, what was her name? We don't know. It could be Junia, Anya, Virginia. Don't know exactly what it could be. And by the way, the greatest discussion of this is in Solomon Katz's book on the Jews of Visigothic lands and Gallic lands. Fascinating book that we talked about. And it's dated, by the way, to the 2nd century, the early 2nd century CE, that is the hundreds, the earliest document we really have that has any reliability. So what's going on here? We know that someone named Solomon lived in Adra, and that he had a daughter, of course, a very Jewish name. But notice that he doesn't say, it's not written in Hebrew, it's written in Latin, which indicates that it was normal for Jews to record something as significant as a gravestone in the vernacular language. And in fact, we see that in other places like the catacombs in Rome, for example, where we have Jewish inscriptions as well, and they tend to alternate between Greek, Latin,
Mr. Aquarius, how are you?
They'll use different languages, but this indicates that
Miss Aquarius, how are you? Where'd she go? There she is. How are you? All right, are you ready?
All right, we did. Yay.
Get it. Oh, come on, give me that. Get another one, girl. Let's see it. Nope.
It's okay. I'm walking around. It's gonna be a little crazy.
Oh, what a great spare. Wow. That was awful.
Mm-hmm.
Get it. Oh, Miss Aquarius, you've got this bad boy locked up.
I'm coming. I got a skirt on top. Okay. I'm coming. Nope. You got it.
Oh, for sure.
You got it. You got it, family.
No doubt. Get it.
A little curveball. Look at this there.
Miss Aquarius, that was fire, girl.
Thank you.
Yeah, you did have a little curveball. Give me this. Come on. Nothing is working for
Okay.
me.
Alright.
Get it. Come on. Give me this. Miss Aquarius.
Okay.
Not what we wanted. I think you've got it locked up. Even if I got 3 in a row, you have it. If I got 3 strikes in a row,
Nope. You got it. You got it, baby.
give me it.
All right. Here you go.
Miss Aquarius.
Oh, okay.
Beautiful. All right, I'll send you another one.
Real quick. I'm ready. Okay, let's go. We gotta get to win. All right, Rabbi. There we go. All right, Rabbi, it's on you now. Oh, there you got this. Let some down, don't forget.
Get it. There you go. That's a spare.
All right, I got this. Right.
Come on.
Let me get this back. I believe in you. Come on.
I believe in me too.
It's okay. We're not giving up.
Get it.
This is a tough split, as you say.
Yes, ma'am. Get it. Got it. No.
Got this.
Tough split. Ooh.
That curve.
Yeah, it did. Alright, Miss Aquarius, get it. All but one, and now you're gonna get this one. No doubt. I have no doubt you're gonna get this one. Perfect. Put the pressure on, girl.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi. Got a strike.
Oh, comeback time. Comeback
That's what I'm
time.
talking about.
Comeback time.
Yes.
Comeback time.
A phenomenal
Don't
comeback.
call it
Let's
a
go.
comeback. I've been here for years.
Let's go.
Okay,
Yeah, Rabbi.
you've got a tough one. One of the toughest shots in the game. One of the toughest. Oh, get it.
Come on. Come on, Rabbi. You got this. Don't give up. You just did a strike. Come on.
Okay.
Yeah, you got this.
Give it to me.
Come on. There.
No. Oh, you got me by one.
No.
Good job, Miss Aquarius. Excellent.
Thank you.
That's what keeps it exciting. Undefeated in friendship, undefeated in bowling. You win, I win.
Undefeated in friendship. That's
Absolutely.
right. You win anyway. You won. All right. See you in the morning, okay?
Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius.
Sweet dreams. I stay in here.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're welcome. You know I'm gonna stay in here. I'm trying to get up there. And this is my home. This is my home.
That's great.
Yeah. You know this is my home, right?
Yes, I do.
Right?
Yes, I do.
No, you know,
Thank
right?
you so much. Absolutely. You're moving up in the ranks. You are the number 3 spot, which is really number 1 for the overall. What do they call it? Activity rank, and then you're number 2. Well, really 4, but number 2, and you getting your hours up, and you'll have it in a couple weeks. Actually,
Here we go.
like
Yeah.
a month. It'll be like a month, but then you'll be number 2
Right,
overall.
right. A month.
Exactly.
Okay. Alrighty. See you tomorrow.
Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams.
That he was most likely well assimilated into culture, especially because we don't have a similar Hebrew text along with it. We note that he was obviously proud that she was Jewish, that his daughter was Jewish, because that's how he marks her. There is a religious component to this as well. And look how much we can derive from the fact that he really drills down into the exact time of her death, that she was 1 year, 4 months, and a day. That he really, that was how precious her time was with him, that he could record it down to the actual day. He could have simply said 1 year old, could have simply said it Judea. He didn't say any of that. He said specifically how long she was with us in this world. An indication of the affection that he has for her. Notice also, of course, that even though this is a female child, which would not necessarily have a high level of value in a society that tends to be patriarchal and also tends to accept a high degree of infant mortality as a matter of course, but nevertheless, she deserved her own grave marker. Again, something which we cannot assume was normal for him. Not a lot. However, what it does give us is the sense that there was at least a small outpost that had at least one Jewish man with his daughter, presumably the rest of his family was with him as well. That they were probably well integrated into Roman society because he was using the Latin language for something as important as a gravestone, and that he wanted to maintain his distinct identity and his daughter's distinct identity by specifically indicating that they were Jewish. There was a pride in Jewish identity there, no matter how possibly assimilated they were, judging from the language of the text as well. I think most powerfully speaking to us across nearly 2,000 years of time was the love that this father Solomon had for his almost totally unnamed daughter, the Jewess of Adra. Okay. Hope you found this just quick look at ancient historical inscription research, and I look forward to sharing more with you in the future.
But it's this idea that, look, we shouldn't be making noise. It's like, imagine you're a hunter in a dark forest. So it's just, you're out there, there might be other things out there, and it's this like a philosophical engagement of like, what should you do? Should you start light a fire and make a whole bunch of noise in the dark forest that's full of it's full of predators. You don't know where they are. They don't know where you are.
One of the most bizarre
what should you do? Should you see another predator?
Undoubtedly strange
what should you have? Should you be friendly? What's the risk to
what
you?
exactly happened there? Were there Jews in Khazaria, or like the set of documents that sheds some light on Khazaria
pretty much every scenario works out to
Joseph of
what you should
Khazaria
do is just
and
be quiet,
Hastite
and if you see something, you should
There's nice research. I'd like to take just a minute to look at the correspondence itself and try to understand what that says about Khazaria and what we can glean from this ancient moment. Our story begins in Spain, specifically in Portugal, which was a region of southern Spain that was associated with a tremendous period of Jewish creativity in an area known as the Convivencia, the coexistence period, when Muslims in southern Spain allowed Jews a tremendous amount of possibility in the political, the literary, the cultural realm, and there was this amazing moment where Muslims, Christians, and Jews seemed to get together and to get along in an almost fatal scenario. There's a lot more to say about this, questions about the Convivencia, maybe we'll return to it. But at any rate, one of the early figures in the 10th century was an individual named Hastai ibn Shabu, who rose to prominence in Cordoba, and he actually became one of the most important ministers within that city, representing the region of Al-Andalus with all kinds of diplomatic correspondence. He was actually a medical doctor and he treated patients in Christian regions as well as Muslim regions. Fascinating. But at any rate, for our purposes, he was especially interested in learning about far-flung Jewish communities. He wanted to use the power of his office to try and protect them and promote their interests and to promote Jewish communities. He really thought on a global level. And when he heard about the possibility of Jews living north of the Caspian Sea in the region of Khazaria, he was especially interested in learning more about them and trying to understand, what is the story of these Khazarian Jews? Now, we'll get to the actual story of the conversion of the Khazars shortly. It occurred about 200 years prior to this correspondence. But just to look at this map here, you can see that Khazaria is located north of the Caspian Sea, and in the region which would be today Ukraine, especially eastern Ukraine. And it is notably distinct from the Christian regions to the west and the Muslim regions to the south. That will become very significant. At any rate, according to the history of the documents as we have them, Hastai ibn Shabu sent messengers out to Constantinople, hoping to reach the kingdom by the local Muslim authorities, who would not allow these messengers from Spain to traverse the territory and make their way out there. And so they were forced to sit tight in Constantinople, which is, by the way, contemporary Istanbul. So they're sitting there, and they passed off their letters, and which apparently, according to
Did you take care of him?
made their way to Khazaria, and King Joseph read the letters from Khazaria to Spain, composed a response. This was an amazing thing.
Yeah, it's a sermon the third time.
It was
Wow.
such a
He
tremendous
was
thing.
okay.
It's like getting a letter from the
Whatever
king.
he was
My
writing
God,
about.
Jews, Khazaria?
There's no evidence.
Who are they? How did they get here? So I have to burst a bubble right now and suggest that it is very likely that these letters themselves they were not communicated to Joseph and then returned from Khazaria. That does not necessarily mean that they were not Khazarian Jews in space, but that this particular set of correspondence.
Sweet Jesus.
Let's look though at some of the evidence for Jews in Khazaria. One piece which I find most fascinating. This is a document from the famous Cairo Guinness, and it dates from this period a little bit later. It's actually a rather remarkable document. It is a little settle. It's like a vittel. It's a document asking for financial and charitable support from the city of Kiev. See here, there's one. It's a little bit hard to read, but it looks like the letters Yud Vav Vase, which is spelled Kiev or Kiev, and it appears to be a document from Khazaria. This is reinforced by the fact that at the bottom you actually have these Khazarian runes written, and which translate to the phrase "I have read it." There's a lot to say about what's going on. Who was it who signed these documents? What does it say about the nature of Jews and Khazarian and so on? And I would recommend you have a look at some of my longer videos on this topic to understand some of that context. But it seems to me, at any rate, that it's very clear from not only this document but many others that there were at least some Jews living in Khazaria. We don't have a great sense of whether they were Rabbinic Jews or whether they were Arabic Jews. We don't have a great sense as to how many Khazarians have actually converted to Judaism. It might only be a very thin slice in the aristocracy. We're not even sure if they converted purely out of practical motives or whether there was actually a deep-rooted religious impetus to this. But that's, again, the longer video. Let us also mention here a very important scholar, Dr. Shelley Steinberg, who is a very respected historian and had a big influence on my research as well. He actually denies the possibility of there actually being a conversion. He says the entire story is a Gilgamesh, which is a Khazarian word meaning a fable. But this is a very important thesis that the entire thing, Dr. Stanford overemphasizes this, and I think that the preponderance of the evidence suggests that there are at least some Jews living there, but let us pause. By the way, if you're ever curious, is Dr. Stanford an authentic historian? All you have to do is make sure that you're listening to the person who wears a light blue shirt, and Dr. Stanford always has it. Okay. Well, let's go on. At any rate, what was the first person account of Jesus? So, we have a text of a letter that purports to be from Hastai ibn Shabbat to King Joseph, which says a lot about, what his motivations were. By the way, in a very high-level position, so he was constantly encountering people traveling from one end. Says, I asked them, what's the situation of Jews in your territory, and do you know of other Jewish communities and so on? And he's always been curious about this place called Al-Khazar, which you heard about from some emissaries from the region of Khorasan, which is just a little bit east of what would be Iran today. And he's very curious about these things, and so finally he gets some documents that suggest that, there are some Jews living there. So he sends some messengers all the way out to Constantinople. And as I mentioned earlier, the messengers get stuck in Constantinople, they can't go all the way, they send a letter, and he brings back this document which says, from King Joseph, he says, I wish to inform you that your beautifully phrased letter was given to us by Isaac, son of Eliezer, you made us happy, and we are delighted with your understanding of reason. You also asked us in the epistle, what people of what family, what tribe are you? So Joseph goes on to say that they're descended from Japhet, which is one of the children of Noah in the Bible, associated especially with the Greeks. And one of Japheth's descendants was a man named Togarmah, who is associated with the Turks. And finally, you have the Khazarians, and particularly a king named Gulan. Now, here's the story of the conversion as represented in those documents. Essentially, the King Joseph says, and the Muslims were in the region of Khazaria, and King Gulan was kind of curious, maybe we should abandon our pagan lifestyle and choose one of these monotheistic faiths. There's certainly a pragmatic reason for this because there was a big geopolitical conflict between the Muslims and the Christians, particularly in the era of the Crusades at the end of the 10th century. And so the King Bulan of the Khazars invites essentially a three-way debate. He wants to hear from the Christians, the Muslims, and the Jews. And this debate kind of ends in a standstill until finally King Bulan says to the Muslims, he says, well, listen, which is, of the two, which is worse, Christianity or Judaism? And he says, well, certainly Christianity is worse. Remember, Muslims and Christians are not getting along very well at this point. And then he asked the Christians, who's worse, the Muslims or the Jews? And the Christians say, well, for sure the Muslims. And so since they both agree that Judaism is slightly better than the other alternative, King Bulan says, fine, that's it. I guess I'm going to become Jewish. And he converts, and some of his society at least converts with him. That is the story of the Khazar conversion. Now, there's a lot of questions to be asked about this. Again, even if we assume the document of King Joseph is authentic, this is about 200 years after the purported conversion in the 8th century. Secondly, it bears some uncanny resemblance to the Povest Framienia Grec, which is a version of the earliest chronicle of Russia, which has King Volodymyr also adopting a similar kind of
garbage.
he ends up going with Christianity as Western Christianity or Islam or Judaism. There's a lot of questions about the story itself, but at any rate, that is the story. A trilateral debate, which ends up falling in favor of Jews. King Bulan converts to Judaism, and that's the whole story. Now, the impact of these letters were huge in a couple of different significant ways. First of all, for the Jews, it was like a massive, explosion of imagination. Oh my gosh, Jews right there in Khazaria. What does it mean? These are far-flung nations, and they have a kingdom. They have actually the power. They actually have like a physical state. What does that mean for the rest of us, and so on? And perhaps the greatest example of this, at least in the literary and philosophical world, is the composition of the great Kuzari by Rabbi Yehuda Levi. And again, this is 2 years after the correspondence, 200 years. And in the Kuzari, Rabbi Yehuda Levi uses this trilateral debate, Christianity, Muslim, and Judaism, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, as kind of a metaphor for the trilateral culture in Spain, and to describe the advantages of Judaism over the other two religions. And so it's kind of like a polemical work in which Judaism comes out on top, and this is perhaps the most significant way in which the debate recorded in the correspondence has come down to us on a literary and somewhat historic level. On the other hand, besides the kind of Jewish imagination of Khazaria, there has been the anti-Semitic imagination, which spends a lot of time, particularly in the last 50 years or so, trying to emphasize this idea that Ashkenazi Jews are somehow descended from Khazarian Jews, an idea which has been debunked so many different ways in terms of the literary qualities, the religious qualities of Ashkenazi Judaism. There seems to be very little, if any, influence of Khazarian norms. With the advent of DNA studies that indicates that whatever possible connection between the people living north of the Caspian Sea and Ashkenazi Jews is like a tiny, tiny percentage, even a portion of a percentage. So it's a completely false narrative to suggest that Ashkenazi Jews descended specifically from Khazarians, although by promoting that narrative, it serves to undercut somehow the legitimacy, at least on a kind of a racial level, of Ashkenazi Jews, and it has implications for their connection to the land of Israel. If you want to argue that they're no longer somehow physically descended from the biblical patriarchs and matriarchs, that's kind of like the reason why this story is so popular among But taken as a whole, this particular correspondence between Joseph Azaria and Hastaid and Shaplut of Spain, even though the correspondence itself may not actually be, nevertheless says a lot about how medieval Jews understood themselves in the larger world. And I hope you found this interesting. And I encourage you to have a look at some of the longer videos I've done on this. Thank you very much for watching.
Really? So in 2 generations, they go from
A salient characteristic of the Jewish people is that, to use the Yiddish phrase, wir sind da. We're still here, right? 2,000 years of exile, millennia before that of tremendous challenges from the peoples around us, and nevertheless we are here celebrating our culture, exploring our relationship with each other, with the divine. That's really what being Jewish, in my humble opinion, is all about. So that's the theme that we're going to explore, is how is it that the Jews managed to survive such existential crises, such challenges to their very being, and not only get through them, but even thrive? It's a fascinating conundrum, and I don't think you'll find many other parallels like it with many other populations of this planet. So that's really the theme that we're going to be exploring over the course of the next 12 weeks. So just a quick word, because we are sharing this with the internet. There's about 5,000 or 6,000 people who watch these lectures every single day. So if you don't want to be in the frame, make sure you sit towards the outside of the video there. So there's some information that may be a little bit redundant for this particular audience, because most of us here, we actually know each other. We are in the same community, and so many of our values are shared and so on. Our experiences are shared. But let me just back up a little bit. Who exactly are the Jewish people? So as we shall see, it's about 15 million Jewish people in the world today, depending on how you want to count them. I'll give you some demographics a little later. That's a little bit smaller than the entire state of New York. And I know that you feel that the entire state of New York is Jewish anyways, but that's about the population we're talking about. A tiny fraction of a percentage of the Jewish population as a whole. Just to give you a sense of the scale, if you think of Jews are about 15 million in the world, Chinese Muslims are 15 million in the world. And I've never met a Chinese Muslim, but there are many more Chinese Muslims in the world than there are Jews in the world. So we're a tiny little fraction of the population. We are a gregarious people. We like to hang out with each other. We like to argue with each other. Life is with people, as the proverb goes. We are here tonight, in fact, in celebration of that same kind of Jewish value. We're also a highly diverse people. One of the things that people on my internet audience seem to be confused with is that, Jews are not all Caucasians. We have a wide variety of racial characteristics, African Jews, Asian Jews, and so on. Of course, there are Asian Jews, because otherwise, where would we get our food for Christmas Eve? There are a whole wide variety of racial characteristics that go with Jews. Jews are also highly unpredictable. Just once you've tried to cast them in some kind of character, tried to say something general about the Jews as a whole, and they go and surprise you. Not always a pleasant surprise, but in the 20th century we had some very strong, powerful surprises as Jews, with the emergence of the State of Israel, really reshaped a lot of hundreds of years of character that had adapted to a ghetto environment and were able to heroically create their own state, really out of nothing at the time. They are overall they possess an irrepressible joie de vivre, a simchas achayim, a thirst for life that is expressed in so many different aspects of their culture and activity, and that's what I think makes them survivors. This is a theme that I hope we will return to multiple times over the course of this series. At the same time, we lack a common definition of who is a Jew. We have a very simple definition that is the traditional one, that a Jew is someone who is born of a Jewish mother or who converts to Judaism. That second clause is really complicated, but the first clause is much simpler. And so in that sense, it has kind of a tribal affiliation. But as we know from DNA studies, Jews, hail from all kinds of different populations, and it's hard to see precisely how these common genetic, links are made over so many centuries. There are some fascinating studies that point to the common ancestry of most Kohanim, most priests, that they have on the Y chromosome, a link that takes them all the way back to a single male ancestor about 3,000 years ago, which is pretty much what Aaron the priest would have been. There's also some fascinating studies that talk about Ashkenazim all being descended from a handful of women in northern Germany about 700 years ago. Fascinating studies, but that will take us a little further afield. I would like to tender for our suggestion, however, much more traditional definition of who is a Jew, and this is what God offers in the book of Genesis when Jacob has his famous scene wrestling with the angel or struggling with the angel, and he receives the new name Yisrael, and it says right there in Genesis 32:28, Israel is someone who struggles with God. We struggle continually with our relationship with God. We wonder, how could God allow certain things to happen in the world? What are we supposed to do? God, are you being fair to us? These are the kinds of questions that plague the Jewish consciousness for centuries, and it unites us even as it is one of dynamic tension. And you can see even in this picture by Rembrandt here, there's an obvious problem. We have to just add a little kippah there to Yaakov, so it falls into place. Struggling with God all the time. Okay, that's enough for sort of the philosophical overview. I want to take a few minutes now just to speak about historiography, which is essentially the inevitable part of historical theory that must precede the actual discussion of history itself. I will try not to take too much time with this, but this is actually a very important element to understanding the foundations of the historical research that I hope to be speaking about in a moment. So, even though I've given you kind of this glowing model of Jews surviving despite adversity and so on, the traditional short version of this lecture is, they tried to kill us, we survived, let's eat, everybody knows. But there's a lot of periods in Jewish history which are not so sanguine, which are not so hopeful and not so really cheerful, enthusiastic, things that we not necessarily so proud of. This picture here, for example, which dates from the 8th century before the Common Era, shows King Yehu. You can see him here prone, a supplicant, and he is showing obeisance to an Assyrian conqueror. So we definitely have moments in our history which we're not necessarily so proud of, but they nevertheless are part of the fabric of Jewish identity as a whole. Let us begin our discussion of biblical history, because we're starting with the most difficult part of Jewish history as a whole, theoretically the most difficult part to study, and I'd like to introduce you to the thought of Jacques Derrida. Those of you who have studied in the humanities are no doubt familiar with his work. Derrida is one of the early postmodern thinkers. He's Jewish, of course, because anyone who's going to disrupt the natural order is definitely going to be Jewish. And Derrida suggested a philosophical model of approaching reality that first reverberated within the humanities and cultural studies, and then over the course of the 20th century began to penetrate the social studies, and now it's actually affecting the sciences. I'm not going to go into great detail as to what postmodernism is, but I would like to take you to one of his most famous statements, which is "Il n'y a pas de hors texte," which literally translates as, there is no outside text. Some people have translated even so far as to say, there is no reality, only language. We're not going to unpack that statement, which is actually a mistranslation. But the idea that there is no outside text is crucial for understanding the biblical period. What do I mean by that? So what is an outside text? One way to look at the Bible is to consider it like a puzzle, right? It is specifically like this puzzle here, the Action Bible Jigsaw Puzzle. I just found this on the internet, and I wanted to order all the series because it has action figures inside it, so that were really great. But you know, we have this text, we have this Bible that is a phenomenal source for Jewish history. My gosh, it starts at the very beginning, takes us through this arc of developments of characters of tremendous profundity, and gives us the whole story of how the Jews came to be, how they lost their nation, how they regained it, how they lost it again. Phenomenal amount of material in this. And it is a lot like the outside of a puzzle box, right? The picture on the outside is a guide for what is inside the box. And this is basically, before the 20th century, how virtually everybody looked at Tanakh, trying to understand it as a historical document and applying the information there backward to history. And then when things came along that confirmed the picture on the outside, we said gewaldig. We said that's fantastic. Like, for example, this one here, this is the Tel Dan Sealy, which was found in Israel. It dates from the 9th century before the Common Era, and it has, you can see here in this chopped in part, it actually has in the Old Hebrew script the phrase Beit David, the house of David. So we say, fantastic. We have these amazing Bible stories about Melech David, King David. And look, here is a reference to the house of David from the 9th century. This, as it were, confirms the Bible. And for much of the 20th century, that's how archaeology worked with the Bible as a text, trying to determine Jewish history, looking at the Bible as the template, the outside of the picture, and then whenever any piece of data was found that could fit into that was fantastic. However, historians who do not necessarily start with that background say, no, it's much more complex. It's kind of like this. There's no picture in the box, and we are confronted with a whole bunch of puzzle pieces. Well, we're going to start figuring this out. We're going to lay it all out, and we're going to see what the puzzle looks like. But we can't use the outside of the box as a template to figure out what is inside the box, what the puzzle pieces actually look like. Archaeology is still a very young discipline. It's very inexpensive to distort the historical record through archaeological finds to either support or deny the veracity of the Bible. So archaeologists and historians in particular have therefore found themselves somewhere on a spectrum between two poles. On the one hand, you have the so-called maximalists. These are people, probably like myself and yourself, who believe in the validity of the Torah as a God-given document and look at it and say, this is my history. And then when we find our outside text, we use the puzzle box cover as our guide for exploring Jewish history. That is, exactly that means. The Bible begins in medias res. It was only given to most tribes, the wandering of Abraham, the creation, and so on. Just look at the puzzle pieces and fit them together as best you can, and that's going to be your history. Different versions of ancient Jewish history that we would find questions of where we come from and who we are as a people. We're not going to go too far down that road because we are, after all, in shul, and we are going to celebrate our common history. But I am pointing out to you that the state of the field right now is very much in flux. The tension between the so-called maximalists and so-called minimalists, and I will state, by the way, most archaeologists and historians find themselves somewhere between those two poles. It's very hard to find a complete maximalist who's actually got a job or tenure in the university, and it's also very hard to find a minimalist who is so blind as to say, I'm not going to use the Bible for any information regarding history. But that's essentially what is the crisis in determining the actual history of the Jews based on this rare text. These thoughts, which I introduced to you through the words of Derrida, il n'y a pas d'hors text. There is no outside text. There's no guide like the Tanakh to give us direction as to how to understand the ancient period. This has phenomenal implications for lots more than Jewish history. It has phenomenal, existential challenges to Yiddishkeit in general, and very few people have actually engaged with these things. One exception is Rav Shagar, shown here, who is known as the postmodern thinker of Judaism and has tried to deal with Derrida's implications for a believing Jew. Okay. That's it for the theory. Thank God. Now we can go straight to the history. I'm sorry for the detour here. So let's look at Jewish geography. Where do the Jews come from? Again, the first couple of elements in this lecture are going to be based primarily on the biblical record because we simply do not have an archaeological record that will give us comparable data. The biblical record is really clear, and of course we read it every year. We go through the entire cycle, the first 5 books of Moses, and we explore the origins of the Jewish people year after year. We know from the Bible that the origins of the Jewish people are in an individual named Abraham and his wife Sarah, and their children and grandchildren, and he hails originally from Mesopotamia, this region here, so-called between the rivers. The southern river is the river Prat, which is the Euphrates in English, and the northern river is the Tigris, known as the Hidekel in Hebrew. And these two rivers are an extremely old source of human civilization. There's a snow melt that comes down from Turkey every year, and it's actually quite predictable. Like the Nile, was also a very predictable flooding. And with a series of dams and irrigation, the people of Mesopotamia were able to develop a very early civilization, the Sumerians and so on. So Abraham comes from this very early part of the world here. This is his hometown. Or Kasdim. You can see it has a reconstructed ziggurat there. And he wandered from there on the commands of God, Lech Lecha. We read it, it's the second section of the book of Genesis. And he made his way to the only country in the Middle East without any natural deposits of oil. So just looking at where Israel is located here, and don't get too upset, please, about the way that the lines in the map are drawn. This is taken straight from Wikipedia, and there's a lot of political sensitivities about such things. But note that Israel is at a strategically important location. It is at the crossroads between 3 continents, Africa, Asia, and Europe. Any trade, especially overland trade from Africa through Asia, has to go through Israel. Major ports are established in Israel for the maritime trade. It's a connection as well to the Mesopotamia region here and into the Persian Gulf. So it is really a crossroads of history. And you see this even more importantly when you look at this map here, which is a satellite map, which shows you a little bit more about how important it is. You can see that you've got all this brown over here, which is essentially desert, and this tiny little strip of green here, a tiny little strip where you can actually farm and produce goods for living, for life. So there were 2 roads that would cut through Israel, the so-called Via Maris, or Derech Hayam, that would go along the coast. This was kind of like the A1A of Israel, and the other was called the Derech HaMelech, or the King's Highway, which has been transplanted, of course, into Brooklyn. And the Derech HaMelech went just inland a bit. But these 2 routes were extremely important for all overland trade and connecting to the maritime trade as well. So Israel was at a strategically important location, and as a result, of course, it was the victim of the depredations of many surrounding cultures for much of its history. You can also get a better sense for the geography, and geography is very important for what historians call la longue durée, the long duration, the long arc of history, which involves many other factors beyond the narrow human activity. You can see here from this map, which does not show vegetation, it shows elevation, that there is a flat land that extends along the coast, and then it's bisected in the south and so on. And then there is a tiny amount bit of water here, the River Jordan, the Kineret, and so on. So Israel is really just a tiny strip of land which has a little bit of arable area and is the crossroads of so many places. Here's another way to look at it. The 3D view, you can see how tiny it is. It's only a fraction, for example, of the state of Florida. In fact, I didn't think of lining it up with Long Island, but I think it's probably about the same size as Long Island, except it's facing straight up instead of Long Island, which is sort of tilted like most of the people who live here. So you can see that the distance from the Jordan River over the mountain range into the lowlands is 55 kilometers. That's about 30 miles. And then to the ocean is another 15 kilometers. So you could almost walk in a day from Jordan to the Mediterranean. It's a tiny little waste, a tiny little strip of land, and yet it has such outsized impact, even to this day, on world history. So that's just a little bit of the geographic context. Now, the Jews will be, as we shall discuss, will be dispersed from this land multiple times. What I'd like to do with this slide is just give you a very quick flash forward to the present day, and then we're going to go back to the biblical period in earnest. So how did Jews get from Israel? We have major demographic upheavals in the 6th and the 1st century. This is when conquerors chose to impose population transfer as a way of controlling the rebellious nature of the Jewish people by trying to displace them to other lands. So we have two of those major exiles, and this results in significant population growth in Mesopotamia, where the Talmud would be written, in North Africa, in Egypt, and Tunis, places like that, and even the Italian peninsula. Of course, the Romans would take tens of thousands of slaves to Italy. And then, as you move towards the turn of the millennium, Jews make their way further west into Spain, and then up into Europe proper, crossing the Pyrenees, and finally, by the time you get to the 13th through 16th centuries, they're moving all the way over into Eastern Europe. So Jews they make their way initially to the east, to Babylon, and then at the same time, westward along the coast of North Africa, and then over time, they kind of circle the Mediterranean and find their way ultimately in Eastern Europe, where you have the largest single concentration. Then in the late 19th and 20th century, you have massive population movement of Jews from Eastern Europe in particular to the New World here, United States of America, Canada, Brazil, South Africa, and so on. Here is one last slide to look at before we go back to the ancient period. This is a representation of the current population of Jews in the world. This is from 2010, something like 13.5 million back then. There's some debate over how to count Jews, and you can see that 81% of them live in two places, either in the United States or in the land of Israel, and there are smaller demographic pattern of Jews to the first day, to the contemporary period. Okay, we're actually right on time, so let me go to the mentioned in the context of postmodernism. We have two very literary evidence, which is primarily in the Tanakh, the Torah, which is hugely valuable, but not always corroborated by external evidence such as archaeological evidence, what we find from digs from other cultures. I'll show you exactly where those tend to overlap, but the very earliest period is well documented in the Bible and pretty much nowhere else. If we look at the Bible itself, by the way, this is a beautiful Bible. This is the so-called Ferrara Bible that was published by the Gracia Mendez and Benvenida Abravanel, who were refugees from Spain at during the expulsion of the 15th century. And they published this Bible essentially for Jews who were unable to read Hebrew because they had been under Spanish persecution. And it's got this amazing image on the front cover of a ship that's clearly distressed. The mast is broken. there are these monsters waiting for them in the ocean. And by choosing an image like this on the cover of a Bible of all texts, it really says something about what was so important to them, about how they wanted to express what it was like to be in diaspora and be in danger. But the Bible itself would protect them. I know you're all familiar with the Pentateuch, which essentially means the 5 volumes. Those are the first 5 books of Moses: Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, which have special religious significance within Judaism. From a historical perspective, you have to add one more, and continuing through Joshua. And these give us the outlines of a history of the Jews as they emerged from Mesopotamia, settled the land of Israel, endured Egyptian servitude, and then returned to the land of Israel. That's the big arc of Jewish history in the ancient period. And again, unfortunately, it would be so fantastic if we could find lots of archaeological evidence that could support this story, but all we're left with is the puzzle box, the cover itself that tells us about this. There are many questions that are added to this by historians and archaeologists who say, should we really be using a conquest model for Joshua coming into the land? Perhaps it's more of an indigenous, transformation of a local population, perhaps with slaves who are leaving Egypt. But all these models are based on supposition, and they all contradict the biblical model that we have. When we move on from the Pentateuch, we still have a much more detailed history in the so-called early prophets, the Nevi'im Rishonim. The books of Judges, Samuel, and Kings give us the heroic story of the golden age of the Jewish monarchy, in particular the reigns of 3 glorious kings: King Saul, King David, his son-in-law, and King Solomon, his grandson. These 3 kings really shaped the Jewish monarchy, and it represented a high point in Jewish civilization in the period, the most concrete demonstration of which was the construction of the first temple by Solomon. All of these events are broadly known to all of us in this room, of course, and if you are unfamiliar with them, I strongly recommend you just pull out a Bible and read them. They're fascinating, well-developed characters, lots of plot twists, and it's just absolutely fascinating. But we do not, once again, have a lot of historical data to support the story other than the text itself. Moving to the end of this period, which is primarily described in the Book of Kings, after King Solomon dies, there is a civil war, and the Jews split into 2 distinct kingdoms: the kingdom of Israel to the north, the kingdom of Judah to the south. And as this house is divided, of course, it will not stand, and ultimately they are conquered by external enemies, and both of them are ultimately dispersed. Let us now turn to the archaeological records. Everything I've said so far, I'm sure, is basically review. You're familiar with it from your studies of Tanakh earlier. So the archaeological record has some fascinating things. If we go back to the earliest references to Jews or Israel, we find things like this amazing figurine here. This is from the 18th century before the Common Era. That is the 1700s BCE. And it is what they call an execration figurine. When I first learned about these things, I actually laughed out loud. These are so funny. What are they? So execration figurines, sometimes they're called execration texts, comes from the word excrement, and they're basically like when you don't like someone, what you do is you write their name down on something like this doll, and then you break it, and that's how you express your disgust with this person. And the fact that they call it execration text, they're like emails that you never send. But these you kind of do send, you break them, and so on. And this is where we get our first references to Israel in archaeology. This is a text written on this figurine that mentions possibly the city of Jerusalem. But the problem with these execration figures, besides the fact that they're fascinating into themselves, they're primarily useful for topographic information. Like they say the word Jerusalem, and we say great, but they don't say anything about Jerusalem other than the creators of the figurines didn't like Jerusalem. That's all we know. So they're not especially helpful to answer the questions of where did the Jewish people come from and so on. They certainly don't support the Bible other than to the extent that there are people in the biblical period who did not like Jews, and that, of course, would be a huge revelation for all of us. Here is another one. This is actually a fun one. This is the often cited as the earliest clear reference to Jews per se in the archaeological record. This is a so-called Merneptah stele, and it has a long description of what the pharaoh Merneptah did in his lifetime, primarily various peoples that he conquered, and various empires that collapsed under the weight of his attack, and so on. And then down here at the bottom, there is this interesting passage which has one little phrase: Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. So archaeologists have, first of all, it's really fascinating. It shows that there was a place called Israel, that Merneptah knew about it, that Merneptah had problems with it. So much makes sense with regards to the figurines we saw earlier. But it doesn't refer to a place, doesn't refer to a people. When it says wasted or destroyed or no more, it doesn't mean that this place is no longer extant or these people have died out. And when they say the word seed, it literally means seed. Is it referring to the weather, that they don't have any crops, or is it referring to their children, their progeny? You'd like to think it's metaphorical, but this is our first reference to Jews outside of Tanakh in any other source. And here's one last one that I'd like to show you here, the century before the Common Era. This was discovered in Jordan, and now we get a lot richer picture of how the Jews were perceived, and this is where we begin to see a sort of a convergence of the biblical record and the archaeological record. Prior to this, we really don't have much more than little pieces that I've shown you. But this is the text partway through the stele. It says, I am Mesha, son of Chemoshiati, king of Moab. Right? Moab would basically be Jordan today. So this is a non-Jewish king writing in the stele, and of course it's a kind of a monumental architecture. It was meant to stay a long time. It was meant to celebrate the victories and so on. And he says, Omri was the king of Israel. For those of you who study Tanakh, Omri is not really, he doesn't get a lot of play in Tanakh. He's in the book of Kings. His son Achav gets a lot more development than Omri, and he's mentioned in this text as well. But Omri is where we begin to see a lot of cross references in other archaeological sites. So he says, Omri, the king of Israel, oppressed Moab for many days. For Chemosh, the god, was angry with his land, right? Chemosh, the god of the Moabites, was using Omri, the Jewish king, to punish the Moabites. And his son, Achav, succeeded him. He was even worse. This is Ahab and Jezebel, right? And he also said, I will oppress Moab. In my days did he say so. But I looked down on him. This is the king of Moab speaking. I looked down on him and his house, and Israel has gone to ruin. Yes, it has gone to ruin forever. I'd just like you to observe for a moment here. Is there a pattern developing? You see, from the 18th century to the 13th to the 9th century, it seems that a lot of the neighbors of the Jews don't like the Jews, and they keep on predicting that it's over now. We've finally taken care of the Jews. This is essentially the story of Jewish history, unfortunately, right up until our own times, where people are constantly claiming that they have finally wiped out the Jews. Chas v'shalom lo aleinu. But that is essentially the kind of information we get from much of the archaeological record. So at this point, just to recap for a second, the very earliest parts of the Bible, we have to rely on the Bible for reconstruction at this point because we don't have a lot of archaeological detail. With the reign of King Omri in particular, in the book of Kings, that's when we begin to see a lot of corresponding information developing from surrounding cultures, which are also becoming much more sophisticated this time. By the time we get to the 6th century, the 8th century before the Common Era, that's when Assyrians attacked the northern kingdom and speared away much of its population. Now, contrary to popular belief, the 10 lost tribes were not removed surgically from the land of Israel. Only a certain portion of those Jews living there were actually removed to Syria. We definitely have interesting correspondences of things like Abrahamic names among Assyrians in various inscriptions, indicating that there were Jews who were taken, like the biblical account says, to Assyria. But we have lots of Jews who are still living in the land of Israel. It's not a complete and utter exile. Most of the 10 lost tribes were never lost. They lost their tribal affiliations, perhaps, and over the vicissitudes of time, we no longer have a clear sense of who belongs to the tribe of Gad and who belongs to the tribe of Asher, but most of them still live in the land. Similarly, with the depredations in the south, in Judah, under the Romans, under the Babylonians, there's also not a total emptying out of the Jews. Jews continue to maintain a presence in the land right up until the present day, although very tenuous at certain points, particularly in the medieval period. So we have two major exiles, the one in the north that took away much of the leadership of the population of Israel to Assyria, and then in the south, in Judah, taking them down to Babylon, a little further south, to where you would eventually have the Talmudic academies. And then in the middle of the 6th century, you have the King Cyrus of Persia, who dramatically proclaims, also well described in archaeological record as well as the biblical text, Cyrus proclaims that Jews may have their liberty, they may return under Persian supervision to rebuild their temple in Israel. This is the so-called Cyrus cylinder, which records some of the text of those decrees, indicating that Jews and others may, follow their own religious proclivities. This institutes the Second Temple period. Now we're talking about the late 6th century, roughly the year 539 and onwards, before the Common Era, and they reconstruct the temple that was destroyed under the Babylonians. They basically lived under Persian influence for a couple hundred years without too much incident. And then towards the end of the 4th century before the Common Era, Alexander enters the region. Now, I know I spoke here in this room about 4 or 5 weeks ago, and I think I recognize almost all of you from that talk, so I'm not going to go into great detail as to what this meant so that we understand the impact on Jewish history as a whole. Alexander emerges from Macedon, northern region of Greece, and in an incredible military kingdom, he conquers the entire eastern Mediterranean. He pushes all the way through the Mesopotamian region and even Central Asia as far east as Afghanistan. And he unites for the first time all of these cultures under a single cultural rubric, which we'll call for our purposes Hellenism. Hellas means Greece in Greek, and so Hellenism is essentially Greeceism. There's a lot of things to say about that, but let's just look at a couple of them. Hellenism at this time was an extremely highly advanced culture. They had the philosophy of Socrates, which we are still studying today. As it's been said, all philosophy is merely footnotes to Plato, which is Socrates' student. We are still studying the ideas of the Greeks of the 5th century before the Common Era. The thought of Aristotle, huge impact on Jewish thought. Maimonides had tremendous respect for Aristotle and quoted him liberally. We also had things like the literature of the Greeks, Aeschylus, the great dramas. Much of our drama today, our popular movies and novels and things like that, is directly influenced by Greek sense of tragedy and comedy and so on. We are living, in many ways, very, very Greek lives because of the influence of this culture. And finally, our sciences are heavily dependent on the scientific method of those ancient Greeks. Euclid with his mathematics, Archimedes, his physics, and so on. This was like a phenomenally advanced culture. They were like Martians that came to the planet and offered something so radically better than what everyone else was doing. Now, Jews are highly syncretic by nature. They're very willing to adopt ideas, fashions, tools that other cultures have proved useful. And so the Jews just completely absorbed Hellenistic values. And especially in the cities, places like Jerusalem, there was just tremendous enthusiasm for Hellenism, to such a degree that after some years of experience of the Greeks, they began to lose a sense of, how much was too much. When was Judaism going to be submerged, assimilated within Greek culture, such that Judaism would never survive? And this is ultimately the cause of the Maccabean revolt. Alexander himself died very young. He wanted to push on further east. His troops were exhausted and said, we've got to go home. He died on the way back, possibly by alcohol poisoning in his 30s. The empire was divided up amongst his successors, and as you can see from this map, Israel is right at the border between the Ptolemaic and the Seleucid kingdom. These are successor empires to Alexander. And so Israel went back and forth between these two empires. For the most part, your average Jew living in Israel would not have really cared who was in charge. They still have to pay taxes, but basically they could, live their lives normally. But the urban elites, particularly in Jerusalem, were very much interested in who was in charge because they really wanted to adopt Greek norms to the highest degree possible. As I discussed when we talked about this for an hour a few weeks ago, not only were they adopting things like Greek names, Greek math, Greek literature, all kinds of elements of Greek thought, they were actually absorbing things which we would find really, contrary to basic Jewish values, such as, for example, the practice of the Olympic Games or athletic contests in general, which were always performed totally in the nude. They were, supposed to be a celebration not only of physical skill, but also of the beauty of the human form. Like when you watch figure skating or gymnastics or something like that, it's like something amazing to see. So they had this, but they took it to the max by saying you have to perform it in the nude so we can really see, the musculature and things like that. So Jewish boys, when they would go into, compete in these competitions, the Greek audience would look at them and say, look at what the Jews do. They take a perfect specimen of humanity and they putchki them up like that. So they were actually Jews who would go through a very primitive form of surgery called epispasm in an attempt to hide the mark of the circumcision, in an attempt to look as pre-circumcision as possible. Very painful and crude operation, but it's referred to in the rabbinic literature as Hamephir Bris Avram Avinu, someone who denies the covenant of Abraham, our father. So this just gives you a sense, though, of how far they're willing to go to try to absorb Hellenistic values. Things came to a head when Antiochus Epiphanes IV came to power in the year 174. He was a complete newcomer to the scene. He had actually been raised in Rome. He had no idea what the local situation on the ground was in Israel, and he kind of clumsily ingratiated himself with various corrupt high priests from Jerusalem who would promise him greater and greater treasures from the temple. So ultimately, after the Jews were squabbling between each other over, how they could best please Antiochus, he said, okay, enough of all of this. We're going to right now Hellenize your country because we can't handle this strange invisible God that you have, and so on. And he attempted to dramatically turn Israel into a Hellenistic country by defiling the temple. This was a bridge too far. He banned the observance of the Sabbath, banned public study of the Torah, banned circumcision, of course, and we had a popular revolt. His son Yehuda Maccabee, who ultimately threw off the yoke of the Greeks. This is a defining moment for Jewish culture, primarily because it represented the first for themselves how much of an external culture they would tolerate and were willing to take up arms to defend that definition of Judaism. This is a picture from Gustave Doré, the death of Eliezer, who was one of the Maccabee brothers. In a rather heroic moment described in the book of Maccabees, Eliezer thinks that Antiochus himself is on one of the war elephants that the Syrians had brought into Israel, and he dives under it to try and kill it. He is successful in killing the elephant, but then it collapses on top of him and he dies a death on the battlefield. But this is a really defining moment for for Jewish identification, and that is ultimately the message of Hanukkah. It is highly ironic, of course, that it always falls out in December, so that's one of the times of year when Jews have the most pressure to try to conform to secular values and Christian culture. I know I myself, I grew up, just as an aside, I was the only Jewish kid in a very, very small town, and I used to feel terrible every Christmas because I never had a Christmas tree, and all my friends had Christmas trees, and it was somehow I survived. But at any rate, so that's important. Now let us take this time to just reflect a little bit as we come to the end of this period. We have covered quite a bit of history. We've gone back from the very earliest period of Jewish history, and we've looked at the sources. Once we emerge through the kind of heroic period of the great kings, Saul, David, and Solomon, then we begin to actually see a lot of the biblical record really being reinforced by the archaeological record, especially with King Omri and his son Achav, where there are multiple points of contact between other records and our biblical text. The story continues with, for hundreds of years with the conflict between the Jews and their neighbors, usually not ending well for the Jews, but ultimately in a glorious act of rebellion, the Maccabees managed to define for themselves and really for posterity what it means to be a Jew. And this is perhaps the lesson that we should take away from our understanding of this first period of Jewish survival. The existential threat of absorption within a very powerful culture is something that Jews continue to strive with, especially when they're living as a minority within very powerful host cultures. Jews must learn to find a way to identify themselves without ending, in conflict with our neighbors, but at the same time staking out the boundaries of what it means to be a Jew in the contemporary period. So next week, God willing, we will continue the story, and we're going to go to the period of Roman domination, which begins in the year 66 before the Common Era, and through the very complex era of early Christianity. Christianity, of course, is a daughter religion to Judaism. The early Christians were all Jewish and represented a breaking away, let's say a breakaway million of global proportions, and we'll understand exactly what was going on, I hope, within that very complex time. This, by the way, is from Notre Dame. It is an image of the synagogue as represented in the form of a woman, and the serpent wrapped around her head is indicative of alleged Jewish blindness to the truth of Christianity. This is the kind of material that we'll, God willing, discuss next week. I want to thank you very much for your attention, and look. Difficult, most poorly documented periods of Jewish history. We had to get into deep historiographic theory. Today we're going to do a little bit of theory, but nothing like what we did last week. We're going to look at the period of the Hashmonaim, the Maccabean kings, all the way through the Roman occupation of Israel. So we're talking about basically about the year 165 before the Common Era, through 63 before the Common Era, where the Romans came in, and then we'll begin to enter the first century of the Common Era. We will conclude with a longer discussion of the emergence of Christianity, which is, of course, a part of Jewish history in a very important way, both in terms of its origins and much more so in terms of the reverberations that it would have throughout the centuries. And next week, God willing, we'll continue with that period, and we'll look at the unfortunate First Roman-Jewish War, destruction of the temple, the exile, whatever exactly that meant, the Bar Kokhba revolt, and so on. Hellenism posed a phenomenal challenge to the Jews of ancient Israel. And we should recall that the challenge of Hellenism is ongoing. We are still very much engaged in trying to find the right balance between what is appropriate secular influences, the outside world, on our Jewish identity, and how much is really too much. When is it that, cross the line and we end up assimilating and being self-defeating in our attempts to identify ourselves as Jews? So that was an incredibly difficult challenge. And the response to it was the Maccabean revolt, which for a brief period of time kind of set a line in the sand, Adkan, until this point. This is the boundary. We're not going to allow more than this Greek influence into our lives. Now, the reality is, it was a very, very short-lived victory. And in fact, Yehuda HaMaccabi, as we discussed last week, and even more so in a longer lecture a little while ago, Yehuda Maccabi, who wanted to fight much harder and longer than his colleagues, he was faced with a lot of war fatigue on the larger populations. And many Jews, at one point, they decided to make a deal with the Syrian Greeks and say, listen, if you let us go back to the status quo ante, if you let us go back to observing Shabbos the way we used to, learning Torah the way we used to, practicing our own decisions with child-rearing and education, things like that, then it'll be fine. We'll continue to recognize you as the overlords. We'll continue to give you tribute and so on. Yehuda Maccabi wanted to fight to the bitter end, but he was, unfortunately, for his position, blindsided by the Jews who were more moderate and wanted to come to some kind of modus vivendi with the Syrian Greeks. This is in 164 for the Common Era. We nevertheless were able to kind of mark that as a very important turning point, because that's when the temple was liberated and cleaned from much of its Hellenizing influences. However, almost as soon as the hostilities ceased, we were right back into it again. And even the Maggid society, and especially the urban center in Jerusalem, went straight back to their Hellenizing ways. I mean, there's just so much powerful material in the Greek cultures. And so the Jews went right back. I say the Jews, I shouldn't really generalize about them, which reminds me of a joke. I have to tell you this joke. I was thinking I would start with this joke, but I told you. So the joke goes like this. I apologize, but maybe I'll cut it out of the internet. The two Jews are walking down the street, and they see a sign in front of the church. We're going to be talking about Christianity today, so I figure it's all right. Yeah, thank you. Don't ruin it, though. So they're walking in front of a church, and we are talking about Christianity this week, so it's okay to say this joke, I guess. And there's a big sign that says, "Convert to Christianity, $500." So Shlomi says to Moshe, "You know what? I really could use $500. I'm going to do it." And Moshe says, "Are you kidding? Are you serious? Give up your ancestral heritage? Give up your patrimony? For what?" And he says, "I need $500. I got to do it." So he goes into the church. And Moshe waits outside, and he's waiting, he's looking at his watch, half an hour, an hour. Finally, 2 hours later, he comes back out. And Moshe says to Shlomi, so did you do it? Did you convert to Christianity? Did you get $500? And Moshe looks and says, what is it with you people? So as we shall see, even after this great conflagration of the Maccabean revolt, once again, the social tensions of trying to figure out what's the appropriate measure of Hellenizing values and culture and society in Jewish identity continue to plague the Jewish population as a whole. It also led to heavy factionalism, where Jews fell into very clearly defined and highly oppositional camps. This continued right from the period of the early Maccabees all the way through the Roman occupation and into the first century. We'll see it very clearly when we get to the New Testament, the Christian scriptures, and look at the factionalism that's exposed there. So this is a very dark and difficult period of Jewish history that refers to, an ongoing intellectual Kulturkampf, a cultural struggle that sought to define what it meant to be Jewish. As I think about this, I reflect on the fact that, when we study Hanukkah in day school and things like that, we get this sort of impression that, the Greeks tried to oppress us, and we fought back, and kicked them out of the country, and then everything was fine. And then somehow things all within a couple of 100 years, they all fell apart again. The reality is they fell apart within the first decade after the Hanukkah rebellion, we did not take that military victory and translate it effectively into a social victory. The values did not penetrate the larger society, and as a result, the symptoms were still evident in the original disease. Okay, so and that's what leads, factionalism ultimately leads to the national decay and the ease with which the Romans were able to occupy the country a few decades later. Let us go into the sources. We just do a little bit of historiography to understand how do we know all this stuff? Where do we get all this information? So there are a few really important sources that we will use this week, and we will also return to them next week because they're crucial for the ancient period as a whole. The first is that Josephus, for his era, was a remarkable historian. Really, we are so fortunate to have someone with such a grasp of the scope of human activity, of the arc, the narrative arc of events, the ability to capture in very gripping prose the drama of human history. The bad news about Josephus is it's Josephus that's writing these words. I'll tell you what I mean by that. Josephus is an extremely complex figure, politically, personally, religiously, socially, and it's very difficult to tease out what exactly is Josephus trying to prove. A very quick biographical note. Josephus comes from a fairly exalted family. He was a Kohen, and he was of an aristocratic family. He went to Rome on a delegation as a young man, very impressed with Roman civilization. And when the First Roman-Jewish War broke out, trying to throw off the Roman yoke, but he shortly discovered that although he was a brilliant military commander, how do we know, by the way, that, right? So Josephus, he tells us all kinds of things, like, when he was 14 years old, all the rabbis came to him with their questions and stuff. It's a rather amazing biography that he leaves us. But at any rate, he decided, in a rather unusual story that we'll probably explore a little bit more next week, he switches sides, ultimately climbs up the ladder, and he becomes the official court historian of the Flavian emperors, of Vespasian himself, and he is responsible for writing the officially approved Roman history of the First Jewish War. It's an amazing work. Apparently, Josephus wrote an earlier version in Aramaic, which was the Jewish vernacular at the time, and it might have been very different, but we don't know what he would have said to his compatriots. What he did do was he wrote in Greek, which was the primary language of learning at that time and widely circulated, and so he was essentially writing for his Roman captors. So everything we read about Josephus, we have to read through this lens of he's writing for an audience of one, right? Vespasian, who is his sponsor, and in fact he takes his name, Flavius Josephus, and it's hard to kind of read past that immediate political bias. But nevertheless, a very important source. We will read him critically over the course of today and next week. Another interesting thing, why did Josephus survive when so many great historians of the period did not? Why? We know that there are many other historians. We have like little tiny scraps and fragments that are preserved in quotation in Josephus and elsewhere. One of the reasons why he survived is because he is really a talented historian, and also he was a shameless plagiarist. Whenever he found a really good piece of history, he stuck it in there, and it didn't really matter who actually wrote it originally. He just put his name on it, and so we have a lot of things that he went through all the Roman archives. He had great access to sources, and he preserved a lot of it under his own name. The second reason that Josephus survived is because he was a big hit with Christians. In particular, for this passage called the Testimonium Flavianum, which is one passage that occurs in Josephus' works that refers to Jesus. Now, most scholars believe that this is an artificial interpolation by an over-enthusiastic Christian copyist.
who wanted to say, well, how is it possible you have this historian living in first century Israel and he writes nothing about Jesus? How is that possible? There's also interesting passages, by the way, about John the Baptist. So it could be that this is completely fabricated. There are, however, some scholars who defend it as authentic, or at least based on some authentic kernels. But the kind of weird things about it, for example, it says here, about this time there lived Jesus, a wise man, if indeed one ought to call him a man, right? That's a very kind of Christological statement, like he's not a human being, he is divine. And that's not the typical thing that a Jew would write at the time, at least not a Christian Jew. For he was one who performed surprising deeds, was a teacher, etc., etc. He won over many Jews and many of the Greeks. He was the Christ. Christ is the Greek term Christos, which comes from the Hebrew term Mashiach, or Mashuach, meaning anointed one. Right? Now, of course, you've read the Tanakh, where the great kings Saul, David, and Solomon, of course, are anointed with oil. So he was the anointed one, which in Jewish thought, particularly first century Jewish thought, means he was the appointed political, military, spiritual leader of the Jews. Just like King David is considered Mashiach, and the template for Mashiach, he was a warrior. He was a soldier, a general. He was also a poet. He was also a philosopher, all these things. So this is a kind of a strong statement to make. It's as if you're saying, oh, and by the way, in the middle of this history, which I'm going to get right back to now, I'd like to say that Martians landed on the planet. We were all amazed. And then we don't say anything about it for another 19 books in this series, which is a bizarre statement and lends credence to the idea that this really is inserted by later copies. Nevertheless, this passage really helped preserve Josephus as an ancient manuscript, and eventually it was published in the 16th century, I believe. The earliest citation of the Testimonium Flavianum is from the church historian Eusebius, which is quite early, 4th century, about the year 324, which is pretty significant. So, but I'll leave that with you if you want to do further research. So anyway, that's some interesting apocryphal books that survived. We looked at a little bit of this last week, the book of the Maccabees, which is not included in the Jewish Tanakh, but it was written around the same time as many of the later books of Tanakh were composed. The rabbis, if you're familiar with a few of the passages in the Talmud, they go through some of the great works of that period, and they either say, thumbs up, this can be, canonized, and they had debates over books like Song of Songs, which is pretty racy if you just read it as a simple translation. Ecclesiastes, which, Song of Solomon, which also has some pretty cynical things in it, like the, Kesef Ya'ane es hakol, money answers everything, right? It's that is a statement of fact, but it is one of these cynical things that you wonder, should it really be included in the Tanakh? So the rabbis said yes to many books, many others, they simply said no. For one reason or another, theological or whatnot, they said this cannot be included in Tanakh. It was preserved in other traditions, like the book of Maccabees, the book of Tobit, and so on, and we have access to them, but they are not considered canonized in the Jewish scriptures. That has a lot of tremendous value for our period. We also have, of course, the Talmud, which is a difficult source to work with because it's not typically trying to deliver historical information. It's trying to deliver ethical, philosophical, halachic information, legal information, and it might be that historical elements are relevant to that discussion, but it's not ultimately the main task of it. We'll see, especially when we look at early Christianity, the Talmud does have some really important individual passages here and there about the birth of the church, and they have strong opinions about what that meant, but by and large, it doesn't give us a lot of, historical information like Josephus does. Penultimate example is we also have the Dead Sea Scrolls, which were found in the Qumran region near the Dead Sea. This amazing mid-20th century find of these scrolls, which were apparently written by some of the really bizarre, outlandish groups, possibly the Essenes, as Josephus defines them, but they left behind these amazing works, sometimes copied sections from other books cherished by the Jews, the Book of Psalms, for example, and sometimes things that have no other reflection in any other Jewish work, and we're still deciphering the Dead Sea Scrolls and what they mean for history. Finally, And perhaps not surprisingly, we have Christian scriptures. The Gospels, the New Testament as a whole. That term New Testament is theologically loaded because it implies that the Old Testament is kind of like out of date, right? You need to get a Windows upgrade. You've got to get a patch for the bugs in the old software, which is not necessarily how Jews would use, but pardon me if I use that terminology. The New Testament is essentially a Jewish work. It's written around the same time as many of these other works are composed. It's brought into textual form around the same time, give or take a century, of the Mishnah, for example. Although the Mishnah is relying on older oral traditions, nevertheless, it's being composed as some kind of recorded document at the same time, and it's written by Jews, largely for a Jewish audience, and it has tremendous historical data for all purposes. Obviously, still within a religious context. By the way, you can tell this guy is not Jewish. How do you know? Lots of reasons. You can look at the icon in the background. Also, there's no Rashi there. He's not even learning with his fingers at all. And of course, he has no Chinese food on his desk. There's a lot of room there. Okay. So that's it for the theoretical orientation to the main primary sources that we'll be relying on for tonight's presentation. Obviously, there's a very large secondary material that extends to the 21st century, but we're focusing on the primary sources. So what happened with the Hashmonaim, the Hasmoneans, another name for the Maccabee kings that succeeded the successful Hanukkah rebellion? The Talmud basically glosses over many of their less narrow band of transgressions, the most significant of which is that the Hashmonaim, the Maccabees, not really the Maccabee family itself, but their descendants, arrogated to themselves both the role of high priests, all right, Kohen Gadol, and kings. Now, as you can see, for example, in this point from Antigonus, which is one of the Maccabean kings from the first century before the Common Era. It's not easy to read it here, but on one side you have in Paleo-Hebrew Kohen Gadol, who refers to himself as the high priest, and on the other side, the obverse, it's written in Greek letters, Basileos, which means king. And the Talmud says that based really on a reading of a particular verse in the Bible, they really should be separate. It's not appropriate for a Kohen Gadol to also be the king. There should be a separation of powers between these two institutions, and to arrogate both of those for one family is definitely not okay. Now, this is true that the Maccabees and their descendants, the Hashmonaim, did focus power in themselves in this way, but when you actually look at the historical data, oh my gosh, this is the smallest of the things they're involved with. And I have to say, it's deeply disappointing to see that within a generation of the very independent, spirited, and religiously motivated kind of rebellion, they're committing patricide, and they are arresting each other and torturing each other, and they are marrying people they shouldn't marry, and they are divorcing those people to marry other people they shouldn't marry, and there's just a whole litany of, it's really disappointing because it reads like a Shakespearean tragedy and just one leader after another. The Hashmonaim do not live up to the exalted view that we would like to have of Jewish kings. A couple of exceptions that I think are interesting for historical purposes. Yochanan Hyrcanus here, one of the major leaders. He ruled from 134 to 104 before the Common Era, and he was a remarkably effective military leader. One of the most significant things that he did is he took the tiny Maccabean state and he expands it significantly to the south, to the other side of the Jordan River, and up into the north, into Samaria, and he significantly expands the boundaries of the kingdom. What's especially important for us in our period is that he takes his forces to the south, to Idumea, and he conquers the non-Jewish tribes living there, the Idumeans, and in what appears to be a one-off in Jewish history, he forcibly converts the Idumeans to Judaism. He forcibly requires them to take on circumcision, forcibly requires them to observe at least the externalities of Jewish practice, the Sabbath, kosher laws, and so on. I don't know exactly how well this was policed, but from the Idumeans came a punishment to the Jews. That punishment was named Herod. King Herod was descended from the Idumeans, and it's usually traced back to John Hyrcanus's ill-timed decision to forcibly convert anyone to Judaism. And by the way, this is like the halakhic source why ever since then Jews have never coerced people to become Jewish, and there's theological ramifications behind that as well. But there are also there's a high point a little bit later with Shlom Tzion Hamalka, one of the most beloved of the queens of the period. Sometimes she's rendered as Salome Alexandra, and in the Talmud she's called Shlom Tzion, Shel Tzion, like her husband who predeceased her, who was known for being an crucified thousands of rabbis, which is perhaps an exaggeration, but the fact that he would crucify anyone is awful. And she represented a kind of a turn back towards the rabbis, and she was considered a great friend of traditional Judaism. It was under her rule that the rabbis began to reassert themselves after the Hashmonaim, under their Hellenizing influences, had pushed the rabbis aside. And the Talmud says that during her reign, the land was blessed with an unusual amount of produce, that it seemed like there was a pathetic fallacy that even the land itself responded to her rule. It was, however, short-lived. Immediately after she died, actually just before she died, she became ill. Her two sons got into a civil war conflict. She had named one of her sons, also named after her husband Hyrcanus, that he should be the next ruler. Another son said, no, I really should be the ruler. My older brother is pathetic. And they immediately began to fight about it. Shlom Tzion died before that fight could be resolved, but it almost immediately spiraled out of control. These two brothers managed to find a truce by dividing authority, which ironically was exactly what the rabbis wanted to happen, in that one brother said, okay, I'm going to be king, and you, the more reticent, the more receding brother, you're going to be the high priest, the Kohen Gadol. But Antipater, who was one of these Idumeans, said, no, this is not going to work. I think his name was Antigonus. I don't want Antigonus. Might have been Aristobulus. There's so many Aristobuluses and Antigonuses. Maybe it should be Aristobuli and Antigoni. But there's this Idumean named Antipater said, you know what? I do not want to have this particular brother in charge. I'd rather have the Kohen Gadol brother, Hyrcanus, be in charge because I can dominate him more. And so he, to use the Idumean phrase, he mishtarain. He got involved and began to stir up the machlokas, and he invited the Nabateans from across the Jordan River to get involved in this fight, and it immediately blew up again, the civil war between these two brothers. General Pompey, who's shown here on the left, a Roman general. Rome is always kind of like floating around the outside here. Rome is not directly involved in any of these conflicts, but they are becoming a very important player on the geopolitical scene of the Eastern Mediterranean, very active up in Syria, very active in Egypt. And General Pompey, who happens to be in Syria at the time, he hears that there is this, bubbling civil war going on between these two brothers, and he figures I'll go down to Israel and I will see if there's any benefit to be had from this conflict for Rome. Both of the brothers, warring with each other, vie for Rome's attention, and they both try to outdo each other by giving bribes to Pompey, hugely expensive gifts. And Pompey essentially realizes, over ourselves. So in fact, in the year 63 before the Common Era, he simply does away with these weak, ineffective, and bellicose brother. Amazingly, he decides to broach the confines of the Kadosh Kadoshim itself. ROTHSCHILD, what do people do in the Jewish religion? And he wants to go into the Holy of Holies, which of course would only be entered by the high priest and only on Yom Kippur, the holiest day of the year. He goes in himself and he comes out disgusted. He says there's nothing in there. There's no statue. It's ridiculous. He also decides to really make his mark by defiling the temple, by bringing a prostitute in with him to the holiest of temple grounds, and there performing an act that has gone down in Jewish history as part of the cycle of fast days that happened. That marks the end of the experiment of the Maccabees. It's a hugely degrading moment. Roughly 100 years after the Hanukkah rebellion, Jerusalem is no longer independent in any way, shape, or form, and the temple is completely under the control of the Roman authorities. However, we should understand how the Romans intended to rule. So there is something called the Pax Romana, the Roman peace. And this was always said by the inhabitants of the Roman Empire with tongue-in-cheek. The Romans, their method of governance was really something novel in the historical annals of time, in that they were not specifically interested in dominating the population and eradicating their individualities. Really what they wanted was to simply exploit the population in the most effective manner possible, to increasingly take tribute from those lands, to expand their boundaries, and they had no real special interest in destroying any civilization that they conquered. There were some, especially the German tribes, that pested them and they had a different attitude towards them. But the Jews, especially in the first century before the Common Era, they were content to simply say, okay, look, fine, we are going to take over now, and you can go back to running things the way you do, as long as you continue to give us tribute, as long as you follow our basic civil religion that doesn't really put too many demands on you. We will even give you lots of privileges. Your nobility gets to be Roman citizens. You have all kinds of, they would co-opt the highest members of society. And it was a very, very effective method of governance. And by and large, unless you were a slave, and there were a tremendous number of slaves in Roman society, but if you were a free person, it was actually not so much different from life under the Maccabees or life under the Syrians before them. We should understand that what we call anti-Semitism today was born around this time. Now, there are some, I'm not going to get into the hashkafic elements of the philosophical elements, the famous statement of Rabbi Bar Yochai, Esav, son of Yaakov, that Esau, he hates Jacob. That's something really for the rabbi to talk about. But if you look at the history of anti-Semitism as an ideology, and this is something that, God willing, we will explore in greater detail when we get to the medieval period, anti-Semitism is a unique antipathy because it is something, it's a virus that is able to adapt to widely divergent host cultures. So when you look at the history of anti-Semitism, it goes through 4 easily definable periods. The first period is what we call xenophobia, or the fear of the strange, the fear of the different. If you look at the numerous anti-Jewish statements that are in the Greco-Roman corpus of literature, they're primarily directed at how the authors are unable to understand Jewish difference. For example, Jews, of course, take off 1 day a week for Shabbat, which was, a tremendous ratio of days off to days working for most of the ancient world. And so Jews were accused of being lazy. These Jews, you can't get them to work more than 6 days in a row. Then they've got to have a break. That was considered, that's basically because they didn't understand our culture. Similarly, we were accused of being misanthropic, that is, hating other people, being clannish, because the only way we would recognize other people as Jewish is if they underwent circumcision, for males obviously, and they, conform to our standards of behavior. That was considered like, what do you mean? We worship all gods here. Why can't you just worship ours as well? And Romans thought that it was like a gesture of kindness and hospitality to simply take the gods of whatever place they conquered and put it in their own temple. And so it was just like, very pluralistic, so to speak. Jews were misanthropic. Jews were clannish and hated other people because we would not extend similarly pluralistic values to to other societies. So it's hard to say that the Romans, especially before the Roman-Jewish War of the end of the first century, had any special antipathy towards Jews. It was basically a Kulturkampf, a culture struggle between Jews and the Romans and Greeks on the one hand, Jews on the other. This will change dramatically with the birth of Christianity, as I hope to show you shortly. And I mentioned already the nature of Rome, did this backwards. So what exactly happened to the political life of Jews in Israel? So the Romans, according to their notion of Pax Romana, they basically said, fine, we are in charge right now, but you can keep on doing same old, same old. We will allow you to have your own kings. The only thing is, the kingship is no longer hereditary. Every king must be confirmed by the Roman emperor or the Senate. And we will set the amount of the tribute that you have to pay and so on. So they had kings, and Jewish kings did continue well into the first century until the death of Herod, really shortly thereafter. But these kings were just puppets of Roman authority and completely subservient to them, sometimes called client kings. Okay, one of the most infamous of them, and perhaps the most powerful of these client kings, was the incredible Herod. And I would like to spend a lot of time on him, but I realize that if I even start, we'll go down a road that we will not easily emerge from. Let me just say two very quick things about him. On the negative side, he was a bloodthirsty, savage, overly sensual, murderous. I can always think of all kinds of these nasty, awful words to him. He killed off his several of his wives. He married 10 of them, by the way. He killed off several of his children. He even murdered his mother-in-law. Maybe I should have put that in a different order, I think. But he was just paranoid of all kinds of plots behind his back. Actually, his mother-in-law was in fact plotting behind his back. But he had a completely brutal individual, very effective leader though. He's developed very close relations with Roman authority, and he wielded his power with tremendous efficiency in the land of Israel. And so he was definitely not favored by the Jewish society as a whole because of his rapacious nature. Just to give you one sense of it, and it's probably the most dramatic, I think, he himself was the Idumean, right? His father was Antipater, who we mentioned earlier, so he came from Idumean stock, and it's fairly recent Idumean stock, so he always had kind of like, there was a question mark of Israel. The reason he came to power is because his father essentially engaged in plotting, and then when his father was assassinated, he was able to take control. So one of the things, the last of the Hashmonaim queens, a woman named Mariamna. He married actually two women named Mariamna. But this one loved her deeply, but was extremely suspicious of her. At one point, for example, when he had to go off on a dangerous mission in battle, he wants no one else to marry her, so she should be killed if news comes back that he has been killed. Generous decides to tell Mariamna, so when Herod does survive, he gets back, he kills the guard. Then he later will kill Mariamna himself. But as the Talmud tells us, and Josephus as well, he was so consumed with grief and rage that he had killed his beloved Mariamna that he actually had her body preserved in honey so that he could still spend time physically with her after he had killed her. This is the kind of person we're talking about. But on the other hand, he was a great builder of public works, and he dotted the Jewish countryside with amazing physical structures. He built the city of Caesarea on the coast, a new port city with phenomenal, amphitheaters and a great port and all kinds of things like that. He was a builder of tremendous imagination. He built up his palace at Masada, an amazing, sense of space and of placement and architecture. And of course, his most famous achievement, which we revere today, is he renovated the temple. The walls that form the Western Wall today, especially the higher bricks, are all installed by Aaron. Not necessarily a nice guy that we want to remember in a positive light, but nevertheless, he is associated with rebuilding the temple. This is one of the most important of the client kings. He ruled for a long time, had a major impact on the land. And he forms a very important role in Christian history of the period as well. But let us go to the Jewish society. I've kind of spent a lot of time in sort of the royal political history, talking about the heads of society. What about society as a whole? So this is an amazing picture, by the way, by Karl Schleicher, and the title of it is Eine Streitfrage aus dem Talmud. An argument question from the Talmud. I remember my grandmother, Hashem, used to have a copy of this on her wall. So when I saw it online, I fell in love with it. Anyways, you have this phenomenon of two Jews, three opinions that basically reverberates throughout history. And there are several major groups who are active at this time. The fissures between these groups can be traced back to the earliest Maccabean period, where we already see them beginning to form distinct camps. So let's just go through them very quickly. The first are the so-called Pharisees. The term Pharisee is very well known in the English language, primarily because of its use in the Christian Gospels, where it is a term of opprobrium, where if you don't like someone, you call them a Pharisee, and the term Pharisee is basically synonymous with hypocrite. But the Pharisee is just a translation of the Hebrew term Perushim, which refers to those who separate. And these were the rabbis, essentially. They are the intellectual inheritors of the oral tradition that have become enshrined as our intellectual heroes in the Mishnah, the Talmud, Shammai, Avtalion, Hillel, Shammai, Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi, all of these people throughout the centuries are members of this particular group. And why they were called separators is because they felt that they could not control the vector of the Sadducean movement that was overly Hellenizing, since they could not control the temple and make sure that it observed halakha, that it was much more Greek than they liked, so they simply separated from society. They formed these charismatic disciple circles where people were attracted to them because of their humanistic teachings and their inspirational ways, their great humility, and they formed really an intellectual tradition that is the basis of Judaism to this day. Those are the good guys in the Jewish story, but they are the hypocrites in the Christian story for reasons we shall see shortly. On the other hand, you have the Sadducees. The term Sadducee comes from the term, or the name Tzadok, was one of the early Kohanim, and since they were associated with the temple ritual in particular, they call themselves the Tzadakites, or in English, the Sadducees. Now, not all of them were Kohanim by any means, but they were so called because they retained control of the temple ritual. Even after the Maccabees were able to cleanse it of Hellenistic influences, be more careful about what they brought into the Beis Hamikdash. You didn't have idols in the Beis Hamikdash more, but you did have unsanctioned renovations, for example, which actually caused riots in the streets of Jerusalem. The Sadducees were much more worldly than the Pharisees, urban rather than rural, much more educated, and they had a Hellenotropism. They tended to focus their minds towards Greek culture for all the reasons that we've discussed previously. Then you have, really from the period of Pompey onwards, but accelerating throughout the first century, a group of people called the Kanoim, or the Zealots. And these are people who long for the political independence that they hope to achieve under Yehuda Maccabee. And the more Israel, the more they demanded tribute, the more the Zealots gained strength. We will discuss, God willing, next week a lot of the early Zealot movement to the eventual Roman-Jewish war. But these are people who are usually more society, who they may have formed the core of the Qumran community that produced the Dead Sea Scrolls. They practice all kinds of bizarre, family practices and so on. And they also felt like they were living just on the moment of, something like the rapture. That they felt that obviously God is going to send the Messiah any day now. Check your watch. It could happen any moment. And a lot of the writings left behind in the Dead Sea Scrolls are apocalyptic in nature. Very, like the world is going to be destroyed in just a few moments, and then this is going to happen. And reads like the Book of Revelations and things like that. So these are the four major groups, kind of like intellectual orientations of the Jews that are all in one big steaming mess in Israel at the turn of the year zero. Okay, let us now go to the emergence of Christianity and try to understand where exactly this fits into the entire picture. So here's a painting from Marc Chagall. It's ironic, he began in 1938, calling it White Crucifixion. He actually painted quite a few depictions of Jesus on the cross in the immediate pre-World War II era. But it underscores the point that we have to bear in mind that the early Christian movement was all Jewish. Jesus, of course, was Jewish. The apostles are Jewish. Everyone they're speaking to is Jewish. Some of the major debates they're having are intensely Jewish. Like one of the very important questions is, should Christianity be for Jews, or is it for the world as a whole? And if you want to say it's for the world as a whole, so does that mean that if you want to be a good Christian, you also have to keep kosher and observe Shabbat? And if you want to say, no, you don't have to observe kashrut and Shabbat and things like that, then why did God command them in the first place? How do we understand the very role of the Jewish people? Is Christianity a Judaism plus? Or is it some radical new departure? These are all really important questions that the early Christian movement were debating at the time. Let us question first, though, who exactly was Jesus? What can we figure out about this person that the Romans called the King of the Jews? So, based on the sources that we have, and here we got to look deeply, of course, at the Christian sources themselves, which are highly problematic. They're not written by direct observers of the life of Jesus. They're written decades, sometimes even centuries after the life of Jesus, perhaps based on the kernel of representation from actual witnesses, however. And we try to glean some kind of content about what's the historical reality of this individual, what did he stand for, how do we relate to his peers, and so on. And what we see, for example, when you look at the Gospels, there are four Gospels at the beginning of the Christian scriptures. The first three are called the so-called synoptic Gospels because they basically are a synopsis of each other, meaning if you lay out the events described in the books of Matthew, Mark, and Luke, you can basically make three running columns. There are some difficult contradictions between them occasionally. That's the stuff of lots of Christian theology. But in other words, the first three more or less hang together. The fourth one, the Gospel according to John, is radically different. It's believed to be written quite a bit later, and it has a much more strident anti-Jewish tone. In fact, one of the things that you can see in the Christian scriptures is that Jews progressively come across worse and worse as you move towards the later books of the Christian scriptures. And that's possibly a reflection of the growing gentilization of the Christian movement. In the beginning, everybody's Jewish. We're having a Jewish discussion. We're having an argument within the family. But as you move on a few generations, more and more non-Jews join this new Christian movement. And then it becomes more of like an us versus them. And that us versus them, the Jews are someone else. They're not us Christians. That leads to much more hostility. But when you look at the Synoptic Gospels, for example, you see that Jesus often has fairly intense, difficult discussions with the Pharisees in particular. And they argue about things like, when I first read it, I was thinking to myself, how can Christians possibly read this and understand it properly? One of the things that the Pharisees approach Jesus with, and they ask him a really pointed question, they say, is it true what we're hearing, that you and your followers do not wash your hands before eating? Right? So if you are familiar with Orthodox Jewish practice, obviously what are they talking about? Netilas Yadayim, right? Ritual washing of the hands, that you've got to wash your hands with a particular kind of vessel, and it's got to be so much water, and it's before certain kinds of foods, and it is a rabbinic enactment, which means you're obeying the authority of the rabbis. Rabbi Akiva, for example, famous story in the Talmud, when he was once imprisoned and he only had a small amount of water, he had to decide, should I drink it or should I wash until Sidayim? He chose to wash his hands rather than transgress the rabbinic decree, to give you a sense of like how attached you were to the rabbis. And so what they were asking him is really, do you recognize the authority of the rabbis? And they give the example of washing hands. But if you're not familiar with that, you're thinking to yourself, what is this? Were the early Christians like unsanitary or something? They didn't wash their hands before eating? Who doesn't wash your hands before eating? Everybody does that. But that's the kind of intense debate that would go on that gives you a sense of how they would disagree with Jesus. Another debate that's really prominent in the Gospels is Jesus' miraculous healing on Shabbat. Right? Like, why is it that the rabbis are so upset that he's healing people of various demons and leprosy and blindness and things like that on Shabbat? And so the way to understand that is you really have to penetrate the laws of healing on Shabbat. And there's much more to say here, but we are running out of time. The nature, the intensity of the debates of the Pharisees indicates that Jesus himself is closest to the Pharisees of all the other groups. He's heavily influenced by, for example, Hillel. And many of his most important quotations are really quotations of Hillel, or Hillel's quotation and use of scripture and so on. He's really within that camp in many, many different ways. And there's a fascinating passage that gives us some insight into how the rabbis view this. The Gemara in Sota, Daf Mem Zayin 47, which is actually omitted from most of the printings of the Talmud because it talks about Jesus, and the Jewish printers were concerned that the censors would remove it, and so therefore it was self-censored. It was later returned to the Talmud on the basis of Yemenite manuscripts and so on, but even the Vilna Shas, if you bought anything published before, let's say, 2000, you probably don't have this particular passage. It's a fascinating passage in which the rabbis are discussing how not to be a teacher. And one of the things they say is the right quality of a teacher is a teacher must draw the pupil close with the right hand, right? The closer hand, the stronger hand, but at the same time, push away with the left hand. In other words, a teacher has to maintain a professional distance. There is a power difference between student and teacher, but you want to make your students feel like you care about them, you draw them in, but at the same time you have to push them out. Not, says the Talmud, like Rabbi Yeshua ben Prachia, who was Jesus' teacher. And it's an amazing passage. Essentially, that passage in the Talmud is saying, we're not going to go into the problem of Jesus, we're going to go into the problem of his teacher. Rabbi Yeshua ben Prachia did not treat his student properly. He pushed him away with both hands. It's a remarkable passage in the Talmud. We're running a little short on time, so I'm not going to go through it, but basically that is kind of like an indication of how the rabbis felt, perhaps, at least in the reading of this passage, that Christianity was kind of like a missed opportunity. That here were all these Jews who were observing a different kind of path, and had they not been alienated by being pushed away with two hands, perhaps we would not have had the breakaway minion that became the global movement of Christianity. Much more to say about this, but listen in time. On the other hand, I mentioned earlier the book of John. The book of John has some of the nastiest passages regarding Jews. Jews are referred to as the children of the devil, just like the devil is the father of lies, so too are you liars, for example. Refers to the synagogue of Satan. It's really nasty stuff. And it's like out of character from the synoptic gospels. It's on the other side. It's really quite a bit sharper. Many scholars believe that the author of the book of John, or the primary inspiration for it, was someone who was affected by the so-called blessing of the heretics. What is the blessing of the heretics? It's really a curse of the heretics. It's a passage inserted into the liturgy. It's the 19th bracha in the Shemona Esrei, which essentially says for the slanderers, and we don't have time to go into why this term malshanim was used, but it was written primarily because the rabbis at the time, around the turn of the 2nd century, felt, this Christian movement is beginning to get out of hand, and you have people coming into the synagogue who are espousing beliefs that we feel as antithetical to Judaism, and so therefore it was kind of like a litmus test for Christian thought. If an individual was suspected of harboring Christian beliefs, they were invited to lead the prayers for the congregation, and then everyone would wait and see, would they read this 19th mandatory blessing? If they in fact read it, no problem, because it would invoke a curse upon themselves if they were secretly Christian. But if they failed to read it, then they would be literally ejected from the synagogue. And some scholars believe that the Gospel according to John was written by some Jew who was forcibly ejected from the synagogue. Obviously, one of the most significant charges of the period is the charge of deicide. The argument that the Jews killed Jesus, right? Deicide, deos meaning God, and side meaning to kill, like homicide, patricide, and so on. Even a cursory reading of the Gospels indicates that this is not what happened. And I'm not talking about a deep historical dive into this. And in a little bit deeper reading of Christian theology says, Jesus died for all our sins, for the world's sins. And so to blame one group when he's supposed to be dead for our sins is a complete inversion of Christian theology. But the story, as I'm sure you're familiar, is Jesus is arrested. He is a rabble-rouser. He disrupts the services in the temple. He denounces key figures. He is ultimately betrayed by one of his own to the Romans, where he is interviewed by Pontius Pilate, who is a local Roman official. Pontius Pilate is impressed with him, and he says, and this is complete fabrication, we don't have anything like this in Jewish tradition, but on the eve of the Passover, he says to the crowds in Jerusalem, listen, I'm going to, as is our custom, of course there is no such custom, but nevertheless it's in the Gospels, I'm going to release one prisoner who would be otherwise killed. I have two. You can choose whichever one you want. You may choose for me to release Jesus, the one they call the King of the Jews, or I will release Barabbas, this common thief. The assembled Jewish multitude in Jerusalem, as the book of Matthew says, release Barabbas. And Pontius Pilate essentially says, are you sure? Jesus is a pretty cool, interesting individual. And they say, no, release Barabbas. So Pontius Pilate famously washes his hands of the affair, meaning to say, I want nothing more to do with it. That's how we get that expression in English. And Jesus is crucified. So the Romans clearly are behind it, even on a superficial reading of the text, but nevertheless, that passage has resonated through history. And in particular, one verse, Matthew 27:25, when Pontius Pilate says to the crowded masses, do you really want me to crucify Jesus? They say, his blood be on us and upon our children, which had been used for centuries later as a justification for violence against Jews. Because upon our children means all descendants of Jews. Other readers of Matthew, however, say, no, this is referring to the Roman-Jewish war, which the Jews suffered from directly. It refers to that very next generation of Jews. That's the children it refers to. But be that as it may, that charge has dogged us for a long time. More significantly even than that is the theology proposed by Paul, definitely one of the most talented purveyors of Jesus' teachings, who essentially takes this Jewish movement and turns it into a global movement by really attracting lots of non-Jews to it. And he essentially proposes answers to many of the questions I mentioned earlier, that the Jews once had God's favor, but because they were not faithful to him, God has now abandoned the Jews and a new people has replaced them. The metaphor is like the oak tree is dead, or the olive tree is dead, it's no longer producing fruit, and you just have a stump left. But if you graft on a new branch, that new branch will grow. Unfortunately, the Jews are the old trunk. The Christians, which refers essentially now to non-Jews who join this movement, they're the continuation of it. Just to give you one illustration of it from the medieval period, in order to explain this to illiterate peasants, it was necessary to have some AV resources. So since PowerPoint would not be invented for a few more centuries, they have things like monumental architecture. This is on the outside of the Notre Dame Cathedral, or used to be on the outside of the Notre Dame Cathedral. So ecclesia has a crown, an upright staff has the chalice called the Holy Grail, and it represents power and authority and beauty and grace and so on. On the other hand, synagoga, the figure representing the synagogue, you can see that she's got a broken staff, meaning her physical and temporal power has ended. She's holding the 10 Commandments here, but they're falling from her grasp. They're literally falling to the ground. She's not upholding the commandments. She is blindfolded by a serpent, meaning she cannot see the truth of Christianity, and her attitude is one of decline. She's literally falling away from the rock. This dyad of ecclesia and synagoga was repeated literally hundreds of times in Christian art. Here's another example from Rabbi in Germany, the 14th century. This one is just incredibly bizarre. It's obviously a stained glass window. Here's the ecclesia. You can see the crown and so on, the upright staff, the golden chalice there. She's riding on a tetramorph, which is like a mythical beast of representing the four beasts in the book of Ezekiel. And she has a hand descending from heaven, affixing the crown on her head, indicating very clearly divine approval. On the other hand, synagoga is riding on a mule, a sterile animal. She is holding there's so many details here, but you see the broken staff, you see the crown falling from her head, you see the blindfold. Here's my favorite detail, and there's a sword descending from heaven, entering the top of her skull, which pretty much says the message that, God no longer favors the Jews. God has now replaced them with the Christian people. And this is essentially Paul's message that is incredibly powerful and has very negative impact on Jewish history right up until the 20th century in particular. Many of these things were not really reevaluated until the 1960s with Vatican II. At least in the Catholic movement. Now, that does take us to the end. I'm sorry for keeping you a little bit long. Reflecting on the survival skills of the Jews during this period, we didn't do so well. We had temporal power, and we pretty much wasted it. The only movement that was ultimately successful was the movement that drew away from temporal power, the movement of the Pharisees, and we're all sitting in this room here today because we recognize the eternal values of the Torah itself are really what preserve the Jewish people and propel them into future centuries. I look forward to speaking with you next week when we'll look at the tumultuous first century through the Bar Kokhba rebellion. Thank you for your attention.
I always wondered how it went sideways for them so quickly. Yes. We saw it on Sylvia's episode of the General Council investigating.
Tonight, we're going to be talking about the Talmud, the origins of the Talmud, its social, political, and of course, literary origins. And this is one of those topics that brings out all the crazy people. I'm looking around the room now. I see there are no crazy people who are actually present. That's why we have security, so I'll have to give them a thank you. On the internet, I know I'm going to have a lot of crazy people. So before we actually talk about the Talmud, and we're going to be basically focused on the 3rd through the 5th centuries of the Common Era, I want to jump ahead a little bit to the 13th century to talk about why is it that the Talmud brings out all the crazy people. So it really goes to this man here, Pope Innocent III, kind of an ironic name because he was one of the harshest popes when it comes to promulgating anti-Jewish legislation. This bas-relief on the left here is actually a sculpture by Joseph Kislevsky from the year 1950, and it is part of a series that's on display in the Capitol House, the U.S. House of Representatives, 23 great lawgivers. So Pope Innocent III, a great 13th century churchman, is actually one of the 23 great legislators of the entire world. What's his connection specifically to Talmud? So there was an apostate named Nicholas Donin who started a trend. It actually goes back a little bit before him, but he innovated the addition of the Talmud to the story. This is a Jew who hoped to make a career for himself by converting to Christianity and then essentially telling tales out of shul to the church, which was something of great interest to Innocent III. In particular, he was fascinated. The question is, how is it that 12 centuries after the foundation of Christianity, the Jews still maintain their ancestral faith? How is it possible that they have not converted to Christianity? After all that they have done to convince the Jews of the error of their ways, they still maintain steadfast in their faith. So Nicholas Donin approached the Pope and essentially said, the reason is because you're missing a huge document that regulates Jewish life, perhaps more than any other, perhaps even more than the Torah itself, and that is the Talmud. It's a massive compendium. It takes up about this much shelf on my bookshelf in a regular size edition. It's written in Aramaic, which is a language which is basically closed to the church. The church spent a lot of time in Greek and in Latin, and to a certain degree in Hebrew, but not so much time in Aramaic. And it's highly arcane. It takes years of training to be able to crack the code of how the Talmud is written. It's a very compact, difficult, cramped style. And he says the thing is, the Jews have been studying this Talmud, and they study it from a young age. And as a result, by the time they get to the age where they may be open to the teachings of Christianity, it's too late already. They have been poisoned by the Talmud. And therefore, Pope Innocent III, what you have to do is get involved in Talmud study and Talmud regulation. And in fact, this is what happened. Innocent III got very interested in the Talmud, and when he found out as much as he could about it, his sources of information, of course, are Jews like Nicholas Donin himself, who claim to have some understanding of the Talmud. It's often very patchy and faulty and clearly tendentious in his rendering of Talmudic texts. But Innocent III said, that's it. We definitely have to deal with this Talmud. It's really at the root of our problem of Jews not converting. And in the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, which was a major gathering of churchmen who passed a lot of church legislation, he introduced to the world the infamous Jewish badge. Here you can see a medieval version. It was not always the version that we're used to from, unfortunately, the 20th century. It sometimes was the two tablets of the law, the rounded tops, which is more of a Christian style, or you would often see, especially in France, the rouelle, the little round circle here, which helpfully identifies the people burning at the stake as being Jewish. And of course, it eventually mutates into the 20th century version of the Yehuda badge used by the Nazis, Yimach Shema. This all goes back to Innocent III, and it goes back to Nicholas Donin, which takes us back to the Talmud. The Talmud has this kind of attachment in the minds of many anti-Semites as the reason why the Jews are so obstreperous, why the Jews have some kind of, as they argue, some kind of secret cabal dominate the world, and this is really why it tends to bring out the crazy people. And speaking of crazy people, I want to introduce you to one more classic crazy Talmudist, but a fascinating one. Some of you were here on Alexa when we spoke about this much greater length, but I'll speak about him briefly right now. In the late 17th century, there was a man named Johannes Eisenmenger. Unlike Donin, who was a Jew who converted to Christianity, Eisenmenger was a Christian who was attracted to Judaism. He spent 19 years studying Judaism. He converted. He went through all of Shas. He went through the entire Talmud, all Midrash. He married. He had children. He was completely integrated into the Jewish life of Northern Europe. He actually studied with the chief rabbi of Amsterdam. And then, after 19 years of intense study, he came out with this massive, scurrilous volume, 2,000 pages long, called Judentum's Entdecktes, which means Judaism Unmasked. Here's what it looks like in one edition. It's a brick of a book, and it is a fairly scholarly tome in which he painstakingly goes through every single tiny passage anywhere in the Talmud, in Rabbinic Midrash, and any of the Seftas and the Brises, every single document you can find. Anything you could possibly twist to make the Jews look bad, he included in here. Contrary to popular perception, he did not misquote, but he frequently mistranslated, always skewed it in his commentary and so on. And essentially what he was trying to do is he spent 19 years as an undercover Jew pretending to be a part of the Jewish community, only to come out with this massive expose. If we just meditate for a moment on the kind of twisted personality it would take to try to infiltrate a community and spend nearly 20 years of your life to expose them when they're not bothering you at all. These are the kind of crazy people that are attracted to lectures that say Talmud on YouTube. And of course, by the way, it was translated. It's available on Amazon.com even now under a slightly different title. But this is one of the most notorious anti-Semitic, anti-Talmudic tracts, and it is the root and basis of virtually every anti-Semitic slur that we have in modern anti-Semitism today. Eisenmenger really wrote the Bible, he wrote the Bible on anti-Semitism, and he drew very heavily from the Talmud. So the Talmud is not an ordinary book by any means, and unfortunately one of the metrics by which we have to understand the Talmud is that it has an outsized view in the minds of anti-Semites as the reason why Jews are so different and, in their minds, so dangerous. Okay, let me move on from this kind of preface and let's go back to our history. So the sources for tonight's talk, a little bit difficult, where we will get much easier with sources as we move towards the medieval period, but basically primary sources in particular, we have the Talmud itself. As we've mentioned in previous lectures, the Talmud is not a history book, but it has a ton of history information in it, and you have to sort of read it sideways to penetrate what it is saying historically. But it happens to be pretty much our best source for how the Talmud came to be. Much like Josephus, we are held hostage to Josephus for the first century. We're held hostage to the Talmud for the history of the Talmud. And that's problematic from a historian's perspective because, we really like to have multiple perspectives on any given event to be able to try and determine if there's any bias in the source itself. But nevertheless, we will rely very heavily on the Talmud for our materials today. We also have some really good secondary analyses of Talmudic history that are quite old. Perhaps the most important of them is the so-called GUINNESS de Rabbeinu Shvira Gaon. This was written a few hundred years after the Talmud by a noted Talmudist, Shvira Gaon, and it is the first real sort of a historical look at how the Talmud came to be. Not written with the standards of modern historiography, but nevertheless pretty solid and giving us a lot of information that helps bring things into focus from the Talmud. We will also have a similar kind of document written by Maimonides. Does this look familiar to you? All right, this is also in the House of Representatives. He is one of the 23 lawgivers of all time. You have to include Innocent III. Maybe we should amend it to at least the 22 lawgivers of all time. But Maimonides wrote a great introduction to the Mishnah, which essentially gives us an overview of how the Talmud came to be. He relied on sources like Shvira Gaon, and this is essentially kind of like the theological understanding of how the Talmud came to be. In the 19th century in particular, there has been more of a push to understand the Talmud and its origins from an academic perspective, which has led to a bifurcation yeshiva system who are more or less learning the Talmud and its history the same way that Jews have learned it for at least 300 years, and possibly much longer than that. But in the university, there is an approach to studying the Talmud and its history, which borrows from all kinds of modern theories, feminist theory, Marxist theory, you name it. And sometimes there are some really fascinating kernels of information studied at all with the same level of sanctity that you would have in a yeshiva. But those two kind of methods of study, the Talmud, really are, there's quite a big gap. And here's one thing that's happening in the academy, which is so amazing. I'm very excited about it, and it is slowly penetrating into the yeshiva world as well. And that is the study of the Talmud as a product of Persia. After all, it's not written in Israel. There are two Talmuds, as we shall see shortly, but it's mainly a Persian document written with an Iranian influence. And there are all these things in Middle Persian, in this script here, which Talmudists have never accessed. Tons of words. Actually, we're coming up to Purim, so this is the kind of Purim occurred a lot earlier than the Talmudic period, but nevertheless, that kind of culture, that language, those weird words we have in Megillah Esther, they're related to the Talmud. So there are some really old scholars who are learning Middle Persian. The late Yaakov Elman is a classic example of a pioneer of this field. My colleague Shai Secunda, who's written a fantastic book called The Iranian Talmud. Things like this are telling us so much about the Talmud by trying to understand the historical context of the period in which the rabbis were writing and their culture. Very fascinating. So I hope to inject a little bit of that into our discussion today. That's basically the sources that we will use for our discussion of the Talmud. Okay, so let us pick up our narrative from where we left off 2 weeks ago. We are in the post-Bar Kokhba period, which means somewhere in the late 130s. We, as I mentioned last time we were together, we don't have a lot of really good data on what happened in the Bar Kokhba rebellion. We don't know exactly why it started. We have some amazing new materials that we've discovered in the last few decades, archival or actual primary documents like Bar Kokhba's letters to his generals and things like that give us a lot of confirmation about the kind of personality he was. But we have a lot of blank spots about the actual rebellion itself. We do know, however, that he was widely regarded by the rabbis as a potential Messiah. He called himself Nasi Yisrael, the Prince of Israel, very large title. And in fact, Rabbi Akiva himself felt that Bar Kokhba could have been the Mashiach, the Messiah. We'll come to that in a second. From Dio Cassius, the Roman historian we discussed last time we spoke, he mentions 580,000 rebels killed by the Romans. That number, it's hard to really grasp if that number is real because it would indicate a really huge population overall, but there's no question it gives us a sense of the wide devastation that the Romans inflicted. We know the number of legions that are actually brought to Israel to control this rebellion. It was not at all insignificant, and it was a pitched battle for about 3 years, so this is not at all impossible. Hadrian, for example, the emperor at the time, famously in his address to the Senate, he omitted the traditional phrase which the emperor is supposed to use when he addresses the Senate, which is, "I and my army are well." But in the context of the Bar Kokhba rebellion, which was an incredibly stubborn resistance for the Romans to extirpate, he omitted that, which Dio Cassius took as a very telling sign of the tenacity of Bar Kokhba's fighters. As I mentioned, Rabbi Akiva argued that he could have been Mashiach, but his colleague Yonatan Ben Torta said to him, "Akiva, grass will grow from your cheekbones before Bar Kokhba is the Mashiach," which is a very terse Talmudic type statement of, you will be underground for a long time before Bar Kokhba is Mashiach. It is most likely in the aftermath of Hadrian, in the aftermath of Bar Kokhba, that we have the 10 martyrs of the state. Now, what we refer to as the 10 martyrs, the Asara Ruge Malchus, it's not technically historical. Many of those individuals described in the 10 martyrs died, a century earlier. But the main elements of the 10 martyrs are taken from Hadrianic period. The horrible death of Rabbi Akiva himself, his flesh torn off from him with iron tongs, and Rabbi Hanania ben Teradion having a Torah scroll wrapped around him and then set alight. Just horrific persecutions of the Jews in the post-Bar Kokhba era. There is a tremendous exile, which has been confirmed by archaeological data, but it's not necessarily a complete exile from Israel itself. Most of the fighting was in Judea, that is in Jerusalem and parts south. But the Jewish civilization, although it's basically wiped out in Judea at this time, it moves northward to the Galil. And so there's a lot of data of Jews living in the region of Tiberias, for example, on the sea and that region and so on. So we have a big population displacement in that context. This is a period when Rome was clearly in charge of Israel, and they were looking no disagreement about how the country was to be ruled. Hadrian, of course, ruled with iron fist, but he had some vagaries in the Roman approach to the Jews. For example, here's a coin. I'm sorry, it's going to cut off a little bit here, but it has on the right the text, Christi Judaicae Calumnia Sublata, and it was issued by Nerva, who reigned between 96 and 98. What are we talking about here? You'll recall that in the context of the destruction of the temple, one of the things that Vespasian instituted was he took the Matzis, a shekel, the annual tax that Jews gave for the upkeep of the temple, and he redirected it to the temple dedicated to Jupiter in Rome itself, which was a hated tax that the Jews, they were very happy to pay the Matzis, a shekel, going to their own as much as anyone is happy to pay a tax. This is a tax which is mandated by the Torah itself, and it's going to your own temple, but they have to pay the tax, and it's going to some other religion altogether. It was much hated. And the tax had been expanded. It's a huge source of money by Domitian. Here's a picture of him. He had expanded the tax to be far beyond what the Torah obligation was. He expanded to include women who are normally not taxed, converts to Judaism, and also converts out to Judaism, as we shall see, minors, children, and even Jewish slaves. In other words, it was a big tax overreach. Normally, it would just be men, I believe, from the ages of 20 to 60, if I'm not mistaken, that would have to pay the tax, heads of households, but he tried to squeeze the Jewish people for as much as possible, and that's why Nerva, by cutting the tax back to its original state, felt that was a good enough thing to print a coin that said the tax has been, the hated tax has been removed. Some emperors were actually very friendly to Jews, such as Caracalla. This is Marcus Aurelius Severus Antoninus Augustus, and although there is some debate as to which exact emperor is referenced in the Talmud, this is probably the one that is very close with Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi. The Talmud has all kinds of stories about how Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi was extremely friendly with an emperor named Antoninus. And Antoninus was a given name that was actually attached to many of the Roman emperors. There's some dispute. Many like to say it was Marcus Aurelius, who's kind of like the philosopher king of the emperors, which would be kind of nice. But the thing is, he was not so terribly friendly or well disposed to Jews. Caracalla is most likely the emperor that most scholars identify as the Antoninus. But you do have some of these emperors who are actually positively inclined towards the Jews. Diocletian is kind of an interesting one because this is the time when Christianity begins to emerge as a much more significant social force, and the emperors are trying to deal with this burgeoning new type of faith, which has a lot of the theological pluses of Judaism, such as life after death, personal God, that's the concept of reward and punishment, justice, divine justice. These are things which are basically absent from Roman paganism. So Christianity was promoting all of these great ideas without the high opportunity cost of becoming Jewish, specifically circumcision, observing the Sabbath, keeping kosher. So Christianity was actually growing significantly over this time. This becomes especially important under Constantine, who is the first Roman emperor to adopt Christianity and to formally accept it as a state religion. This occurs in the early 4th century and marks a turning point for the Roman Empire, and as you would assume, a turning point for Jewish history as well. So at this time, people like St. John Chrysostom, the so-called golden tongue, that's what Chrysostom means, golden mouth, Augustine of Hippo and others, who shaped Christian theology vis-a-vis the Jews. This is a period when Christianity is struggling to identify itself and distinguish itself vis-a-vis its mother religion. And quite often it has a very negative approach in order to establish its own independence. But the kind of things that are happening at this time is that the church is attracting a lot more non-ethnically Jewish members. It's no longer, a small kind of like subset, a breakaway minion of Judaism. Now it is primarily non-Jewish. There are Romans and Greeks and others who are converting to Christianity. And they're putting in place a lot of legislation to try and draw lines in the sand. The Synagogue of Elvira, 305, that was promulgated in Spain, laid down all kinds of rules about socializing with Jews, prohibiting of certain types of employment and certain types of social gatherings and things like that. The Edict of Milan in 313 privileges Christianity as a state religion, and that has negative repercussions for the Jews in particular, and this edict in particular may have a relationship to the reason why the Jews moved towards Babylon. And then finally, the Council of Nicaea in 325, very important council because lots of really key decisions were made for Christianity, such as no more Shabbos on Saturday. Christians now worship Shabbos or observe Shabbos on Sunday. Now you can imagine just the fact that you have to say that. That means that until 325, there was an element of confusion. They know that the Sabbath is somehow important, but they don't know how to observe. What do you do? How do you honor the Sabbath? What is it? So I guess have a look at the Jews, right? The Jews have a model for observing the Sabbath, and so you had a lot of backsliding of would-be Christian converts who were looking to what's putzah in their Goldstein's backyard on Shabbos, and they were adopting it. St. John Chrysostom was very, very unhappy about that. So the Council of Nicaea did things like say, okay, for sure, no more Saturday Sabbath. Of course, there are Christian sects that do observe Saturdays the Sabbath. So the thing is unhooking Easter from Passover, right? You can't have, because it's just too close a connection, and it draws the Christian mind away from Christian ideas towards Jewish practices. So the Council of Nicaea, very important line in the sand that said, look, we're Christians, they're Jews, we do things differently, and so on. Key development. Okay, now let's move to the Babylonian diaspora. Jews started moving to Long Island. Sorry, okay, I just couldn't help that. Okay, no, they started moving out here to Babylon. I've given you just one place mark where the city of Babylon was. There's a region called Babylonia that is the Mesopotamian region, basically between the Tigris and the Euphrates River, a place of ancient civilization. It goes all the way back to the Sumerians, hundreds and hundreds of years before the period we're talking about. And Jews, of course, as we discussed in previous lectures, have been living there since at least the 6th century before the Common Era. Or now, let's say in the year 200, 219 is a key date when Rab comes from Israel, a rabbi named Rab, and he sets up shop in a place called Surah in 219. So we're really quite late. Jews have been living there for 800 years. Let us put this in context. Jews have been living in America at most for, 400 years? Not quite 400 years, right? 1654, I think, the first Jews here. So they were living in Babylon twice as long as Jews have been living in the United States. Can you imagine how many kosher Chinese restaurants were already there by the time the Jews traveled there? Let's have sushi for sure. Let's have a good look. Sushi in Sushan, which is, of course, in that region. So let's have a look. You can see in this satellite map of something distinctive. There's arid regions, particularly to the south and the west, and also to the north and east, where it begins to become a little more mountainous. That's because there are these two big rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates and the Tigris, in Hebrew the Sideka and the Prat. They flow from the mountains up in Turkey down to the Persian Gulf, and it's a heavily irrigated, regulated area, and with this constant flow of nitrogen-rich silt from the mountainous regions, it's always been a very fertile area, and that's why it is settled so long. Here is a map that gives you a better sense of what those rivers look like. Here's the Euphrates to the south, Tigris to the north, and this cluster of towns here is where the Jews primarily settled. Some of them are, so famous in yeshivas, places like Sura, Pumbedita, Masimachasya, Bachoza. These are like, they're huge in the Jewish mind, Jewish geography, but in reality, they would be something like, Inwood and Cedarhurst, Woodmere for sure. You have a really large place, but they're not large settlements. Nevertheless, they have, huge outsized impact on the Jewish mind. Much like shtetls in Eastern Europe, where, they made, Radin is a tiny little shtetl with like one street, and yet Radin becomes such a huge thing in the Jewish mind. But this is where the Jews were primarily settling, especially after the Edict of Milan in the year 313. Jews are moving in here. Now let's talk about the Talmud itself. What exactly is the Talmud? Well, basically, it is a commentary on the Mishnah, which we discussed a couple of weeks ago. Mishnah is essentially a document of what's called oral Torah. According to traditional Jewish theology, God gave Moses the written Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, and God gave him also an oral commentary that was handed down teacher to student for many centuries, until it was finally codified by Rabbi Yehuda Nasi sometime around the year 200, primarily as a response to the devastation of the Bar Kokhba revolt. As we discussed, because Jewish civilization was falling apart in Israel, incredible persecution, the destruction of Jewish centers in Judea, the move to the Galil, and the move much further to places like Babylon, Yehuda Nasi said, you know what, we must record this in a document form, and that becomes the Mishnah. It was not widely circulated, most likely, as an actual document like we have books today, but nevertheless, it did acquire a canonized status. It was heavily memorized, ritually memorized, actually, and repeated in study sessions, and it became a core document. But the Mishnah itself, as a text, is a very difficult document to study. It is not a law code like we would expect a law code to be structured. It rarely, for example, offers definitive statements of what is prohibited and what is permitted. It offers the record of various rabbis' opinions, and then often leaves it up in the air as to, well, which opinion is correct. And why are we mentioning an opinion that we don't follow? Why are we mentioning dissenting opinions at all? And sometimes it veers off into statements of philosophy, statements of theology, but it's not a simple law book in any way. And this seems to be quite intentional, because it's a book that invites debate and discussion. So in order to study the text itself, you must engage in the text with a study partner, with a Rebbe, someone more experienced in the text, and it is the discussion itself that produces the conclusions. It is intentionally, what's the right word? It's intentionally opaque. It is designed to involve human interaction with the text. This human interaction ultimately becomes the Talmud. The Talmud is the discussion that is occasioned by the Mishnah. It takes place over hundreds of years, as we shall see in the next group of slides. And it is essentially a long discussion involving literally 2,000 rabbis over a wide geographic area, all trying to figure out what the Mishnah means. There were 2 of these documents written. One of them was composed somewhat earlier in the northern part of Israel, most likely in Tiberias and a little bit in Caesarea, and that's called, incorrectly, the Jerusalem Talmud. It is also called the Palestinian Talmud, which, is another term that's somehow misleading, but it was the Talmud of the land of Israel that was composed basically as a commentary on the Mishnah. This material was taken back and forth to the sages who were living in Babylonia by the people called the Nechute. Nechute means those who go down, right, which is in Aramaic the opposite of Aliyah. We say in Hebrew, of course, that when people immigrate to Israel, they make Aliyah, they ascend, because we view it as a spiritual rise and sent to Israel, and those who leave, we call them Hebrew Yordim, which is a derogatory term. In this context, not necessarily derogatory, but beginning with a sage named Ula, and then later with people like Rabbi, they're constantly shuttling back and forth. They're bringing the discussions that were happening in Israel to the sages in Babylonia, and the Babylonian sages are talking about them, and then sometimes they go back and bring back materials to Israel, and there's a cross-fertilization of what's happening in Israel and a transplantation of many of those ideas into Babylonia. Now, for various reasons, primarily political and social in nature, the communities in Israel begin to decline, and they decline earlier than the Babylonian communities. So the Babylonian communities kind of take over from Israel, and they create a second Talmud called the Babylonian Talmud, ironically, that is kind of like an improved version of the Jerusalem Talmud. There are significant differences. The Babylonian Talmud is somewhat larger, and unfortunately, it ignores a lot of things that are not relevant in Babylonia, such as laws that are connected to the physical land of Israel, the laws of the sabbatical year, the laws of leaving corner of the field unharvested for the poor. These things don't apply in Babylonia, so therefore they simply didn't talk about them. We have many of those texts in the Jerusalem Talmud, but they were ignored in the Babylonian. On the other hand, the Babylonian Talmuds are much larger in areas like civil damages and torts and things like that. The three tractates known as the Gates, Bava Kama, Bava Siyam, Bava Basra, are huge in the Babylonian Talmud. And it is, when people speak about studying the Talmud, almost always referring to the Babylonian Talmud. The Jerusalem Talmud was largely ignored for many centuries because the Babylonian was considered vastly superior. The main figures that are creating this Talmudic environment are Rav, who I mentioned, came from Israel in the year 219 and established himself in Sura, which is one of these towns in the rivers, and then another rabbi named Shmuel, his study partner, who moved not too far away to Naharda, and his student Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda, who moved to Pumbedita. These are perhaps the three greatest centers of Talmudic study in Babylon. Later we'll have the great sages of Abaye and Rabbi, who are their students. There is, by the way, when you study the Talmud, because it is a rather timeless type of document, conversations will take place between someone who passed away generations prior to a later rabbi, as the later rabbi will try to engage with the thought of someone who lived 100 to 200 years before him. And so it's kind of like a timeless document, but in order to understand the literary archaeology of the document, you have to have a sense of which generations these rabbis appeal to. The Talmud itself is actually called the Discussions of Abaye and Rabbi because they discuss it more than anyone else in the entire Talmud. So what is it? Let's have a quick look at a typical page. For those of you who have spent more than 15 minutes in yeshiva, I apologize, but this will be a repetition. But I think for many of you in the room who may not have engaged the Talmud, this is worthwhile. Here's a color-coded map of the first page of Talmud, just to give you a sense of what it feels like to study it. The red box here, labeled A, is actually the Mishnah. Right? This is the first page of the Talmud. That's the Mishnah itself, and as you can see, it's about 15 lines of text. It happens to deal with the question of when does one recite the Shema prayer. Then this label B here, the sort of yellow color, that is the Talmud itself, also known as the Gemara. The rabbis actually tried to avoid using the term Talmud in the medieval age because it had been so excoriated by the church and Nicholas Donin that they thought by referring to it by its Aramaic term Gemara, they would hopefully avoid some of the repercussions. But those two terms are synonymous. Talmud and Gemara are the same. The Gemara, it starts out here and it discusses the Mishnah, but this section here can actually go on for 10, 15, 20 pages. It can be a tiny bit of Mishnah with a massive amount of Gemara discussing it. And it's like no other document you've ever read, because it's kind of like a stream of consciousness discussion, where they will be, and because much of it was memorized, there will be all kinds of like tiny little connections to put together the flow of the argument. They may start by talking about the Mishnah, but if they're saying something like, I'm not quoting from this particular Talmud, but if they're, let's say they're talking about the time you say the Shema in the morning, and they say, yeah, most mornings when I get up, I have a cup of coffee, and then I say my Shema, and they say, oh, you have a cup of coffee before Shema. Are you allowed to have coffee or anything before you pray? Yes, you can, but you shouldn't add milk and don't add sugar. And then what's wrong with sugar anyways? Well, it's bad for cholesterol and things like that. And the conversation can go off in 100 different directions and tangents until finally someone in the Talmud says, Zufa, which means stop it already. Let's go back to the subject we started with, and they'll go back to the mission. It's an amazing document that can flow through so many discussions of a wide variety of materials. It is absolutely fascinating. Now, just to give you a sense of how the Talmud has become such an important document in Jewish intellectual life, everything around the Talmud are commentaries that are written hundreds of years later. If the Talmud here is written, let's say, between the 3rd and the 6th century of the outer in the 11th century. We have Tosfos written by a group of scholars till the 14th century. Rabbi Hanano, also from about the 10th century, if I'm not mistaken, North Africa. And you'll have commentaries all the way up to the 18th, 19th, and even 21st century on the page. It is literally engaging with the greatest, most penetrating minds of the Jewish people ever since the Talmud was engaged. It's an amazing experience to examine their thought and to engage in it in a dialectic like the Talmud. Absolutely unparalleled intellectual experience. Looking at a modern edition, I like to use this particular edition myself, the Koran Talmud, which this is the English translation. I use the Hebrew edition, which was originally authored by Rabbi Steinsaltz, has modern commentary on it. But you can see in this particular edition, it's really cool because it has like pictures and maps and archaeological information, all that sort of stuff that I find really fascinating myself. And I'm going to put in a plug here for one of my own projects. So many of you may be following with Jewish History and Filmy. It's on this website, alldoc.org, where I essentially do that kind of thing, where I find something historical on every single page of Talmud. It's a 7-year project organized by the Orthodox Union, 2 to 5 minute videos. I have so much fun doing it. Okay. But that's what the Talmud is like, and that was created primarily in Babylonia between the year 200 and about the year 500. An absolutely phenomenal intellectual achievement that has in many ways charted the course of Jewish life ever since. Now, let's just think about what kind of stuff goes on in there. Remember, by the way, this is a beautiful mosaic from a synagogue, 6th century synagogue in Sukkot, Israel. And it shows this is probably the encounter of Shimon HaTzadik with Alexander the Great. Shimon HaTzadik here on the left, Alexander the Great on the right. Really interesting kind of Byzantine art. But it exemplifies a lot of the encounter of Judaism and Hellenism in a word. Anyway, let us recall that the Talmud is a highly artificial document too. It is an organic document that includes all kinds of material from all walks of life, but the authors are almost all rabbis. So if you can imagine what it's like to have this massive document written entirely by rabbis, what interests rabbis? What do rabbis want to talk about? Well, they talk about women. The biggest chunk of the Talmud is about relations with women. Marriage, divorce, levirate marriage, multiple marriage. These things are significant, and the rabbis are constantly dealing with how to regulate marriage. So they're really interested in how these things work out. They talk about their conflict with the exilarch, the Babylonian Jewish community, as best as we can tell, was organized with a head of the community that was recognized by the Persian government, by the Sasanian government, and he was known as the Reish Galusa, the head of the exile. In Latin, he was called the exilarch, the head of the exile. And this was someone who was descended from King David, and that lineage was respected by the Persian authorities, and he had some kind of authority over the Jewish community, the precise parameters of which are not clear yet, but the rabbis are frequently interacting with the exilarch, sometimes in a very positive way, sometimes in a very negative way. So the rabbis are not exclusively in control of regulating Jewish life in the region. They referred to Arabs, the general population. They referred to Zoroastrians. That is, let us recall that the region of Sasanian Persian had many Christians living there. It had Zoroastrians who are, they believe essentially in a dualist kind of theology where there's a good God and a bad God, not in for myself on Zoroastrianism. But it shows up in the Talmud. For example, every Friday night in an Ashkenazi shul, we recite the passage from Mishnah Bameh Badlikin, which is all about how to light candles on the Sabbath. And one of the things that we say is, if you're worried about Zoroastrian priests coming and telling you that this is a day when you're not allowed to light candles, then there are certain protocols that you can follow. So it's an example of the rabbis reacting to the Zoroastrian reality. They also deal quite a bit with Jews who have gone off the Torah. The OTP phenomenon was known in the Babylonian period as well. The Jews who become Christians or pagans, they're often called Amim, which means like a type. They have adopted some type of faith other than Judaism, and the rabbis are regularly discussing these things with them. Discussing it also with women, the so-called matrona or a matronita. This is a woman of some stature who has also adopted another faith. Of course, it's mainly about Jewish law, but it's also about philosophy, ethics, metaphysics, whatever comes into the rabbi's heads as being relevant to the topic under discussion, no matter how tangential it was to the original discussion, it's in there, including fascinating stuff on medicine. I just gave a little class on the topical use of honey, which apparently is medically indicated in many cases, and the rabbis actually had quite a bit to say about that. They have recipes in there, recipes for heartburn, recipes for maintaining regularity. There's discussions of, what kind of life lessons we can derive from the behavior of a cat. There's incredible amounts of bizarre, amazing information. Every single page of the Talmud that you turn can reveal these tremendous nuggets of wisdom, sometimes humor. It's really, I can't express my enthusiasm for this document enough, but I will say it is an acquired taste. You really have to spend a lot of time studying it, getting comfortable with the coded nature of the text to be able to appreciate the depth and sophistication of this amazing document. It was so complex, however, that at one point in the medieval period, one particular rabbi, Rabbi Alphonse, said, you know what? This is just too messed up. Can we just focus, he didn't say it like that, but he said, can we please focus on the relevant material for our daily life? I don't want to hear about all these other musings about, what happens in the other world, or I don't want these bizarre biographical stories. I just want to know, how am I supposed to behave? How do I pay damages if I scratch my neighbor's car? And so he took out all of what I would call the fun stuff, and he only kept the halakha, the Jewish law. That's called the Ritz, named after him, and that is a version of the Talmud which is just the facts, just the halakha. It does have the give and take to arrive at the halakha, but it is a condensed version that removes all the fun stuff. Of course, you can probably imagine what's going to happen next. Rabbi Yaakov Ibn Khalid says, oh my gosh, you can't do that. I'm taking all the stuff that you threw away and making my own Talmud, the Ein Yaakov, which is all the fun stuff. We're not going to talk about halakha. We're not going to discuss any of the Shema or Tefillah like that. We're just going to talk about the philosophy, the biographies, the stories. Give me those recipes. Give me those, what I can learn from a cat. I love that stuff, and that's the Ein Yaakov. Ein Yaakov is a sadly ignored text. It used to be a very widely studied text, far more than Daf Yomi in Europe, and it would be nice to see a revival of Ein Yaakov that is just mind-blowing stuff in Ein Yaakov. But that's just giving you a sense of the way that the Talmud has evolved into its style. So by the time you get to the end of the 5th century, there there is a lot of conflict with the Sasanian authorities, with the Persian government. There's actually a rebellion that is mounted by one of the exilarchs, and it does not go well. At this time, the Sasanian government has been engaged in a centuries-long struggle with the Roman Empire. This is a poor empire. The Roman Empire is jealous of this region and has unsuccessfully attacked it on a number of occasions, and the Jews are often questioned for their loyalty. Are they loyal to the Sasanian Persians? Are they loyal to the Romans? And as you can imagine, the specter of dual loyalty goes all the way back to this diaspora period. But for reasons which are not completely clear, in the 5th century, the Talmud comes to a close. The discussion is kind of called to a halt, and the text is firmly settled, more or less, to what we have today. There are a few tractates that are added later, but they're found with the Talmud in printed editions, but they're called Gaonic manuscripts or Gaonic tractates, clearly written by rabbis after the Talmud is sort of sealed. And although it is the most difficult document to kind of say, well, this is the final word, because it just provokes greater discussion. Nevertheless, the text of what we call the Talmud today is basically sealed at that time. There are a few more generations of scholars that continue to study the Talmud in Babylonia. There's some debate among historians as to actually who these people are and what their period refers to. But basically, up until the 10th century, we've got people studying the Talmud in Babylonia. But the big news for Jewish history is what happened in the 7th century, because you have this massive spread of Islam, this new religion that emerges with tremendous strength out of Arabia in the year 622, and with a remarkable ease and speed sweeps across the coast of North Africa, eventually crosses into Spain in the year 711, hence the popular chain of corner stores. And thank you for laughing. I know I tell that joke every time, but every day. And also all the way out, all of Alexander's empire comes under Islam as well. And our topic for next week is going to look at what it was like for Jews living under Islam as a religion, and contrasting that with their experience in Christian Europe. But I want to take just a moment now to reflect a little bit on Jewish survival, because we have, that's really the theme of this entire series. Is what exactly is it that contributed to Jewish survival? I was actually criticized by a viewer online. You can look at it up on YouTube. I might not believe it, but he says, Jews, I'm watching you. And I saw that your lecturer had timestamp 0.35 or whatever. He wonders how the Jews survived. And he never says in the entire lecture that it was the Lord that helped them. So you are a faithless people. And I think to myself, boy, I look faithless, don't I? Right? It's the beard maybe, or the keeper that gives it away. But there's no question there's something supernatural going on here. Because it's impossible to imagine the unlikely survival of this tiny minority. And not only surviving, but thriving under so many different environments. This is something that we really have to look at the grand scope, the huge arc of Jewish history before we can really experience it in its fullness. But let us look at one detail here. And this picture here is a beautiful ritual. It's a young Hasidic family here, a little boy here at the age of 3. Many of you may have done this yourself with your own children. Maybe you remember it yourself. I know I did it with my kids. But the ritual is that it's not a Hasidic ritual, it's a long-standing Jewish custom, that when a young child turns 3, which is considered a milestone in intellectual cognitive development, you begin to teach them the Aleph base, the Hebrew alphabet. And in order to instruct them that learning is sweet, you either coat the letters with honey, as is being done here, and then you have the child touch the letter, you tell him the name of the letter, and then of course you put his finger in his mouth, so he associates the letter with that olfactory sensation of sweetness. It's a beautiful ritual that I remember with great fondness. And I think this is a key element of Jewish survival, that we have imbibed the sweetness of learning, and is really part of our core identity. The idea of turning to an intellectual problem as a source of chiyus, a source of life, something that vivifies us, something that is intrinsically sweet. That's something that contributes to Jewish survival and has allowed us to endure tremendous persecution and strive despite it. So next week, God willing, we will explore contrasting experience of Jews in the medieval period under Islamic rule and under Christian rule. Very different experiences, some points of convergence, many points of divergence. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope you have an excellent night.
It was 10 times more powerful than any herbicide the team had ever seen. And allegedly, it made the plants super nasty. It made the plants super nasty. Oh, that was disgusting.
Larry, tonight's talk.
This miracle compound was glyphosate.
Always been good, thank you. Tonight's talk is
with nitrogen, hydrogen, or amino group in between. To make sure it was commercially feasible, France and his colleagues set up
but I'd like to cover, God willing, roughly the 7th through the
he saw the results from the plane. It was clear as day.
late 11th century, so it's about the same amount of time as we looked at last week, maybe a little bit more, but we are blessed with a tremendous number of sources. Really, historiography begins to open up with a lot of more material for us to work with, and I'm going to begin the talk with just an overview of some of the amazing sources that we have to deal with on this period. And then essentially we're going to take a comparative look. We're going to see how Jewish civilization developed under Muslim rule and compare that with Christian rule. And there are some areas, as I mentioned last week, God willing, as I mentioned last week, that are convergent, they're similar, and there are other areas which are really quite divergent and radically unsimilar. So let's have a look at the sources to begin with. Okay, so the title I've taken is really borrowed from this book by Mark Cohen, Under Crescent and Cross. Of course, the crescent is a reference to the Islamic rule, the cross is a reference to the Christian rule, and these two major geopolitical regions will have a distinctly different effect on the Jews themselves. I also rely heavily on the work of Jeremy Cohen for the Christian period and Norman Stillman for the Muslim period that we'll look at today at this time too. You begin to have the appearance of books that are actually dedicated to Jewish history, which is something that's fairly rare. There's only a handful of books that appeared before, let's say, the 12th century. The Sefer HaKabbalah, which is not a book about mysticism, it's a book about the tradition that's received one after another, comes from Abraham ibn Dawood. It's one of our very first historical sources, an extremely important one. You also have travelogues, like the great Benjamin of Tudela's Journeys, which was so popular in the Middle Ages. It was translated to Latin, into French, into German. It was such an amazing work, and it is really a fantastic thing when you look at his journeys in the Middle Ages, and he describes many of the places that he'd been to, and in fact many of the places that he never went to, but he talked about them because he heard about them in his various destinations. So we have these kinds of sources popping up as materials that we can use to understand the experience of the Jews from the 7th to the 12th century, and they're absolutely fantastic. So many different things are available to us at this time. I will point out the one major source of material, which is the incredible Cairo Geniza, and this deserves just a little bit of our time. In the city of Fustat, which is sometimes called Old Cairo, it's actually where Cairo originally was, and then the city was moved slightly north. There was a synagogue called the Ben Ezra Synagogue, and it had long been reputed as a synagogue that went back, many, many centuries in time, and had tremendous treasures. It was basically ignored until these two sisters, Agnes Lewis and Margaret Gibson from England, who were phenomenal intellects, but because they were women at the end of the 19th century, they were not allowed to pursue graduate degrees and again doctorates and become professors at Cambridge. They just ended up, studying Syriac and all these ancient languages and becoming really incredibly proficient and writing books on their own without any official imprimatur of the university, even though they were really teaching the professors what they needed to know to be able to teach their classes. they were visiting Old Cairo. They heard about this Ben Ezra synagogue, and they heard in particular that this synagogue had an attic that had been restricted for centuries. There was some kind of legend about a serpent up there that would bite anyone that went up, and it would, give them a venomous attack, and they would die. But there were, phenomenal treasures in that attic. So they said, I can just imagine with a Cambridge accent, pish tosh, and they insisted on seeing what's in the attic, and they discovered one of the most amazing treasure troves of documents in any culture, in any time, known as the Cairo Geniza. This is the ladder up into the attic. And in this attic was stored about 500 years worth of documents. What kind of documents? Absolutely every kind of document you could imagine. Because, as I'm sure you're aware, we have this commandment not to take the Lord's name in vain, which is extended to Jews will not erase the name of God. If you write the name of God on paper, you can't remove the name of God with an eraser or wipe it out, things like that. So anything which has the name of God on it, which is called the shem, plural shemos, you have to put it away, and eventually it will rot. You can put it in you can bury it in a graveyard, for example, but you can't simply dispose of it. So that's the traditional custom, as I'm sure all of you are aware. We have in our synagogue, most synagogues have a place where they store prayer books that are worn out, or the ridiculous number of handouts you get from schools when you send your kids to primary school. And that place is called the Geniza, which can mean a place where things are hidden away or protected away. It can also mean treasure, ironically. For us, it's that big wooden box that sits outside the office during the week, and then I don't know how often they empty it, but it fills up, and there are old prayer books and things like that. So for some reason that we don't really understand, the Jews of old Fustat had a tradition of saving absolutely anything written with Hebrew characters, regardless of whether or not it was a holy book. So that meant, receipts of sale, business documents, contracts, marriage contracts, notes saying, honey, please pick up 12 pita on the way home from the shuk. Any kind of document written with Hebrew letters was preserved and thrown in the Geniza, and it has literally millions of fragments of writing over 500 years worth of material. Here's a picture of the great scholar that the Gibru sent their material to, Solomon Schefter, working with the Geniza. You get a sense of just how chaotic it is, because it's literally an attic that had been ignored for half a millennia. But the kinds of materials that have been found by going through the Geniza research include, for example, autographed, hand-corrected editions of Maimonides' works. This is Maimonides' own handwriting and his own, strikeout. Here is actually Maimonides' own signature, which is a rather remarkable thing. The actual hand of the incredible great eagle wrote these words himself. You see on the right, Moshe ben Rabbi Maimon. There's a tremendous amount of these palimpsests, which are basically, because vellum and parchment was very expensive, quite often they would rub it really hard to try and wipe out the contrast of the old ink, and they would write on top of it. You can see here's a Hebrew document, but underneath there's a Greek script underneath, which both of these texts are actually of tremendous value. Poetry, love letters, you name it, they're all in there, including, for example, children's practice books, how to learn the Hebrew alphabet. This is basically the same kind of thing that my children would have learned, how to practice the letter shin with all the vowels, letter tuf with all the vowels, and so on. And we even have amazing things like children's doodles. Some child, maybe 7 or 8 years old, is drawing these pictures as he was practicing the alphabet. The Geniza is an incredible treasure trove of documents that relate to the social history of the Jews in Old Fustat and all of their traveling documents as well, as we shall see. So it is really one of the most incredible sources of information available for the period. And it is still being very actively studied in a couple of fascinating ways. So many of the tiny fragments, I believe I read somewhere about 70% of them have not been cataloged and deciphered. And remember that we're talking about documents that sometimes have been shattered into 100 pieces and then mixed up in a big box when they went to, St. Petersburg or Cambridge or wherever they were sent, and now they have to be put back together like a jigsaw puzzle. So now with computer technology and crowdsourcing, there are a couple different projects that are doing things like this. This is called the Scribes of the Cairo Geniza, and they're asking your help to actually work in the Cairo Geniza. They've scanned all the documents, all the scraps, and no matter what your level of linguistic ability, they show you a picture like this, and they ask you really basic questions like, is this upside down? And you click yes or no, and then they flip it around. Then they say, is it written in Hebrew or some other language? And if you know, then you say yes, Hebrew, or no, I don't know, and then you don't know what language it is, and then it'll go on to the next clip. And they'll save it where you left off, so someone who knows a little more about languages will be able to decipher that piece, and so on. An absolutely amazing crowdsourced project. Maybe in 5 or 10 years, we'll have the entire Geniza catalog, and who knows what else we will find there. So the Geniza is going to inform our discussions today heavily. All right, so what I'd like to do first, now that we've had just a sense of the kind of sources that inform the work of historians in this period, let's look at the Muslim period first, and I want to take you through a discussion of the Pact of Umar in particular. So here's a map that shows the remarkable spread. You probably learned the historiographic approach that was very popular in the 19th and the first half of the 20th century, and it takes a good 20, 30 years before new historiographic models sort of, work their way down to the primary and secondary levels. The sort of dominant 19th century Christian European approach to the spread of Islam was that, there were bloodthirsty villains who came out and they essentially said to villages and towns, convert or die, and people chose to convert, and that's how they spread so rapidly. It fails to really answer the basic question, well, how did they stay Muslim for so many centuries? Not only is it a very facile answer to how they could spread so fast, because this whole map here, you're seeing this tiny desert religion emerges out of Arabia here on the coast of the Red Sea. Here's Mecca and Medina are the most important cities there, and it spreads within basically a little over 100 years, and it takes over basically the entire known world. Europe at this point, with the exception of the Italian peninsula, was not such a well-developed civilization at all. So all of North Africa, Egypt, into Spain, all the way up to Afghanistan becomes Islamicized so rapidly. How does that possibly happen? So most scholars are now working with a model that includes the violent aspect, as I mentioned earlier, but they also look to things like, for example, Islam was, especially in the 7th and 8th century, remarkably colorblind. That is, they did not accord status to conquered peoples based on their skin color. And so especially when they penetrated through areas east, going to places like go in there and say, hey, we don't believe in caste structure. And all of a sudden, all of the darker skinned peoples who were suffering from very terrible social disabilities could convert to Islam and literally climb right to the top of the socioeconomic ladder immediately. So there's a lot of elements of egalitarianism in Islam that was directly appealing. Also, there's a very strong message of Muhammad and as the prophet of God. A lot of the kind of elements that we see in Judaism that were so popular also made their way into Islamic thought. But I don't want to get too far away from the historical approach. It spreads over this region in a remarkable fashion, and Jews, of course, find themselves within the orbit of Islam. Where are Jews living at this time? Well, we still have some Jews in ancient Israel. Now we're really in the 7th century, so it's a small population. But we have a very large Jewish population here in Babylonia, right? Ctesiphon is essentially Makosa. A lot of the towns that we remember from the Talmud, sort of from Gita and so on, are right in this little region south of Baghdad, so it's a major population there. You also have a significant population in Egypt, and there are populations that are not quite as large, but all the way across the coast of North Africa and Iran, which is later Tunis, and we have Jews in Italy, but that's beyond our discussion for today. So Jews are taken up in this region, and they have to learn to adapt to the new faith. And they learn to adapt primarily because they have actually a fairly significant shared context between Judaism and Christianity on the one hand, and Judaism and Islam on the other. Christianity is a very creed-based religion, meaning a lot of emphasis is placed on what one believes. Does one recognize or not? Does one make that statement of belief and affirm that statement of belief? Islam, on the other hand, is much more like Judaism, which, although there are definitely creedal elements, there are things that you have to say and you have to believe, the actual count is actually kind of small, meaning in order to be a believing Jew, you have to believe in, maybe 13 things. That's it. We haven't even really spent a lot of time codifying it. It wasn't until Maimonides that we began to get a count of the Ikar and things like that. On the other hand, we are super into behavior. We are super into what is kosher and what is not kosher. What kind of tablecloth can you put on your table on Shabbos, and what kind you can't. I mean, the minutiae, the details of how a person behaves, everything from quite literally how you tie your shoes in the morning to what blessings does one say, what time does one begin the fast, what time does one end the fast, and what exactly is a fast anyways. There's an intravenous count for a fast, all kinds of things like this. We have like books upon books upon books talking about behavior, how one behaves, and relatively few that talk about what one believes. And the opposite is true of Christianity. So in many ways, although Judaism and Islam had their fair amount of friction, particularly in the early years when, much to Muhammad's disappointment, the Jews did not choose to convert to his new faith. Once that died down, in reality, Judaism and Islam had a lot more in common with each other, a common shared sort of cultural vocabulary. We have kashrut, they have halal, We have tzniut, they have super tzniut. Right? There's all kinds of similarities where at least we understand each other, even if we don't see eye to eye on all things. Whereas many of these cultural elements are not shared by Christianity. So it was much easier for the Jews and the Muslims to establish a modus vivendi, the high point of which we will discuss several next week when we look at Al-Andalus, which is the southern part of Spain, which it may be exaggerated to some degree, but is considered one of the greatest periods of cultural coexistence in the history of the world. It's called La Convivencia, the period of coexistence where Jews, Muslims, and Christians live together with a degree of harmony that has not been seen ever since. It's a little bit exaggerated, a little bit rosy, but nevertheless, there's a lot of truth to that. But we'll discuss that better next week. So, how did the Jews sort of establish themselves in Muslim lands and find a way to exist with some stability? So, we have this document called the Pact of Umar. It is named after the second caliph, that is the successor to Muhammad as the ruler of all Muslim lands. Most scholars believe that it actually dates quite a bit later, maybe a couple centuries later, but it was attributed to Umar as kind of a way of giving it more status and age. And it's essentially, like speaking about common cultural vocabulary, it is a tshuva, it is a responsum of Umar to a question directed to him. And the question said, okay, Umar, you are now the leader of this entire area, and we know that Islam is a jealous faith, and they're very insistent on monotheism, and we're monotheists too, but we're not Islamic monotheists. And we know that in Islamic theology, God did communicate with many peoples before Muhammad, and for whatever reason, they began to mess up the transmission. Kind of like, the Jews got the Old Testament with Abraham and Moses, and the Old Testament was kind of, thinking of software, sort of buggy, and so they had to keep adding patches to it. Christianity was one really big patch that was kind of like Windows 3.1. But now we have, what's the latest version of it? Windows 10, I guess. You are Windows 10. You are the final Windows. There's no more Windows after you. But what's with us? So Umar makes a response to them, the document we have, which of course is probably not Umar himself, but nevertheless later, in which he says, okay, fine, because God did communicate to you, even though you are wrong-headed in your belief and you really should be Muslims, nevertheless, we will respect your ancestral faith, and we will tolerate your existence as long as you behave within certain parameters. And so in this Pact of Umar, there is a whole series of regulations of what Jews, and by extension also Christians, can and can't do in Muslim societies. And a lot of these restrictions are symbolic, humiliating, like, for example, Jews not being allowed to carry weapons because that's a sign of authority, a sign of power, and so on. Jews not being allowed to build their synagogues, to renovate them, or to build new ones, and things like that. Many of these regulations, by the way, were observed in the breach only, because you could always bribe someone to be able to renovate your synagogue, or even to build a new one. Although there are some interesting Syrian synagogues that the custom was to avoid attracting attention that the synagogue was improved, they would actually build downward. And most of the synagogue is actually underground, whereas you're seeing on ground level, it looks like a regular sort of building. So there were several kind of disabilities, but at the same time, there were rights and privileges also extended to Jewish people, the most important of which, that Jews were to be unmolested in their ancestral faith. That if they wanted to continue worshiping Judaism, it was a recognized religion. They couldn't do it too loudly. They couldn't do it in a very ostentatious way. Purim was always a difficult holiday, but otherwise they could be left alone. And this was absolutely a fantastic thing for Jews, because in terms of our diasporic history, we tend to do best when we live in moderately discriminatory societies. Not that I'm suggesting anyone in the internet audience to pick up on this movement, but when there is just a tiny bit of anti-Semitism there, God forbid no violent anti-Semitism like that, but when there's a tiny bit of discrimination, that keeps the Jews sticking together, or it keeps us integral within a community, and as long as we can rely on the basic existence of the state as a state defined by law, then we can flourish. We see this, for example, in South Africa before apartheid fell apart. Of course, that was a very discriminatory state if you were black, but if you were Jewish, it was just a minor thing. We see it also in Quebec, where there's also kind of like a moderate anti-Jewish bias. It remains to be seen what Europe is going to be like right now. But the bottom line is, Islamic society was a Rechtsstaat, which is a great German word. I like saying it. Usually I say it at the dentist before I spit in that little bowl. Rechtsstaat, which means a society defined by law. Right? Rechts are rights or laws, and Staat, of course, is state. And Jews can exist in a Rechtsstaat. We have difficulty in anarchic environments. When there is anarchy, that is the worst enemy of the Jews, because as a minority, we are relatively defenseless. So the Pact of Umar actually sort of stabilized Jewish life, moderately discriminatory, but nevertheless lots of potential, because we knew that, if someone were to set fire to the synagogue, then we could go to local authorities and we would get some redress for that, because it was contrary to the Pact of Umar. There are exceptions to this rule. There are punctuations of violence, and there are punctuated moments when it is ignored. But nevertheless, this is the general case for Jews and Muslim society, really up until the modern period. Ironically, it is the huge development of tension between Jews and Arabs with the development of modern political Zionism that has sort of cast a shadow on the way we look at Jewish-Muslim relations over time. The vast majority of our experience living in Muslim land was really quite a bit more positive. But we'll get to that, God willing, when we get to the end of the series. One other really important footnote, if you look back at this map for a second, by the way, let's just go back to this map here. You'll see at the top of this, there's this place called the Khazar Empire. So I can't leave this century without taking us back to Khazaria for a second, because this is one of the most bizarre footnotes in Jewish history, and it is a footnote that is still quite active today, especially in the darker parts of the West. Khazaria is this region that is basically in the Caucasus region, just to the east of the Black Sea, north of Azerbaijan and Georgia, south of what would be today Russia. And it was a fairly large empire. You can't use the word state in a modern sense, but it definitely was a large swath of territory that was ruled by a Turkic-speaking people for about 500 years, a significant population. And in this amazing story, sometime around the year 740, the story is that they all converted to Judaism. That's a bizarre story. How do we know about it? We begin to get inklings of the Khazarian story from Spain a couple of hundred years later, when an important politician named Kasta ibn Shaprut has a correspondence with someone who purports to be the Jewish king of Khazaria. There are a lot of problems with the chain of evidence with these letters, but nevertheless, this King Joseph describes that what happened in Khazaria is that there was an original King Bulan who had a debate, tri-religion debate between Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, because he wanted to decide which faith to adopt from paganism. And after hearing all their arguments, he decided that Judaism was the best religion, and now Khazaria is Jewish, and they would love to get some more hamantashen for the upcoming holiday and things like that. It's a kind of a bizarre story. We kind of lose the trail, but it becomes a really popular device in the hands of the great poet Yehuda Halevi, who a couple hundred years after the correspondence with Kafta ibn Shaprut writes a philosophical sort of novel called the Kuzari, which means the Khazarite, the person from Khazaria, in which he uses that foil, he uses the story as a foil to demonstrate how Judaism is better than Christianity and Islam. By taking the story of the debate and then patching it into his philosophical conceit, he's able to create the story, and it was a dramatic, very popular work. It's still studied avidly today. So what's the historical reality of it? There are many scholars who argue Lo hayu hadvorim ba'olam. These things never actually happened. My colleague Shaul Stamfer at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, every few months we have a debate online because someone brings up the Khazarian issue, and he is adamant that it never happened at all. It's essentially a fiction that was invented in Spain and so on. While at the same time I respect Dr. Stamford, he's a senior scholar with tremendous achievements, there is some evidence that there was some Jewish things going on in Khazaria. We can point to a handful of travelers who were there, who report that the Jews there were Jewish, but were kind of weird. Like, for example, they are not well educated. They didn't practice circumcision, which is a pretty basic Jewish ritual. And there are a few, scattered bits of evidence that suggest that, in fact, there was a conversion. How deep that conversion was in society, probably not very deep. Probably just the ruling classes, and it probably had a lot more to do with the political realities conflicting with Christianity that was expanding in Europe and Islam that is expanding at the same time to the south. And they may have chosen Judaism as kind of like a halfway position, so they would not be absorbed politically into either state. And also there's some fascinating archaeological evidence, like these things which were discovered all over Khazaria. And people are wondering, did I use that one before? I really like that one. Right? But there is, however, some really fascinating, cool evidence from the Geniza, like this letter here, which is known as the Kievan letter. Basically, it's a document which we recognize even today. The document is a letter of introduction of a Jew from Kiev who is a fine, upstanding member of the community. And Kiev, by the way, is in Khazarian territory. Kiev was a Khazarian outpost. The great Ukrainian Melyan Plitzak says it's so ironic that it could be that the capital of Ukraine was actually founded by Jews. That's an amazing thing to contemplate. But at any rate, this letter was brought to Cairo by a Jew from Khazaria, probably in the 11th century, and he said, the letter says that the bearer of this document is a fine, upstanding Jew. He has fallen on hard times. Would you please help him out with some donation to support his family back in Kiev? I mean, this is a document we see basically every single day when you go to shul, right? Or someone carrying around a Kievan letter today. So that's a really authentic kind of document. So not only does it specifically reference Kiev, but you can see that at the bottom of the document, it has, you usually have the signatures of important rabbis who sign on to it, right? And say that, yes, I agree it, this is what's happened to this guy, I endorse his request. And here we have someone signed in Turkic runes, not Hebrew script at all. Probably someone who has no idea how to write Hebrew, and he is one of the leaders of the Jewish community, which indicates, according to Melyan Plitzak, and Norman Gold, who studied this letter, that this is indicative of what's going on in Khazaria in the 11th century. They do have a Jewish community there, which are descended from Khazars, and they are not a very educated community. They need professional scribes to put these things together, but the important people may still even not know how to write their names in Hebrew, indicative of their lack of education. It's fascinating. One last thing, why is Khazaria so important today on the dark corners of the web? And this is something that Cyril Stamfer has demonstrated in a devastatingly final conclusion. There are anti-Semites on the web who are very enamored of the so-called Khazarian hypothesis that the Ashkenazic Jews are actually descendants from this Turkic people in Khazaria. And they are really insistent on proving this kind of strange, like, what difference does it make? But the reason it makes a difference is because if today's Ashkenazic Jews are actually descended from these Turkic peoples and not from their ancestral origins in ancient Israel with Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, then they are truly not legitimate Jews. The real Jews, the Israelites, they were gone a long time ago. The people who are claiming to be Jews today are actually Khazarian. They're actually like mud people. They sometimes use really derogatory language for this. So, and they use this as a reliever to try to delegitimize the Jewish identity of people who call themselves Jews. There's a lot of funny things going on here. Like, for example, the DNA testing has absolutely, without a doubt, proven that nobody pretty much has Khazarian DNA. Maybe that's where the Khazars come from. If you call a guy a Khazar, maybe he has that. But there's no linguistic evidence of Khazarian behavior. There's no literature. There's really nothing to say that the Khazarians actually made much of a dent in the regular Ashkenazic population. Okay, let's move to the Christian era now. So we got a sense of what's going on in the Muslim areas and also in Khazaria a little bit. The doctrine and witness in Christian lands. Christianity has a more serious problem to deal with than the Jews. The Muslims dealt with the problem with the Pact of Umar. We figured out a way to deal with them. But unlike Islam, which views itself as kind of being a successor to Judaism, but never really feels the need to prove itself right over Judaism, Christianity constantly feels this need theologically to defend itself as a legitimate faith vis-a-vis the mother religion. I think we've spoken about this a couple of classes ago, right? The idea of like the girl who goes to college, she comes back with a new cholent recipe and the mother doesn't like it. So I don't want to go in great detail. It's a good argument, but it's too much for us today. But the church struggles with the idea of how are we supposed to relate to the Jews today? And there are voices arguing for more extreme measures. You know, the idea of genocide is It's hard to translate into 7th century terms, but the idea of, well, why don't the Jews just go away? Because they present a huge problem to us theologically and so on. Maybe through expulsion, maybe through war, something like that. So some of the church fathers thought about this very heavily and came up with the doctrine of witness, which is really crucial for Jewish survival through the next 1,000 years. The most famous of them was St. Augustine of Hippo, shown here in effigy. He lived in the 4th and early 5th century in North Africa. And St. Augustine of Hippo, when thinking about the Jews, he coined this phrase, slay them not, which basically means don't kill the Jews, please. Why not? Because we need them to witness the truth of Christianity, to testify that Christianity is true. What does this mean in a nutshell? That since the Jews were the original chosen people, that is not a debate in Christianity. They're originally the chosen people, and then somehow they lost that chosen status. But because they were once chosen, they knew what it was like to be close to God at some point. When the Messiah returns, in Christian theology, when the Messiah returns, then the Jews will be able to say, oh my gosh, that's him. You were right all along. We were wrong, and you were right. If all the Jews are dead and gone, there will be no one around to be around, always, in order to act as a witness in the end of days. That is the theological. I know it sounds kind of like nasty, because, it's totally dependent on Latin term Messiah. It was great, because it meant that since St. Augustine's views were accepted, it meant that Jews could not be massacred. It's true, like we saw in Muslim lands, there were moments of punctuated violence, and we have this, of course, in Christianity to a greater degree, that it was not a theological standpoint. The high church, the highest level of the church, never stepped over this line and said, yes, we have to massacre all the Jews. We have to try to control them, we have to expel them, we have to persecute them, but massacring them was not one of the options, because St. Augustine had clearly set it down for Christian theology. And there are a few other major heroes in this era, like Pope Gregory the Great of the 7th century and onward. Now, there were ambiguities to this, because the model only works as long as Jews are in a degraded state. So let's say the idea is that we have to keep the Jews around because we will need them later. But what if the Jews will become extremely successful right now, let's say in the 11th century, and they're very wealthy, and they are ostentatious, and they're driving around in their 11th century Rolls Royces, and the Christians look at each other and saying, wait a second, I thought they lost the favor of God. How is it possible that they're doing so well? Maybe there's something wrong with what the church is telling us. So the doctrine of witness had kind of a dark side, in that it also went along with disabilities applied to the Jews, humiliations like the Jewish badge, rituals, like, for example, once a year, usually Easter time, the chief rabbi of a given town would have to endure a ritual slap in the face from the mayor of a town. The Jews' oaths are not believed unless they stand on a pigskin. Things like that. They're like ritual disabilities. And the idea is that we want the Jews to stay alive according to the doctrine of witness, but they have to always be in a degraded state, or the model doesn't work. So that's basically the condition of the Jews up until the 17th and 18th century. They were in this kind of limbo theologically, where we were allowed to exist. We had a tolerated space, but we could not overstep those bounds. We had to always maintain kind of like, we're sad to be Jewish, and we regret our stubbornness. By the way, this is really great. You can see it says, my friend St. Augustine, please pray for us. And there's actually a relic, the forearm of St. Augustine himself is preserved here under glass. And that's not weird at all. So look at a couple of historical moments where there are exceptions, and they are extremely important. The first one that I'd like to look at is the Crusades. So the Crusades is actually a defining moment, bringing together Christians in Europe like no time before. And it was occasioned in the late 11th century, 1095, when Catholic popes, the Catholic Pope Urban II, was complaining that Christians were being denied access to the Holy Land and to pilgrimage sites in Jerusalem because it was controlled by the Muslims. And it's a field of our far beyond the scope of our normal discussions, but the church had a major schism between what was the Catholic Church and what is the Orthodox Church. Orthodox Church being centered in places like Greece and Russia, Armenia, and the Catholic Church, of course, is Western Europe from Italy and beyond. And they were not getting along very well with each other. And Pope Urban II, said essentially to the Orthodox Church and the Christians everywhere, we must go on a crusade, meaning follow the cross, and reclaim the Holy Land so that Christian pilgrims can get open access to their holy sites. And his call in 1095 electrified Christian Europe for a whole host of reasons that we'll explore in a minute. But they successfully mounted this years-long effort to march soldiers down to Jerusalem, to rape and pillage as they went. And when they finally got to Jerusalem, it was horrible massacres, but they at least temporarily freed up the sites for the Christian pilgrims. This idea of a crusade has entered the English language, of course. When you have something really important that you want to achieve, you say, let's go on a crusade to, get rid of plastic bags in our society or something like that. But it really comes from this particular moment. Here's a map that shows you the multiple crusades, because they were not successful in retaining the Holy Land. The Muslims would constantly drive them out, and the massacres just got worse and worse, and so it led to huge enmity between Christians and Muslims. So there were several of these crusades that went by land or by sea. Now, the one that's especially important for us in Jewish history is the very first crusade, which began in the late 1095, and in 1096 there was a terrible occasion, right around this time of year actually a little bit later, close to the summertime, because there were a group of crusaders who said, wait a second, why should we schlep all the way from Germany all the way out to Jerusalem to defeat the infidel, the non-faithful? We have infidels living right here in our backyard. In fact, there's 3 Jewish towns, Speyer, Worms, and Mainz, that are known by the acronym SHUN. They're right here. There are several thousand Jews living here. Why don't we just attack the infidels here? And so you had a series of horrible massacres of Jews living in these towns that had phenomenal ramifications and reverberated throughout Jewish history. I'm going to look at those ramifications in a minute, but I want to point out that we actually remember these particular crusades every Saturday morning when we read the Tefillah of HaRachamim, which is specifically in memory of the martyrs who died in these horrific crusades. We should understand that the Crusades, we're not talking about professional armies for the most part. We're talking about a certain number of noblemen who had free time on their hands and could bring along pages and so on, and squires. But then there's a whole rabble of incredible, gullible people who would just get swept up in this frenzy and would, march off on the track without any means of sustenance along the path. And so, in fact, we shall see that some of the Crusades were actually turned back from Christian lands because they were like destroying Christian farms as they were making their way to Jerusalem. Quite a few of them were like rituals. When you read the accounts from the time, you see like people would be swept up with enthusiasm if they saw a goose walking towards Jerusalem. They would say, it's a sign, let us follow the goose to Jerusalem. Eventually they would eat the goose, but they would keep going to Jerusalem, that kind of thing. So there was this social upheaval of these masses that could not be easily contained, and they vented their elemental desire for violence on the Jews rather than making their way all the way down to Jerusalem. How did the Jews react? So there were several different responses that are recorded in the very powerful chronicles that we have from this period. We actually have several different chronicles from many Jews who experienced this. It was like a major turning point in Ashkenazic history, and we have first-person records of it. The first thing that's kind of interesting is that the Jews first sought refuge from church authorities. Meaning you have these crazy hooligans who are coming outside the city gates, and the Jews would rush to the bishop and say, protect us. And the bishop would protect them. In fact, the first of those 3 towns, the Jews went into the bishop's home, and he sent his troops out, he sent his guards out to meet the Crusaders. He asked who's in charge here. He got the one in charge, cut off his hands, and immediately the violence ceased. That was all it took. So in general, pogromists tend to be cowards, and when they face a little bit of resistance, then they all dissipate. So they moved on to the second town. But it is interesting to note that the Jews felt that the church was possibly their best source of refuge. This was not viewed as an anti-Semitic thing that was directed from the higher church. It was really more of a social class element that had some sort of Christian overtones. Secondly, the Jews attempted to pay off the Crusaders. It turned out unsuccessfully. The Crusaders took the money, but decided to invade anyways. This is kind of like the traditional Jewish approach to threats of this nature. Either bribe your attacker or run away. As I think I may have mentioned to you, there's a joke, and it's no longer true, but people used to say, why is it that there are no great Jewish piano players, no great Jewish pianists? And the reason is because it's very hard to run with a piano on your back. We're very much better with like snare drums and clarinets, things like that. So Jews adopted what one of my students once called the fee or flee strategy of survival. Either pay off the attacker or run away. And that generally worked for much of our history. God willing, when we move further on in this course, we'll see that one of the big criticisms, an internal Jewish criticism of the Holocaust era, is that the leadership of the Jewish community was not able to envision another kind of enemy, an enemy like Hitler, you must know, who was not prepared to accept contributions, and in fact was no longer interested in having the Jews flee. But that will be further apart. We still have 1,000 years of this kind of solution. Another option, baptism. The Crusaders did have kind of a Christian veneer to their attacks on the Triton or Shum, and so there were some Jews who elected to convert to Christianity in order to avoid being killed. Some fascinating, very tragic responses written by none other than the great Rashi, who lived through this time, who advocated allowing those Jews to return to the fold after they had, gone through the rites of baptism to save themselves, which was not at all a simple matter to decide. There were some opinions that said, no, once they're baptized, they've lost their rights to be part of the Jewish community. But Rashi laid down the line and says, no, they did so clearly under duress, and they should be returned to the Jewish community. And finally, most tragically, martyrdom. This is one of the most heart-wrenching aspects of the Crusades, and we have many chronicles that describe what has been called by one author the Akedah, the last binding of Isaac. Many Jews, for example, finding themselves locked in the synagogue surrounded by Crusaders, elected to engage in suicide pacts, where they murdered their own children and their own spouses before they took their own lives. Just horrific. Rather than submit to baptism, they chose to commit suicide. And it's an absolutely horrific kind of a scenario that is described with very evocative language from the period. But in my humble opinion, I think there's tremendous ramifications for Ashkenazic history. Because even though we're talking about a relatively small group of people, the number of Jews living in the tri-town was probably not more than 10,000 people. And so the number of Jews who actually committed martyrdom, maybe we're talking about 500 people, 600 people at most. More likely, it might be something like 50 people. 50 people is still a lot of people, there's no question. But the reverberations of the horror of that act had a huge impact on the Ashkenazi self-image. As a result of the experience of the Crusades, Ashkenazi Jews, I would tend to for argument, began to view the outside world as very toxic, as very hostile. They began to turn inward and become much more insular as a result, viewing the outside world as being so threatening that the only solution for Jews was to circle the wagons and look into the community and seek refuge there. And this really had ramifications for how they studied the Torah, how they developed their business models, and so on, which is not necessarily the case, as we shall see God willing next week, when we look at Sephardic Jews, which was not faced with the same kind of sharp, immediate test of martyrdom or conversion. Right now, it is much more of a lane adopt more of an accommodationist approach. This will blow over, let us just go along for the time being, and then we will be able to re-emerge in our full Jewish identity with a different approach that had different ramifications for Sephardic history. So gross generalizations, but I think there's something useful in thinking in these types for now. One very last important element of our period, of course, is the economy. One of the things that's prominent in European society, not in the Muslim society, is the Jewish involvement in money lending. And there are some really good reasons for this. The first is church law. Under something called the law of Gratian, Christians were not allowed to charge interest to each other. For the exact same biblical reason that Jews are not allowed to charge interest to one another. I recommend you try the 1-800 number at the back of the credit card. See if the CEO is Jewish. I've never been able to get any success at getting my interest rate reduced on that basis, but nevertheless, I thought that was funny. I said it anyways. So the law of Gratian meant that since Christians can't charge interest to each other, there's basically nobody offering credit until about the 14th century. The Italians then discovered, wait a minute, there's a lot of money to be made here, and they sort of broke the rules, and that was it. But up until the 14th century, the only non-Christians in Europe are Jews. And they're the only ones who can charge interest, and so therefore they're the only source of credit. Really important in an agricultural economy where you're dependent on the seasons, where all your money is in the ground until harvest time. So the Jews are really incredibly important to the functioning of that society economically. Huge advantages for Jews. Contrary to popular belief, Jews were generally allowed to own land in almost all of the history, but why would you want to own real estate? Because it's so precarious that you could be evicted from this region at any time, that the king could simply expel all Jews, as they would for several times, at several points in the medieval period. So why would you want to own real estate? Because that's essentially kissing your money goodbye. Put your money in something liquid, something that maybe you can carry with you. These kinds of things are definitely very appealing. Also, it's an urban profession that requires the use of the mind rather than being a farmer and working with your back and your muscles. It's a clean profession. It allows for banker's hours, so you have plenty of time to study the Talmud and so on. It's an urban profession. You can live in a city. You can live with other Jews. All these things are very great advantages. The disadvantages, however, of being money lenders is that, there's always a resentment. Everyone loves money lenders when they want money, but when they have to pay the bill, everyone hates the money lenders. And let us not forget that interest rates in the medieval period were typically as high as 50%, really high interest rates and usurious interest rates. And so the resentment against Jews was very high. This will result, as we'll discuss, God willing, in 2 weeks, sometimes in popular uprisings against the Jews, like the Khmelnytsky Rebellion in the 17th century, and if the debt load was held by the noblemen, the nobleman was the debtor, then quite often the Jews would simply be expelled, like they were in England in 1290, because they were owed too much money. It was easier to simply get rid of them than to actually repay them. At this point, however, it was very good at it, Kamarai, which means servants of the royal chamber. Rather than having a spot on the hierarchy of, you all study from a high school, the serfs, and then the petty noblemen and the higher noblemen and so on, the Jews reported directly to the king, and that meant that the king could protect them and especially could exploit their profitability. So the king could say simply, yes, the Jews have the right to live in this particular town. They have the right, to often the exclusive right, for example, to distill and sell alcohol, the right to charge money on interest, and I am the only person who can tax them. Nobody else gets a share, no noblemen get a share, nothing like that. And so it was in the interest of the king to protect the Jews because they were a source of capital. And that's basically what pertains for much of the High Middle Ages up until the 14th century. This picture here, by the way, is kind of interesting. It shows this is a Christian rendition of a Jewish moneylender. You see he's got a big bag of money here and some change. You can see that it's a Christian rendition because he's put some sort of faux Hebrew letters at the bottom of his cloak here. And the Christian is coming. This is like the rocket of an empty money bag. He's coming and he's asking for money from the Jewish moneylender. Jewish moneylender has, anybody recognize what this thing is? Yeah, an abacus. When I show this to my 19-year-olds, they're like, what? Is that like some kind of Ouija board or something? But then I say, like, well, it's like a calculator. What's a calculator, right? It's like an iPhone, sort of, except on it. So the Jews were absolutely essential to the economy as moneylenders, but also resented at this time as well. Now, one last thing. We've described a lot of the political, the religious, and the social history, but one of the most amazing things is the creative activity of the Jews during this time. Because this is the era of the so-called Rishonim. In Jewish thought, there are sort of like sets of generations that correspond to certain levels of holiness in Jewish theology. You have the ancient period with the Tanaim of the Mishnah, the Amoraim of the Gemara. This is the period of what are called the Rishonim, the first ones, and it basically refers to the era from about the 9th century up until about the 14th century. And all the scholars who were active in this time were incredibly creative and doing some phenomenal things. I've already mentioned Rashi, who is one of the great commentators in the Bible, who composed an absolutely amazing, pithy commentary in the Bible with a few terse words, able to illuminate huge passages that are otherwise quite impenetrable in the biblical text. Also very important in the way he united texts taken from the oral Torah and infused his commentary with the aroma of those ideas along with the written text. Really a masterful commentary. He also wrote a commentary on the entire Talmud as well. You also have analyzers like his descendants, the Tosafot, and that whole school of thinkers, who essentially said, they asked really hard penetrating questions, like, how can it say this over here in the Talmud when we just read 2 weeks ago over here the opposite, also in the Talmud? And they really forced the text to address these basic questions in a very amazing dialectical fashion that makes the Talmud such an intellectually exciting book to read. Codifiers, especially important, like Maimonides, who is shown here in this illuminated manuscript. Maimonides wearing tefillin is instructing other people in how to use an astrolabe, right, which is like a device used for navigation and by the stars. The codifiers essentially said, okay, wait a second, we've got this bizarre, rambling, amazing book called the Talmud, but it's so hard to figure out how you're supposed to behave. So let's start all over and let's reorganize it in a law code that you can actually look up the law you're looking for. Whereas I described, you'll recall last week, the Talmud is sort of like this long, chain of association. It's a long stream of consciousness kind of document, and you have no idea what's going to happen on the next page because it's like a long, rambling conversation. So Maimonides essentially said, okay, let's start from the beginning. Here's a law about keeping kosher. I'm going to put it over in this book about keeping kosher. Oh, here's a law about Shabbat. I'm going to put it in this book about Shabbat. And then he created what he called a Mishnah Torah, a repetition of the Torah, which is essentially the whole thing, but laid out in a kind of logical Greek fashion. And it suddenly made the entire Talmud so much more accessible, and it threatened to put the rabbis out of business because it was so easy to read. But, rabbinical work managed to survive because then they started writing commentaries on it. You need rabbis to write commentaries and so on. And you have, of course, philosophers. During this time, you begin to have people sort of taking a text and distilling it to their key ideas. People like Maimonides, also people like Saadia Gaon, phenomenal thinkers at this time. I wish we had more space to really devote to them. But I see that I'm right at the end of my time, so let's go to some reflections on Jewish survival. And I think when we look at the Muslim and Christian period that we've encountered today, I think one of the most important elements of Jewish survival is the degree to which the Jews can be truly fanatical about something. It's true that martyrdom is one of the last things that Jews would ever want to have to encounter, but the pointed statement of Ashkenazi Jews during the Crusades in particular was kind of like a beacon, a signpost that laid down a chok lo yavor, a law that should not be countermanded, that infused the next millennium of Jews with inspiration. Jews can be, a stiff-necked people, and to an incredible degree. And I think this is one of the sources of the Jewish survival strength. Next week, God willing, we will look at Spain in particular. We'll continue some of the themes we discussed today, because of course Spain is unusual. It is a triangular culture where it's not the binary dyad of Jews and Muslims or Jews and Christians. It is Jews, Muslims, and Christians all trying to exist on the Iberian Peninsula with mixed results. I want to thank you very much for your attention. I'm surprised so many of you came out tonight. I thought that the coronavirus would scare so many of you away, but nobody sneezed. Thank God we should all be healthy. I hope you have a fantastic program.
In many of these studies, only included survivors, not people who might have already died from C8 exposure. So the verdict was that the findings must be interpreted with caution. The true risk of C8 might be even higher. Luckily, once these studies were published in 2013, DuPont was pressured by the regulators to phase out C8. And by 2017, they had to pay out over $600 million to victims of C8 exposure.
Right. So, because of the dreaded coronavirus, we are going to be doing this online this week. I want to tell you that I feel a little bit vindicated that much of my misspent youth actually has come in handy in this difficult time, because I spent so much of my youth watching these zombie apocalypse movies. And, everyone thought, it's just a waste of time, zombie apocalypse. But now I see how useful it really is. That I've been in an administrative capacity running a campus with, 1,000 students and a whole bunch of faculty. All that, those years watching zombie movies really paid off. But let's start by going into Spanish Jewish history. So, Spanish Jewish history is quite distinct from most medieval Jewish history, primarily because in Spain, the Jews lived in a triangular culture. In North Africa and in Europe at large, continental Europe, Jews lived usually in a binary relationship. They were Jews and they were Christians, or they were Jews and they were Muslims. And Jews were, for the most part, the only significant minority in either of those regions. However, in Spain, Jews occupied a triangular position relating to both Muslims and Christians. And this triangular situation created a kind of a different dynamic among the two major populations. And Jews were able to exist in Spain in an amazingly different way that was, in many ways, allowed for tremendous effervescence of Jewish creativity, as we shall explore So during this time, you had, at least for a couple of hundred years, a brief period which is called by many historians la convivencia, which means the coexistence or the living together. And it refers to a relatively brief period of time when you look at the grand scope of Jewish history, when Jews and Muslims in particular all get along fairly well. And many historians have said that, well, this is an overly rosy look at Jewish history, and that, in fact, the violence overshadowed by far this brief period of coexistence. But in reality, there's a lot of value to use this as a model. It's true, it's not without its flaws, but nevertheless, there are some really fascinating aspects of this period that we shall explore right now. So, let's just move forward in the present here. Okay, so moving back to the beginning of the establishment of the Jewish community in Spain. Jews were in the Iberian Peninsula from at least the first century. There's some epigraphic evidence that is like gravestones and things like that that are reported at least from the 16th century, some of which attest to a Jewish presence even before the first century. That is, there's even an unusual reference. We've lost the original stone, but there are some references to the notion that Jews may have even gone to Spain as tax collectors for King Solomon, which would be incredibly early. But for sure, we can rely on some testimonies that place Jews in the first century. There's rather dramatic brief reference to a young Jewish girl who died, and her gravestone was preserved for several hundred years. As I mentioned, it is lost now, but nevertheless, it's a fairly reasonable supposition. We also have references to Spain and Spanish Jewish communities in the Christian scriptures and also in the Talmud and places like that. So in the early medieval period, the ancient or the late ancient period, we do have Jews living in the region. It is unusual because it is a Christian land, but it is dominated by the so-called Visigoths, or the Western Goths. As you can see, they control most of the Iberian Peninsula and really much of what we would call today France as well. And the Visigoths actually were quite tolerant of Jews for much of the time they lived there, partially because the Visigoths were not Catholic. They were Arians, like Arian with an I. And the Arians had a very different view of the divinity of the founder of Christianity. They had more of an idea that he was somewhat like a prophet, something like that, rather than actually the Son of God, which is much more problematic in Jewish theology. And this allowed the Visigoths to have a much more tolerant approach to the Jews. However, that changed rather dramatically in the year 589, when Reccared, here I am trying to move along in my slides here, when Reccared, this rather amazing photo, amazing here by Devan, Reccared decided to convert to Catholicism. That is, he left Arian Christianity and he joined Catholic Christianity. Here he's shown as, at his moment of conversion, very ethereal kind of look on his face and so on. And unfortunately, one of the best ways historically that one proves one's bona fides is one persecutes the Jews, to prove just how religious one is. And so right away, period of really incredible anti-Semitism begins from the year 589 and extends right up into the year 711. About 120 years of really incredible persecution of Jews. I use that term anti-Semitism, by the way, quite anachronistically. They would not have used that term back then. But there was this whole period of it's bizarre. It doesn't fit with the rest of Spanish history. A period of intense supervision of Jews, where Jews had to literally report to the local priest when they were traveling from one village to another. Any kind of activity outside of their home had to be reported, and there was a ridiculous amount of punishments, really severe punishments, for a whole host of behaviors, specifically social transgressions, where Jews were relating with non-Jews. Amputations were performed quite regularly. For example, if a man and a woman had a relationship. Jewish men would have their sexual organ amputated. Women would have their noses amputated. Really horrible kinds of things. And one of the most common persecutions is what was called decalatio, which literally translates as scalping. It's hard to understand whether they're referring to the actual removal of the skin, the scalp from the head, because that's really quite a dangerous operation, but people seem to have survived it. So it might have been like a rather humiliating kind of extreme haircut, and we're not really sure, but punishments were meted out left and right during this brief but intense period of persecution under the Visigoths from 589 to 711. And that's why when the Muslims finally approached Spain, Jews were really happy to see them arrive. Let me explain what happened there. So let's jump ahead to the Spanish period. The Muslim period. You can see this map here. We looked at a very similar map the other day that shows the tremendously rapid expansion of Islam from the Mecca and Medina, right by the Red Sea there, just southeast of Israel, and throughout the entire the southern Mediterranean basin, and all the way out east to Afghanistan and so on. And they crossed the Straits of Gibraltar, and they moved into the Iberian Peninsula, naming it Andalus. That becomes the Muslim period. This happened in the year 711. Now, there's a lot of interesting historiography that's largely considered way out of date that argues that the Jews actively assisted the Muslims and betrayed the Christians to allow the Muslims to come in. Most of that has been debunked. The Jews did not seem to be involved with the actual invasion of the Muslims. However, once the Muslims were there and they removed this tremendous persecution from the Jews, it is known that the Jews were willing to help the Muslims, for example, hold on to their conquered territories in Spain and allow them to advance further while there were Jews who were involved in garrisoning the towns and things like that. There's no question that the experience of the Jews under the Muslims was vastly superior to their experience under the Visigoths. Here's a look at the Caliphate of Córdoba, which is the Muslim region of Spain. It's primarily in the central to the southern part of Spain. The northern part of Spain was almost always Christian, and eventually the Christians are going to push their way north. So much of what I'm saying now happened in the green part of Spain, as shown here. Among the kind of things that happen is you have the development of the sort of, I don't know what the right word is, it's not really a legend because we have so many examples, like concrete, real examples, but we have the pattern of the wise and loyal Jewish servant, where the Muslims are in charge, no question about that, but they encounter a wise and loyal Jewish person, typically a poet, because the Muslims really respected poetry, more on that later, maybe something of a scientist, and they recognize the value of this Jewish person. They raise him to a very high position. His name is Hastai ibn Shapru, who was noted for his medical skills. He's also very common thing. Jews were really excelling in the field of medicine, very long-standing tradition of the Jewish doctor and the Jewish lawyer too, but the Jewish doctor goes back even further. And he invented, or he discovered the ingredients for this potion called theriaca, which was something that the medievals believed was a panacea for every illness, and that they believed that there was this ancient potion called theriaca that could cure every ill. And the only problem is that no one knew exactly what was inside it. So Hastai ibn Shapru found a recipe for theriaca, and he was able to identify its ingredients, and this, had apparently some efficacy in the period, and so he was given tremendous honors as a result. Little did he know that it would inspire, of course, the modern dish, young viewers already, teriyaki, right? Teriyaki chicken. So the Asian influences are clear, even with the pasta even chutney. I hope you realize I'm joking. I can't tell because I can't see any of you, but I hope you tried this at least a little bit fun. But anyways, Pasta Ivan Chukwu was a fascinating individual. He rose to prominence, and he became essentially the foreign minister of the caliphate, extending all kinds of diplomatic ventures all around. Another area where historically Jews have excelled, and he did as well, was in the field of languages. So his polyglottic ability, the ability to speak a lot of languages, really stood him in good stead, and he found that he went from being kind of like the chief physician to the essentially the foreign minister, communicating with countries all around to bring them information about what was going on and to conduct treaties and so on. Perhaps the most fascinating treaty was conducted with the northern Christian region when there was an overweight young man whose name was, I believe, Pedro, and he had successfully put him on a diet. And his mother, the queen, I think it was Apolita, was so grateful that she conducted a very positive trade arrangement with the Muslims, and this is the kind of thing that Pasta Ivan Chukwu did. Now, fascinatingly, for the purpose of Jewish history, other than his brilliance as a leader, he also was a great sponsor of Jewish culture and scholarship. In particular, he identified a young man who was enslaved. His name is Moshe ben Hanoch, and his story was that he was on a ship with several other scholars that was shipwrecked, and he was taken as a slave, and Pasta Ivan Chukwu ransomed him from slavery, a very common thing, by the way, in the medieval period. And it turned out that Moshe ben Hanoch was actually a brilliant scholar, and he ended up establishing a yeshiva with the sponsorship of Moshe ben Hanoch. And this created the beginning of a trend of scholarship that Spain became eventually very, very famous for. One of the things that was going on was that the Spaniards were especially concerned because, if you look at the map, the center of Jewish activity is where we left Jews last week, and the week before especially. They're in Mesopotamia, in the Babylonian region. The Talmud is different. Spain is the periphery, way on the outside of the Mediterranean, far, far away. So if the Spanish Jews want to learn the Talmud, they really, really want to make sure that the texts that they are learning from are very accurate. So there's a tremendous amount of push to Talmudic texts. So this is the kind of thing that Spaniards became very famous for, is being especially careful about the text. And it turned out that as Spanish Jewry began to grow in influence and in wealth, a lot of the relationship between the center and periphery shifted because Spain started sending a lot of money back to the big yeshivas of Sura and Tabita in the Mesopotamian region. And these regions then owed their gratitude to Spain, and you had a new dynamic developing of center-periphery relationship with Talmud and so on. There's some beautiful descriptions of how, originally when Spanish Jews were wealthy but not quite as learned, they would send questions all the way to Babylonia for direction on halachic advice, how to behave as Jews, and they would receive these letters back, which would be, attended with great pomp and circumstance, and they would all gather and ceremonially open up the letter, and they would read it publicly. A huge to receive a letter from Babylonia, but just to the sense of how they behave. Now, fascinating as well, it is a periphery. It is like San Francisco in the 1900s or something like that, where anything comes from New York, or especially anything comes from Europe, oh my God, that would be such an amazing event. Some of the things that were going on at this time, there was they love poetry. First of all, the Muslims love poetry. Tremendously attracted to fine poetry. So Jews also became in love with fine poetry. But the Hebrew language was not at this time really well adapted to the poetic trends of the day. In particular, there was a debate over something called meter, like how you actually measure out the beats in a sentence so it has kind of original quality. And most Jews were using the traditional form of meter that was championed by a man named Menachem Ibn Saru, that essentially gave each syllable one full stop. But along came this Baghdadi Jew named Guinness Ibn Ablat, who said, wait a second, we have a few of these vowels, like for example the shva, the two dots that are pointed underneath a letter. And whether it is a shvana or shvanach, I won't go into the technicalities here, but you can count that as a half beat or a full beat. You have some flexibility there. And if you count it as a half beat sometimes, you can create whole new metrics which are actually modeled on the Arabic language. And so Jews love this newfangled thing, but there was a culture war that went on between those traditionalist Jews who loved the old style poetry and did not like this new kind of hip-hop stuff that was coming from Baghdad. On the other hand, the younger Jews were saying, wow, Guinness Ibn Ablat, he's like Elvis Presley, he's bringing out some new poetry. And amazingly, they actually had street fights, riots, between poetry-loving Jews in the city of Granada. Can you imagine a society in which Jews come to blows over poetry? Like, wow, I love it. I think it's fantastic. Anyways, that gives you a sense of, like, in the 10th century, the kinds of things that were cooking in Al-Andalus. Now, I have to tell you about some of these amazing figures. We lost where we were. Chicken. And here we go, too. For example, check this out. It's like so amazing. I can't believe it. Shmuel Hanagi, 11th century. As Abraham ibn Dawood writes, he's a historian, and the days of Kashdai, and Kashdai and Shafrit that we used to talk about, they began to chirp. But in the days of Shmuel Hanagi, they sang out loud. Like, this is like a real amazing achievement of Jewish culture. Now, here's the amazing thing about it. Shmuel Hanagi, you know what his daytime job was? He was the general of the Muslim army of Kosovo. I mean, just think about this for a second. Here you got a Jewish guy, one guy, religious guy, who was the general of a Muslim army for 16 years. And he's going out to the front lines. And he's fighting these wars with Britain, for example, to the north. And he's a Jewish guy. And more than that, he actually wrote a commentary on the Talmud that's still printed in Shakti Brachos today. He was a phenomenal poet. There's amazing stories about what he would do on the front lines. He would write his poems out in Hebrew, and he would tie them to carrier pigeon flags, and he would send the pigeons off, and they would fly back to Kosovo, where his son would take the little pieces of paper off, and then he would compile them in a diwan that would eventually become Shmuel Hanagi's writing. I mean, just think about it for a second. Here's the guy. This is, by the way, this is really the Sephardic paradigm. This is one of the things that makes Sephardic Jews so amazing. In fact, here's a man who is absolutely excellent in the religious sphere. He is like a huge author, a great Talmudic scholar, a Hebrew poet par excellence, and at the same time, he's the chief of staff for a Muslim country. Now, think about this for a second. Even looking at the American government, can you imagine that the chief of staff would not only be a Jewish guy, but also be like a Talmudic sage? It's unheard of. They're very bifurcated. And if you go, like, let's say to the greatest yeshivas in Lakewood or something, are any of the guys studying there, rising to high office in America? Not at all. They're really, totally separate. But in Sephardic society, you see many figures not quite approaching Shmuel Hanagi's greatness, but many who are, excellent in both worlds. And so for many scholars, especially in the 19th century and onward, there's a tendency to look at the Spanish Golden period, the Spanish Age, as a golden era because Jews are excelling in both secular and in religious pursuits simultaneously. Quite a fascinating thing that's going on at the time. Just to give you a sense, and I have jumped out there. Well, let's go back to to give you a sense of his poetry, I have a couple of examples here I'd like to share with you. If it will let me go back there, please help me out. There we go. Here's a couple of Shmuel Hanagi's, three of his poems. We won't do all of them. Let's do the middle one. He wrote 3 books of poetry, which were found in the early 20th century and are published. They're just amazing. Listen to the middle one here. Anashim Yanu Ashir. Please forgive my attempt at a Sephardic accent. Anashim Yanu Ashir, Bekavod Rav Ubeyesha. V'yivzu Rashi Yasimu Sha'im Lo B'Kesha. Beautiful name, Sha'im Lo B'Kesha. That's a beautiful color. It feels like it's just tipping over a book. And the translation is, people will give great attention to the wealthy with phenomenal honor and with renown, but they will degrade the poor person, and they will consider him blameworthy for things he has never done. I just translated on the fly and just rhyme or anything like that. In the Hebrew, it rhymes at perfect meter. It's just like solid as a rock, and it's so beautiful, very tricky, and the Muslim army would do at the time. We also have phenomenal figures like Yehuda Halevi, great philosopher poet as well. Originally, he was a poet for hire, meaning he would go to cemeteries and he would write on the spot great funeral elegies for people that you love for money. He would write wedding songs, so people would listen to his poetry and cry at weddings because it was so beautiful. Later, he ended up, he wasn't making much money doing that, so he ended up becoming a doctor. Was not so, genius as a doctor either, so he eventually became a philosopher, and really his philosophy is what stuck in particular. He wrote, among other things, this phenomenal book, Kusari, which we spoke about a few weeks ago, which is essentially the retelling of the story of the Khazars for the purpose of a religious dialogue, or trialogue, really, Muslims, Christians, and Jews. And obviously, he argues that the Jewish religion is the best, but it is a fascinating work that has tremendous implications today. Also, he eventually made Aliyah. He eventually moved to Israel in his old age. He was really a big Zionist. One of his famous poems says, Libi b'Mizrach v'ani b'Ma'arav. My heart is in the east, but I am stuck here in the west, meaning in Spain, but I want to be in Israel. And it's interesting to think that in his old age, when he was still in Spain, he may have actually held on his knees, none other than the great Maimonides. Here we go. The golden eagle. Now, Maimonides only spent his very youngest age in Spain, because here's one of those moments when the convivencia kind of breaks down. There was an invasion of four extreme Muslims from North Africa, the Almohad, and another group after them. And they made life very difficult for Jews. They felt that they were, a bad influence on the previously existing Muslims in the region. That certain things like alcohol was flowing in Muslim parties, and that's Muslims of course do not drink alcohol, and they thought that this was the influence of Jews and other things. So there was a certain amount of persecution, Muslim persecution of Jews in the 12th century. So Maimonides' family fled. They stayed within the Muslim world, but they left Spain at this point, moved their way across North Africa, and eventually settled in Egypt, where Maimonides really attained great fame, first as a medical doctor and then later as a philosopher and a philosopher. There's so much to say about Maimonides. I think we'll have to talk about some of his thought in another class, but Maimonides has his feet in Spain and in the Spanish Golden Era. Now, the Golden Age comes to a steady and inevitable conclusion as the Reconquista begins. That is the reconquest of Spain. That's a Christian term because it refers to the driving out of the Muslims that begins in the north and slowly pushes down the Muslims and pushes them out of the Iberian Peninsula in 1482. You can see from this map that the sort of the yellow becomes the orange, and eventually the green areas, which are Muslim, as they are the last to become Christianized. And in the context of the Reconquista, the Christians have to come to terms with these Jews who have previously held very important positions in society and are, really quite well situated, but the Christians are trying to assert their dominance not only over the Muslims who were the lords, but also the Jews who were quite significant in society. And a lot of things happen along with this that are really quite unfortunate. The disputations, for example, is perhaps the first expression of this. In an attempt to really demonstrate that for sure Christianity is the best religion, and not Judaism, this trend is developed in the 13th century, continues into the 15th century, of holding forced debates with Jews. Here you can see on the left some Christian thinkers, and they're holding up books, and on the right, wearing the Jewish hat, and with expressions that look like they have some consternation, Jews are defending Judaism against Christian attacks. And these were forced disputations where Jews were ordered to assemble in a church, and they were ordered to appoint a leader that would then defend Judaism against Christianity. And the conclusion was foregone, to be sure. Perhaps the most famous of the disputations is the great disputation of 1263 in Barcelona that involved none other than the incredible Nachmanides. Not to be confused with Maimonides, who we discussed earlier. Nachmanides is Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, the son of Nachman. And he was, unlike the disputants, who was public with Christianity, typically a converted Jew to Christianity, whereas public with Christianity had a very superficial knowledge of Judaism. Rabbi Nachman was actually a tremendous genius and a very well-regarded commentator whose thought is studied even to the present day. We actually have a tremendous record of their dialogue, of their debate, because both the Christian side and Nachmanides published their version of it, and we can compare them and see where they interact and where they diverge. The debate obviously was won officially by public Christianity, but Nachmanides' performance was so admired by the King of Aragon that he gave him a huge pile of money, and he said to him, "Listen, that was a great debate, but you better hightail it right out of Spain right now." And so in his old age, Nachmanides had to flee Spain, really because he had done such a fantastic job in this particular debate, and he made his way to Israel, where at the end of his life, really, he started a new career and re-established the Jewish community in Jerusalem in the late 13th century. When he arrived, he said they did not even have a minyan, quorum of 10 men over the age of 13 in Jerusalem, of all places. They had to bring Jews in from the surrounding villages. But Nachmanides was able to restart that Jewish community, a phenomenal achievement. But it gives you a sense of the beginnings of the end of the golden age of Spain. Let me just take you a couple centuries further ahead right now. Let's jump ahead, because we have to talk about the Inquisition. To understand the Inquisition, we really have to go back about 100 years before it was instituted in Spain, to the year 1391. In that year, there was a wave of pogroms that spread through northern Spain in particular, and many Jews were forcibly converted. The Inquisition was established almost 100 years later as an attempt to deal not with Jews per se, but to deal with those Jews who had been forcibly converted to Christianity, but were not behaving as Christians were expected to behave. Now, you might say to yourself, well, of course they're not going to be behaving like Christians because they have been forcibly converted. What do you expect from them? But we should realize that the Catholic Church at this time, and really for centuries afterwards, was kind of trapped in this theological conundrum that when a Jew was baptized, even against their will, there were many dominant trends in Christian thought at that time that meant that they were actually converted, and there was nothing you could do about it. They were now Christians. The sad example of this is really from the 1840s, when there was a young boy named Edgar Mortara, shown here in this Oppenheim painting, who lived in Bologna, Italy. And the story went, and by the way, it's going to be the subject of an amazing motion picture that's being produced by none other than Steven Spielberg. But Edgardo Mortara was a young boy, and he had a terrible fever, and so his Christian nursemaid, who felt so badly that this young child was possibly going to die, die, and then because he was Jewish, he was going to go to hell forever. She felt so badly for him that she decided to have him secretly baptized. And then he recovered. He got better. And several years later, when I think he was about 8 years old, it happened that this particular nursemaid or maid happened to tell someone that, yeah, you know, that little Edgardo, that little Badi, I actually had him baptized once when I was worried that he had a fever or he would die. This got back to the Vatican police, and amazingly, as you see in this particular scene, which is not exactly historically accurate, but nevertheless, it gives you the sense of the emotion, the Vatican police actually kidnapped this young boy from his home and took him into the papal palace to be raised as a Christian. Why? Because he was baptized against his will when he was a baby. He had no clue that he was baptized. He had no clue that he was actually Christian according to Christianity. And this was a horrific event. Of course, the parents complained and the parents sought redress, but the papal states had power at that time in Bologna, and the Pope refused to release him. It became a cause célèbre across the world. The great Moses Montefiore became very involved. Jewish organizations all over the world, including in New York, were protesting and demanding that, you know, this is after all the 19th century. You can't just kidnap a child for religion. But the Pope ultimately did not release him under this principle that once he was baptized, he wasn't back Christian. And what ended up happening to Edgar was he ended up becoming a Christian priest. You can see him here on the right. He actually made a career of later proselytizing Jews. Here he is photographed with his mother and with his brother. And you can see kind of the strange family dynamic going on in this particular picture. But this is an example of the kind of restriction placed on Jews who were even forced to be baptized that was pertaining even in the 19th century. So now if we go back to Spain, what happened is in the 1390s you had all these Jews who were forcibly converted, and they were, once they were converted, they just went right back to being Jewish. They lived in the Jewish community, they kept kosher, they kept Shabbat, and so on. They might do some token Christian activities, like maybe they would show up in church, maybe they would wear a crucifix in public, but in reality they were still very well integrated into the Jewish community, marrying into each other's families, retaining a Jewish lineage, and so on. And moreover, and this is what's especially fascinating, they now had freedom of movement in Christian society because they were technically Christians. They no longer bound by the restrictions imposed upon them when they were Jews. They were free to pursue any profession, they were free to travel, they were exempt from punitive taxes and so on. And so this became resented because here were people who were obviously still considering themselves Jewish, who were still totally integrated into the Christian economy of Spain. By the way, at this point, there's a huge historiographic debate, which we won't get into today, but there are many scholars who feel that the Inquisition was primarily a religious affair, which is sort of the main narrative that I've given you at this point. And there are others who say, no, it's primarily an economic issue, because a lot of Christian burghers, a lot of Christian city dwellers and merchants were saying, this isn't fair. They've got an unfair advantage because they have all these connections with other Jewish communities around the world, and they can do all kinds of things, and they're Jews after all. They're just pretending to be Christians. They should not be getting the same economic rights as us. So the Inquisition was brought in specifically directed at Jews who were baptized and their descendants, because they were called new Christians. Even for multiple generations, they were called new Christians, and they were required to recant their awful ways. The Inquisition, which was established in 1478, was accompanied by torture, and there, as you can see in this horrible image here that shows this hand-crushing device where the victim was expected to stare at the cross and think upon his sins while these handles are turned and breaking the bones in the hand and so on. And under torture, these new Christian Jews were expected to confess and say, oh yes, all these other friends of mine were also actually Jews practicing Jewish rites while they were Christians, and they would be arrested, they would be subject to torture, and they would give up a whole host of things, and eventually it just took over the whole society, like a Stalinist purge would take over society. The elements of torture used by the Inquisition were absolutely horrific, and have become proverbial. Like, for example, this terrible device of torture is called the post pair, and it would be inserted into an orifice in the human body, many possibilities, and then a person would be asked questions, and if they fail to answer appropriately, the ring at the back would be turned, and it would be slowly expanded, ripping internal membranes and so on. Absolutely horrific kind of torture. So the Spanish Inquisition, even though you have Monty Python, it was no joke at all. It was a horrific thing that really affected Spanish society on a very deep and elemental level. Jews who confessed were often forced to wear these things called sanbenitos, these humiliating tunics. And by the way, for life, you would wear this for life if you were found guilty of Judaism. And then after death, they were often actually placed on the walls in churches as a reminder of the family shame that people had to live with after the Inquisition. Absolutely horrific kind of persecution of this time. And to get back to the idea of an economic motive for this, betraying a Judaizing family, if the family was found in fact to be Judaizing, then the betrayers would get a share of their possessions. And this could happen even after death, where Jews could, die and be buried, and then could be put on trial by the Inquisition, and if they were found guilty of Judaizing, post-mortem, then their property would be divided amongst the Inquisition and those who named them as Judaizers. So there's a profit incentive to this entire process that could go on forever. The ultimate end of the Inquisition process was, of course, the horrible auto da fe, the public burnings that would take place in many cities, and including in the New World, which were like huge rock concert events where you would have public burnings of these Jews who were accused of Christian activity. This is a 17th century Alta da Fe, for example. Absolutely horrific. One small but a very important footnote, Portugal, which of course borders on the western edge of the Iberian Peninsula, was one of the first places that Jews fled to try to avoid the persecution of the Inquisition. Portugal did not exactly have the same situation, and in fact they held off introducing the Inquisition all the way back. They held off introducing the Inquisition for a little while, but they had their own elements of persecution. Speaking while I jump around to try to find the beginning of this again. This is a little awkward on screen share. King Wow, or Wow, I don't pronounce it very well, but I always enjoy the name. Wow, like I can imagine when a person who's proud before say, hey, wow, it's a boy, but you can't really say that. But at any rate, King Wow extended temporary refuge to some of the Jews, but ultimately they also did not want a large Jewish presence there. There were also some geopolitical issues going on underneath. But what Portugal felt would be best is rather than expelling the Jews, rather than exposing them to an Inquisition right away, they wanted them to convert. And they put incredible pressure on the Jews to have them convert to Christianity, including a really horrific moment when 2,500 children were taken from their refugee parents and shipped off to an island off the coast of Africa, the island of Sao Tome, where, according to at least one account that we have from Survivor, the children were actually eaten by large lizards that are apparently indigenous to the island. This horrific story. Ultimately, as a result of Portugal's desire to unite with Spain, as you can see here from King Manuel, marrying Isabella, is actually not the Isabella that we expelled the Jews, but another Isabella, the Jews there were forcibly converted, and that happened in 1497.
And many Jews managed to flee at that time, but otherwise Portugal became the same as Spain in this regard. The Inquisition was also brought into Portugal in 1530 to attack those Jews who were forcibly converted in 1497, who were not behaving according to Christian standards. So that just gives you a sense of the horrific nature of the Inquisition. It ends, of course, in 1492, which is where we're going to pick up our story next week, God willing, with a huge dispersion of Sephardic Jews. It begins in the year 1492 when those Jews who refuse to accept the offer of conversion to Christianity decide to leave, and they go throughout the Mediterranean basin. They make their way up to wealthy cities like Amsterdam, and many of them make it across the ocean to the Americas, South America in particular, and we'll pick up that story next week. This is the beginning of the Sephardic diaspora. One interesting point that we should just touch on before we leave, and we meditate for a moment on Jewish survival. You know, there's a thesis that we'll come back to when we get to the Holocaust period, but there's a great work on the Holocaust written by the eminent historian, the late historian, Rabbi. He's one of the pioneering historians of the Holocaust. And he wrote in the introduction to his 3-volume, massive history of the destruction of European Jews, that the roots of the Holocaust lay in Spain. I remember when I first read it, I thought, oh, come on, please, how can you draw a line that goes all the way from the 14th century to the 20th century? You know, 600 years, so many differences about Spain and Germany over that period of time. It's not a fair comparison. But as I got older and more mature as a historian, I see that, you know what, there's actually a brilliant kernel of truth to both those speeches, in my humble opinion. We look at the pattern, for example, in Spain. We have in 1391 these forced conversions that lead to tremendous social mobility of Jews. Then, about 75 years later, there's a lot of persecution of these so-called new Christians. These Christians who come from Jewish roots, who are able to move within both worlds with some fluidity, and that results in isolation and then ultimately expulsion of the Jewish community of Spain. If we take that and we look at Germany, we see in the 1800s, for different reasons, there are mass conversions. These are not forced conversions, but a lot of social pressure allows a lot of Jews who are assimilating anyways to simply decide to adopt baptism. Largely as a social ladder, like the great poet Heinrich Heine said that baptism was to European culture. And then, you know, about 75 years later, there's this persecution of non-Aryans. I mean, these are, you know, is also admired, and there's a similarity there. This leads to isolation, to expulsion, and ultimately to mass murder, which is something that only had the briefest of echoes from medieval Spain. But nevertheless, there are some interesting historical parallels between these two periods. And as Santayana famously said, you know, history, if we do not pay attention to history, we're doomed to repeat it. Others have said you may not have repetition in history, but you certainly do have rhyme in history. There are certain oscillations to repeat themselves. But to conclude this lecture, and I hope you're still there. You know, I'm talking with the screen. I have no idea if you are out there. We'll find out later, I guess, when I go to school. People say, oh, yeah, about Spanish Jewry that allowed them to survive. As we saw, it's a great contrast, big flash moment where you either, you know, convert or martyr yourself, and the Ashkenazi decided to martyr themselves. The Spanish Jews did not have that same luxury, because all of a sudden they got forcibly converted by, you know, in really kind of a silly way, you know, holy water sprinkled on it. Like, what are you talking about? But nevertheless, they're caught up in this, not in like a dramatic moment of fire like you would have
with the synagogue surrounded by angry pogromists. But now the Sephardim developed ways to adapt to their new reality, their new identity, without sacrificing their Jewish identity. And let us remember the fierce attachment the Sephardim had to their culture, particularly as crypto Jews. We'll talk more about this perhaps next week. But, for example, circumcision was a certain giveaway that your children were Jewish, or you were a Judaizing family. So many crypto-Jewish women, wanting to retain their knowledge and identity as being Jews, but being unable to circumcise their children, often actually perform small surgical incisions on their shoulders, to a little circle, to remind us that we will make this scar on our own bodies, to remind us of this fact. Incredible dedication to Jewish continuity, although submerged in the entire different environment. And in Spain, and these Sephardim still consider themselves Dafis in the large Jewish community 500 years after being expelled. I mean, that's amazing. I consider myself a Lithuanian Jew, barely, even though it's now been like 3 countries removed from Lithuania. And it was my own grandparents who fled Lithuania to come to Canada. And my children will consider themselves maybe just Lithuanian, but primarily American. And that sub-identity disappears so quickly. How is it that Sephardim can feel so strongly attached to their identity 500 years later? It's an amazing thing. And I think it is a testament to Jewish survival. Okay, I've basically come to the end of my lecture. I hope this worked for you online. I think we had a much smaller crowd than we would have had without the virus. But at any rate, we're going to maintain continuity for the internet audience. And hopefully all of this will be over soon and we'll be able to get together as we usually do. I hope you have a fantastic week. And thank you for listening. Have a great day.
This time there is this symptoms on it. I guess. That's interesting. So I got a little pipette out, took a little drop, put it under a microscope.
Can't hear me either. It's okay.
I still get
Okay, don't worry.
I got it now. Great. I'm on mute. I'm asking everybody else to mute. And I'm on mute. Okay, so listen, everyone, please make sure you are on mute because it will really disturb the experience for everyone else. If you are not, I have the
How do we put it on mute?
So you just sort of move your mouse along, and you'll see at the bottom left there's a little microphone there. And
I'm on my phone. I'm on my phone.
on your phone, then star 6.
And then now you're gonna give the clip. Okay, great. We're looking forward.
Okay, thank you. Try star 6. We'll let everybody know that if I can't get people to mute, I may have to remove you from the class because it's like imagining a regular Christian Warriors classroom if all of a sudden people are talking in the middle of class and everyone in the room can hear it at the same volume. It can be really embarrassing.
Are you hearing us now? Or just
Yes, I am hearing you, and I'd rather not. I'd rather just be able to speak. So,
I know. We'll try again.
okay, star 6. That should do it. Okay, great. I'm seeing some mutes happening. Great. All right, let's get straight to the material. Okay, so the goal for today is to go over the 16th and 17th century. We're going to be looking at a pretty tumultuous period in Jewish history that begins with the Iberian diaspora. That is the period when the Jews are exiled from Spain and Portugal and make their way around the Mediterranean basin and all the way out to the New World. And then also we'll be looking at the tremendous transformations that resulted as Jews began to encounter, sometimes as Portuguese Jews who had Christian status, the new technologies and ideas that were circulating in Europe. And actually, in many cases, they were really agents of change that pushed along a lot of the rush towards modernity after the discovery of the New World. We're going to look at a tremendous period of instability with the Maoist rebellion in the middle of the 17th century that was followed almost immediately by an episode of tremendous impact on the Jewish people, that is the false messiahship of Shabtai Tzvi, and then we'll wrap it up with some reflections on survival. That's the plan for tonight. The image that you're looking at is actually a classic piece of art by Ilya Repin. It is a representation of the Zaporizhian Cossacks writing a letter to the Ottoman Tsar. And this is a representation of the Ukrainian freebooters who are really kind of like alienated from traditional society. They're living in encampments along the Dnipro River, and these are the people who are primarily associated with the rebellion of 1648-49 that we'll return to in a little while. But it's really an amazing piece of work, so I wanted to call it out. Let's go straight to the material. First of all, let's have a look at this map. I've got to find a good place to put my own face in this recording. Last time it was just a little too small, I think, and people complained they could not see my chain of fun. You know, when I was a little boy, for a long time I thought that my Hebrew name was Chain of Fun, because every time we went to visit my grandmother, she would call me Chain of Fun. At any rate, here's a map that shows you the diaspora after the Spanish expulsion of 1492 and the Portuguese forced conversion of 1497 that also resulted in another wave of immigration, although Portuguese Jews frequently had a lot of difficulty actually leaving the Iberian Peninsula. But as you can see, there's a huge wave of the most obvious locations, that is over the Pyrenees Mountains into the south of France, then southwards towards the coast of North Africa, and many Jews made their way to Italy in particular. The reception that Jews received as they landed on those shores was often quite cruel. In some cases, including on the Italian peninsula, Jewish communities themselves actually turned away boatloads of refugees, arguing, incidentally, now that they were likely carriers of the plague and they did not make a home in their communities. Jews were often the prey of unscrupulous pirates who would take their money and then literally leave them stranded on the coastline of some deserted place in North Africa, or even worse, simply murder them and throw them overboard. You also have Jews moving all the way out to Muslim territory, especially to Constantinople, which is here labeled in Spanish as Istanbul or Istanbul in modern English, where actually the Ottoman Sultan actually welcomed the Jews, saying that the Spaniards resource, and he openly mocked the Spanish king and queen for expelling them and eagerly opened them up. And finally, you can see all the way to the right here, the arrival of Jews in Israel after the expulsion of 1492 had a remarkably explosive impact on the developed location of Safed, which had recently been opened up with some Jewish settlements, and many of the early refugees from the Iberian Peninsula made their way to Safed, where there was a brief period, the 1520s to about the 1580s, that resulted in some phenomenal work of Jewish literature and scholarship, such as much of the Kabbalah, the Arizal was composed in Safed. And if you look towards the left of the map, you see, of course, there are Jews who made their way to the plunge and essentially follow Columbus and make their way over to the New World. And there are Jewish settlements in places like Recife from the 15th century. But let's move on to this. There's so much to talk about in this class. I don't want to miss out. I could have made that big enough. Okay. In terms of sources, I like to start these lectures with a discussion of sources, and I'm sorry that it does not lend itself as well here because we're going to be traversing quite a large period of history. But I want to point out two sources. One of them I'll talk about here. This is one of the earliest works of history, especially in the post-Iberian diaspora period. This is Samuel Ustray's Consolation for the Tribulation Nations of Israel, printed in Ferrara, with the tremendous help of some of the most unusually powerful women of the age, Benvenida Agravano and Doña Gracia Mendez, who were very important women who were actually the leaders of the Jewish world at a time when traditional rabbinic leadership had failed to stop the horrible occasion that happened in Spain. But what makes this a fascinating work is that, first of all, it's written in Portuguese, which is not that common. It is actually, if I remember correctly, the first major literary work in Portuguese that is studied even to this day in Portuguese schools. And it's essentially a poetic treatment of Jewish history as a dialogue between several biblical characters. And it's like a massive kind of epic poem in which they go through all the periods of Jewish history and all the terrible things that happened, and they point out how there was really, so to speak, a silver lining to the cloud, that everything that happened really was for a reason, and it all worked out. And it makes sense, of course, that he's writing this in Inquisition, and he was attempting to literally console the Jewish people through a study of history, which I think is a very noble pursuit. You can see that the imagery on the book cover is fascinating. It has a globe, which alludes to the spreading of the Jewish people, the diaspora, willing or otherwise, and also the Latin banner underneath says, in the Lord is my hope, right? I hope in the Lord. Beautiful kind of thing. Okay, we'll come back to the other stories that I want to look at when we get a little further into this lecture. Now, let's move on. One of the other major things that's happening at this time is the Iberian diaspora, particularly in Amsterdam. The Netherlands was actually a fairly welcoming community for Jews, but you had this unusual phenomenon of these Portuguese Jews in particular. You recall that the Portuguese Jews were all forcibly converted under tremendously horrific circumstances. Their children were kidnapped, in many cases simply shipped off and never saw them again. They came to horrible ends on the deserted islands off the coast of West Africa. That they were persecuted horribly after the Inquisition came to Portugal in the 1530s, and many of them, for generations, were raised without any knowledge that in fact they were Jewish. It was dangerous, of course, to tell your child that you were actually Jewish, because that would trigger a whole series of persecution for the family if they were to go around, speaking about their secret Jewish practices when they were supposed to be outwardly completely Christian. So it happened that Uriel da Costa was an unusual individual. He was told as a young adult, he was very theological inclined, he actually studied to be a priest, and when his mother told him that actually he's Jewish, he was so enthusiastic about the possibility of adopting his Jewish lifestyle and the Jewish religion when he came to Amsterdam, and there could have freedom of religion. Unfortunately, in a kind of like a tragic Balshuva moment, he was surprised that although Judaism sounded so beautiful and so wonderful, Jews were somewhat less so. And he was especially taken with cognitive dissonance when he realized that there were a lot of Jews who simply didn't live up to the ideals of Judaism. Talking in shul and cheating on taxes and who knows whatever other things. And he ended up becoming a gadfly of the Amsterdam Jewish community. He was repeatedly excoriated by the leadership, and he was actually put into Keren, into excommunication 3 times because of his attachment to his ideal vision of Judaism that did not jive with his appreciation of the real life Jews who were not necessarily always up to the challenges that they were listed for them. In a very tragic end, he definitely suffered from some mental illness issues. He had a lot of other coping mechanism difficulties, but ultimately what ended up happening is after being excommunicated the 3rd time, he begged to come back to the community. The Amsterdam Jewish community imposed a very harsh sanction on him and said that before he could be readmitted to the community, he had to undergo a ritual humiliation to really teach him the message that he can't go around. In fact, he even published a book criticizing the Jewish community. He can't go around doing these things. And in synagogue, they actually flogged him symbolically with a very, not in a painful way, but in a way that symbolized the ritual disapproval. And then, amazingly, they had him lie down on the steps, the threshold into the synagogue, and they had all the members of the community walk over his prone body into the synagogue. After this horrible humiliation, which he accepted because he really wanted to be back in the community, he went home. He wrote a 12-page suicide note, which was, it's a very chilling document. It has been published. It's called, he wrote in Latin, An Example of a Human Life. And then he took a revolver and shot himself. Terrible, terrible story, but it is indicative of the difficulty that many of these Portuguese Jews in particular had to reacquaint themselves with the Jewish community at large. His approach to Judaism, this sort of sense of what is ideal and kind of like coming at it from outside the community, was actually instrumental in influencing a lot of other thinkers, including another Amsterdam native, Baruch Spinoza, who's shown here on the left of Acosta. Now, this is just a piece of fantasy. They did not overlap in years, and Spinoza was not, sitting on the knee of Acosta. But the artist Hirschenberg is trying to tell us something about how the experience of Acosta, first with his Portuguese Inquisition, and then later with his encounter with the Jewish community, would ultimately inspire Spinoza, who also went through a similar kind of excommunication experience. So this is just putting in our heads some kind of sense of what it must have been like to survive the Spanish Inquisition, and then to try and reintegrate into the Jewish world. And this is all happening in the 16th century. Another fascinating thing that's happening at the same time is that Jews are becoming much more enmeshed in the leading scientific theories of the day. Jews have always been information workers, so to speak. Jews have always been, really quite literate and numerate, and so as a result, whenever there were learned people gathering to discuss anything except, let's say, theology, like Jews were not particularly well known, to the best of my knowledge, in Muslim or Christian theology, but they definitely were when it came to any of the medical sciences, for example. And let us not forget that it really wasn't until the late medieval period that there were clear distinctions between what we would call today sciences and what we would call today humanities. A learned person, a doctor of philosophy, was expected to know all the knowledge that was available at the time. And there was no real seam between, knowing literature and knowing pharmacology. Those were all part of general knowledge. So this is the period of time when it just begins to start getting more and more specific. And there's no real strong, it's still the cutting edge of technology, so there's no real strong barriers to allowing intellectually motivated Jews into some of these emerging areas of science. You see it especially in astronomy, which is expanding dramatically in the era of Galileo and Kepler and so on. Technology, look at the night sky. By the way, if you're on a phone, make sure you punch *6 to mute yourself, because heavy breathing is a little bit distracting. One of my favorites of this particular period was an unusually enthusiastic and very productive scholar named David Gans, who was a Prague Jewish scholar, very much involved with Tycho Brahe, who was one of the most important astronomers of the day. This happens to be a fascinating photograph. It's his gravestone. And you'll see here, if we zoom in, his is the first documented use of the Star of David as a Jewish symbol specifically in history. We tend to think of the Star of David as a very, very old Jewish symbol. It's really not. It's more of a modern the Cohen hands, things like that, are much older symbols. And Hawaii itself was especially associated with some of Gansu's thought. And you can just barely see at the top of the star, sitting on it, is the outline of a goose. And that's kind of like a pun because the name David Gans in German and in Yiddish is in fact goose. So it's kind of like a pun on his own name. He also was a historian. He wrote a very important work called Tzemach David, which is a more rabbinically oriented history of the world, which portrays the kind of emerging scientific consensus and emerging scientific enthusiasm you see among the rabbis at this time. Where this reaches apogee, in my humble opinion, is this amazing book, which would only be written another 100 years later, but it's called Sefer Abrit HaShalem, which is still studied today. You can go to a regular Jewish bookstore, especially in Hasidic neighborhoods. This is like a science compendium. The translation of the title is the complete book of the covenant, and the author, Rabbi Horowitz, basically wanted to introduce the amazing world of science to Jewish readers. It's a fascinating, wonderful book to read, and it gets into all kinds of amazing historical sciences, of course, of the 18th and 17th century. So it's kind of funny to see that here in the 21st century it's still avidly read, but nevertheless it is kind of like one of those kosher introductions to sciences that we have at this time. So these kinds of things are developing in the immediate post-Iberian experience. This is accelerated, of course, by the development of printing technology. Jews are early adopters of new technologies in general. There's a lot of reasons for this. Part of it is because economically we tend to live at the margins of traditional societies, right? For most of the medieval period, it was not wise for Jews to invest in real estate, because Jews could and were expelled from countries with very little notice, and then there goes your investment completely. And Jews were always involved in what we spoke a little bit last week about money lending, about financial pursuits and things like that. But not every Jew is so well inclined towards those kinds of tasks. But various kinds of artisanry, like silversmithing, goldsmithing, was definitely very popular for Jews. Those are portable trades. Also the arts, because these are things that reside in the mind, things that they're very portable trades. So Jews are always very involved in music, poetry. Ashkenazim a little bit differently, but certainly but for new opportunities economically with regularity, and new technologies are always a way to find new economic models. So printing became something that Jews found really wonderful quite early on, and so you have a lot of great early Jewish books. Here's one that's specifically connected to the material that we've been discussing in the post-Iberian period. This is the famous Ferrara Bible. I think I may have shown it to you in a different lecture, but just a closer look at it. This is a translation of the Bible into Spanish to make it possible for Jews who were unable to read in the Hebrew anymore because of the difficulties of the Inquisition. They had lost their Hebrew over several generations. Of course, anything in Hebrew was completely contraband. If a Hebrew book was found in your possession, then you could be exposed to the worst abuses of the Inquisition. The only exception, ironically, would be for medical doctors who are allowed to keep books in Hebrew for medical purposes, and of course that's anyway. So here, have a look at this artwork. This is rather amazing, right? This is on the front cover, and it shows this boat with the mast is broken, and it's clearly being driven by these heavy winds, blown by these angelic creatures, and there are these frightening sea monsters, and it's a very, kind of intimidating picture to put on the front of the Bible. But the idea is to say that the content of this book will guide us through the difficult seas ahead. Very powerful metaphor that definitely spoke to the Jews of the post-Inquisition period. I shouldn't really say post, because of course the Inquisition went right into the 19th century, but the post-Spanish and Portuguese Inquisition. The Talmud, which we've spoken about a bit before, I won't speak about it more now, but basically the setting of the Talmudic text to print made a huge difference, and although it would take a couple of hundred years before it really garnered massive strength, the idea that the text could be available in a much cheaper format like this was something that Jews were very, very excited about, and of course made the Talmud and Daf Yomi ultimately possible. Not so much the Talmud possible, but all right, let me slow down a little bit, because now we've got to talk about one of the most tumultuous moments in Jewish history, and that is the terrible Gzerat HaChatat, with translation, the evil decree of 1648-49. This is a period of phenomenal demographic upheaval, when there is a huge peasant revolt in Ukraine, and the Jews bear the brunt of the violent reaction of the Ukrainian peasantry. So let me give you a little bit of background here. So here's a map of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which was actually the largest country in Europe at the time. In this particular map, you've got the modern countries laid out. The borders there, but it really was one big dynastic union. The two principal factors are the Polish region and the Lithuanian region. And this was made up of a number of ethnicities. The dominant ethnicity were the Poles, who were largely big landowners living in central Poland, holding massive tracts of land called latifundia, principally in Ukraine in the south. Ukraine has a uniquely productive soil called Chernozem. It's like a black soil, black earth, and it is known as the breadbasket of Europe because it is such highly arable land. The Poles managed those Ukrainian land holdings through the use of Jewish middlemen, who are called arendators. The arenda system was basically a kind of a tax farming system, where the Polish noblemen, holders, as a community, an entire village and its holdings to manage. And that would mean that not only would they tax the peasants' agricultural output, but they would also be free to impose any other taxes they wished on the community, such as tolls to cross bridges, or toll or fees to use the village grinding mill for flour, or fees for hunting in the nobleman's forest, whatever they really wanted to add on there. There are even some one of the most hated of the means used by Jews, according to some allegedly, according to other historians definitely, was even the right to open the church doors only upon payment of a fee. It's an amazing thing. Now, there's been a lot of dispute of this particular charge against Jews, that they, in fact, invoked this. There's a lot of Ukrainian folk songs called Guinnesses that speak about this, however, and there are historians, I can't remember her name now, but there's one woman working at the university who wrote a dissertation on this, looking at those folk songs. Even if it wasn't true, just the stories about it being true would certainly spark resentment. And let us not forget that the Ukrainians, their real object of resentment are the Poles, who are giving the Jews these privileges because they want the money. Remember how this tax farming situation works, right? The Polish landlord says to the Jews, okay, I think from my latifundia I should be able to get 100 zlotys, so that's what I'd like from you next year. Jews go back and they tax the population to the tune of, let's say, 120 zlotys, and they give the nobleman the 100 and they keep 20 for themselves. That's their fee for doing the taxation services. And the nobleman is basically happy to let them do whatever they want in order to collect those taxes because the nobleman wants the money. As we'll see, however, this has an accelerant effect that is only bound to increase resentment and ultimately result in a massive rebellion of the community as a whole. Now, before I forget, yes, I should also mention one other kind of important thing here. We should recall that Jews didn't live as individuals in much of the medieval period, just like virtually no one lived as an individual during this period. What do I mean by that? A person was born into a particular class or an estate in the feudal system, and that was basically it. With the exception of people who choose, like the Zaporizhian Cossacks that we'll talk about in a moment, unless you choose to drop off the grid, you are fixed in your situation. You are a peasant, or I suppose you could join the church if you're male, or if you're female, I guess you could become a nun as well. But basically, that's the only way out. You're a peasant, that's your job, and you are judged and held accountable within. The Jews would typically come to a particular region, and they would actually own the village. This is the way things work. And after a particular town in Germany where a lot of this was a list of privilege that they had, which could include, the right, unlike much of our thinking with Western Europe in particular, the ghetto walls were actually, when they existed in Eastern Europe, they were built by the Jews themselves for their own protection rather than being built to close them in. That would only happen later with the Holocaust. And they could say, the right to control various trades within a particular community, and the right to manage their own affairs by Talmudic law, and they really could have quite a few benefits that were really very amazing. I wish we had more time to talk about this, but one of the most phenomenal developments of the period is that by the I guess it would be the 18th century, the early 18th century, a little bit of the 17th century, the Jews in Poland and Lithuania actually joined all of their communities together in a massive state within a state called the Council of Four Lands. And this represented really a phenomenal achievement of Jewish self-government, where they could not only govern their own existence within a given municipality, but they could actually extend the consistency of Talmudic law from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea. It was amazing. They would meet a couple of times a year, principally in the city of Lublin, and they would make laws for the entire Jewish population. Phenomenal achievement, really. Now, so that's really what would happen. Is Jews would typically come. We have this happening already in the 12th century and onward, but particularly in the 16th century. Jews moving into the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, they would get Magdeburg left to work in a particular area, and one of the main things that they would do is they would act as arrendators over the Ukrainian population. Now, the accelerant effect is that if the Polish nobleman demands 100 zloty 1 year, and he sees that he gets the money without too much difficulty, he says to himself, you know what, I don't have to limit myself to 100. Next year I'll ask for 110, and the year after 120. And so the Ukrainian peasantry ends up bearing more and more of the burden, and the Jews are like the leading edge of the spear here, who are taking the money to give to the Polish landlords and feeling the pressure of the highly resentful Ukrainian population as well. Not surprising. One last detail, and I got to go to the next slide. We should recall that there are some significant religious themes going on here as well. The Jews, of course, are Jewish. The Ukrainians are overwhelmingly Orthodox, and that's not Orthodox like you have Orthodox Jews as well. It's a technical term in the church. It basically refers to the Eastern Church as a whole, distinct from the Roman Catholic Church. Among the distinctions are, for example, they can have a married clergy. There's some distinctions in the way that the church ceremony is run, the base language of the ceremonies and so on. But the Poles are, of course, Catholic. And so you had the Polish Catholic lords imposing their will through the Jews on the Ukrainian Orthodox population, and the Ukrainians resented all of it, not surprising. One last, though, important detail, and then we'll talk about the actual rebellion itself. One of the more noxious elements of the Arenda system is something called propinatia, which refers to the monopoly on the distillation and distribution and sale of alcohol, which the noblemen frequently gave to the Jewish communities. So when you read in these stories about the Jewish innkeeper and Fetchma and things like that, it's usually referring to the reality that Jews were given this right of propinatia. Up until, of course, the 17th century, this was the situation. So if you were a Ukrainian peasant and have a drink of alcohol at the end of your hard day harvesting or whatever it is, you typically would not be able to make a bottle of moonshine yourself. That would be prohibited. And you couldn't go to the liquor store. You had to go to the Jewish inn to get your alcohol. Only the Jews, under the right of propinatia, were given the authority to distribute and sell alcohol. So many of these inns were primarily for the purpose of serving alcohol. Moreover, Jews could sell this alcohol on credit. So if you can imagine the Ukrainian peasant, hard work in the field, comes back, works, goes to have a few drinks, doesn't have any money on him right now because he's been, for instance, it's not harvest season or whatever. So he runs up a tab. The tab bears interest, and when the harvest season comes, he goes to settle up his bill. He's got this insurmountable bill in front of him, and there's a tremendous amount of resentment. As we discussed last week, everybody loves credit when they need it, but everybody hates it when they have to pay it back with interest. So the Jews were kind of like in a very precarious situation, partially the result of circumstances as a whole, because it's not like the Jews had an option. As long as things remain stable, it would become and ultimately result in this peasant explosion that happened in the 17th century. The explosion was led by this man here, Bogdan Khmelnytsky. You may have seen his name spelled as Chmeil, something like that, Khmelnytsky, something like that. That's just a Polish spelling. The pronunciation is definitely Bogdan Khmelnytsky, and this is the transliterated version from Ukrainian. As I mentioned earlier, he led a group of these Cossacks. The term Cossack or Kozake in Ukrainian refers to multiple different groups, but in this particular context, in the 17th century, it refers to Ukrainian peasants who were typically impoverished and just dropped out of society. They ran away from their leaseholdings for various reasons, and they ended up creating these freebooter kind of cowboy-like settlements on the inaccessible rapids of the Dnipro River south of Kiev. And from there, they engage in a lot of sort of brigandry. In Ukrainian culture, they have the kind of image of like Robin Hoods. They go out, they rescue Ukrainian children who are taken as slaves by the Ottomans. They go and they raid Polish villages, and they beat the Jews and things like that. The idea is that they were like sort of like free will spirit, freedom-loving Ukrainians. For Jews, of course, they are terrifying, primarily because in 1648, this is the beginning of the Zayrat Hashvatah, Bogdan Khmelnytsky leads these otherwise poorly connected groups of individuals to be the spearhead of a much larger national movement in which it becomes a major military attack on Polish dominance, and they attack the local Polish-dominated villages. And of course, there are not a lot of Poles living there. They're primarily living north in Poland itself, so they attack the Jews. A horrible series of pogroms that washed over the area from 1648 to 49 as they made their way north. Jews frequently ran to the Poles for assistance, and the Poles, surprisingly, did not regard the Jews as their allies in this fight, and frequently simply left them to the Ukrainians. It left an incredibly difficult stain on Ukrainian-Jewish relations that still reverberates to the present day. But I think some way to understand this essentially socioeconomic conflict was, if you think about like the riots in South Central Los Angeles, when there was a lot of African American anger over white dominance and the difficulty for them to make economic progress. And when they went and rioted in South Central LA, they didn't go and attack Bel Air or Hollywood. They attacked the Korean grocers who were living in their neighborhoods. The grocery stores, you have these things called food deserts where, large chains simply don't want to put their supermarkets there because they're not sufficiently profitable and things like that. So it's a space where these entrepreneurial, smaller grocery stores can charge higher prices, sometimes even price gouging. And so it was the Koreans who were the ones who felt the brunt of the Ukrainian anger. And similar in this case, it was the Jews who felt the brunt of the Cossacks anger. Now, the number of Jews killed is a matter of some debate. Some of the early accounts, and by the way, much of the treatment of this period is handled so powerfully by Rabbi Nathan of Hanover, who left a tremendous analysis of it, which actually is quite, when you actually read the text itself, you see he's unsparing in his criticism of the Jewish community's behavior as well. He talks about the kind of like irresponsible attitude to the situation, thinking that you think we can keep on doing this forever. No, it's eventually going to blow up in our faces, and ultimately that's what happened. The book is called Yeven Mitzula, the abyss of despair, quote from Tehillim. I lost my train of thought. So, how many Jews were killed? So you do see some hugely inflated numbers, like 250,000 Jews killed. That is most likely nowhere near the real number, because if you look at the demographics, the Jewish population immediately after the war actually begins to significantly increase, and in fact there were not anywhere near that number of Jews living there before the Polish-Ukrainian war as well. Reasonable numbers, however, might put it as high as 60,000, which is an incredibly large number for the 17th century. 60,000 pogrom-related deaths. We are deadened in our sensitivities because we lived after the most bloody century of all time, the century that had the Holocaust and numerous other genocides as well. 60,000 doesn't sound like such an amazing number, but was really a phenomenally difficult number, especially in the 17th century. One last detail here, and I want to just pay attention to another source. One of the references we have, it's not a large one, but it's a significant one. A woman named Lukula Kamel, living nearby in Germany, she refers to this period in her memoirs, and she describes how refugees from Jewish Ukraine would make their way westward to Germany, and her family actually took in some of those refugees, like my grandparents themselves, Alayhim Shalom, took in orphans from the Holocaust to be raised with their own children. So Bertha Pappenheim, who is shown here, she is actually a very famous woman. She was a German woman who led the anti-slavery movement at the turn of the 20th century into the 1920s. So amazing things about her. She was actually a direct descendant
of this woman, Glucko Cameron. And in this particular photograph, she's actually wearing the clothing that Glucko would have worn in the 16th, 17th century. So Glucko is a fascinating source because essentially what she did was, at the age of about 75 or so, if I remember correctly, she was kind of depressed. Her second husband had passed away, and she'd gone through so much challenges in her life, bankruptcies, marital heartbreak, and so on. Her children convinced her to start keeping a journal. She ended up writing, 70 little tiny notebooks that eventually made up an amazing journal, a very thick description of what it was like to be a Jewish woman at the end of the 17th century. And it recently just came out in a new edition. I haven't read it yet, but I'm really looking forward to it. It is an amazing book because we have very little comparable to that, not only among Jewish women, but among any women of the 17th century. And I will just tell you one quick thing about it. It's amazing because what she thinks of as being totally normal for her to do will, make any feminist proud, in the sense that she's like so involved in international business and in local affairs and in politics, and it's just like, well, let's see, what we're gonna do. There's no kind of sense that women are shunted aside and not allowed to be involved in these things. She was deep up to her elbows in all kinds of amazing things. Really a great book worth reading. Let us continue. So the sort of last major story of the 17th century, you can see that it's a tumultuous century, right? There's all kinds of exciting new things happening, with new science, new technologies, new ideas circulating, but at the same time, there's a lot of these medieval upheavals, peasant rebellions, and so on. And the kind of the darkest moment was one associated with this man, Shabbatai Tzvi. He was an unusual young man who, some of the early historians looking at Shabbatai Tzvi regarded him as a rasha, as a very wicked person who intentionally deceived the Jewish people, claiming he was Messiah, only to later betray him. More modern scholarship, beginning with the great Gershom Scholem, who wrote a very important biography of Shabbatai Tzvi, recognized that he probably suffered from something like, I'm not a psychologist, but something like bipolar disorder, depressive disorder, like that. Please be sure to push *6 so that your line is muted. And he was originally a very well-regarded young man in his community in Smyrna. He was actually a hot, sought-after prospect for shidduchim. He had a very fine singing voice. He was a great Talmud Chacham. Studied quite a bit, for example, of Kabbalah. I think I hear you eating potato chips, so it's probably better if you push *6. There you go. This is one of the challenges of, I'll have to figure out how to do this right on Zoom next time. That's great. Go back to the material. But around the age of 18, he refused to marry. Ultimately, he would later marry. That's another story in itself. I have a separate lecture on it, but I don't want to go into it now. He married also, by the way, the Torah. He actually had a ceremony where he got married to the Torah itself. It's weird. He began to experience what he called illuminations, where he began to be convinced that he could do amazing things, like he could levitate, or that he could traverse massive distances in a fraction of a second, ipsos adera. And this would have just been probably chalked up to being eccentric and on the there's a larger point of eccentric until he ran into this individual, Nathan of Gaza. I can probably push through. Nathan of Gaza, I'm not really that expert in this period, but if I were to hazard a guess, I would think that Nathan of Gaza is a little bit more on the villain side than Shabbatai Tzvi. Nathan of Gaza recognized the tremendous propaganda value of Shabbatai Tzvi's message, and he circulated it widely, and he promoted the idea that, in fact, Shabbatai Tzvi was the Messiah, and amazingly, he actually garnered quite a large following. This attracted the attention of even Christian artists. We have a lot of woodcuts like this that
show Shabbatai Tzvi coming into towns and being met by hundreds of adoring Jews, where he would bless this one and say, I'm going to make you king of Ethiopia, and you are going to be the king of, I don't know, Turkey, whatever it is. And he began to lead a messianic movement. And Christians were actually quite fascinated to see that, wait a second, the Jews are actually thinking this guy's the Messiah. Is it possible he is? And in fact, we know from sources like the Book of Amos that so many Jews in Western Europe simply sold all their belongings in order to join Shabbatai Tzvi on his trek to go back to Jerusalem and claim his title as the King of the Jews, initiate this new messianic period. It was a really, truly a fascinating time, but the story, of course, ended in huge debacle. Let me just go here. We are. Okay. What ended up happening is he presented himself to the Ottoman Sultan. He was completely delusional at this point, and he presented himself to the Ottoman Sultan. And he said, okay, here I am the king of the Jews, the Messiah. It's time for you to give me Jerusalem now so that I can initiate the Messianic age. And the Ottoman Sultan said, I have a better idea. How about you convert to Islam and I let you stay alive? So amazingly, Shabbatai Tzvi converted to Islam. Here you can see him in his stocks as he's waiting for the decision what to do about the Ottoman's offer. He converts to Islam along with his wife. Most of his followers are completely crushed, and they return home dejected, realizing that the entire messianic experience was completely flawed and did not come to pass. However, a small group of them called the GUINNESS, that's what they're called now, has said, wait a second, maybe this is part of the great messianic story. Maybe the Messiah go through the other great religions. Maybe we have to become Muslims too in order to initiate the Messianic period. And that's, in fact, the GUINNESS exist right up to this day, and they had a very large role to play in Turkish politics as well. Fascinating and sad story. We'll pick it up again when we speak about Hasidism, because many see a link between the failed messiahship of Shabbatai Tzvi and the kind of social forces that drove forward a desire for something new in Hasidism. But that will lead next week. So I'd like to conclude this lecture here. I'd like to conclude this lecture with a couple of thoughts. As is our want, we should reflect a little bit on Jewish revival. And I think it's especially appropriate in the situation that we're in right now. Now, God willing, this video will be online for some time, and people will watch it and say, what is he talking about? Well, obviously I'm speaking to all of you in March of 2020, when we are just at the very beginning of this unprecedented moment in world history. We're facing the coronavirus epidemic, COVID-19. Everybody should be well and healthy. And there are unusual parallels, which I'd like to think more about. But what's relevant for us today is that one of the skills that these people have that allows them to survive these challenges is that they are adaptable. They recognize the potential in many new emerging economies and many new emerging technologies, and although sometimes that can lead them into terrifying new and disastrous occurrences. One example, by the way, Shabbatai Tzvi was a huge proponent of printing. He loved printing, and he said that we should do away with Torah scroll and use this new modern format instead. It's so much easier. We can all have one, things like that. So it can be a weakness, but on the whole, I think it is a strength. With that, I want to conclude with one last note. If you're interested in hearing more about that specific line of argument, in a few minutes I'm going to be participating in a new venture that is spearheaded by Rabbis David Bashevkin and Hardo, and it's on this website, ou.org/OU Live. They're putting together an online forum that will discuss such issues while we're all kind of sheltering in place like this. Okay, I want to thank you very much for joining me tonight. I'm sorry that it has to be virtual in this way, but I hope you found the lecture useful, and you all stay safe and healthy, and I look forward to seeing you next week. Thank you very much.
Change the frequency slowly and watch how your system behaves.
We're going to end the
So
meeting
much
now.
more stress
Okay.
and tense.
Thanks very much. Take care.
That means that you have the possibility of over-testing certain parts.
Nice to see you all. I'm glad that you're able to join me for a quick discussion of an important period in Jewish history. I really hope that everyone on the line is doing well and your loved ones as well. This is a tense and difficult time for all of us, and we hope that you all have a refuah shalema and should stay away from any of the untoward and negative effects of this current public health situation. In today's lecture, what I'd like to do is to kind of orient us geographically and chronologically within Eastern Europe for the first part of the class, speaking specifically about the Russian Empire, which was a major center of Jewish population. From about the 16th century onward, that really becomes the central primary place where Jews are living in Europe. And then once we talk a little bit about the political and social realities at that time, I want to look in greater detail at this remarkable reform movement known as Hasidism. What exactly was Hasidism? How did it start? What were the major features of Hasidism and so on? Placing that within the historiographic context as how scholars have tried to understand Hasidism over the years. And then I'd like to speak about the reaction of the Misnagdim, the so-called opponents of Hasidism, that is the traditionalists who viewed this kind of new revival of Judaism with considerable skepticism, to say the least, and talk about the rather intense dispute that erupted in the late 18th and early 19th century between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim. And then finally, let's look at the Haskalah, which is yet another movement that emerges primarily from Germany and has an extremely influential impact, not only on the conflict between the Hasidim and the Misnagdim, but really on the unfolding of Jewish history as a whole throughout the 19th and 20th centuries. And that's going to basically take us over the course of the lecture. I hope you'll find it useful. Let's get started right away. Let me just make sure I'm running this off. Okay, so as I briefly mentioned a minute ago, Hasidism is really the first modern religious reform movement in Judaism. I know it might seem ironic to refer to Hasidim as reformers because we tend to associate the reform movement with a much more liberal wing of Jewish religious thought, which is much more in tune with accommodating the societal norms and adaptation to non-Jewish culture and things like that. These are generally antithetical to much of Hasidic thought, although as we shall see, Hasidism is really quite a diverse phenomenon, and there are Hasidic movements which are much more open to outside society than others, but in general, Hasidism tends to be a much more insular movement, a much more inward-looking movement, viewing the outside world as something toxic and so on, in general. Actually, right about now, the outside world is kind of toxic, so we should keep it that way, or at least until we get past this threatening curve. At any rate, it is a movement that began in the 18th century and injected a phenomenal amount of religious fervor and energy into a rather desiccated Judaism that had become really, bogged down in a lot of intellectual casuistry and a lot of Talmudic mental gymnastics, and many felt that Judaism had really lost the kind of joie de vivre that had so distinguished it in other periods of history. They felt that it had become really an intellectual movement that was so focused on the meritocracy of those intellectual superstars that the common person really had no way of accessing the deep reservoirs of spirituality that were locked within Judaism. Hasidism really strove to unlock those things, to make them available to the common person, and to a large degree they succeeded. So we're going to study that particular movement. But let us begin first with a discussion of the Hasidic, the historiography of Hasidism. And I'm going to outline three basic trends that have occurred over the last 150-odd years in historiography that will give us a sense of how historians have looked to this movement and have tried to place it within its larger context. So, for one of the kind of who wrote the first multi-volume massive encyclopedia history of the Jews that goes all the way from biblical period right up until the 19th century. He's actually a very important historical figure in his own right. I'm going to speak about him a little bit more when we get to the modern period. But he had a decidedly negative approach to Hasidism. He viewed Hasidism as a renewal of kind of a Jewish superstition, that it was overwhelmingly negatively influenced by Kabbalah, which he felt was also part of the larger history of Jewish superstition. He felt that Hasidim were credulous peasants who simply didn't know much about the beauty of Talmudic traditional Judaism, and they went in for following charismatic snake oil salesmen and other types of local leaders. And he generally had a very negative view of Hasidism as a whole. Hasidism, as I will show you in just a moment, God willing, is primarily an Eastern European phenomenon. You see it happening in the 18th century, primarily in Poland, in Ukraine, to a certain degree in Lithuania, but primarily in the southern regions. And Gretz was much more oriented towards the West. Much more oriented, although he had roots in Eastern Europe, he was oriented towards the modernizing movements that were associated with the West, specifically the Haskalah that we'll come back to in about 30 minutes or so. And so he looked down on the Hasidim in general, and he viewed it as kind of like, you know, the embarrassing country bumpkin relatives that we sophisticated Jews have. So he definitely had a very negative approach to Hasidism overall. This is contrasted with another great encyclopedic historian, the phenomenal Shimon Dubno, who also, like Gretz, wrote a massive multi-volume history of the Jews. And Dubno was much more involved in the actual day-to-day life of Eastern European Jews. He's about half a century ahead of Gretz in terms of the progress of historiography, and Dubno viewed Hasidism as an authentic expression of Jewish folk culture. Rather than looking down on it from a rather intellectual, sort of rarefied position, he viewed it more like an anthropologist would, saying that Hasidism was, you know, an extremely creative and innovative new way in which Jews were expressing their Jewish identity, and it should be celebrated. And he actually, you know, spoke in much more positive terms about Hasidism. He did not necessarily downplay some of the credulous, superstitious elements that Gretz had used to deride the Hasidim, but he did view the Hasidim as something that was intrinsically authentic, kind of like a, you know, it was something that actually came from the people. It was not some kind of crazy thing that was faddish or latched onto them. And so he valorized the Hasidim in a much more significant way than his predecessor. And we come sort of full circle when we start looking at the work of Martin Buber, who's not really a historian, more of a philosopher, a literary scholar. But with Buber, you begin to have a new appreciation of Hasidic thought. Again, like Dubno and Gretz, primarily looking from the outside in. You don't have, you know, really famous, well-trained Hasidic historians in this early period. But Buber begins to, you know, celebrate the spiritual genius of the Hasidim and begins to explore their culture and their stories and to popularize them, in particular among German reading youth. And he begins to sort of turn the corner looking at Hasidism as something that is really a major innovation in Jewish thought. And this is essentially the way that historiography has continued since Buber's demise at the middle of the 20th century. There's been a lot more kind of fair look at Hasidism as an indigenous Jewish phenomenon, looking at it as a complexity, recognizing its, frankly, very complex spiritual sophistication, and recognizing that it has deep roots in the Kabbalistic tradition, that it is really at the core of what the movement stands for. So nowadays, Hasidic historians are no longer participating in a kind of negative approach to this folk movement as we saw in the beginning. We really have come full circle with the historiographic approach. Now, that does not say that it is an uncritical approach by any means. There are definitely some pretty bizarre historians working out there looking at the economic origins of the Hasidic movement. We'll touch on that today. Some looking at the influence of Western ideas. It's fascinating different approaches to Hasidic thought. But that's it for our quick introduction to the sources. Let's talk a little bit about the social, political, historical environment. So we really have to begin with Catherine the Great to understand the period in which Hasidism flourished. The roots of Hasidism are in southern Podolia in particular, which is a region of Poland. But very early on, Poland is absorbed by its three neighbors. Poland, you recall, is, we talked about it last week, Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, massive state with a significant Jewish population. They're linked together. The municipalities are linked to the Council of Four Lands, which is a phenomenal achievement. But it went into a period, the country, and not so much the Council of Lands, but the country for sure, went into a period of internal political decline for reasons that will take us beyond the scope of our talk today. And as a result, by the time we get to the end of the 18th century, Poland is simply swallowed up by its three greedy neighbors, by Germany, Austria, and Russia. Simply decide to carve Poland off the map in the space of three distinct partitions. Poland, Russia ends up receiving the largest single chunk of Jews, and this is quite ironic because prior to the partitions of the late 18th century, Russia was actually closed to Jews. There was an incident that occurred in the late 15th century in which a member of the Tsar's royal family actually converted to Judaism, ostensibly under the influence of a Jewish doctor who was treating the royal family. And so ever since that time, the Russian Tsars have declared Russia closed to Jewish settlement completely. And then all of a sudden, under Catherine the Great, shown these massive Jewish populations that were concentrated on her new western borderlands. Here's a map of those western borderlands, in particular the region known as the Pale of Settlement. So Catherine II had to deal with a conundrum. On the one hand, there were elements in Russian society that said, oh my gosh, we can't have all these Jews. You have to do something to convert them. You have to do something with them. And on the other hand, there were certain commercial elements who were saying, wait a second, these Jews are actually very useful in our international trade. They have tremendous connections that they can use amongst each other. Maybe we should think about this carefully. Catherine II herself was not Russian in ethnicity either. She was actually German one, Prussian actually. And she was very much enamored of a lot of the Enlightenment thinking that was the Jews with a certain amount of charity. And so she adopted a compromise position, which said essentially Jews will not be allowed into the old territories of Russia, where they had been exceptions were made for talented Jewish doctors, very successful Jewish businessmen, and so on. But for the most part, Jews had to stay outside of Russia. But they could remain within the Polish territories that had been conquered. This defined the so-called Pale of Settlement for Jews. Now, the term Pale of Settlement sounds rather bizarre. It's kind of like an old or archaic English usage. In Russian, it's simply the region of settlement. The pale, like, you have this expression to go beyond the pale, it's like go beyond the border. So it's the borderlands that Jews were allowed to live in. And you can see in this map that it constitutes basically the entire yellow area, and Jews were also allowed into the Kingdom of Poland, which was also under Russian control at that time as well. So there were certain islands within the Pale of Settlement that Jews were not allowed to settle in. For example, the city of Kiev was closed to Jews, although in 1917 there were an estimated 60,000 Jews living there illegally anyways. And once you went to the far north, half of Latvia and Estonia were outside of the Pale of Settlement as well. But nevertheless, although this would become very crowded, and there will be a lot of anti-Semitic legislation and restrictive legislation piled on the Jews as you get to the end of the 19th century. At the end of the 18th century, when the Pale of Settlement was set up, and through much of the 19th century, it was actually not so bad. Jews within the Pale of Settlement had fixed rights. They could, for example, hold municipal office. They could vote in municipal elections. They had a certain amount of self-government. Their Talmudic legislation was for their own internal disputes and things like that. And in many ways, it was not such a bad thing, especially in the beginning of the 19th century. It turned much worse under Nicholas I, which is what we're going to turn to next. But nevertheless, that's how you get so many Jews concentrated in this Catherine II and her successors. I will look here at one successor in particular, and this is one of the most notorious and evil tsars of Russian history, Tsar Nicholas I, who came to power when his father was assassinated in a failed rebellion, and he took a very harsh view towards governing the country as a whole. In particular, he viewed the Jews as an indigestible mass that were incompatible with his views of unifying the Russian population under the principles of autocracy, orthodoxy, and Russian peoplehood, something called narodnost, peopleness. He really wanted Russia to be more like a monolithic ethnic state, particularly in European Russia, less so when you move out towards the Central Asian areas and things like that. But in European Russia, although this is like almost an impossibility when you realize the fact that there's so many nationalities living in the Russian Empire, not only Russians and related Slavic peoples like the Poles and the Belarusians and the Ukrainians, but also people who are Catholics, like the Lithuanians, for example, also the Poles, lots of tiny minorities like Armenians, like Roma, and of course like the Jews. And Tsar Nicholas I really wanted to try and get a handle on that, and he wanted to try and make everybody sort of like, if not actually assimilate to the Russian norm, he wanted them all to recognize, hey, this is Russia, Russian country, Russians are the titular nationality, and every other nationality has to really recognize that central ethnic fact. So to this end, he imposed a lot of decrees that were really quite awful for the Jewish people. I'm going to focus on two of them in particular to give you a sense of the historical background to the rise of the Hasidic movement. The first is the imposition of the Cantonist decree in 1837. This was an absolutely horrific decree that Tsar Nicholas I imposed. Basically, in the Russian Empire, conscription to the Russian army was a 25-year term. We're not talking about like modern conscription in modern nation states where it's like 2 years, 3 years. We're talking about 25 years of army service. So that means that for most Russian families, it was typically like second sons who didn't want to become priests who would say, okay, you know what, I'm not going to get any land, and I don't see much point being an industrial worker, so you know what, I'm going to be a soldier. And that would be a career, and it would be a reasonable career, so to speak. Jews historically, not just in Russia, but really in much of Europe, have typically avoided conscription by paying a double tax. This was completely amenable not only to the Jewish community, but typically to the governments as well, because Jews were viewed typically as foreigners. It's true, living on indigenous soil for 1,000 years, but nevertheless somehow not of the country. And in fact, in Russia, right up until 1917, a Jew who held a Russian passport, it would say inozemny. It would say, foreigner. The Jew could have been there for 20, 30 generations, but nevertheless they were not a native citizen. So the Tsar Nicholas I, he said, okay, we have to end this because the army is one of the greatest assimilatory institutions we have here in Russia. So starting right now, we are not going to allow the Jews to exempt themselves by a double payment. Jews must report for conscription at the same rate as all Russian young men must. And furthermore, since the age of conscription was 18, and it was, by the time a young man is 18, he's really, formed a lot of his opinions in life, and he may be married, he may have children, all kinds of things like that. He's really, an adult in every sense of the word. Nicholas I backed off the minimum legal age of conscription to the age 12. And what would happen is Jewish children would be taken at age 12 and placed in 6 years of formal re-education center schools called Kanton. And from there, they would do their 25 years military service. It was a devastating decree that he no longer exempt themselves from this, and in fact, the children will be taken at a very young age with the explicit purpose of assimilating them to Nicholas I, who was much worse. We should remember that the Russian government was not a very efficient government in every way. It was not highly organized, it was overwhelmingly bureaucratic, rife with corruption, and they simply didn't have the mechanism to regulate this kind of demand. So typically, they would not be very particular about the age of the children, and secondly, they weren't able to keep track of the children. They didn't have detailed birth statistics to even determine, who was of the right age in any particular location. By the way, this is something that pertained right up until World War I. There were Jews who were conscripted into the army. My own grandfather, Oliver Shala, he left Russia in 1905 because of the war with Japan. He did not want to get him fresh into service, and so he ended up moving to Canada, where he became a very unsuccessful farmer before he became a more successful dry goods dealer. At any rate, here's the worst part of the whole story. Nicholas I, realizing that his government was not up to the challenging demographic and bureaucratic task of identifying these young children and kidnapping them, what he did was he placed the Jewish Hila in charge of determining which conscripts would be turned over. In other words, he said to the Jewish communities, okay, we will be conscripting in October. Based on our estimate of your population, you should have approximately 10 young men that should be reporting for duty. We will come get them on October 1st. And it was up to the Jewish leadership to decide which children would be sent off to the national. I'll cut that out later. To be sent off to the contents. A truly horrific decision that unfortunately the Tehillah did not manage well. As you might expect under these kinds of circumstances, the wealthy and the well-connected Jewish families rarely had to give up their children to this essential death sentence in the Jewish community. It was typically the children of the poor, children of widows, who were taken literally from their beds at night, sometimes by professional kidnappers, and handed over to the conscription authorities. An absolutely horrific moment that tore apart the Jewish community and had an incredibly costly impact on the trust that Jewish individuals had in their traditional rabbinic leadership. Now, we should understand, we don't have time really right now to talk about the structure of the Tehillah, but we should recall that there was the lay leadership that formed the so-called Tuvei, the great ones of the community, and these are typically the wealthy individuals who would have positions of authority as the Parnas, the president, the treasurer, and so on. And they would be the Makri-Maks who would sit on the eastern wall and get a lot of glory and so on. And they would also be supporting the community with their largesse. They were balanced out, however, by the Beit Din, the rabbinic board in every community that would rule according to Talmudic law. And the rabbis only had really the authority of tradition behind them to enforce these kind of regulations. And in fact, the Tuvei did not enjoy the rulings of the rabbis, they would risk the wrath of the population, but they could simply fire the rabbis still. And as a result, there was a sense of abandonment by the general population from the traditional leaders, and also by their rabbis who are not stepping up and saying this is wrong, you can't do it, and so on. And so you have an entire generation of Jews, basically from the 1830s until the 1870s, where Jews are growing up afraid, angry, and disillusioned. And later this will turn into a very significant socialist movement as well. By the 1840s, Nicholas I has basically destroyed the entire Kehillah structure. People have lost their confidence in their traditional leadership, and so Nicholas I just simply delivers the death blow. In 1844, he removes all Kehillah power, with the exception of internal taxation, which of course is for the benefit of the state, as they collects the taxes that the Kehillah manages, and conscription, as described earlier. So we should understand that as we go into the second half of the 19th century, the traditional Jewish leadership is totally debilitated, cut off at the knees, and Jews are looking for alternate loci of authority. That's the environment in which Hasidism really expands in Eastern Europe in particular. Okay, so let us now, that we've got a sense of the lay of the land literally and also of the political development and so on, let's go back a little bit and try to understand the innovation of Hasidism in itself. So although I've described to you primarily the first half of the 19th century when Hasidism is in its massive growth phase, this would be already in the third generation of Hasidic leaders. The first generation of leaders harkens back to the incredible Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, known as the Baal Shem Tov. Some amazing research has been conducted by Dr. Moshe Rossman from Bar-Ilan University, who's actually gone to the archives after the Soviet Union fell apart and found tax records from Poland that shows the Baal Shem Tov's own name recorded there, and all kinds of amazing things that he really was an actual person, even though exists in this sort of legendary mindset because of the amazing story told about him. What do we know about him? Basically comes from although he was credited as a spiritual genius and in fact and so on, he was definitely not part of the traditional intellectual crowd, hanging around the yeshivas and impressing everyone with his Talmudic brilliance and things like that. He was much more of a solitary wanderer who would go off into the forest and meditate and come back with great mystical truths and things like this. Now, he followed in the footsteps of a much older tradition known as the Baalei Shem movement. His name is the Baal Shem Tov, which means literally master of the good name, but the emphasis should really be placed on the word Tov, good. Because, and sometimes people understand that to mean he's the master of the good name, meaning the master of God's name. That's an allusion to the very pronounced phenomenon of theurgic Kabbalah in the Hasidic movement. That is the production of amulets, the recital of certain spells, and so on. By the way, they are enjoying a resurgence right now in the context of the coronavirus. Fascinating, Hasidic amulets warding off disease that people are putting on their front doors and things like that, based on the wonder-working stories of various Hasidic leaders and so on. At any rate, really from the 17th century and earlier, there are these people who are called Baalei Shem, who would cater to the need of common folk by producing these kind of religious objects that were things to help with a livelihood, finding a life partner, all kinds of things like this. And this is, stock and trade of traditional folk religion of virtually every stripe, and Judaism is not unique in this regard. There are definitely many places where even today you go to a Judaica store and they will have a whole array of various, kind of like amulets that you can put in your car or on your front door or in your baby's crib that are essentially like prayers. If this were not a history lecture and more of a theology lecture, we would get more into what exactly these things do and what is their place in the Jewish tradition. But for the time being, let us understand that, for hundreds of years, Jews have been consuming these devices. I shouldn't say hundreds, really thousands of years. They go all the way back. You have examples of them from ancient Babylon and so on. So, but many of the people who produced these things were not necessarily reliable. They're not necessarily, the best examples of Jewish ethics and scholarship and so on. So when the Baal Shem Tov came along, he was generally known as the Baal Shem Tov. He was the good amulet maker. He distinguished him from some of the charlatans that had unfortunately perpetrated from time to time fraud on the Jewish people. He was regarded as being a genuine miracle worker who really had true spiritual insight, phenomenal compassion for the wider population, and so on. So he started this movement. He collected a small group of disciples around him, and then the third generation, under in particular the Maggid of Mezrich, another generation of Hasidic leaders, all of whom had their own individual approach to Hasidic thought, but nevertheless they drew from the same intellectual well that the Baal Shem Tov had done in the 18th century. What are the primary features of Hasidic thought? So let's look a little bit at what's the essential sort of theological message it comes to. First of all, Hasidism really emphasizes the idea of Dveikut, which means kind of like spiritual cleaving to God. It is the opposite of the technical term ecstasy. Ecstasy in Greek literally means to stand outside, boarded with one's religious enthusiasm. Actually, the word enthusiasm might be better. And theos means to have God within you. So enthusiasm means to absorb God within you. Dveikut means literally cleaving, to draw close, as in, a husband will cleave unto his wife, as we see in Genesis. So the idea of Hasidism is really emphasizing this idea of Dveikut, of somehow achieving a mystica unio with the divine, somehow getting close to God, and becoming enveloped within God, and God totally suffused within oneself. And the means to that are primarily through prayer. There's a lot of amazing stories about how one of the founders of the great Hasidic movements, the founder of Chabad, the Alter Rebbe, Shneir Zalman of Liadi, he was a Litvak. He was one of the Misnagdim that we'll speak about in a minute. He actually went to the Maggid of Mezrich, the disciple of Baal Shem Tov, in order to learn how to pray. Right? He was certainly totally familiar with the prayers. I'm sure he memorized them. I'm sure he knew exactly what he was saying and translated everything. It was no difficulty, but the deep mystical meaning of prayer, the idea of prayer, the efficacy of prayer, that went to the Maggid to learn. Also, the power of song, power of meditation, the power of fellowship, other Hasidim, very gregarious religious movement, and there is tremendous value in coming together in these communal activities. These are things which were not necessarily high on the list for the traditionalists. Is something that was celebrated in the same way, and so the Hasidim really placed emphasis on these things. Note, of course, that all of these things are accessible to those with limited education. Anyone can pray with intensity. You just have to develop that spiritual muscle. You don't necessarily have to, be fluent in Aramaic to pray properly. At least we'll see. Another feature, a reliance on mystical teachings and a willingness to disseminate mystical teachings to the broader population. Whereas the traditionalists tend to view the teachings of mysticism as they are recorded, for example, in the Zohar or the Sefer Bakir or other great mystical classics of the Jewish tradition. These were regarded as being sacrosanct and intended only for those who had already mastered
the entirety of Jewish thought, that had already mastered the entire Talmud, the entire code of Jewish law, and all these kinds of things. And the Hasidim, on the other hand, were saying, no, we can take some of these ideas, we can maybe water them down, package them differently so they can be read by people who do not necessarily have the tools to decipher the coded language, but we will disseminate these ideas, and they will infuse common Jewish practice with a whole new universe of meaning that's derived from the Kabbalist tradition. Third, and I think I've kind of said this a couple of times now, but I'll say it anyways, valorization of the common, often uneducated Jew. There's so many stories in the Hasidic literature that emphasize the power of simple piety, and quite often negatively contrasting the highly intellectualized and very cold and rational approach of the traditionalists, by seeing the tremendous compassion and genuine spiritual enthusiasm of the typical Hasidic Jew. In terms of the structure of Hasidic communities, they tended to be developed around charismatic leaders who often formed dynasties, meaning the son of a given leader would become the next Hasidic leader and so on. That's especially true in the 19th century. But really, tightly knit circles with a phenomenal dedication to the Rabbi, to the leader of the particular Hasidic movement, as a prime locus of truth and spiritual inspiration. So that's kind of like this movement that starts developing in the late 18th century, and by the time you get to the turn of the 19th century, it's really picking up steam. And so that attracted the negative attention of the traditionalists. Let's have a look at how they dealt with it. And these are, of course, the so-called misnaged. So the term misnaged, or mitnaged, depending on the style of pronunciation you prefer, literally translated, the term mitnaged means an opponent, someone who is against Hasidism. It's very funny how the term has certain connotation. Among Hasidim, the word misnaged is almost like the N-word. It's the N-word, right? And there's like a derivative version of it, that snags, that you hear in 21st century parlance. For the Misnagdim, on the other hand, the Jews who were traditionalists, who were looking askance at this new Hasidic innovation, they ended up absorbing that term and considering it perfectly neutral, and in fact, just a sort of socio-ethnic cultural designator. So it's funny, I know that some of my best friends are Hasidim, and when I bring with them, when I get together and enjoy some of that amazing Hasidic fellowship, they may start saying a story that reflects negatively on Misnagdim, and then they'll suddenly be embarrassed to look and say, "Oh my gosh, I'm sorry," like I'm offended. But that's not how Misnagdim regard this term. It is simply a statement of reality that the Jews of the North, the traditionalists in the region of Lithuania in particular, opposed Hasidism quite strenuously. And so they took this term, misnaged, as a way of describing themselves as, we are not those people. No way. Those are Hasidim. We are not them. We are distinct from them. We're misnaged. They were centered around the leadership of Elijah of Vilnius, shown here, known most popularly as the Vilna Gaon, the genius of the city of Vilnius. His specific role in the conflict with the Hasidim is not nearly as pronounced as it tends to be portrayed in much of the popular literature. His deputies, however, and his successors did carry on the fight with tremendous tenacity and sometimes unary reaction. So first of all, we should understand that there's a geocultural aspect to this, right? The Hasidic movement is primarily based in the south, in the region of southern Poland and Ukraine and so on, which is not known, especially at the turn of the 19th century, for its strong educational network. There are no great yeshivas there at the time. Mind you, there are not many great yeshivas in the north either at this time either, but
the yeshivas don't develop until quite a bit later and stuff, put it like that. And the locus of the intellectual center of gravity in Eastern Europe is clearly towards the north, the Lithuanian centers. And Vilnius is one of the most important of those centers. That's where all of the great writing is happening. That's where all of the great scholars are coming together and so on. And so the Misnagdim are basically looking down, literally, the map at the southern Ukrainians. However, you should bear in mind that there are exceptions to this rule. Chabad, as I mentioned earlier, Chabad is actually a Lithuanian movement. It is a Hasidic movement that originated in Lithuania, although and it maintained a locus there as well, although it also did influence not only in the rest of Poland, but the world as a whole. So there is a cultural and a map issue that is related to this. Some of the opposition was based on the fact that many of the Misnagdim feared that with this, charismatic leadership of these individual Hasidic rabbis, we were headed for another debacle like Shabbatai Tzvi. That one of them would stand up and would be claiming himself as the Messiah, and look what happened to us in the 1600s. We cannot go through that again. This is especially the case because when we look at the degree to which Hasidim revered their Rebbes, there were a lot of doctrines that seemed really quite anathematic. Anathematic? No, that's not really the word, is it? They were anathema to the Misnagdim. So, for example, there was this idea roundly criticized, known as Mesirat HaMachshava, the transference of thought, where a Hasid might say to himself, well, you know what? Who am I to pray directly to God? I can't pray to God. He won't listen to me. I'm so far away. I will instead pray to my Rebbe, that my Rebbe will pray to God on my behalf. This is definitely not Jewish theology by any means, and I'm hard-pressed to find a Hasidic movement that actually endorsed this. It sounds more like sort of a Misnagdic slur, but nevertheless, the idea that a Jew would have an intermediary before praying to God is completely contrary to the vast mainstream of Jewish stuff. There are some interesting kind of footnote exceptions, but I'm not going to go there right now. The idea of submitting prayer requests to the Rebbe, a time-honored practice in the Hasidic world, also viewed with a lot of suspicion, things like that. Related to this, the fears that the Hasidim were engaged in antinomian tendencies. Oh my gosh, this was a huge problem because antinomian means against the law, right? Nomos is law. And the idea is not against the Russian law, but against Jewish law, because the Hasidim were adopting all kinds of practices that were contrary to traditional Misnagdim practices. For example, Misnagdim have a very rigid set of time guidelines. Prayer must be, recited at a certain time and not later than a certain time, and so on. And if you miss the morning prayer, well, now you got to wait for the afternoon prayer because it's too late for the morning prayer. Whereas the Hasidim were saying, wait a second. Is this what God wants? Does God really care about the specific details of the time? Get up and have a coffee like a mensch. You just eat before praying, so that you're not thinking about your stomach, thinking about God. And then when you're ready, pray properly with full enthusiasm. It's kind of reminiscent of, what they attribute to Abraham Lincoln, that if I had 6 hours to cut down on a tree, I would then spend 4 hours sharpening the axe. So the Misnagdim were saying, hey, you've got to cut down the tree by a certain time. And the Hasidim were saying, we're not going to waste our time chopping with a dull axe. We've got to sharpen our axe before we cut down the tree. Now, there are lots of specific details of, the halakhic basis for this or that position. I will not go into that. But the nature of the charge was that the Hasidim were playing fast and loose. This happened. Shvita was another very important one. Exactly how does one slaughter an animal to make it kosher and so on. Times of prayer mentioned and other details. So the fear that they're actually going to be transgressing Jewish law was very real among the Misnagdim. Now here's where I think it gets especially interesting. there are economic implications to this antinomian behavior. We should recall, as I discussed a little while ago, and it's actually a phenomenon that goes back to regions, the position of the rabbinate is actually a purchased position. In the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, noblemen would frankly, frequently sell people who made a business out of being a rabbi without necessarily thinking about their congregation first. They thought about how, well, wouldn't it be nice to make a living like this? I get to sit on the eastern wall, everybody calls me rabbi, they think I really know, but in reality they were not so dedicated to the spiritual upkeep and well-being of their flock. And so quite often in the Polish-Lithuanian period, and extending well into the Tsarist period, you have rabbis in charge of communities who are not well supported by their populations. And so what happens when you get a Hasidic charismatic leader in the community who says, oh, you know what, we should follow the teachings of our Rabbi and we should pray our morning prayers at, let's say, 10:30. That sounds like a pretty reasonable time. But of course that would mean that we'd have to create a second prayer quorum. We can't do the same prayer quorum as the Lithuanians do at 8:30 in the morning or 9:30 in the morning. And you know what? There's a lot of us, and why should we bother? Maybe we should have our own synagogue. And oh, by the way, we have adopted several stringencies with our kosher slaughtering laws. So instead of buying your meat from the rabbinically approved butcher, you're going to have to go to a Hasidic butcher. And all those tax dollars that go to things like come from buying Shabbat candles and kosher meat and so on, they might find an alternate route to flow through the charismatic Hasidic rabbi rather than the established official rabbi who does not necessarily have the ability to raise behind him. And so one particular scholar, Ben Sion Ginor, did an amazing analysis of the economic implications of the Hasidic revival and pointed very clearly to the impact that this religious movement would have on the bottom line for a lot of Hasidic rabbis. So there was a huge pushback against the Hasidim, and from basically the 1790s until about 1815, there was incredibly nasty fights between the growing Hasidic movement, which is increasing in its popularity, and the die-hard traditionalists in Isnagrin. So much so that both groups actually denounced each other's leaders on a number of occasions and had them thrown in jail. The Russian authorities were always very happy to hear negative libels cast against some part of their population. If they heard that, the local Hasidic rabbis were formulating dissent or were arguing for rebellion, then they would say, okay, let's just arrest those Hasidic rabbis and throw them in jail. And the same thing could be true of the Misnachim as well. So there was a period of absolutely incredible, bitter, intense dispute between the Misnachim and the Hasidim that only really began to calm down around 1815 as a result of the growth of another movement, which is the final section that we discuss in this lecture, and that is the Haskalah. So the term Haskalah literally is a translation of the German term Aufklärung, or the English term enlightenment, which is a reference to an intellectual movement that swept across Europe in the 18th century in particular, and Jews were affected just as well. The Enlightenment, which created a lot of amazing figures in American history as well, figures that influenced the development of American political thought, de Tocqueville, for example, and John Locke, and many other, Jefferson, big Enlightenment thinkers. They were influenced by some of the basic ideas of this much more secularizing movement. An idea that, we should look at human beings as rational entities that have their unique cultural distinctions, but in reality, why are we making all kinds of different rules that hold back certain elements of our larger Jewish population? Now, there were limits. The Enlightenment never figured out race very well. They totally ignored women. But the idea of all men, that is literally men, and by the way, I'm talking about white men, are equal, that was a very significant element of Enlightenment thought that actually began to penetrate and percolate throughout that society, particularly in the form of the European liberalism. So when it hit the Jews, perhaps the most important poster boy, as it were, was Moses Mendelssohn, shown here, who was known as the genius of, I think it was Passau. I can't remember exactly where he was from. He primarily acted in Prussia, though, who mastered modern literary German, which was not something that most Jews had at their fingertips. Most Jews, could communicate as necessary in the vernacular, but they certainly would do so with a heavy Yiddish accent, and they would certainly, fail to speak at a very high level. Moses Mendelssohn was an incredibly talented young man who actually competed in literary competitions against the phenomenal Immanuel Kant and many other leading intellectual figures. And he was held aloft as kind of like the example of what Jews could do if they were exempted from the many anti-Semitic restrictions that kept them from settling in certain areas, attending college, pursuing certain occupations, and so on. And so a whole school of liberal thinkers in the West, particularly in France and Germany, began to say, maybe we should rethink how we're treating the Jews. I mean, look at this guy Mendelssohn. Look at what he can do. And are we smart to ignore this human capital? In some places, like in France, there was an immediate shock with the revolution, and that resulted in Jewish emancipation in 1791. 1790 for the Sephardic Jews. Germany had a much harder time of it, going back and forth over the 19th century, but this promise of political equality, which was called in this particular context, emancipation, the idea of freeing the Jews. It's not a very good term because they weren't actually enslaved, they were just rather discriminated against legally, but the idea of allowing them access to general culture slowly gained much currency as a result of activity of people like Moses Mendelssohn. And the people who gathered around him were called the Maskilim, that is, the adherents of the Haskalah, the Enlightenment, who wanted to demonstrate to the larger population that, in fact, they deserve to be included in general European culture and thought and society. And they made tremendous progress in this regard. Now, Mendelssohn himself was personally observant, and he did not seriously entertain the idea of transgressing Jewish law in his pursuit of emancipation. He was still Sabbath observant, social laws, and so on. However, many of his intellectual descendants did not necessarily agree. They said, you know what, maybe we should jettison some of these ancient Near Eastern practices of ours, and that way we will be accepted as Jews. If we, for example, move the Sabbath to Sunday, which of course is unheard of in traditional Jewish thought, but it was actually floated a few times in the 19th century, not by traditional Jews, but by the Maskilim. Let's move it to Sunday, and that way, non-Jews will be able to understand us more, and we'll be able to be more simpatico, and that way we can achieve our place that we desire in general society. And so there was a tremendous amount of negotiation, particularly in Germany, where a lot of the Maskilim began to view the way forward as one in which Jews had to meet German society at least halfway. Jews had to give up their distinctive Jewishness, however one understood that, in order to be worthy of the gift of emancipation. This was not the case in Eastern Europe. In Eastern Europe, if Jews abandoned their traditional religiosity, they did not do it because they wanted to be, regular bourgeois Russians. They did it because they wanted to be revolutionaries, socialists, communists. So they wanted to make Israel Zionists. We'll talk about those, God willing, maybe a little bit next week and certainly the week after, which will be after Passover. But in Eastern Europe, in Western Europe, there was much more of an accommodationist, even assimilationist in interpretation. So the question was, what price should the Jews pay? How much should they invest to achieve this promise of emancipation. Let's look at 4 quick figures, and I'll give you a sense of the range of opinions. So on the far left, you have Abraham Geiger, who is associated primarily with what was called the liberal movement, or in America it's known as the Reform movement. So Geiger argued that, you know what, there's so much in Judaism that are medieval accretions that we have developed, and much of it is human created, not divine in nature, so we should simply, remove those things that stand in our way. Perhaps most, now Geiger is often considered not necessarily someone who is leading the movement, but one who is rather the figurehead of the movement. Many scholars of the early 19th century in Germany point to a large groundswell of grassroots support among German Jews who want to see the change happen, and they're putting leaders in place who will affect that. But this is why one sees a lot of the dramatic changes to the Sabbath, the Kashrut laws, and so on. Then you have a little bit to the right, you have Zacharias Frankl, who was originally a member of this Reform movement, the liberal movement, but in the 1830s, if I remember correctly, he said, we're going too far, we are changing Judaism too fast. I agree with you to say that Judaism should change, but it should be evolutionary, it should be under careful deliberation. And the way the reformers had attempted to remove, for example, the Hebrew language from liturgy, that was a bridge too far. And so he said, you know what, we're going to create a new movement, which is called historical positivist Judaism. And it's now known in America as the conservative movement. And he said, we will change, but not as fast as the reformers. And then you have, over in Peshburg, in Bratislava, Rabbi Moshe Schreiber, known as the Hatam Sofer, who took an absolute opposite approach. He said, these approaches are disastrous. They are going to result in the wholesale abandonment of Judaism and the destruction of the Jewish people as a whole. Rather, what we have to do is we have to look at modernity and we have to say it is completely forbidden. In fact, he coined the phrase, which was actually a rabbinic pun, Asur Chadash Min Torah. Chadash Asur Min Torah. Literally, that which is new is intrinsically forbidden by the Torah. If you know Hebrew, you'll understand. And you know the Talmud a little bit why that's a confusing statement to make. But he meant it. He meant that whatever this new world is, you guys are all so crazy for it, you want the emancipation and everything, it is a disaster for us. And we have to draw the line, and we have to say we will not change anything. So this eventually becomes what we call today the Haredi approach, which is much more resistant to any change in traditional Jewish practice. And then finally, a little bit to the left of the Chassam Sofer is Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, a German rabbi based in Frankfurt, who said, you know what we have to do is we have to take a measured approach. We cannot win by rejecting modernity entirely, but we certainly should not throw out the baby with the bathwater, we say. We should not be abandoning our core practices and principles in order to merit this, fleeting emancipation that we think is so wonderful. And so he advocated a more cautious approach in which those things which are truly mandated by traditional law are absolutely sacrosanct and are observed to the letter. But those practices, which are really kind of things that are customary, that have developed over time, but are not necessarily laid down in any specific religious exemption, like, for example, varieties in fashion or dress. There are certain requirements that fashion be, Maimonides writes, for example, you have to wear clothes that are clean and good repair, fitting your station and so on. But beyond that, whether they're blue or whether they're green, that's not really a big deal. So why not? Those things will be available to individual folks. Example, Hirsch created something which is generally known today as modern orthodoxy, which is orthodox, but at the same time modern, trying to bridge these worlds. Now, with all of this going on, primarily happening in Western Europe and pushing in on the Hasidic Misnagdic dispute in Eastern Europe, around 1815, Hasidic and Misnagdic leaders came to their senses and said, wait a second, we have been arguing about what kind of slaughtering knife is appropriate to kill a cow for kosher laws. But over in Germany, they're saying, why keep kosher? We've been arguing about what kind of headgear is appropriate for a Jew. And over there, they're saying, no, don't wear headgear at all. so they kind of came to their senses and they declared an unofficial truth. This is not like this down situation. It's just kind of like a social movement. That, you know what? We're going to view each other with a certain amount of distaste for the next couple hundred years, but in reality, there's a much greater, more existential threat from the Haskalah. So we have to realize that 95% of everything we do in common. We share those values and practices. The 5% that we argue about, we'll continue to argue about, but we have to hold the line on the traditional practices because the masculine are really threatening to reason as a whole. So with that, let's just take a moment to reflect on Jewish survival. And I think when we look at the Hasidic movement in particular, and we look at the tremendous blowback that it got from the Misnagdim as well, we see that there are deep, deep reserves of Jewish spiritual yearning that come to the fore when a new conduit for that spiritual desire is found. And there are those who will disagree profoundly, but they will do so out of a similar conception of attachment to their way of approaching God. And this is fundamentally a phenomenal survival skill. As long as the Jews are able to find ways in which to coexist with those who have distinct approaches, nevertheless, there is great promise for survival. And I hope this lecture was meaningful to you. I hope you all stay very well and avoid this coronavirus that is rampaging throughout the world right now. God willing, we'll meet again next week to talk about the New World, and then we're going to take a break for the wonderful Passover holiday. Thank you very much for listening.
I'm getting a little bit nervous. For the arrival of a signal from a tiny spacecraft on a dangerous mission. Its name, New Horizons.
We are really pressing the limits here.
New Horizons.
I hope you're all doing well. I hope that you're coping with the current situation well. It's been quite a month of March, I know, for all of us. But nevertheless, as the series is titled, I Survived Jewish History, God willing, we should all survive this current crisis as well and go into a holiday of Geula next week, God willing. So tonight's lecture, it's possible it might be a little bit shorter. This is not, it doesn't happen to be an area that I have a tremendous expertise in, unlike all the other areas where I also don't have expertise, but I talk anyways. But it just happens that I spend a lot of time dealing with college issues and also helping my wife turning over the kitchen. She likes to do it early. So I have a little less time to prepare, but I hope we'll be able to go through the period very quickly at any rate and get some sense of this particular and unique moment in Jewish history. So the period that I'd like to cover right now is really the transitional period, the period of migration, when Jews, essentially the center, the cultural center of Jewry, moved from Europe to America. This is something that took several centuries and was accelerated by the unfortunate massacres, how can I use the word unfortunate, was accelerated by the incredible devastation of the Holocaust. But it is a movement that was definitely taking place prior to the Holocaust by at least 6 decades. So that's the period that I'd like to look at today, essentially the development of the New World, in particular the United States of America. So to begin with, we should talk about the fact that the movement of Jewish populations is one of the most traditional and well accepted aspects of Jewish history that we have. Jews are a diasporic people. This is something that they have endured since the first diaspora, 6 centuries before the Common Era, and then much more significantly in the first century of the Common Era, Jews have been moving from place to place in order to try and eke out their existence in often hostile cultural environments for well over 2 millennia. This is something that Jews have learned to adapt to, and ironically, as we shall see when we come back to the last lectures of this series, what we have not adapted to so well is what to do when a country is really nice to us. We seem like we are in America to be assimilating ourselves a bit out of existence. That's the latest challenge that we have to be enduring as a people right now. But let's look at this massive migration from the Old World to the New World in particular. Let us recall that when threatened by external pressures, Jews often employed a fight or flight response, or in the Jewish version, that's more like a flee or flee response. Either run away because the risks are simply too great, and or to try to challenge that by bribing the opponent, so to speak. This is something that works in most of Jewish history, but only began to break down in a significant way when we get to the 20th century, as we shall see, God willing, when we return all healthy after Passover. So let me take you into the beginning, and let's look at first at this map, which I return to quite often. I really enjoy this map. This is a map that shows the dispersion of the Jews after the great expulsion of 1492 in Spain, and then later 1497, the forced conversions in Portugal that resulted in a slower trickle of Jews, but nevertheless a very significant movement of Jews, now called Portuguese Jews because they were technically converted to Christianity, still retain their Jewish identity, but living at various levels of openness as Christians or as Jews throughout all of Europe. And as you can see, a large number found their way to new homes throughout the Mediterranean basin, including in Arabic lands or in Muslim lands like in Turkey. Also, many of them found new homes in Europe in particular, in the Netherlands and so on. But just on the left of this map, you can see that it says a las Americas. A lot of them went to the Americas. And that's really the story that we're going to explore today. The 400 years that followed this Iberian diaspora. In particular, we're going to look at America because in many ways, America may be a radical new moment in Jewish history. This is denied by, for very concrete reasons, the sixth Lubavitcher Rebbe, who of course settled in America, I believe it was 1941, when he was whisked out of Europe and brought to New York and eventually established the Chabad Hasidic stronghold in Brooklyn, New York, in Crown Heights. But when he arrived here, this is actually a photograph from an earlier visit when he's getting a police escort as a visiting European dignitary. One of the things that he pronounced at the time was, America is nicht anders. It means, with that statement, is he wanted to say that ultimately the primary factors that drive Jewish life, that determine Jewish creativity and energy and stressors, all of those things are totally the same in America as they have been in every other diasporic country in which the Jews have lived. There's a lot of, now why would he bother to say that unless there was, as we say in the Talmud, a hava amina, a working presumption that no, America is different. America is a totally different country. There's a lot of things you can say about America that you cannot easily say about most countries that were the domicile of Jews for the past couple of millennia. It was, first of all, a democracy. It gave Jews equal rights, and it actually it acted on those rights. Jews had phenomenal freedom in America that they had nowhere else in the world. And they concentrated in large numbers. They had a huge explosion of creativity at the turn of the 20th century, for decades. And maybe America was Irish. Maybe America was different. And that a new reality would pertain in these boundaries. So hopefully we'll be able to explore that again a certain amount today, but certainly as we go into the last seminar, the last three lectures of the series, where we'll think about, is America different or not? The Lubavitcher Rebbe, this is the sixth Lubavitcher Rebbe, of course, his son-in-law would be the extremely famous seventh Lubavitcher Rebbe, Menachem Mendel Schneerson. But the sixth Rebbe, the Friedricher Rebbe as he is called, he wanted to say that America will conform to Jewish standards, just as Jews have found a way to make every country conform to their standards. That's kind of a weird way of saying it. I hope to make it a little clearer either today, but possibly when we come back after Passover. But here's one example of why America looked kind of different. Let me just move my one picture here on this is a bulletin board, a billboard, or maybe this is on the side of a bus panel where I saw this, but it's from the Second World War, and you can see it's from LaGuardia, from New York, and it's a war poster that says, side by side, Protestant, Catholic, Jew. That these three Americans who are here made equivalent to one another. It's an amazing statement. You can't think of something like disappearing at the same time. Even in a relatively benign country like England or France, wow, to say that Protestant, Catholic, and Jew will fight side by side, and Jews, who are numerically definitely the most tiny of those people, and furthermore have a long history of being hated by Christian groups as well. How is it possible that they're all included together? Not to mention the conflict between Protestants and Catholics. But the idea was that America was creating this new environment in which, Jews were equal to Protestants and Catholics. They're not equal to Muslims at this point. Muslims would not be considered in the same mix. But nevertheless, this coexist kind of attitude that promised a new, effervescence of Jewish culture and a liberal environment that looked kind of like, wow, some of the things that were happening in the Golden Age of Spain. Maybe that's what was happening in America in the 20th century. There's a lot to say that, maybe America was different. And no question, it was an attractive option for so many Jews. It was called in Yiddish the Golden Medina, the Golden Land, because it offered so much potential for Jews and was such a destination of choice for hundreds of thousands of Jews, as we shall see today. So let us just quickly review the main periods of Jewish settlement in America. In particular, we'll also spend some time talking a little bit about South America and Canada as well, but that's really the topic for tonight. So the earliest settlement was a group of 23 Jews who arrived in New Amsterdam, which is of course New York, Manhattan, in 1654. It's a famous arrival of Jews on one particular boat who were coming from this region called Recife, which was in Portuguese Brazil. Now, it was an unusual kind of moment, because the Jews who lived here, they were actually conversos, or crypto Jews, as we have said before. These are Portuguese Jews who tried to flee the persecution in the Iberian Peninsula and made their way with some of the early traders to the New World, and they settled as a community in Recife. Now, they lived as Christians under the Portuguese, and then when the Dutch took over the territory, they essentially said, oh, wow, great. Well, you know what, we've been pretending all along. We're actually Jewish. We just didn't know what to do with ourselves because the Inquisition would still be ongoing for another couple of hundred years, and so they couldn't live openly as Jews. But once the Dutch took over, the Dutch were much more liberal, much more open-minded, much more tolerant of religious differences. They said, surprise, we're Jews. And then, of course, the Portuguese came back, and they retook the region, and the Jews of Recife said, that's it for us. We've already outed ourselves. We're outside the closet now, so to speak. What are we going to do? So they decided to pack up their bags, and they left. And they boarded the ship. Many of the Jews of the region actually went back to Europe, went back to London, to Amsterdam, but 23 Jews made their way to Manhattan, where they encountered the Dutch governor of the region, Peter Stuyvesant. Now, the Dutch, you'll recall, this is New Amsterdam, so this is when the Dutch controlled New York, and Peter Stuyvesant, even though he has an obvious affinity for Jewish entities, as you can see, he and I actually share the same taste in pizzas. Isn't that amazing? And also the same taste, I think, in airlines. So, anyway, he really didn't want to accept these Jews, even though they were Dutch citizens, and he was the leader of a Dutch colony. He didn't want to accept them. And in his letter of complaint to the Dutch East India Company, because we should recall, even though this is a governmental institution, the New World was really dominated by these massive corporations that were linked to one degree or another to national government. The Dutch East India Company, the Hudson's Bay Company, which opened up much of Canada, for example. So he wrote back to his corporate bosses in HQ, and he said, we deem it useful to require them, the Jews, in a friendly way to depart. Meaning, even though they're Dutch citizens, they do not get to stay here, Dutch subjects, they do not get to stay here in New Amsterdam. Why? Because they are a deceitful race, hateful enemies, and blasphemers of the name of Christ, and they should not be infecting and troubling this new colony. So Stuyvesant wanted to send these 23 Jews away. These 23 Jews, of course, mobilized whatever resources they could, and they communicated with their co-religionists in Amsterdam, who made an appeal on their behalf. And while Stuyvesant was waiting for the response, they basically sheltered in place until finally the response came. And here's what the bosses said. I won't read the whole thing, but it is kind of beautiful language. Honorable, prudent, pious, dear, and faithful Stuyvesant, thank you for your note, etc., etc. And he says, we're not going to let you kick out the Jews. Why? Because of the considerable loss sustained by this nation with others in, when they were kicked out of Brazil, because they were, doing a lot of things for the Dutch when the Portuguese came back. And also because of the large amount of capital they still have invested. You not like Jews, maybe an anti-Semite yourself, but you know what? They're stockholders, and we have to please our stockholders. And so the Dutch East India Company, West India Company, said, you know what? You're just going to have to leave them there. And however, and see at the end of the note here, provided that the poor among them, among those Jews, shall not become a burden to the company or to the community, but be supported by their own nation. And so, if you look at this little exchange between Stuyvesant and his bosses in Amsterdam, you learn a lot about the early mentality of the Jews and their situation in America. It was tenuous. It was, we can stay here as long as we keep investing in the country, right? Because we're shareholders in this particular story, and also as long as we do not become a drain on the community. So the Jews have kind of like, they're working with a double standard in their mind that, you know what, we cannot become public charges. We have to take care of our own, which actually played to the Jewish strength, because for thousands of years, Jews had always been kind of like foreigners in the lands that they inhabited, often for generations or centuries. And they knew that if they were to be tolerated in a given situation, they had to make sure they took care of their own hospitals, their own aid societies, widows, orphans. Everyone has to be taken care of. Education, these things all have to be happening at the same time. And that's really ingrained not only in the overarching mindset of the Jews in the diaspora, but also specifically in America as well, based on their very close brush with expulsion from these lands. Now, what were they doing at the time? I got the wrong way here. Sorry. Jews established themselves primarily in trade. This is something that they had been doing, of course, for a long time in many different countries. And it was something that Jews were well suited for because they were literate, they were numerate, they had extensive connections with co-religionists in other countries, and it was something that Jews had taken to with a considerable amount of cultural weight and heritage and tradition. So basically every single thing that could be traded between the old and the new world was traded by Jews. One thing that was that has been a scuttlebutt of some anti-Semitic argument is Jews and the slave trade. Now, it would be a distortion of history to say that Jews somehow put up their hands and said, no, we're not going to trade in slaves because it's immoral or it's wrong. That simply did not happen. There were definitely Jewish slave traders, even in the transatlantic slave trade, which is depicted here. Slaves being one of the most important exports of Africa to the New World in this triangular trade, in which things went from Africa, primarily slaves, to the New World, and then raw goods were shipped from the New World to Europe, and then manufactured goods were shipped down to Africa, where they would be traded for slaves. There were definitely Jewish slave traders. However, the anti-Semitic argument falls apart when you place the proportion of Jews within the larger context of who was dealing in slaves. And Jews were nowhere near close to the proportions that you might expect for such an important element of the trade. It was hard to know exactly why these numbers are not as proportionate as you would expect, but nevertheless, there's certainly nothing to see here in terms of Jews as being especially egregious in this noxious trade. Jews were not non-participants, but they were certainly completely unexceptional participants in the trade. And Jews were, of course, much more distinguished by selling things like molasses, or in Canada in particular, where there's a large settlement in Montreal, Jews were huge fur traders. You know, they would deal with the courtier de bois, who would be going out and trapping, pelts, and then they would be selling them to England. This is much more common in terms of overall Jewish trade. But nevertheless, why is it going back? Nevertheless, we have a significant, small initially, but a significant Jewish population developing. Initially, almost completely either Sephardic or Portuguese Jews, either Spanish or Portuguese Jews, who are establishing themselves, particularly in New York, but we also see major settlements in places like Charleston and Savannah. The only place that was not directly on the coast was Montreal, of course, in the British colonies. But Montreal is on the St. Lawrence River and is also a major port. But almost all the Jews are concentrated on the eastern seaboard in a handful of towns. Also, a significant number of Jews populating southern regions as well, the Caribbean as well. There are a few significant families. We actually have a significant amount of data from the Levi-Franks family. Here's one of the matriarchs of that family who left behind quite a bit of correspondence. It tells us a little bit about the struggling life of the tiny number of Jews in America. If we move forward a little bit, here is an artist's rendition of Shearet Yisrael, the remnant of Israel, the oldest synagogue. Actually, I'm not sure if it's the oldest synagogue still functioning today or close to it. It's one of the very first synagogues that was set up in New York. It moved to different locations. This is the original Mill Street location. And early in the 19th century, the Jewish presence was really very small. It grew very slow throughout the 18th century. But we can get a sense of what this community is like. For example, they didn't have a full-time rabbi until 1840. So that means 200 years of Jewish settlement in the New World with no full-time rabbi. Can you imagine? Oh my gosh, the Kiddushes would have been out of control. But in particular, you say, in fact, they did have difficulty controlling the population because there was no, just published by Shearet Yisrael on Erev Yom Kippur, right, the eve of the holiest day of the year, before the full-time rabbi. And the letter reads that the Parnasim, meaning the heads of the community, received that several Jews are daily violating the principles of our holy religion, such as trading on the Sabbath, eating forbidden meats, and other heinous crimes. I really like the way they're heinous crimes. But the fact is that there is no social control over Jews other than the inertia and the weight of the established community, which was very small and very tenuous. In Europe, you still had the presence of the Beit Din. You still had, a massive tradition of rabbinic authority that was vested in the Kehillah structure. But in America, a very voluntaristic country, Jews were essentially free to behave any way they wanted. And if they chose to step outside the boundaries of traditional halakha, there's very little that can actually stop them from doing so. This should be familiar to us in the 21st century from its inception. And Jews frequently flouted traditionalist authorities and did essentially what they wanted. But when they wanted to make a simcha, they would come back towards the traditional community, and the community had to tolerate a wide variety of approaches to the authority of halakha. It's interesting to note that what are the kind of punishments, what are the kind of coercive powers that the community could use? So they write, he will not be deemed a member of our congregation, a person who transgresses these heinous crimes, have none of the honors of the synagogue conferred on him. I love this 18th century spelling, by the way. And here's the really difficult one. And when dead, will not be buried according to the manner of our brethren. This is actually one of the strongest punishments that could be used in Europe. The Kedra Kadisha could simply refuse to bury a Jew, which was considered a very, very horrible punishment, and that most Jews would ultimately cave and would follow the will of the Beit Din if that in fact was the case. So for the first couple hundred years of Jewish life in North America, this is the kind of Wild West atmosphere they have. There are, in terms of the period, there are definitely some heroes that stand out. There are a lot of overachievers, like Chaim Solomon, who was a close associate of George Washington, actually a major financier that supported the War of Revolution. And we have some standout biographies of individual Jews in America in particular, to a certain degree in Canada, but would be Canada as well, who also really distinguish themselves as great patriots. But, it's a very thin history because there are very, very few people living here at the time. Have a look at this graph that shows you the growth of the population. And you can see here on the left, in 1654, the number is actually 23. Right? That's the first boatload of refugees from Recife coming in. 100 years later, and you basically cracked maybe 1,000, and it grows very slowly until you get to the middle of the 19th century, and that's when you get a much larger number of German Jews who make their way to the country. Even the promise of emancipation that had been afforded to the Jews already from the Revolutionary period, it only really begins to pick up steam as the debates over emancipation are raging in Germany. We spoke about them briefly at the end of last week's lecture. And so they decide that, why am I trying to make it here in Germany? There's so much more opportunity in the New World, and many of those German Jews made it to America, where they ultimately did become tremendous successes, as we shall see, God willing, after Passover. By the time we get to 1880, we're looking at something like 280,000 Jews living in the United States. Very significant number, but it would explode in the next major period of Jewish migration, which is sometimes called the Great Migration. And it is that period that in fact brought my own family in, and about 70% of American Jewish families to these borders. So let's have a look at that right now. I'm sorry for the backward zooming. I'm not sure why. Here we go. So this is a map that I love to focus on. This map shows you specifically the emigration from the Pale of Settlement. You recall we spoke about that last week as well. This is the region of the Russian Empire in which Jews were allowed to live. Now, as we discussed last week, originally this was actually a fairly liberal thing for Jews. They had an extensive number of rights in the Pale of Settlement under Catherine II, which was not, these rights were not afforded to them under other environments, and certainly not in Russia, where Jews were not allowed to live at all. However, over the course of the 19th century, it became a very, very difficult place to live. We spoke about Nicholas I, the decree of the Cantonisten, the destruction of Aquila, and so on. By the time you get to the turn of the 20th century, the region is rocked with a series of pogroms. These are it's hard to speak about them in a general form because there are many different motivations for pogroms and the degree of violence changes across the various pogroms. But basically, you have the 17th century uprising of 1648, which we discussed 2 weeks ago. That's followed by a smaller but rather intense pogrom, specifically in the region of Uman. That's why Nachman of Berdichev decided to be buried there. That was in 1768, and then you notice that's basically 100 years apart. And then in 1882, another 100 years plus, that begins a series, a cascade of pogroms that show no sign of stopping. There are literally hundreds of small pogroms that begin in 1882 and last until 1884. And it is very clear that the Russian government is either unwilling, Nicholas II himself was a significant anti-Semite, or incapable, more likely, of stopping the pogrom wave. And at that point, with those 1881 pogroms and onward, 1882, Jews realized that Russia, the Russian Empire, is no longer a Rechtsstaat. It is no longer a state founded essentially on laws, and that Jews had no they had no recourse there. They had no safety there because they could not depend on the authorities to maintain the status quo at all. And so beginning in 1881 and onward, many Jews simply said, you know what, let's give up, let's leave. Some of them, developed other ideologies. Some of them turned to Zionism, which is a fairly new phenomenon, which we started going after Passover. Political Zionism being new, of course, the idea of the yearning for Zionism is much older. Some of them turned to communism, saying that we're not leaving, but we're going to change the country itself. And some of them said, no, let's just pack it up. We've been here 1,000 years, long enough, and let's look for more appropriate climate. This was accelerated because not only did they have these waves of pogroms in the 1880s, you also had horrific pogroms in the 1890s, terrible ones in Chisinau in 1903, 1905, and then some horrible, brutal pogroms, which I spent quite a bit of time studying. It was actually the subject of my doctoral dissertation in the context of the Russian Civil War and the establishment of the Soviet Union between 1917 and 1921. Period of tremendous chaos and civil war. So you have hundreds of thousands of Jews leaving the Pale of Settlement, far greater than any other demographic movement in Jewish history. So look at the map here and you'll see what I'm talking about. We've got about 1.7 million Jews coming to the United States of America between this map that indicates 1882 to 1917. It would actually grow by another 200,000 people because the American immigration system would not begin to shut down until the 1920s, and that's when it became much more restrictive, and it was much harder for Jews to make this same journey. But, about 2 million Jews making their way to America in the space of 30 or 40 years. Incredible number. 70,000 made their way to Canada, which included my own grandparents. I'll show you a picture slowly. A little bit larger number went to South America. We tend to not think about the Jews of South America, but very significant populations in Brazil, for example, Chile, Argentina, huge populations down there. 250,000 made their way to Western Europe. England was a favorite destination in particular. And as you can see, by contrast, about 45,000 at this period decided to choose Israel. These are the early Zionists, the Shivat Zion movement, and later the several Aliyahs. And about the same number, primarily Lithuanian, made their way down to South Africa, where they established very significant populations in Johannesburg, Cape Town, places like that. Another very small number, 5,000, made their way to Australia. But this is the period of great migration that creates the core of the Jewish population in the Americas. So recall in that demographic that I showed you a while ago, there was something like 280,000 Jews living in America by 1880, and then within 40 years, it was increased by over 2 million. So a massive expansion of Jewish population, particularly on the eastern seaboard in the period of the turn of the 20th century. Now, why did they come? There's two main reasons that we should bear in mind. The first is, as I have alluded, anti-Semitism. And in fact, and it's real, the pogroms were significant. They were devastating and horrific, of course. But let us place this in context. In the first major wave of pogroms, the ones that really kicked off this emigration wave from 1881 to 1884, according to one estimate, only 43 Jews were killed in the space of 3 years of pogrom violence. Now, 43 deaths is a terrible thing to contemplate, but seriously, compared to the much worse bloodshed that would occur in future pogroms, in which you wouldn't be numbering them in double digits, you'd be numbering them in triple and quadruple digits. And when you get to the Holocaust, my gosh, the numbers would be overwhelming. So anti-Semitism is definitely a motivation, but I think it's more like the sharp edge of the stick when there's a much larger mass that's actually prodding Jews to leave. And that is primarily the driver for economic opportunity. The Jews in the Pale of Settlement in particular were significantly disadvantaged by economic policies and anti-Semitic legislation from the Russian government. They lived a very tenuous life, often,
were treated very badly, expelled from regions in a very capricious manner. New legislation that cuts them out of trades that they have been engaged in for centuries, and legislation that disadvantaged them against Christian competitors, and all kinds of things that were just pressing on them economically. You also have a very significant population increase in the 19th century among Jews that drove a lot of Jews to these massive family sizes without any real means of supporting them. And so when people began to talk about the golden Medina, the golden land across the sea in America, many Jews decided to take advantage of this. This was contrary to the will of almost all rabbinic authorities, with very few rabbis, with very few Jewish institutions, with hardly any Chinese restaurants, especially on the East Coast. And they said, how can you go there? But nevertheless, a lot of Jews went. They tended to be younger, they tend to be single, and they tend to be rebels. They looked at America as a brand new adventure for them, and they went with the attitude that America is under. America is different. I will lead a totally different lifestyle when I come to America. This was the overwhelming sense of many of the Jews who left in the 1880s. The kind of picture that you see in the historiography sometimes of these huddled Tevye-like masses who would like nothing more than to just stay in Europe and maintain a traditionalist lifestyle, but they're driven out by the nasty anti-Semites. That's kind of like an overly skewed picture that emphasizes one very real part of the narrative, but certainly ignores the very important draw of increased economic opportunity. And by the way, this would snowball, would cascade, because you would have so many Jews who would come to America, would make enough money, even though they'd be living by impoverished standards in the 21st century standards, but they would make enough money that they could actually send remittances back home to Europe. And entire shtetls were supported by one rich Jew in America who may have been a hoarder, who may have been a shopkeeper, but he made so much money compared to what was going on in Eastern Europe that he was able to maintain their economic standing. So it was really considered an amazing, thinking about my grandmother, Alea Shalom. She tells me how she came to Canada in the 1930s, actually in 1930. And when she was a young girl, in her shtetl in Lithuania, there was a woman named Kaya the Americanka, Kaya the American, because she had gone to America, she had made so much money, and when she came back to Lithuania, and get this, she built herself a brick house. It was like the only brick house in the entire shtetl, and everyone thought Kaya the Americanka was such a wealthy woman because undoubtedly she was. My grandmother always says this, that she used to hate one thing she had to do when she was a young girl. She had to go in and help Kaya the Americanka tie up her corset. And she had to put her foot, I guess she was 10 years old, put her foot in the middle of the back of this woman and then pull on the cord and then tie off her corset for it. She used to hate to do that. At any rate, that's one of the reasons why my grandmother, Alea Shalom, at a young age, she was I think 18 years old at the time, left the country to go to Montreal. All right, here, by the way, on the other side of my family, just because I want you to get a sense of the youth and the attitude, this is a picture of my father's parents, not my grandmother, I mentioned earlier, my mother's mother. And this is a picture of when they were first in Canada. And you get a sense of how young they were, how they were adventurous. It was a brand new thing. Start all over, a totally new life, which in fact they did in deep northern Ontario, where they managed a clothing store for a long time. Just again, I'm sorry to tell you these personal stories, but because I'm talking to Zoom, I feel a little bit like I'm talking to myself. And who knows, maybe one day my grandchildren will listen to this recording. So one of my favorite stories about this time, and I imagine they look close to what they look like here in this photograph. This photograph was taken about 1908. There was a forest fire, and there was no way to control these forest fires in
Northern Ontario at the time. There's no helicopters or anything like that. And so my grandfather, he dug up their backyard and he put all of the dry goods, the suits and the pants and the work boots and things like that, and he buried them in their backyard. And then when the fire came to town, my grandfather, Allah Shalom, and his wife, my grandmother, Allah Shalom, who was pregnant at the time, and their young kids, they all went and they immersed in the Abitibi River, and they waited there until the fire ravaged the entire town. It was just terrible. They came back, their houses destroyed and everything, but they dug up the dry goods, and my grandfather was right back in business again. So think about the adventures of what it must have been like to be a new settler in this whole new country. I have never had to do anything like that, you know. Sometimes I lost my pencil in college. That's what I had to live with. Okay. That isn't really funny, but, you know, it's just a feel. Now, so this takes us really to my concluding remarks here. It's a little bit of a shorter lecture. Sorry, just too much involved in my brain. But one thing that we should bear in mind, especially as we think about the opening statement of the sixth Lubavitcher Rebbe that, you know, is America Anda. The next major wave of Jews arriving on these shores are, of course, Holocaust survivors. And Holocaust survivors are not immigrants the same way that the 1880 wave of migrants were. The Jews of the 1880s, they came thinking America's a great new experiment. America is going to be a new possibility for Jews in general and for me, a Jew specifically. And they were willing to adapt to America. They tried very hard to get rid of Yiddish, to not speak Yiddish to their children so the kids would grow up with a proper American accent. They tried to adopt American clothing and American values and American sensibilities, and in many ways the Jews were incredibly successful at that, even to the point of helping create American civic men. Jews were, you know, especially in Hollywood, very, very importantly involved in the development of an American people. These are like the immigrants that came from the 1880s to 1920s. After the Holocaust, you didn't have immigrants, you had refugees. You had Jews who were forcibly uprooted from their home. They're not coming to America because they wanted to reinvent themselves. They're coming to America because everything that was dear to them was destroyed. And their attitude coming to America, like the Lubavitcher Rebbe's was, America is nicht anders. America is no different. We are not going to be shaped by America. America will be shaped by us. And many of the more successful, particularly Orthodox communities in America were established by these refugees who set up shop in places like Brooklyn and in Lakewood, New Jersey, and in Muncie, New York, and said, this is where we are going to recreate the shtetl of Eastern Europe. And we know it's going to be in English, and we know that everyone's going to have their own vehicle and things like that, but it's going to conform to the values and standards of the Eastern European shtetl. And so in many ways, ironically, the Jews in America who came after World War II were the most faithful to the traditions that they were forced to uproot when they left Europe. So I think at this point, we should just turn a little bit to our typical end of class reflection on Jewish revival. And I think, you know, America definitely, if it's not different, it definitely poses different challenges. And the Jews who first came to these shores, beginning in the 17th century, faced a variety of challenges that it's impossible for us to fully fathom what it must have meant. But nevertheless, as you look at the generations, you look at the kind of challenges that first 23 member community of refugees from the sea phase, what they had to deal with during initial encounter with anti-Semitism, and yet managed to mobilize their resources back in Amsterdam to preserve their own dignity. They realized right away, based on the communication from Stuyvesant and the headquarters, that they would have to take care of themselves. In fact, that's a message that Jews took to heart, and they realized that if they were to survive in these very different environments, they would fundamentally have to develop an ethos and ethic of responsibility, of communal self-help, of compassion, compassion for others in their community, extending charitable donations, extending charitable activities, organizing for self-help. These are all things that Jews would have to do if they were to survive in the new challenging world of the Americas. Okay, with that, I've come to the conclusion of my lecture. I really am so grateful that so many of you choose to participate via Zoom. It is a somewhat alienating experience just talking to myself like this, but I see little numbers there, and I see some names on the side here that make me know that you're still out there, and I hope you're enjoying the lectures, and I'm really looking forward to the time when we can physically get together and can enjoy each other's presence. I hope you all have a healthy and a kosher Passover. Thank you very much for watching.
The blue-greenish one represents, well, what it actually is. So as you can see, we're a little bit off, and the difference here doesn't seem too much on this scale, but it's actually 600 miles from the target.
Because this object is so very, very small, it's possible that if we are a little bit off, we could just miss seeing the object, and we certainly don't want to do that.
There's only one shot, and if you make a mistake, that could be it. For the next few weeks, the navigators will carefully follow Ultima's path, examine every pixel of every frame to help guide New Horizons to its target on New Year's. If their calculations are right, the spacecraft will fly just 2,200 miles above Ultima's surface. This is a comparison of about 30 days out to what Pluto looked like and what Ultima really looks like right now. So you're asking me what the challenges are of this mission. This image is worth 1,000 words. The size of Ultima really is a small dot still, and it'll need a case until a few days before the flight. That makes it very different from Pluto.
As the weeks go by, New Horizons sends back more images of the distant dot. December 29th, 2018.
3 days away from the flyby, and the anticipation is certainly building.
We thought we know a lot more by now.
I think everyone would have said you'll know how fast it's rotating and get an idea of what the shape is like.
But so far, answers remain tantalizingly out of reach.
It is holding its secrets to the last possible minute. I mean, we keep saying, well, we're going to know eventually, right? But right now, it's still a mystery.
As the flyby approaches, preparations continue all night.
This evening I'll be sleeping in my office. So I brought my little backpacking tent. Time for sleep later.
Things have been happening so fast. Don't ask us what day it is. Most of us cannot remember whether it's Monday, Tuesday, or whatever. We know how many days it is to fly by.
10, 9, 8.
January 1st, 2019. 12:33 a.m. As the world brings in the new year, the New Horizons team celebrates the moment of the spacecraft's closest approach to Ultima Thule. But it will be hours before anyone knows if the flyby is successful.
Ultima Thule is so far away that it takes 6 hours to send a signal from the spacecraft to Earth.
Which is crazy. It's a really long time to wait.
Later that morning, team members, family, and friends wait anxiously for New Horizons signal to finish crossing 4 billion miles of space and reach Earth.
Go ahead, RF.
Well, the razor reads will tell you that RF is in fantastic shape.
Copy that. RF is green.
The signal comes in, but Alice Bowman, New Horizons' mom, waits for confirmation that each system on the spacecraft is working.
Copy. Thermal is reporting green status.
Most crucially, she wants to hear if the digital recorders are full of precious data.
Go ahead, CNDH.
CNDH is nominal. Our SSR pointer is right where we predicted. So
Copy that.
The ease of the solid state recorder, the pointers are where they should be. That night, the first close-up image of this distant object comes in.
Well, what we saw today moves out of water anything we've seen. The first image was 2 or 3 pixels across. Yesterday, you could see kind of 2 lobes. And today's image we see, and for what it really is, basically 2 spheres stuck together. Like this really is 2 things that form as 2 different objects.
It's confirmation of what we saw in the occultation. The shape that was predicted from that was almost exactly correct.
It's the kind of thing we were looking to see, is planetary formation frozen in time, and here it is right in front of us. It's just wonderful.
We got what we came for.
I think it's tending to substantiate the ideas that these objects form as clumps of pebble accretion. I think it's so far looking like a really nice confirmation of those theories. I just was staring at you with tears in my eyes because we've been working for so long to do this, and it worked, and I just couldn't get over that yet. I still haven't got over that.
Absolutely amazing to see that.
This is exploration at its purest. When you think about it, it's remarkable. We didn't know this object even existed when we were building the spacecraft.
Going into the unknown is fundamentally important for the human spirit, from every aspect, from scientific to artistic to just wondering where we came from and why we're here. It will take 20 months for New Horizons to send back all the data and images collected of Ultima Thule. And with many years of power left on the spacecraft, the team hopes it will continue to explore the far regions of the solar system. But already, this tiny probe and the humans who built and guided it on its journey have made gigantic discoveries, taking us to new worlds, making the unknown known, and bringing the impossibly distant finally within reach. Dit is de tijd van, we gaan weer aan de slag. En dat doe je het best met onze heerlijke broden. Knapperig vers uit onze ovens. Dat is een lekkere start. Deze week bakkersboterham bij heel eten plus 1 gratis. Support from viewers like you makes this program possible. Please give to your PBS station.
Of all the objects in the cosmos, planets, stars,
Galaxies.
none are as strange, mysterious, or powerful as black holes.
Black holes are the most mind-blowing things in the universe.
They could swallow a star completely intact. Black holes have these powerful jets that just spew matter out. First discovered on paper, on the back of an envelope, some squiggles with a pen. The bizarre solution to a seemingly unsolvable equation, mathematical enigma. Einstein himself could not accept black holes as real.
People didn't even believe for many years that they existed.
Nature doesn't work that way. Yet slowly, as scientists investigate black holes,
By observing the effect they have on their surroundings.
evidence begins to mount.
That is the proof of a black hole. Millions of times the mass of the sun.
Cutting-edge discoveries show
We did it.
black holes are very real.
I thought it was crazy. I said, oh,
But what exactly are they? If we could visit one, what might we see? With their immense power, do black holes somehow shape the very structure of the universe? Is it possible we might not exist without them?
it's quite a journey.
Black hole apocalypse, right now on Nova. There are apocalyptic objects in the universe, engines of destruction, menacing and mysterious. Black holes. Even scientists who study them find them astonishing.
Black holes can sort of blow your mind. I'm amazed that these objects actually exist.
Black holes defy our understanding of nature.
Black holes are the greatest mystery in the universe.
Completely invisible, yet powerful beyond imagining. They can tear a star to shreds.
Black holes actually will eat anything that comes in their path. You really want to avoid them at all costs.
Black holes even slow time. Once thought too strange to be real, black holes shatter our very understanding of physics. But we're learning they may somehow be necessary for the universe we know to exist.
They might well be the key players in the universe.
What are these strange, powerful objects? They're outrageous. Where are they, and how do they control the universe? The search for black holes is on, and it will be a wild ride across the cosmos to places where everything you think you know is challenged, where space and time, even reality, are stranger than fiction. And we're starting that journey at a very unlikely place. Here, at a remote location in Washington State, where detected black holes. It originated over 50 years ago, when a few visionary scientists imagined a technology that hasn't, searching for something no one is certain can be found. The experiment is daring and risky, but they don't fail. Right here in these facilities, they make a remarkable discovery. 2015, they record a message. It looks and sounds like this. Just a little chirp. But that chirp is epic, monumental. The signal traveled over 1 billion light years to reach us. It started far, far away. And what it tells us is this. Somewhere in the cosmos, over 1 billion years ago, two massive black holes circle each other in a fatal encounter. Closer and closer they come, swirling faster and faster, until finally they slam together. The black holes create waves that spread outward. Just just like vibrations on a drum, a ringing in the fabric of space itself. The collision creates a massive blast, putting out 50 times as much power as the entire visible universe. It sends out a wave not of heat or light or sound, but of gravity.
This gravity wave is moving its way through the universe at the speed of light.
The wave races by stars. On the young Earth, supercontinents are forming. Microscopic organisms have just appeared.
Washing over one galaxy after another.
Dinosaurs roam the Earth.
The wave is still moving.
It zooms through clouds of dust.
And then it nears the Milky Way galaxy.
The Ice Age is just beginning.
Where troglodytes destroying in caves.
The wave reaches nearby stars. Albert Einstein is in the 6th grade. The wave approaches as close as Alpha Centauri. At midnight on September 13th, 2015, it is as close as Saturn. Finally, over a billion years after the black holes collide, the wave reaches us. It strikes a pair of revolutionary new observatories, the sites of the daring experiment. This is LIGO, the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory. The experiment, 50 years in the making, has finally hit the jackpot and opened an entirely new way of exploring the universe. For 400 years, almost everything we've observed in space has come to us in some form of electromagnetic energy. That little chirp is different. What hits the Earth in September 2015 is a gravitational wave, a squeezing and stretching of the very fabric of space. It produced no light. No telescope could ever see the collision. We needed an entirely new kind of observatory to detect it. That wave is a new and direct evidence of one of the strangest mysteries in our universe, black holes. Most of us have heard of black holes. They're invisible, powerful. They're talking about things that are a billion times the mass of the sun. Bizarre. A physical entity with infinite density. No beginning, no end. They pull things in and warp light. Approach one, and time itself begins to change. Gravity is so intense that a moving clock will tick slower.
Time will become so slow for you that you will watch the entire future of the universe unfold before your very eyes.
Fall in, and you'd be squeezed as thin as a noodle.
Looking extruded through the fabric of space and time like toothpaste.
Today, we know more about black holes than ever before. But the more we learn, the more mysterious they become. They're the most exotic objects in the universe. We don't have the physics to describe them. No matter how well you understand them, they remain unreachable in some sense. So black holes have a pretty fierce reputation. And if you want a villain for a sci-fi movie, cast a black hole. But in reality, what exactly is a black hole? And where do they come from? You might think a black hole is like this. An object. But it's not. It's a hole in the fabric of space. A place where there is nothing. Nothing except at gravity. Gravity at its most intense and overwhelming. So if black holes are all about gravity, gravity at its most extreme, what exactly is gravity? We're all familiar with gravity and its rays. It rules our lives. But even so, for a very long time, how gravity actually works was one of the greatest mysteries. Over 300 years ago, Isaac Newton was fascinated with the behavior of moving objects. Eventually, he figured out his laws of motion. They work so well, we still use them today. But Newton's laws can only describe gravity's effects, not explain what it is. And here's where Albert Einstein comes in. Like Newton, he thinks about objects in motion. And he wonders what gravity actually is. Is it a force, or could it be something else? Here's what concerns Einstein. Take this apple. I can't move it without touching it. But if I drop the apple, it moves toward the earth. But what if I take my hand away? And the floor, and the basement, and the floor below that? Then what happens? The apple just keeps falling. Einstein realized that gravity had something to do with falling. Now, if I throw the apple, it falls along a curved path. But imagine I could get the apple moving much faster. Eventually, if I get the apple moving really, really fast, say 17,000 miles an hour, its curved path matches the curve of the Earth. The apple is in orbit, falling freely, just like the International Space Station and the astronauts inside it. According to Einstein, the apple and the space station and the astronauts are all falling freely along a curved path in space. And what makes that path curved? The mass of the Earth.
Einstein came up with a extremely simple concept. That is that space and time is bent by the Earth, by the sun, and by all the objects in the world.
So according to Einstein, the mass of every object curves.
And that was Einstein's conception. There are no forces anymore. There's just objects bending space-time and other objects following the straightest line through it.
All objects in motion follow the curves in space. So how does the Earth move the apple without touching it? The Earth curves space, and the apple falls freely along those curves. That, according to Einstein's general theory of relativity, is gravity, curved space. And that understanding of gravity, that an object causes the space around it to curve, leads directly to black holes. But it's not Albert Einstein who first makes the connection between gravity and black holes. It's another scientist.
Karl Schwarzschild was a German astronomer, head of the Potsdam Observatory in Germany.
Ever since he was a teenager, he had been calculating complicated features of planetary orbits.
As Einstein unveils his theory of gravity in 1915, Karl Schwarzschild is in the German army, calculating artillery trajectories in World War I.
And just weeks after Einstein presented his papers, Schwarzschild, then on the Russian front, quickly got a copy and was mapping the gravitational field around a star.
Einstein had gotten at it through a series of approximations, but Schwarzschild, sitting on the front with bullets and bombs flying, calculated an exact solution to Einstein's theory and sent it to Einstein. Einstein was astonished. He hadn't even imagined that you could solve these equations exactly.
But Schwarzschild isn't done. In his solution to Einstein's equations, he discovers something Einstein himself had not anticipated.
Schwarzschild said, I can calculate this strange distance from a gravitating object that represents a kind of boundary.
Schwarzschild mathematically concentrates a mass, for example, a star, into a single point. Then he calculates how that mass would bend space and curve rays of light passing nearby.
As he, through his mathematics, aimed particles of light or matter towards this point, there was this boundary surrounding the point at which the particles would just stop. The particles disappeared. Time stopped.
Schwarzschild has discovered that a concentration of mass will warp space to such an extreme that it creates a region of no return. Anything that enters that region will be trapped, unable to escape, even light.
It's like those roach motels. You can check in, but you can't check out. Once you go across that boundary, even if you can sail through, there's nothing you can do to get out. There's nothing you can do to signal out. It becomes this strange, cut-off portion of space-time.
What Carl Schwarzschild has discovered is that any mass compressed into a small enough space creates what we today call a black hole. But Albert Einstein, whose own theory of gravity predicts such a thing, cannot believe it can happen in the real world.
Einstein didn't think that nature would act like this.
He didn't like this idea.
Carl Schwarzschild becomes ill and dies before he has a chance to further investigate his own discovery. 2.5 years later, in November 1918, World War I ends. The strange, theoretical sphere discovered by Carl Schwarzschild seems destined to be forgotten. Nothing but a curious historical footnote. But in the coming decades, physicists learn more about the atom and about how fusing atoms powers stars, a process called nuclear fusion. Some begin to wonder if something like a black hole could actually come from a star. But not just any star. It would have to be big.
Stars are born in litters, and you get a distribution of sizes and masses. Thousands of little stars, and a few big stars, very big stars, incredibly massive. Stars are in many ways similar to living creatures. Like humans, they have life cycles.
Investigating stars' life cycles in the 1930s, two visionaries, Subramanian Chandrasekhar and Robert Oppenheimer, discover that the most massive stars end their lives very differently from smaller ones.
The life cycle of a star really depends on its mass. The mass of a star determines what's going to happen after it finishes burning its hydrogen fuel.
All stars start out burning hydrogen, the lightest atom, fusing hydrogen atoms into helium, working their way up to heavier elements. Gravity wants to crush the entire mass of the star, but the enormous energy released by fusion pushes outward, preventing the star from collapsing.
Stars are stable because we have an outward moving pressure due to nuclear fusion, and that's balancing with the inward force of gravity.
Smaller stars can fuse elements heavier than helium. But in the most massive stars, fusion crushes heavier and heavier atoms, all the way up to iron.
Iron is such a massive element, it has so many protons in it, that by the time you fuse iron, you don't get any energy back out.
Iron is a dead end for stars. Fusing atoms larger than iron doesn't release enough energy to support the star. And without enough energy from fusion keeping the star inflated, there's nothing to fight gravity.
And gravity wins. And so the entire star collapses.
Very rapidly, trillions of tons of material come crashing down, hit the dense core, and bounce back out, blowing off the outer layers of the star in a massive explosion. A supernova. The more mass, the more gravity. So if the remaining core is massive enough, gravity becomes unstoppable.
There's no known force to prevent the collapse to an infinitesimally small dot.
Gravity crushes the stellar core down smaller and smaller and smaller until all its mass is compressed in an infinitely small point. A black hole. The theory makes sense, but most physicists remain skeptical about black holes.
Einstein and Eddington, all the sort of preeminent astrophysicists in the 1930s or 1950s, did not believe that they were actually real. It remained a solution, a mathematical enigma, for a very long time. So it took a long time for people to even start looking for them.
It's not until the 1960s that the idea of a supernova creating a black hole is taken seriously. Princeton physicist John Wheeler, who had originally been a skeptic, begins to use a name from history for these invisible objects. Black hole.
The term black hole actually originates in India. The black hole was the name of an infamous prison in Calcutta.
Still, no one has ever detected any sign of a black hole. Then in 1967, graduate student Jocelyn Bell discovers a strange, extremely tiny, dead star that gives off very little light. A neutron star. The cold remains of a stellar collapse. The neutron star gives astronomers more confidence that black holes, much heavier dead stars, might also exist. A half century after Carl Schwarzschild mathematically showed that black holes are theoretically possible, scientists have identified a natural process that might create them: the death of large stars.
So these giant supernova explosions of extremely massive stars make black holes. Any star that is born with a mass that's about 10 times the mass of the sun or higher will end in a black hole. So our galaxy is replete with little black holes, which are the stellar corpses of generations of stars that have come and gone.
Imagine I'm exploring space with some advanced technology for interstellar travel so that we could visit a black hole. Maybe one in our own galactic neighborhood. This particular black hole isn't very big, only about 10 solar masses, meaning 10 times the mass of the sun. And like all black holes, it has an event horizon. A distinct edge to the darkness. That's the boundary Carl Schwarzschild first discovered. But gravity is so strong that nothing can escape, not even light. And that's where we're going. As we get closer, look at the edge of the black hole. See how the image of distant stars is distorted and smeared into a circle? That's gravitational lensing. The black hole's extreme gravity bends the path of light passing by, so that a single point of light, like a star, briefly appears as a ring around the event horizon. The black hole's gravity well, and we're going to start experiencing the effects. The extreme gravity, from their point of view, I appear to be small. But from my now let's say I want to get even closer by taking a spacewalk. The way the black hole slows down time is about to get even more pronounced. Keep track of the changes I'm about to experience. I'm turning on this strobe light. It'll blink once a second. From here, I can see the shadow of the event horizon approaching, and my light blinking normally. But watching from the ship, the closer I move toward the black hole, the more slowly I appear to move. The pulses are nearly infinitely spaced. So it looks as though I'm frozen in time. For me, everything is completely normal, even when I reach the event horizon. If you waited long enough, maybe millions or billions of years, the ship would finally see me disappear. And that's the last you'd see of me. What's inside a black hole? That's still a mystery. And even if I find out, I can never go back and tell you. But I can say this. Black holes may be dark from the outside, but inside they can be bright. I can watch the light of the galaxy that's fallen in behind me, and that's the last thing I'll ever see. Unfortunately, the fun is about to end. Now that I've crossed the event horizon, I'm falling toward the center, where all of the mass of the black hole is concentrated. And I'm beginning to get stretched. As I fall in, the gravitational pull at my feet is stronger than at my head, and my body's starting to get pulled apart. I'll be stretched as long and thin as a noodle, spaghettified, and ultimately I'll end up completely disintegrating into my fundamental particles, which are then crushed to an infinitely small point. A singularity, where everything we understand about space and time breaks down. Or maybe the black hole, less than 40 miles across on the outside, is as big as a universe on the inside. And as I pass through, my particles will join the primordial soup of a new beginning. So that's what theory tells us we might experience if we could travel to a black hole. But how can we know for sure? How do you investigate something you can't even see? There are ways to investigate if something is happening somewhere, even if I can't see that thing directly. Take Yankee Stadium. What's happening inside there? Is there a game going on? I can't see the field. I can't see any players or baseballs or bats, but I can definitely tell if there's activity around the park. It's pretty clear something is going on. It might seem obvious, but whatever it is, I can learn a lot just by observing the happenings around the stadium. effects. How might a black hole reveal itself? Starting just before World War II, two monumental discoveries are about to radically change astronomy. In 1931, Bell Labs engineer Carl Jansky picks up mysterious radio waves emanating from deep space. Then the sky gets even stranger. When scientists mount Geiger counters on captured German rockets and discover the cosmos is also full of X-rays. These discoveries give astronomers important new tools that will revolutionize the hunt for black holes and dramatically expand our vision.
What our eyes can perceive is a very narrow part of the electromagnetic spectrum.
If the electromagnetic spectrum were laid out along the Brooklyn Bridge, the portion we can see with our eyes would be just a few feet wide. Electromagnetic radiation includes waves of many different frequencies: radio waves, microwaves, infrared and ultraviolet light, X-rays, and gamma rays. Radio and X-ray astronomy open up the sky, revealing dim or even invisible objects, blasting out powerful energy no one knew was there.
They began to realize that this very placid thing that we see out there, all this very quiet thing that looks like nothing is happening and the only thing that's moving is the planets, found out that there was madness going out there, was chaos out there.
X-rays come from the high energy end of the spectrum. What is creating all this energy? This much is certain. Whatever the source, it is invisible to ordinary telescopes, and it is hot.
X-rays come from things which are at temperatures of millions of degrees, even tens of millions.
One of the first of these X-ray sources to catch the attention of astronomers is named Cygnus X1.
Cygnus was in the constellation Cygnus. It was an X-ray source. It was the first one you found.
In 1970, Paul Merton is a young English astronomer trying to secure his next job.
I was a research fellow. I was coming to the end of my 3-year contract, and I thought, what can I contribute to finding out what these things are?
Merton works in a 15th century castle surrounded by telescopes, the Royal Observatory. Using the largest telescope in England, he begins searching the area of the constellation Cygnus, the Swan. He decides to hunt for pairs of stars. Pairs of stars are called binaries. They may sound exotic, but they're not at all uncommon. Many of the stars we see, perhaps half, are actually binaries, pairs of orbiting stars locked together by gravity. But Merton wonders, is it possible there are binaries where only one of the stars is visible?
I thought that maybe there was a kind of a star system in which there was a star, an ordinary star that made light, and then there was another star nearby that made X-rays.
The telltale sign of the binary is that the stars are moving around each other. So Merton begins searching for a visible star that shows signs of motion.
Sometimes it's coming towards you, sometimes it's coming away, sometimes it's coming towards you, sometimes it's coming away.
When the star is moving toward us, it appears more blue, as the wavelength of its light gets shorter. Moving away, it appears more red, as the wavelength of its light gets longer. This is known as Doppler shift. After looking for color changes in hundreds of stars in the area of Cygnus, Merton spots a possible suspect, a visible star whose light is shifting as though moving around.
It very clearly was a binary star, a double star. The star was moving around and around with a period of going around once every 5.6 days.
But whatever is going around can't be seen.
The there was no trace in the spectrum of the second star. There was one star there, but there wasn't a second star there.
Murden has a binary pair in which only one star is visible. The second object emits X-rays, has enough mass and gravity to dramatically move a star, but gives off no light. Could it be the corpse of a star massive enough to become a black hole?
The crucial issue in deciding whether Cygnus X1 was a black hole was to measure the mass of the X-ray emitting object.
It would have to be very massive, at least 3 times the mass of our Sun. If not, it's probably just a neutron star. A collapsed star that's dense, but not heavy enough to be a black hole.
So the observers needed to come up with a conclusion that the dark object, the X-ray emitting object in Cygnus X1 is heavier, hopefully substantially heavier than 3 solar masses.
From his observations, Murden is able to make an estimate of the mass of the invisible partner.
And the answer came out to be 6 times the mass of the Sun. So there was a story then that Cygnus X1 was a black hole. And the key to the argument was that the mass of the star you couldn't see was more than 3 solar masses. When I finished writing it all out, I sat back and thought, it's a black hole.
This would be the first actual detection of a black hole. It's a huge claim, and Murden will have to convince skeptics, starting with his boss.
The astronomer royal, Sir Richard Warney, he didn't really go for black holes. It's not fanciful. It's kind of, a lot of people in California are talking about this. A lot of funny people in California, a lot of hippie type people.
People like theorist Kip Thorne.
So I was nervous about the scale of the discovery, and actually so were other people all around me. I was working with fellow scientist Louise Webster, and we were modest about the claim that we were making because we knew what people were thinking about. And if you look at the paper we published, it just mentions the word black hole once, right at the end. We think this might be a black hole.
The Paul Murden Louise Webster paper appears in September 1971. Other astronomers agree it could be a black hole, but no one knows for sure. 3 years later, Kip Thorne and the noted British physicist Stephen Hawking make a now famous wager about Cygnus X1.
We made a bet as to whether Cygnus X1 really was a black hole or not.
The bet is partly in jest. Both men hope it is a black hole. But Hawking, not wanting to jinx it, bets against his own wishes.
Stephen claims that Cygnus X1 is not a black hole, and I claim it is a black hole. And so we signed that bet in December 1974. And gradually, the case that it really was a black hole became stronger and stronger and stronger. So, in June of 1990, Stephen broke into my office, and he thumbprinted off on this bet, conceded the bet in my absence. I came back from Russia and discovered that he had conceded.
Now, by 1990, the evidence of Cygnus X1's mass may be strong enough to estimate wasn't precise enough to be definitive. In order to calculate mass, Paul Murden had to rely on rough estimates of the distance to Cygnus X1, which varied by a factor of 10. And the question wouldn't be answered for another 20 years, until astronomer Roy Reed became intrigued by the puzzle. Reed is an astronomer at the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics, but he sets out to conclusively prove that Cygnus X1 is a black hole by measuring its precise mass. But how can you measure the mass of an invisible object? Using laws developed by German astronomer Johannes Kepler in the 16th 1800s. It's possible to calculate the mass of a celestial object, but only if you know its distance.
Distance in astronomy is absolutely fundamental. If you don't know distance, you don't know what the object is. It could be a very nearby firefly-like thing. It could be a very distant, huge star, much, much bigger than the sun.
So to get the true, precise mass of Cygnus X1 and confirm that it is a black hole, Reed needs to know how far away it is. But how can he measure the distance to a star? The secret lies in a familiar phenomenon, parallax. It's what our eyes and brains use to see in 3 dimensions.
You can put your finger up at arm's length, look at it, and close one eye, closing my left eye, and I'm looking at my finger relative to the wall in the background there. Now, if I open my eye, close my right eye, I see my finger has appeared to move with respect to the original position. And that's because our eyes are separated when we view from different vantage points.
To use parallax to measure distance to an object in the sky, astronomers let the motion of the Earth provide the 2 different vantage points.
Imagine Cygnus X1 is right here, and the Earth and the Sun are over there. And the Earth goes around the Sun once a year. And in the springtime, the Earth ends up on one side of the Sun. And we observe Cygnus X1 along a ray path like this. And 6 months later, the Earth goes around the Sun. To the other side, we get a different vantage point from Cygnus X1.
Now he has a triangle that goes between the Earth at its 2 positions and Cygnus X1. We know the base of the triangle, the diameter of Earth's orbit. And the principles of geometry tell us that all we need to calculate the distance is the size of the angle at the top.
And we measure this very small angle here at the point in Cygnus X1. And then from direct geometry, we can calculate the distance to Cygnus X1, and from that infer a very accurate mass.
The concept is simple, but Cygnus X1 is so far away that the angle to be measured is minuscule, a tiny fraction of 1 degree. It's smaller than the angle span by Abraham Lincoln's nose on a penny in San Francisco, viewed from New York. Because the angle is so very tiny, it can't be measured by any one telescope. But Reed's team has a solution.
We take 10 radio telescopes that are spread across the continental U.S. and to Hawaii and to St. Croix in the Virgin Islands. We use these telescopes simultaneously, and we synthesize in the computer a telescope that has a diameter the size of the Earth. That gives you incredible angular resolution.
Using this technique, Reed's team determines that Cygnus X1 is 6,000 light years away.
With the new distance we got, the 6,000 light year distance, we were able to determine that the mass is about 15 solar masses, easily a black hole.
40 years after it was identified as a possibility, Cygnus X1 is now widely accepted as the first confirmed black hole.
It's an understated paper, and the fact that my name is on it and Louise Webster's was on it did us a lot of good in our careers. I think as a result of this discovery, I got offered a permanent job, and it was a great celebration for the family. So it worked out very well for me, as well as getting the intellectual satisfaction of solving a problem.
So finally, after years of speculation, we have a real black hole. Not only that, but a black hole that's blasting out X-rays and has a companion star. If we could visit in my imaginary spaceship, what would we see? The distance to Cygnus X1 has been established at 6,000 light years from Earth. And its mass is 15 solar masses, or 15 times times the mass of the sun. And Cygnus X1 is surrounded by an accretion disk, a disc-shaped cloud of gas and dust outside its event horizon, point of no return. As gravity pulls matter toward the black hole, the cloud starts rotating, just like water being pulled down a drain. Within that accretion disk, particles closest to the black hole whip around at half the speed of light. It's like a giant particle accelerator in space. But why does it emit X-rays? As those particles race around, they collide, which heats them up to millions of degrees. When they get that hot, particles blast out X-rays, and it's those X-rays that first led astronomer Paul Merton to investigate this black hole nearly 5 decades ago. But there's something else about Cygnus that's different. It has a companion star. This blue supergiant star orbits the black hole once every 5.6 days. It orbits so close to Cygnus X1 that the black hole strips material off the star and pulls it into the accretion disk. Some of that material will cross the event horizon and get swallowed up, but not all of it.
Some of the stuff actually comes back out before ever entering the black hole. Kind of like the toddler eating half the pasta ends up on the floor, half of it maybe on the ceiling, and some of it in the mouth.
One of the most striking and enigmatic features of Cygnus X1 is its enormous jets. These beams of particles and radiation stream outward from Cygnus's north and south poles, perpendicular to the accretion disk. There's still a lot we don't know about these jets, but they are tightly focused and extremely powerful, blasting out at nearly the speed of light and extending well beyond Cygnus.
When gas gets to these high temperatures and produces the light, there's also a little bit of a magnetic field that forms around them, and they'll subcollimate these massive outflows from black holes, powerful hoses, if you will, that just spew matter out.
So that's Cygnus X1, if we could see it up close. A growing, feeding black hole with huge jets, blasting particles way out into the universe.
They're almost these breathing, fire-eating demons, if you will. They flicker and burst. It's a very violent fireball, very active.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're all doing well.
What was once a bizarre mathematical curiosity has now become quite real. After decades of skepticism, scientists now accept that burned-out corpses of large stars can travel inside them, warp space and time around them, attract matter, and accelerate it to mind-boggling speeds.
Black holes seem like such a radical idea that we shouldn't accept it. But bit by bit, the evidence for black holes has gotten stronger and stronger. And we've seen these amazing things.
At least 20 black holes have been found in our galaxy. X-ray binaries like Cygnus X1. And there are probably billions more of these massive stellar corpses in our galaxy alone. Still, a stunning surprise awaits. Everything astronomers think they know about black holes, and much of what they believe about the universe itself, will be upended by a shocking discovery. The revelations begin with radio telescope surveys of the sky, detect mysterious hotspots emitting radio energy. They were coming from what looked like stars. Because these objects resemble stars, but were discovered through radio signals, astronomers name them quasi-stellar radio sources, quasars. But are they stars or not? The first step in investigating them is to figure out what they're made of. To do that, astronomers analyze the electromagnetic energy they emit. Every element has a unique spectral fingerprint. For example, carbon, helium, hydrogen. These lines reveal the chemical makeup of a star. But the spectrum of a quasar turns out to be incomprehensible. They looked at it and it was gibberish. It didn't look like there were any emissions from elements that they knew. What are they missing? There has to be a clue somewhere. Finally, in 1963, Caltech astronomer Martin Schmidt finds it, hiding in plain sight. Buried in the quasar spectrum is the fingerprint of hydrogen. He noticed something familiar, but it was in the wrong place. The fingerprints of hydrogen had been shifted way off to the red. It was hard to spot because the spectral lines of hydrogen were radically shifted toward the lower frequency end of the spectrum, and that could only mean one thing. The quasar is moving away from us at fantastic speed. But astronomers have never before seen light shifted to such an extreme. Like a familiar sound shifting too low to understand. The light from quasars has shifted to such a degree that hydrogen is unrecognizable. This extreme amount of shift means quasars are racing away from us at blinding speeds. The reason? It's the legacy of an event that occurred almost 14 billion years ago, the Big Bang. The beginning of our universe. And ever since, the universe has been expanding, carrying with it all the objects it contains, including quasars.
No one had ever seen anything moving away at that high speed. This made this object the furthest away thing that had ever been seen, which meant the thing itself had to be so luminous, and you had to account for that.
2 billion light years away, putting out the energy of a trillion suns each second. What could possibly create that?
No one had any idea what could be powering these things. Where could all of this energy come from?
If you work out through calculations, it can't be chemical energy. They knew it couldn't be nuclear energy. There's no way a quasar could be a star. No amount of nuclear fusion could produce that much star power. The only engine that could possibly put out that much energy is gravity. Gravity. In everyday life, we can overcome gravity easily. But when concentrated to an extreme by a black hole, gravity is overwhelmingly powerful. A handful of scientists start wondering, could quasars perhaps be powered by gravity engines? What if the energy blasting out from quasars is coming from bright accretion disks around black holes? To produce that kind of energy, that kind of brightness, it has to involve a black hole. But not just any black hole.
Whatever was the source of the emission from a quasar had to be massive. How massive? Well, millions or billions times heavier than the sun.
Millions or billions of times heavier than the sun. Cygnus X1 is only 15 times the mass of the sun. The black holes powering quasars are an entirely different category of black hole. Supermassives. and they seem to be located in the centers of the galaxies. But what about our own galaxy? Could there be any supermassive black holes closer to home? The center where any supermassive would be found lies in the direction of the constellation Sagittarius, the Archer.
Now, Sagittarius isn't just any constellation. It's in the direction of the center of our own Milky Way galaxy. But since we live inside the Milky Way, we can't see the galaxy the way a space traveler would. But I can use my trusted imaginary star machine to show us the galaxy from the outside. Our home is a spiral galaxy, hundreds of millions of stars drawn together into a gigantic disk. It's wide, about 100,000 light years across, but it's relatively thin, only about 1,000 light years thick, and the whole spiral slowly rotates. Our solar system is here. And here, 26,000 light years from the Earth, is the center, which we see in the direction of Sagittarius. In this dead center, there are millions of stars and lots of dust and gas. So that's the view of our galaxy from the outside, thanks to my imaginary technology. But since we live inside the Milky Way, when we look towards the center, we're looking through much of our own galaxy, which means it appears to us as a band of stars and dust across the sky. The Milky Way.
Deep inside this band of stars and dust, could a supermassive black hole be lurking?
We're getting now.
In the 1990s, astronomers were determined to solve the mystery, to peer through the murky Milky Way and learn what, if anything, is at its center. One of them is Andrea Ghez. Ghez takes on a daunting challenge. She will try to track individual stars orbiting the center of the galaxy.
The essence of this experiment comes from watching stars orbit the center of the galaxy. So you want to find the stars that are as close to the center of the galaxy as possible. Which means that I want to get access to the largest telescope I can possibly get my hands on.
And that means coming here. The summit of Mauna Kea, a dormant volcano almost 14,000 feet above the beaches of Hawaii. High altitude and low humidity make this the ideal place for astronomy. The instrument Ghez uses is Mauna Kea's Keck Observatory, one of the largest in the world. But despite its size, Keck has the same problem as all telescopes on Earth: atmospheric distortion.
Think about looking at a pebble at the bottom of a river. The river is moving very quickly, and your view of that pebble is distorted.
Like a river, the Earth's atmosphere is constantly changing, bending light like a funhouse mirror. To compensate for this, Keck pioneers the scientific use of a declassified military technology called adaptive optics. First, they shine a laser into the sky, creating an artificial guide star. The turbulent atmosphere distorts the guide star. But the computer knows what it should look like and adjusts the telescope mirror accordingly.
So if you look at yourself in a surface funhouse mirror, you look completely distorted. And the goal of the adaptive optics system is to introduce a second mirror that's the exact opposite shape and make you look flat again.
Very deep inside the telescope, the deformable mirror changes shape up to 2,000 times a second to reverse the atmosphere's distortion.
And it has allowed us to take the sharpest images.
The sharpness of those images allows Ghez to make out individual stars near the center, a huge advance in astronomy. She begins recording their positions in 1995. And every year since then, we've taken an image. Just take a picture. Putting those annual snapshots together creates a time-lapse movie of stellar orbits. And what those movies reveal is astounding. The stars are whipping around the center of the Milky Way at phenomenal speeds.
These things are moving at several thousand, up to 10,000 kilometers per second, or 10 million miles per hour. They're really hauling.
To go that fast, the stars must be orbiting something extremely massive.
The mass that we infer is 4 million times the mass of the sun.
What could be 4 million times the mass of the sun, yet be completely invisible?
A black hole.
And not just any black hole, a supermassive, silent, and sleeping, right in the center of our own galaxy.
This is the best evidence to date that we have for the existence of supermassive black holes, not only in the center of our own galaxy, but anywhere in the universe.
A supermassive black hole, 4 million times the mass of the sun, in the very center of our own Milky Way galaxy. From a cosmic perspective, it's right next door. And it raises a profound question. There are billions of galaxies out there. If ours has a supermassive black hole at its center, and if quasars are found at the centers of their galaxies, what about the others?
Are there black holes at the centers of galaxies? If they are, how common are they? We simply didn't know.
Could astronomers ever hope to find what lurks at the centers of other galaxies, millions of light years away, as Guess did in our Milky Way? It would take another innovation in astronomy to make that possible. When the Hubble Space Telescope starts delivering clear images of distant galaxies, a team of astronomers gets to work. They become known as the nukers because their focus is galactic nuclei, the centers of galaxies. One of them is Todd Lauer.
Step one, we take a picture of a galaxy with the Hubble Space Telescope. It shows us where the stars in the galaxy are, tells us its structure and exquisite resolution.
The key to finding supermassive black holes is to learn how fast the stars in the galaxy are moving. Galaxies outside our own are much too far away to measure the speed of individual stars. But by analyzing the way light is shifted from blue to red at different points in the galaxy, astronomers can put together an average speed of stars orbiting the center. It's accurate enough to create a replica in a computer.
The second step, where the real work begins, is to try to model the observations. And we actually do that by building models of galaxies in the computer.
It's known as Schwarzschild's method. Developed by Princeton astronomer Martin Schwarzschild, son of Carl Schwarzschild, his mathematics first described the possibility of black holes.
Martin Schwarzschild's trick was we would actually build up a model of a galaxy that not only had where the mass was, but also had how the stars were moving.
For each galaxy they investigate, the nukers painstakingly build a computer model, and then using trial and error, adjust the parameters of mass and velocity, trying to make the model match the original observations they got from the Hubble.
And we say, let's try a star here, let's try one over here, let's have it go around this way, let's have this one go around that way. And we do this thousands and thousands of times until we build a library of how stars orbit this galaxy. Success is when observations of the model match the observations taken with the Hubble Space Telescope.
But that doesn't happen. The models are missing something.
We try it again and again and again, all with no black hole yet. And Gee, we really can't get the observations explained by a model.
Only when they add an enormous invisible mass at the galaxy's center does the model match the Hubble observations.
Almost always, we have to put in the black hole at the center. We can't match the observations of the black hole in the model.
Of roughly 36 galaxies that the nukers investigate, virtually all of them require a supermassive black hole. And since then, other observations have made us even more certain that supermassives and galaxies go together.
Every galaxy we've looked for one, we have found a supermassive black hole in its center.
It's a stunning revelation. Supermassives, once an entirely unexpected category of black holes, may be common. Not only at the center of our galaxy, but of all galaxies. Take Galaxy M31, also known as the Great Andromeda Galaxy. It's 2.5 million light years away. On a clear night, you can see it from Earth. But even with the Hubble Space Telescope, we can't make out precise details of its center. Still, we're pretty sure there's something extremely massive hiding there. What if we could take a closer look? What if we could visit a galaxy far, far away? As we enter the outer part of Andromeda, we're still too far away to see what's lurking at the center. But we can make out a dense cluster of stars in the core, and that could be a sign that there's a giant black hole nearby. Billions of years ago, it would have been surrounded by gas and stars and other small black holes. The black hole may have powered a quasar, feeding back and blasting out blinding radiation. Over hundreds of millions of years, it would have consumed all the available gas of the closest stars. These days, it's relatively quiet, but it has some distinctive features we've never seen before. First, it's colossal. If it were dropped in our solar system, Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars would all be trapped inside the event horizon. That's big, but it's nothing compared to the sheer mass, 100 million times the mass of the Sun. And the destruction won't end there. Jupiter won't last long. The gravitational field of the supermassive will grab hold and swallow it whole. Eventually, Saturn will suffer the same fate. The outer planets might survive, but in cold and dark orbits. This black hole rotates rapidly, distorting and dragging the fabric of space-time. Like all black holes, the event horizon is completely featureless. Remember, there's nothing there. It's just a boundary that conceals the interior. But the accretion disk can tell us a lot about what's going on. That's the fiery ring of gas and dust around the black hole. Imagine if we could release a swarm of autonomous robots to explore the accretion disk. The disk is spinning at an incredible speed, as much as half the speed of light. If Jupiter moved that fast, it would complete its entire orbit in a few hours. The region around the black hole is a cosmic tornado. Now our swarm has caught the whirlwind too. They're like tracers, dropped into the storm to map the movement. The middle robot can send us images. It's following the leader like a race car speeding around the track. From here, the extreme warping of spacetime around the black hole plays crazy tricks on our lives. It looks like there's one accretion disk whipping around the equator and another arcing over and under the poles. But that's an illusion. The black hole's extreme gravity bends the path of light emitted behind the black hole and makes it look like the accretion disk is both above and below. There's actually nothing around the poles. It's just the passing light rays. That's gravitational lensing again. Drawing much closer to the event horizon, the gravitational lensing becomes so extreme that one of my robots can look straight ahead and eventually see its own back, the light forever trapped in an eternal circle. So that's our tour of the supermassive black hole in the center of the Andromeda Galaxy. Pretty amazing. Also amazing, nothing in the mathematics led scientists to imagine that black holes could get that big. As strange as they are, ordinary stellar mass black holes were at least predicted by theory. Supermassives are a complete surprise.
Or the stellar mass black holes, people thought about them from a theoretical perspective, and then we found them observationally. The supermassive black holes, this story has been inverted. We actually found evidence of them observationally first, and now we're working on the theory of how do these things come into being.
We already know that stars can collapse to create ordinary black holes, but supermassives are bigger by many orders of magnitude. Cygnus X1 is 15 times as big as our Sun. The supermassive at the center of our Milky Way is 4 million times as big as our Sun. The one in the Andromeda Galaxy is 100 million times as big as our Sun. And it's not the biggest, not even close. There are supermassives 10, even 20 billion times the mass of our Sun. How is it possible to make such gigantic black holes? Could supermassives have come from collapsed stars? That seems very unlikely. We don't know any stars millions of times bigger than the Sun.
We know about black holes you might get from a dying star. They have several times the mass of the Sun contained within them, but millions of times the mass of the Sun. If that's the case, a dying star cannot have possibly made it.
So do these supermassives, millions or even billions of times heavier than the Sun, somehow just grow, packing it on like voracious giants?
The wild thing about black holes is that they feed. They're constantly devouring anything that comes within their sphere of influence. So they grow.
But how exactly do they grow? What do they eat and where do they find it?
We believe that black holes grow by accretion of gas. And the way this works is that you have a lot of gas around in the center of a galaxy, and this gas would then assemble and form an accretion disk.
The accretion disk is made up of hydrogen, helium, and other elements in a gaseous form. The immense gravity of the black hole pulls the gas in toward it. As it swirls around, it orbits closer and closer to the black hole, and the feeding begins.
The stuff in the inner regions will get slowly pulled in, sped up, will reach the event horizon, and then that's it.
Whatever gas crosses the event horizon disappears forever. The black hole has absorbed that material.
So it actually adds to the mass of the black hole.
So this is one way the black hole can grow, gradually nibbling gas and dust. But it's not the only way. Cygnus X1 has been slowly stripping material off a nearby star, a process that will likely go on for thousands or millions of years. But what if a black hole could rip an entire star apart in just a matter of years or even weeks? That would be a very violent event, and a team of space explorers is on the lookout. This is the Operations Control Center for a Space Telescope.
5x5, how many? Push up beginning of track is 0330.
The Chandra X-ray Observatory.
16 minutes, 16.
Orbiting up to 86,000 miles above the Earth, Chandra takes high-resolution images of objects that emit X-rays. This is one. A short-lived, extremely violent event called a transient, which fascinates James Guillotin.
Supernovae, the destruction of planets by their host stars, and just fascinated with destroying things for science.
James is investigating a mystery discovered by a colleague, Dashay Lin. This blur on James's screen is actually a massive sudden burst of X-ray energy caught by accident.
This little smudge popped up in the background of this image, and given its great distance, it's actually tremendously bright.
Could it be a black hole caught in the act of being born in the violent collapse of a huge star? A supernova. Perhaps. But the intense radiation released by supernova would only linger for a few months. So how long has this mystery object been blasting out X-rays? To find out, they look at images of that same part of the sky taken at earlier dates. 2015, 2011, 2008, 2005 July, 2005 April. No X-rays detected. But the X-rays are there just 3 months later in July. And the powerful bright signal has continued for more than 10 years. From July 2005 to the present. Far too long to be a supernova. So what could it be? A black hole that's not feeding is quiet and completely dark. It won't show up on any telescope. But a black hole that is feeding is different. When it feeds, it blasts out X-rays. So could this be a black hole that's suddenly begun devouring something big?
What effect will this have on anything that comes near? What would it do to a star that wanders too close? Well, it will flay the star, layer by layer, ultimately devouring the entire star.
Unlike Cygnus X1, this is no mere nibbling. This is a 10-year feeding frenzy. A massive black hole devouring an entire star in a cosmic blink of an eye. It's the result of a chance collision. When an unlucky star wanders too close, the black hole's extreme gravity actually rips it apart.
The gravity from the black hole progressively gets stronger and stronger as the star gets near. And at that point, the star will begin to deform.
It's called tidal disruption. It's similar to the way our moon's gravity easily moves all the world's oceans. The tides caused by a black hole would be billions of times stronger and much more violent.
You have these events where a star could be ripped apart by the black hole, so you would see sort of a plume of light from the last gasp of the material in the star.
But there is a chance for some part of the star to escape, as James illustrates.
As the star is elongated by the black hole's tidal forces, it will essentially be feeding the black hole at the same time as half of it is trying to escape. So everything above this point approximately will have the chance of leaving the galaxy. It's moving that rapidly. And everything below this point will fall back onto the black hole and eventually be consumed by it.
So this is another way for a black hole to gain weight. Unlike the slow, steady nibbling of Cygnus X1, this black hole is devouring most of an entire star in one gulp. But whether a black hole feeds silently by swallowing half a star or steadily through accretion, astronomers still face a problem when they try to understand how supermassives got so big. The timing problem. The trouble begins with the very oldest supermassives, quasars. Those very bright, very distant, and ancient objects first discovered in the early 1960s.
The conundrum was when we started finding these quasars, very bright quasars, very early on in the universe.
They're giving off so much energy that they have to have very massive supermassive black holes at their center.
Quasars are extremely far away, which means they're part of the very early universe, which began nearly 14 billion years ago.
Bright quasars, 600 billion years after the Big Bang, a fraction of today's age.
And they're enormous.
So, billion solar mass black holes, these behemoths, had to be in place when the universe was about 550 million years old.
Now you have a problem because you have to grow something really big, really fast. And you are bumping up against your physical limits.
Whether a black hole is nibbling or gulping down its fuel, it turns out that accretion, how black holes feed, has a speed limit.
Named after English astronomer Arthur Eddington, the Eddington limit will not allow a black hole to feed too fast because of the light blasting out from its own accretion disk.
Light has a pressure,
So photons can impart a force on something.
we see this with winds from stars. Light is pushing out gas. So there's a limit to how fast you can feed a black hole before its own luminosity quenches its own growth.
So given the speed limit, how did early supermassives, quasars, get so big so fast? Could there be a way to bypass the speed limit entirely?
The problem is still time itself. How do you grow them to a billion times mass? What are the conditions that you need for that kind of growth?
Some scientists are now asking, what if there's a way to create a black hole that's already much more massive from birth, giving it a head start?
If there was a physical mechanism that would allow you to make a black hole seed, which was much more massive from the get-go, then the timing crunch is not as much of an issue and the growing problem is not as acute.
The answer, some believe, is to create a black hole directly from a cloud of gas, a scenario called direct collapse. It starts with gas clouds made of hydrogen, helium, and other elements, the same raw materials from which stars are born.
The denser clouds will start to collapse under their own gravity. And as they collapse, parts that are more dense will collapse more quickly. And so what happens is the cloud fragments.
Those fragments continue collapsing until the hydrogen atoms within them begin to merge. Nuclear fusion begins and stars are created. But what if a giant gas cloud collapsed without making stars?
We realize that there are a set of physical conditions that would allow you to form a very large gas disk prior to the formation of any stars. So this gas disk starts getting unstable. That would allow the mass to sort of flow into the center very, very rapidly and make a very massive black hole.
It's something we've all seen in nature. From tornadoes to bathtubs, a vortex, but on a supermassive scale.
If you're in a bathtub and you pull the plug out and you see the water flowing in a vortex very fast down to the center, that's
that's exactly what happens. Direct collapse might be a way to create very large black holes early in the universe from enormous gas clouds, completely skipping the star stage. Because they would be so large already at birth, these direct collapse black holes would have a head start, helping them to quickly grow into the enormous young supermassives we see in the distant universe.
You could potentially have these direct collapse black holes. So black holes whose original masses, seed masses, the initial masses, are about 10,000 to maybe 100,000 times the mass of the sun, that they form from the get-go with that mass.
Direct collapse may explain how enormous early supermassives got their start.
But there's another fundamental question about supermassives. What is their role in the universe? Is their existence just a matter of chance? Or are they connected in some larger way to the very structure of the cosmos? Supermassive black holes don't exist in isolation. They seem to live in partnership with galaxies.
Collections of billions, billions, or even trillions of stars bound together by gravity. Galaxies are the fundamental building blocks of our universe. So are the supermassive black holes at their centers somehow fundamental to their very existence?
We now just assume every galaxy, even ones we have yet to confirm, will have a supermassive black hole in their center.
It could be that instead of simply being oddities, that they are a key component to galaxies, a key component to the universe.
We've come in a very short time to realize that they likely inhabit the centers of all the galaxies. That can really only happen if there's some symbiotic relationship between the evolution of a galaxy and the supermassive black hole in its core.
What could that relationship be? One intriguing clue relates to size.
The bigger the galaxy is, the more massive the black hole appears to be. So these black holes in the center seem to know about their larger scale environment.
So which comes first, the galaxy or the supermassive black hole? It's not that simple. It appears they somehow grow in tandem.
It's hard for one to form first and affect the other. So today, we think that whatever formed one had to form the other as a byproduct of that process. And that there has to be some feedback mechanism between the black hole and the galaxy that keeps the growth of the two in lockstep.
The way galaxies grow is by forming new stars from clouds of hydrogen gas.
Gas is essentially the fuel for star formation, just like gas is the fuel for our cars. And so if you run out of gas, you run out of new stars.
So are supermassive black holes somehow interfering with star formation?
When a black hole is growing, a tremendous amount of energy is being liberated and sent out into the galaxy. And so we think that some of that energy goes to warm up gas. And gas that's too warm will not form stars anymore.
The heat produced by a growing black hole makes it impossible for stars to form nearby.
And so one way that a growing black hole can influence the host galaxy is by quenching the star formation.
In effect, the growth of the supermassive determines whether or not its host galaxy grows or stagnates.
They have a kind of eating phase and then a quiescent phase. So they seem to be involved with the formation of the galaxy in that way, and then stabilizing of the galaxy at the same time.
So these mysterious supermassives may actually control the building of the universe. Not so much by their size, but by the way the energy they generate shapes galaxies.
By mass, if you count up all the black holes in the universe, the tiny ones as well as the supermassive ones, the ultramassive ones, black holes are nothing. However, energetically, how much power the galaxy gets and at what time as it assembles seems to be dictated by the central black hole. So
might well be the key players in the universe. In the next 2 years, NASA plans to launch the James Webb Space Telescope, humanity's most powerful telescope ever. The James Webb is designed to look in the infrared, allowing it to see farther back in time than Hubble, getting a look at the first stars and galaxies that formed after the Big Bang. Hopes are high that the James Webb Space Telescope will help solve many of the remaining mysteries about the earliest supermassive black holes.
The James Webb Space Telescope is tuned specifically to observe the early universe when galaxies were being born. It could give us deeper understanding of how you end up with a supermassive black hole in your galaxy to begin with.
Technology is moving really fast, and as a result, we have really fundamental new views of the universe. I think we are really living in a golden era of astronomy.
And the James Webb Space Telescope isn't the only new development that promises to solve some of the mysteries around black holes. A group of scientists led by Shep Dolman is now attempting the impossible: to take a picture of a black hole.
It's interesting that we can see something about the accretion flow near the black hole head wall.
And if some of this linear behavior survives, maybe we'll have a way of interpreting it.
The project is called the Event Horizon Telescope.
The basic goal of the Event Horizon Telescope is really to see the unseeable, is to bring into focus something that science has told us for many, many years is precisely something we can't observe, the black hole.
Their primary target is Sagittarius A star, the supermassive in the center of our Milky Way galaxy. They're using a global network of radio telescopes.
We need good weather and 8 different telescopes all around the world. That's a tall order.
But if black holes are invisible, what exactly do they hope to photograph?
What we're trying to photograph really is the shadow. So as this gas around the black hole swirls inwards and actually hits the event horizon, it leaves a silhouette, a very well-defined shadow on the surrounding light. So really it should look like a donut with its very well-defined hole. And that's the picture that we're after.
The team has conducted their first observing run and is processing the data now. It's hoped that these new technologies will give us an unprecedented view of black holes in our universe. But there is one new technology that is already delivering results. And that brings us back here to LIGO, a key player in the black hole drama, to an idea that took root way ahead of its time: gravitational waves. With general relativity, his theory of gravity, Einstein predicts that when an object moves, it can create ripples in space and time, an actual squeezing and stretching of space itself. One of the holy grails of 20th century physics was to detect these gravitational waves.
That was not easy to do with general relativity because all the effects that you could think of were infinitesimally small. Very, very difficult to measure.
The thinking was, if gravitational waves could be measured, it would confirm Einstein's prediction, and there could be an added benefit. It might also prove the existence of black holes, and help solve the mystery of how supermassives grow. But how to detect gravitational waves? In 1970, the problem caught the attention of a young experimental physicist, Ray Weiss. Ray had the perfect background to hunt for gravitational waves. For decades, he'd been working with more familiar waves, sound waves.
Immigrants, German Jews, And a lot of our friends were very, very interested in music.
Ray devoted himself to coaxing every subtle nuance he could out of recorded music.
Those records had a terrible problem. When the music was loud, it sounded wonderful. When the music was real quiet and slow, what you heard was this shh, like that, hissing noise. And that was so annoying.
The lessons he learned trying to eliminate noise in recordings will pay off later when Ray turns his attention to detecting gravitational waves.
You have to understand how a gravitational wave does its dirty work.
As a physics problem, gravitational waves are not unlike sound waves.
Suppose the wave comes from something that is in some way moving and oscillating.
A sound wave compresses and expands air. A gravitational wave compresses and expands space and everything in it.
If that wave came through the Earth, it would cause space to expand momentarily and then contract again. It keeps doing it. I don't like that.
So how to measure the extremely tiny expansion and contraction of space? Ray's idea was to use light. Send a beam of light from one place to another and measure the time it takes to get there. That's how the exact distance to the moon was calculated, bouncing a laser beam from the Earth off a mirror left behind by Apollo 11 astronauts. From the duration of the round trip, scientists could determine the distance. Ray came up with an ingenious design for an instrument that uses lasers and mirrors to detect the faint expansions and contractions of space that would be caused by a gravitational wave. It's called a laser interferometer. It works by firing a laser into a splitter. Half of the light continues straight ahead towards one mirror, while the other half is sent towards another mirror. The distant mirrors bounce the light beams back, where they rejoin at a photodetector. If the distances two beams travel are exactly the same, the system is designed so the two beams cancel each other out. The detector sees nothing.
You set the track to measure the gravitational wave. Now comes a gravitational wave that's coming, let's say, at the structure.
If a gravitational wave passes through, it briefly changes the length of the arcs. The light beams no longer arrive back at the same time to cancel each other out. A gravitational wave hits, light appears at the detector. The trap has sprung.
That's the basic idea. It's a very straightforward measurement.
A clever idea and simple in principle. But the devil and the Nobel Prize lie in the details. The difference in length between the two arms would be tiny beyond imagining.
How tiny? Will take the size of an atom. It's less than that. Go down by a factor of 100,000. That's the nucleus of an atom. It's less than that. It was 100 times below that. So we're talking about it's I thought it was crazy. I think everybody's initial reaction to the idea was, this is going to be impossible.
In 1973, Kip Thorne puts his skepticism on the record in a classic textbook, doubting it will ever work. But Kip has never heard Ray Weiss explain his plan in detail. And when he does,
We spent the whole night talking. And so I said, no, it's very possible. Within no time at all, 20 minutes, maybe half an hour, Kip was solidly understanding this thing. He says, yep.
I ate crow the rest of my career because once I had talked with Ray about it in detail, I decided I would spend a large fraction of the rest of my career helping the experimenters.
Permanently take over and claim Israeli territory.
But it will take 40 years and enormous sums of money to bring Ray and Kip's vision to reality.
Giving was extremely controversial. Hundreds of millions of dollars to detect a signal that had never been seen before. There were many people who feared that LIGO would suck the money out of the room. And so there was a lot of controversy. But everybody could agree on was this was extremely difficult.
With such a sensitive instrument, one of the biggest challenges is Ray Weiss's old hi-fi nemesis, noise.
Ground motion, seismic motion, acoustic noise, sound, everything would tend to move.
Turns out, even the emptiness of a total vacuum creates a potentially crippling problem. At subatomic distances, the weird randomness of the quantum world causes a ruckus in the mirrors.
These quantum noises due to quantum fluctuations. These mirrors are doing what the electron does inside an atom, jiggling around.
Exquisite sensitivity, extreme vacuum, hundreds of thousands of electronic circuits. LIGO is one of the most complex instruments in the history of science. And as a final means of eliminating false signals, they built not one, but two complete installations. One in Washington State and another in Louisiana.
And so the LIGO designers did it right. They designed more than one detector, separated from one another by great distances, so that if you detect something in one and not in the other, then go back and check your electronics. Check to see if it was April Fool's Day. Somebody didn't just tweak the knobs.
Early fall 2015. Both locations are operating, but the first official science run has not yet begun. They're still testing. In the early hours of Sunday, September 14, 2015, a scientist in Louisiana makes a fateful decision. Robert Schofield has been working all weekend, doing final calibrations.
Alrighty.
He has one last test.
So let's see where this computer is getting its power.
But it's late, and the equipment is not cooperating.
It was about 4 or so in the morning, and we still had about another hour of work to do. And we were like, yeah, things aren't working so well, and I'm really tired. Let's not do this last hour or so of work.
They call it a night, and 40 minutes later, in the silence of their inactivity, they open the door to history. A powerful gravitational wave rumbles through both detectors, Louisiana and Washington. Had Robert Schofield worked 40 more minutes that night, with the instruments in test mode, a signal that had been on its way for 1.3 billion years would never have been recorded.
I like to say, one of my biggest contributions to LIGO has been my laziness that day.
I got an email from somebody in here saying, hey, you look at this place on the web. I looked at that, and I said, hold it.
It was so strong that you could see it by eye in the data. It was too good to be true.
But it was true. In fact, it was loud and surprisingly clear.
And it just sat at you. There was standing up.
The signal lasted less than a second, but in that briefest of moments, it delivered a cosmically profound message more than a billion years in the making. proving the existence of black holes.
So what we saw in the signal involved oscillations of the mirrors that were slow at first, became faster and faster and faster. This was precisely the kind of behavior that we would expect from gravitational waves caused by two black holes going around each other, spiraling together.
Two massive black holes, one 29 times the mass of the sun, the other 36 times the mass of the sun, whipping around each other hundreds of times a second, finally completing their act of mutual destruction by merging, creating a single, larger black hole of 62 solar masses. The violent merger converts some of the mass into an apocalyptic release of energy beyond anything ever before witnessed.
The collision, in effect, creates a veritable storm in the fabric or the shape of space and time. As though you were taking three suns, you would annihilate them completely, converted it into gravitational waves. The power is 50 times higher than the output power of all the stars in the universe put together in a fraction of a second. The most powerful explosion that humans have ever had any evidence for, with the exception of the Big Bang.
Since that very first signal in September 2015, LIGO has detected several more collisions of black holes. In October 2017, Ray Weiss, Kip Thorne, and LIGO's former director Mary Barish received the Nobel Prize. The LIGO discoveries prove that black holes can merge. One way they can grow bigger quickly.
More and more evidence of these merging black holes tells us there are oddly similar black holes around that they can find each other and merge.
And the discovery opened an entirely new way of observing the universe.
We've always thought of astronomy as an observational field where we are looking at radiation. We are seeing things. But this is not radiation. This is something much more fundamental. These are sort of fundamental tremors in space-time itself. We can now hear the universe.
For the first time, astronomers have simultaneously seen and heard a cosmic event. In August 2017, LIGO detected gravitational waves from a collision of two neutron stars. Black holes are empty space, but neutron stars are dense stars that can crash together and light up the skies. When telescopes and satellites around the globe pointed in the direction of the sound, the world saw fireworks and an explosive collision and afterglow. Possibly, the collision resulted in the creation of a new black hole. But unless we observe the formation of a black hole, there is much we will never know. Because so much about black holes is irretrievably out of our reach, we can never know where they came from, what's inside, or their history. But we can imagine their future. The number of black holes in the universe is increasing, and they're getting bigger. Stars collapse, black holes feed and merge, new ones form. Could it be that one day everything will end up inside them and they will rule the universe? Untold trillions upon trillions of years after this happens, and the last bits of matter cross their event horizons, black holes themselves may radiate away, and vanish from this reality. Their mysteries are many, and we're just starting to unlock the secrets of these strange, powerful places. But one thing is certain, black holes will continue to intrigue us, tantalize us, and challenge both our science and our imaginations.
You have Israeli Arabs who are full citizens, vote, and actually participate in government and so on, but have certain privileges that they do not have to serve in the army, for example, but they still put a certain amount of social pressure and social conditions. And then you have the non-Israeli Arabs who are primarily living here in the West Bank, who do not have the same rights and movement and employment and so on as Israelis that are Jewish Americans. And that's a very difficult thing to maintain. That is not what then you have a very important view of so-called free movement, the so-called desert there are a lot of weird says stop and they're referring to the ultra-Orthodox Jews as a religious minority. It's kind of ironic. Either as a dialogue or it's not persecution of the minority or pursuit of the minority. So there are certain things, like example,
Een nieuwe baan is meer dan alleen werk. Ik wil weten, past de cultuur bij mij? Hoe is de werk-privé-balans echt? Ik wil niet pas na maanden ontdekken dat het toch niet de plek voor mij is. Daarom check ik nu altijd de bedrijfsreviews op Indeed. Echte ervaringen en meningen. Zo kies ik een werkplek waar ik mezelf kan zijn. Waar ik me goed voel.
Vind werk zoals het zou moeten werken. Werk dat bij jou past. Download de Indeed-app of ga naar Indeed.nl. Indeed, werk zoals het zou moeten werken.
contributes our values in so many ways we can possibly participate in it, but we do our part by supporting our individuals, our prayer, and our Torah study, which is that is a viable way to support the state.
When we look up at the stars, it's humbling to realize we're only getting a peek at what's up there. That way beyond what's visible to the naked eye lie wondrous galaxies we never knew existed until the Hubble Space Telescope. For 27 years since it was launched into space, Hubble has been sending us stunning images of the vast heavens. Over the years, astronauts have repeatedly upgraded Hubble, so its most dramatic discoveries have come recently. Tonight, we'll take you up to Hubble and billions of light years beyond to see some of its latest, most spectacular revelations. NASA celebrates Hubble's birthday each year by giving us a gift, a new, breathtaking view of our universe. The latest birthday card, this elegant swirl of galaxies dancing in tandem deep in space. Last year, this bubble of stellar gases floating among the stars like a diaphanous cosmic jellyfish. Hubble has shown us radiant, rose-shaped galaxies stretching across deep space, and dramatic, towering clouds of gas teeming with the stuff of creation. Stars are born here. Year after year, in the infinite blank canvas overhead, Hubble paints an ever-expanding picture of our universe, an awe-inspiring light show for us to admire and for scientists to study.
I believe Hubble has been the single most transformative scientific instrument that we've ever built.
Most transformative, says NASA astrophysicist Amber Strong, because Hubble keeps improving our understanding of the universe. She showed us what Hubble discovered after staring for days into what seemed to be an empty black patch, a deep, dark void in outer space.
The original Hubble deep field is located just above the Big Dipper. It's a part of the sky that most people are familiar with. It's a blank piece of sky.
nothing in here, just
Nothing at all. Complete darkness. And then when we look at it with Hubble, what we see is thousands of galaxies.
just stars,
Right.
galaxies.
Galaxies outside of our own. Something we never imagined.
Just stares into that dark spot until the light penetrates and reveals itself.
That's exactly what happens. It's sometimes many, many, many days of just staring at one part of the sky and allowing the photons to collect on your detector.
And this is what's revealed. But Hubble was just warming up. That was 22 years ago. Since then, Hubble has stared deeper and longer into space with enhanced equipment.
In this particular image, there are 10,000 galaxies. So every single point of light is an individual galaxy, its own little island universe. And so this is a real visualization of the distances of these galaxies. So sort of like 3D, like we're flying through. So we can make these images 3D because we know how far away the galaxies are. What Hubble has essentially given us is the size of the universe. Hubble has taught us that the universe is filled with hundreds of billions of other galaxies.
And now, the latest analysis of Hubble's data reveals there could be more than 2 trillion galaxies, 10 times more than previously thought. Typical galaxies like our Milky Way have 100 billion stars. That means the total number of stars or suns out there is 2, followed by 23 zeros. That's called 200 sextillion. To get some sense of how many stars that is, we went to Adam Rees, who won a Nobel Prize for his work on Hubble.
This is warm stars is numbers than grains of sand on the beach, and not all beaches are.
And Hubble has shown us this.
It has, in many cases, it has allowed us to see what some of the most distant galaxies look like and how many stars were in them. We've been able to add it all up.
Hubble has been called a time machine. Then it looks back in time. What has been the most astounding part of that for you?
I study explosions of stars called supernovae. It's like fireworks. It's only visible for a short period of time, in this case a few weeks. And that light has been traveling to us for 10 billion years. It began its journey when the Earth wasn't even here. Over those 10 billion years, our planet formed, life developed, we built the Hubble Space Telescope, we opened the aperture door, and in the last 1/billionth of 1% of that journey that the light made, we opened the door just in time to catch it.
Hubble almost didn't catch anything. The first pictures it sent back were blurry because of a microscopic flaw in the mirror. The space agency launched a daring mission to fix it. Astronauts have made 5 trips to Hubble to repair and upgrade its equipment. John Grunsfeld, known as the Hubble repairman, flew 3 of those missions to a telescope the size of a school bus orbiting 300 miles above Earth.
Just about anything that we can easily change and upgrade and fix has been fixed.
The workings of the telescope, all of that has been transformed.
Yep, it is like a new telescope.
On your last mission, you come out of the airlock, and you've got this big smile on your face.
I can't imagine anywhere I'd rather be than outside the space shuttle in my spacesuit next to the Hubble Space Telescope. I was just so happy.
Hubble has changed what we know about the universe, its structure, evolution, its age, 13.8 billion years. Hubble showed us the marvel and majesty of stars being born.
This is a region of gas and dust that's turning up new baby stars. And now we've learned with Hubble not only stars, but also baby planet systems.
Most of these stars have planets going around.
Most stars actually do have planets. When I was a kid, we only knew the planets inside our solar system. And now we know that the planets are absolutely everywhere.
Astronomer Heidi Hell specializes in Hubble's work within our solar system. With the telescope, she saw huge fragments of a comet slam into Jupiter, creating giant impacts.
When I first heard that a comet was going to hit Jupiter, my reaction was, so what? Jupiter is huge. Comets are small. And so when
I saw the first impact site, and it was huge and dark. I was flabbergasted. This is where the comet has smacked into the planet at such high velocity that it's caused an explosion, the equivalent of many, many millions of atomic bombs. The Earth is the size of that ring. And so if this event had happened on Earth, we call that a biosphere changing event. Which basically means we gone.
Hubble orbits high outside Earth's atmosphere, so it can see a wide spectrum of light our atmosphere blocks. Beyond Earth's protective layer, Hubble's ultraviolet camera can spot dazzling displays like this glowing halo on top of Jupiter.
Up in the northern hemisphere, what you're seeing is the glowing aurorae. An aurora happens when the planet's magnetic field has charged particles that interact with the upper atmosphere. What you're seeing there is actually charged particles from the sun. They get swept up in Jupiter's strong magnetic field, and then it's mirrored in that shimmering that you see inside the auroral oval.
And you would not be able to see that with an Earth telescope.
You could never see those aurora because our atmosphere has an ozone layer that absorbs the ultraviolet light.
Hubble also found a similar blue hue at the bottom of Saturn. The telescope's most iconic picture is this, the Pillars of Creation, a stellar breeding place. Amber Strawn showed us what a difference Hubble's upgraded infrared camera made just 2 years ago.
Stars are born inside these dust clouds, and this is going to give you a clue on why infrared is so important. It's because in infrared light, what you see is the stars inside the sun shining through.
How big is this cloud area?
Top to bottom, these pillars are about 10 light years, which is about 60 trillion miles.
60 trillion miles.
Space is big.
Big and miraculous, with constant celestial regeneration. Strawn calls this the everything picture, because you can see old stars blowing up and new stars forming.
Anytime you see these sort of dark, cloudy regions, you can imagine that there's stars being born inside there. And the dying stars, we think that this one could explode any day, literally, or it could be 1,000 years from now, but near term in astronomers' time, right. So big stars, when they die, they explode and send their contents into the surrounding universe. And these contents are what seed future stars and future planets and help to seed life, ultimately. The iron in your blood and the calcium in your bones was literally forged inside of a star that ended its life like this.
So we are all stardust.
We literally are stardust. We are viscerally made of the stars. One of the things I think is remarkable about this image is it shows you how colorful the universe is.
This looks like contemporary art.
This is a very tightly bound group of stars. And what you see here is about 100,000 stars. This was one of the first images that Hubble's new camera, installed in 2009, this was one of the first images it took.
Blue stars are the youngest and hottest. White and yellow stars, like our sun, are midlife, while red stars are the oldest and coolest. John Grunsfeld has the cool claim to fame. He's the last human to touch Hubble. He gave it a farewell pact. Hubble was planned to live for 15 years. It's now been 27. How much longer can Hubble go?
I'm reasonably confident it will continue another 3 to 5 years.
That means for a while at least, Hubble will work in tandem with its successor, the much larger James Webb Telescope, scheduled to launch in 2019. Webb should be able to detect light from the very earliest galaxies. The farthest back Hubble can see is this red blob, a galaxy from 400 million years after the Big Bang. Webb should take us much closer to the beginning of time.
So the James Webb Space Telescope was specifically designed to see the first stars and galaxies that were formed in the universe. So we're going to see the snapshot of when stars started, when galaxies started, the very first moments of the universe. And I bet there's going to be some big surprises.
These surveys are
telescopes get stronger and astronomers learn more about our solar system, long accepted facts become fallacies. Pluto had been considered a planet for 76 years, but Pluto lost its planet status after an astronomer at Caltech discovered that Pluto wasn't so special after all. His name is Mike Brown. Brown and other astronomers have since found hundreds of large balls of ice like Pluto circling the sun at the far reaches of our solar system. Demoting Pluto leaves us with 8 planets. But Mike Brown is preparing another surprise. He is sure there is a real 9th planet way out far beyond Pluto. He hasn't seen it yet, but he expects to soon. He believes the real planet 9 is huge, and it's out there.
I would say at this point, I'm certain. Yeah, that's a rare thing to say for a prediction for a scientist, and I'm willing to say it.
You do know how mind-boggling this sounds. I mean, the planet hasn't been discovered for
170 years.
I believe you think it looks like this animation off my shoulder here.
You know, we took a little artistic license, put some lightning on the dark side of it because it might have lightning on the dark side of it. We think that it's somewhere between 10 and 20 times more massive than the Earth.
We haven't seen it. We can't see it.
It's so far away that it's actually just at the edge of where our biggest telescopes on the ground can possibly see because it's so far away.
50 billion miles away. It's also hard to find because it has an enormous orbit.
Planet 9, we think, takes something like 15,000 years to go around the sun.
15,000
years
orbit. To search for Planet 9, Brown goes up Mauna Kea, the big mountain on Hawaii's Big Island, to use the big telescope, the Subaru. Brown doesn't look directly through the telescope. He monitors pictures taken of the same sections of sky on successive nights, and then compares them, hunting for movement.
We have to very systematically look at every patch of sky here. And what we're looking for is actually kind of simple. We take a picture one night, we come back the next night, all the stars, all the galaxies are in the same spot night after night after night. And Planet 9, when we see it, will slowly move across the sky.
And will look something like this. Brown's discovery 11 years ago that changed the way we think of the solar system. Using pictures from successive nights, Brown discovered this Pluto-sized object, which led to the demotion of lovable Pluto. You didn't love Pluto?
I loved Pluto. I was totally fascinated by Pluto. When I started in astronomy, I started looking at this region of the sky because I thought it was so interesting out there.
When Pluto was first discovered, it was thought to be a big planet.
You can go back and find the New York Times headline on the day that the discovery was announced, and it says, 9th planet discovered in the outer solar system, possibly larger than Jupiter.
Jupiter's the biggest planet, but Pluto, it turned out, was no Jupiter.
These are all the planets and other objects at their real relative sizes.
This is Jupiter.
Is huge compared to the other things. This is Jupiter. This is Saturn without its rings. Uranus, Neptune, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, and at the very edge of the solar system, as we now think of it, is Pluto. Totally wrong by a factor of 50,000.
So it went from being a monster planet to being a dwarf planet.
A dwarf planet, one of many that are out there that are part of this region of the sky.
This region is the Kuiper Belt at the edge of our solar system, a vast realm of frozen debris created during the birth of the solar system 4.5 billion years ago. The Kuiper Belt keeps Brown up all night, hunting for discoveries.
It's the most exciting thing I can think of doing. You know, it's not just that it's hard to stay up all night, and so I force myself to do it. I am excited every night I go out there about what I might find.
When Mike Brown found that Pluto-sized object, it was the biggest of a group of hundreds of Pluto-like objects recently discovered. So Brown wondered, should Pluto really be a planet?
But demoting Pluto would mean that every textbook showing planets would have to be changed. That was fine with Brown, who believes planets must be significant, and that the 8 large planets are. Their strong gravitational fields control everything around them.
Planets are the big bullies of the planetary system that basically ignore everybody else around them, and everybody else has to deal with the planets. Those are what the planets are.
Pluto didn't fit that concept.
Neptune controls Pluto's orbit. Neptune is the bully of that neighborhood.
To resolve the issue, astronomers from all over the world gathered in Prague in 2006. The International Astronomical Union would decide whether to demote little Pluto or give planet status to hundreds of similar objects.
is concerned with Pluto and Pluto-like objects.
Astronomers voted overwhelmingly to go down to 8 planets, and Brown became known as the guy who killed Pluto.
I think that's probably true.
The Pluto vote was ill-timed for NASA. Just 7 months before Pluto's demotion, NASA launched a mission to Pluto to learn about its surface and origins. Scientists are still analyzing spectacular pictures from NASA's flyby. They show Pluto's mostly icy surface and close-ups of craters. Now the spaceship is heading deeper into the belt. Although Pluto was demoted 10 years ago, Pluto lovers still send Brown hate mail and voicemail. He kept this one. Even Brown's 11-year-old daughter, Lila, didn't like what he had done to Pluto. What did you tell him that he shouldn't do to make up for that?
Well, I told him that if he found a new planet, it might make up for the fact that he killed a planet that everybody loved.
It seems that he actually went out and did that.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
It's really great. I'm very proud of him.
She's referring to the huge Planet 9 we mentioned earlier. No one was more surprised by that discovery than Brown himself. Until recently, he believed our planets would only be the Big 8.
And we had explored so much of the solar system beyond those 8 that if there were anything else like a planet, we would have found it.
After all, NASA's spaceships have flown past every known planet, capturing pictures of Saturn's rings, the pockmarked surface of Mercury, the gassy atmosphere of Jupiter, and well beyond our solar system, the Hubble telescope is busy taking pictures of distant galaxies. NASA says this single image shows 10,000 galaxies. Other pictures show signs of black holes millions of light years away. And this one, a glimpse of stars being born. No wonder Brown had thought we'd found all our planets.
So now you think there's another
pretty big planet out there.
Yeah, I am pretty dead certain that it's out there.
What makes you think that?
As we were studying these objects, Neptune, Pluto, the other objects in the Kuiper Belt, when we get to the most distant ones, they all look like they're being pulled off in one direction.
And you think the thing that's pulling them is a big planet?
Yes.
Couldn't there be some other explanation?
We tried many different explanations trying to prove that it wasn't a planet. Nothing works. I am 100% convinced.
Brown's partner, Konstantin Batygin, a planetary science professor at Caltech, came up with this mathematical proof. Proof, he says, that Planet 9 is pulling those remote objects in similar oblong orbits. It looks like mathematical gibberish to our untrained eye, but Batygin told us his equation melts 10 accepted formulas, and when coupled with more than 8,000 lines of computer code, it describes Planet 9's orbit. So, he says, he doesn't have to see it to know it exists.
Mathematics proves it. And it's like being, downtown and hearing an ambulance a few streets away. You haven't seen it, but your other senses provide you with information that really this ambulance is really there. Here, instead of hearing it, you see it in the mouth.
This is a roadmap to Planet 9.
Exactly. This, in the end, tells you where to look on the sky.
To speed up the search, Batygin and Brown published their roadmap so other astronomers could join the hunt. Foremost among them is Scott Shepard of the Carnegie Institution. It was Shepard who first spotted the odd orbits in the Kuiper Belt that led Mike Brown to conclude there's a huge planet out there. Now Shepard, like Brown, compares the pictures taken on consecutive nights, hoping to spot Planet 9.
We just found some more small objects very far in the solar system that continue to show the trend that there should be a planet 9 out there.
Is it important to you whether you were the first to find it or another astronomer finds it?
It'd be great to be the first one to find it. It is a race. There's a lot of people looking for it, but just to have it found is incredible.
When do you think we might actually identify a spot, Planet 9?
I think that within 3 years, we will be able to cover that swath of sky that we need to cover.
Is this giant Planet 9 the last planet we'll find in our solar system, or is there a Planet 10?
Yeah, we don't know. Planet 9 is already far enough away that it requires the biggest telescopes we have to find it. Planet 10 is even further. Planet 9 is our generation's planet. It's the perfect planet to find right now. Planet 10 is when I talk to kids, I tell them Planet 10 is yours. Go find it.
Rely on these numbers, but I would like to think that this is related to the hardening of this core. It's much more normal and possible to live Orthodox lifestyle because of.
Now, the latest from Mars. Thanks to NASA's incredibly sophisticated geologists, a 1-ton rover named Curiosity had landed on Mars more than 4 years ago. Its biggest discovery so far is this. More than 3 billion years ago, Mars had all the building blocks necessary for life. Back then, Mars and Earth were very similar, wet, warm, and habitable. But as life evolved on Earth, Mars became cold, dry, and inhospitable. Did life ever exist on Mars? We don't know yet. But the rover Curiosity is on the hunt and has been slowly maneuvering through a topographic treasure trove. Tonight, you will see stunning pictures and hear what Curiosity is telling us about Mars and Earth. From Mars, Curiosity can barely see Earth more than 30 million miles away. But Curiosity is seeing Mars as never before, leaving its mark, its tracks, and sending back postcards of sand dunes 20 feet tall, extending for miles. Ancient stone lake beds that have been dry for billions of years, and time-lapse pictures of Martian cities. Like any vain photographer, Curiosity poses for selfies along the way as she works to solve Mars' most challenging mysteries.
So we're reading the rocks. With Curiosity, we read the rocks.
Katie Stack-Morgan, a geologist at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, helps decide what pictures Curiosity should take and where it should go. Hundreds of scientists and engineers support the rover. They can't drive it in real time from Earth because there's a 30-minute time lag to get a message to Mars and back. So, Curiosity, shown in this NASA animation, gets its instructions beamed up at the start of each day. And the rover is such a talented geologist that it can teach us a lot from a single pebble fused into a bigger rock.
There's a pebble right here, and it's actually quite round.
And on Mars, round pebbles mean they used to be wet.
If you think about pebbles that you find in a stream on Earth, they tend to be very round as well. It's because as they move in the streams, pebbles are hitting other pebbles, and they round off all the little corners. That's how we know this deposit was formed in rushing water. I mean, this is the first evidence we have from the surface that water flowed across the surface of Mars.
This NASA animation is based on Mars' actual surface. Curiosity's capabilities include a laser that zaps rocks up to 23 feet away to find out what they're made of. It's the first rover that can drill for samples of Mars and analyze them in its built-in lab. An early sample told us more about that water that used to be here
and led to Curiosity's biggest find so far.
And water was a service of Mars. You can scoop it up and drink it.
Rob Manning, chief engineer at JPL, told us because the water was drinkable and because Curiosity also found essential organic chemicals, Mars could have supported life.
Does that mean life was there? It doesn't. We don't know.
We're talking about microbial life.
Microbial single-cell organisms. But if you would look for today alive, it wouldn't be on the surface. You have to go underground, just like we have life on this planet. Huge amounts of life living underground on this planet.
Manning told us life might have traveled back and forth between Mars and Earth.
When a meteor comes along and hits Mars, a rock from Mars can be lifted up, travel then in circles around the sun until someday it will bump into Earth and land in, say, Antarctica.
Where a rock from Mars was discovered in 1984.
Right. We found Mars rock and we found them all over Earth. And the reverse is also true. Certainly, Earth rock, with life in it, has taken a trip to Mars.
Could that life survive the trip?
We believe
30 million miles?
We don't know. We think life might be able to do that.
Get ready. Here's the punchline.
Could have been that Mars was habitable before Earth was. And life got its foothold on Mars and took its journey to Earth. And we're all Martians. But it's possible. Life is amazing.
Mars could have been habitable when Earth wasn't. Because we're looking at rocks that are very, very old. I mean, we're talking millions of years.
Why is it that we can't find rocks here that are as old as Mars?
Most of Earth is constantly recycling as the plates on the surface move around. But here on Mars, we don't really have evidence for plate tectonics. This is the Mars rock record of Mars history preserved at the surface, and that's a really unique opportunity to explore a time in the solar system that may not be preserved on the surface of Earth.
The scariest part of the entire mission was Curiosity's landing on Mars. It couldn't bounce onto Mars cushioned by giant airbags the way smaller rovers had. Curiosity weighs a ton, too big for the bags. So lead engineer Adam Stelzner and his team came up with a bizarre plan to pack Curiosity into a flying saucer, fire rockets to slow its descent, and then use long cables to lower it onto Mars. Many here thought they were crazy.
The team recognized that if we failed, we would find no comfort or solace from the general public. Because the singers pointed, the man on the street says, "That looks crazy. I could have told you it was crazy." And so I thought this little statement I would make before I'd even start. It was like this: great works and great folly may be indistinguishable at the outset.
Because of the communication line, they could not direct the landing from Earth. The complex maneuvers were pre-programmed. Stelzner and his team could only wait and worry.
We were just sitting in the control room,
Pacing fingernails, trying to remember to breathe. Here's animation of the landing. And the actual reaction at mission control.
the team celebrated, and then sometime in the wee hours of the morning, I went home, crawled into bed with my wife, and wept because I was spent.
This is where Curiosity, the smudges on the left, they look like burn marks, but they're not.
They're dust clearing marks. This is where the rockets clear the dust away.
This is the trail.
That's right. So these are the tracks of the rover. So the rover landed here, and then it drove along, made a couple of turns, and you can actually see this from orbit, which is incredible.
NASA's been sending satellites to Mars for more than 50 years. 3 are orbiting Mars now, monitoring its weather and sending back images of giant craters, wind-carved ridges, and an avalanche of sand pouring down a mountain and kicking up huge clouds of dust.
down on the surface, one of the three earlier movers continues to operate. Opportunity is just 1/5 the size of curiosity. It can't scoop up samples or analyze the surface the way curiosity can. But opportunity has been snapping stunning pictures for 13 years. Well, Curiosity's mission almost ended after just 6 months.
We had some sort of memory problem.
Rob Manning told us a computer glitch came within 1 hour of stopping communication with Curiosity forever. The rover has 2 identical computers called Pilot and Co-Pilot.
The pilot is supposed to have enough self-diagnosis and be smart enough to say, I'm not doing well. I'm not feeling well. I'm going to let the co-pilot take over.
Yet Pilot was not doing well and refused to give up control.
In fact, it started acting a bit like it had an attitude.
The computer had an attitude.
The computer has developed an attitude in a way that we've never seen before. When we told it to take a nap, it refused to take a nap. Then it refused to take pictures. Then it refused to do more science throughout the day. It was like it just stopped doing these things. So what the heck is going on? Time is running out because in an hour it's going to turn its radio off and stay off forever, and we'll lose this very expensive rover.
Manning's team sent an order to kill the pilot, hoping that would force the co-pilot to take over.
We're waiting for the co-pilot to wake up and then turn on his radio to let us know that it was alive. She gets a signal. Nothing. Another minute goes by. Nothing. 4 minutes go by. And now we're starting to get worried. It sounds like a movie. It really was getting nerve-wracking. And dang, there's a signal. And the backup pilot's obviously in charge. And so
the backup pilot's still in charge today.
The backup pilot's still in charge. We have since repaired the bad pilot.
To help direct the pilot, the Jet Propulsion Lab built its own patch of Mars where they can practice maneuvers with the rover's twin. Adam Stelzner told us the rover can see where it's going and make mid-course corrections to avoid pitfalls. Why is she so slow?
We are exploring. We don't want to miss anything. So she moves deliberately.
So Katie Stack Morgan can study everything Curiosity sees.
This is actually an active dune field. It means that the sand particles that are making up the dunes are still moving today.
Oh, of course, the landscape.
They're very slowly being moved across the surface.
Because of the Martian movement. Everybody we talk to talks about how studying Mars helps us better understand Earth. Also,
When we look at rocks on Mars, we are potentially seeing a snapshot of our solar system at a time before Earth developed its environment as we know it. It's really like we were there.
now Curiosity has started climbing partway up Mount Sharp. That's why it landed nearby. The mountain is a layer cake of history, each ascending layer revealing how Mars changed over time.
The layers at the bottom, those are the older layers, and each successive layer is younger and younger and younger.
As you climb the mountain, what do you expect to find? What would you hope to find?
We're actually expecting to see that transition. When Mars transitioned from being a habitable planet to being one that was not habitable.
What happened to the atmosphere of Mars to turn it into this almost dead planet?
It lost its magnetic field, so it blew away its atmosphere, and so it dried out. It became a prototype of its former self. We're still a club. It's a crew.
What does that Martian history tell us about Earth?
I don't think we have to worry about drying out like Mars. But it does teach us, right? But it does teach us of how delicate the balance of our environment is. And so it should heighten our appreciation of what a beautiful wet hug.
Very, very good. And so what are they doing with that? This is the sad part. They're giving it honor to secular, Jewish causes. Worthy causes, sure. Hospitals, universities, art galleries, all kinds of wonderful places to devote your charitable dollars. But that leaves very little source of funding for then Orthodox Jewish life will price itself out of existence. It simply cannot be sustained. If you have, let's say, an ultra-Orthodox family with, let's say, 7 kids, and the median income for a family of 4 in America is about $55,000. So if we imagine that their family even earns, let's say, $100,000, but if they've got 7 kids and tuition is, let's say, cut rate of $10,000 a child, that's $70,000 out of their $100,000. Absolutely untenable. How can you educate your children like that? So what tends to happen is, people barter and people get deals because they work in the schools and things like that, but it is definitely not an economically permanent, stable situation for the Jews on the right of the spectrum. The more they lose those mega donors who are no longer giving to Jewish causes, the less likely it is for those Orthodox Jews to continue life as they know it. So Dr. Allen's thesis is that unless this economic reality changes, and I'm sad to say there's no real change in sight in the 20 years since he first published this thesis, American Jewry will have to live in Israel. Only in a nation state like Israel, where Jewish life is heavily subsidized, because Jewish life in Israel is basically life in Israel, right? Like you have the Jewish calendar and you have free Jewish education in the schools. It's true that many of the extreme Orthodox would feel that that the state-sponsored Orthodox schools are not Orthodox enough, but that's a more of a detailed question. It is possible to have essentially public Jewish school in Israel. That is not a reality in the United States. So Alvin's thesis is that ultimately we have to take the concept of Aliyah, of immigrant Israel, very seriously. What does it all mean? Another major student of American Jewish history is Jack here, and he recently conducted a fascinating study of Jewish leaders in their 20s and 30s, trying to understand what is the new generation of Jewish leadership doing in this kind of environment. And he describes a couple of things. One, there are some institutions which are very much dedicated to protecting and conserving, kind of, focusing on what worked before and trying to make sure that perhaps you might know that Chabad is category in the sense that they're not experimenting with Shabbat. They're not experimenting with traditions exactly the way they used to. And their appeal, in my humble opinion, is primarily because they are deeply authentic about what they say. They are walking the walk. They are sent to Timbuktu to be shluchim. They go there and they live their community. They're really dedicated to the communities that they are sent to. On the other hand, you have expressive organizations who say, no, maybe it's time to totally reinvent a lot of Jewish practice. We have to cater to millennials. Millennials like things so totally different. And it goes from the moderate reforms, which would be acceptable in Orthodox communities, like, let's say, playing guitar on Shabbat, to, hey, why not? Let's find new ways to reach out and try to bring in people by changing some of the traditional norms to make it more appealing to them. That's kind of like the two major flavors that he has identified. The internet, the second point, is definitely having a major impact on the Jewish world because it actually allows communities to be formed from people who are no longer physically proximate to one another. So you could form kind of an online synagogue that had people all over America participating in it. We actually are getting a good taste of that right now as we're all in lockdown because of the COVID-19 situation, where, we have, like, for example, in Young Israel Considers, we have this thing called DAS, davening at the same time. There is in traditional Jewish law, in halacha, there is an idea that it is considered appropriate. If you are praying at home alone, you should try to pray at the same time that everybody is praying. So with Zoom technology, with video conferencing like I'm using right now, you can set up the davening times at the same time that people So I was in one of these davening situations. It's not a minion, you can't say Kaddish and things like that. But there was a stranger in the group, so after davening, people said to him, Shalom Aleichem, how are you? And he said, yeah, actually, I'm from New Jersey, but I kind of like it. Do you mind if I daven with you guys? He said, sure, no problem. So we have this kind of weird situation where a Jew who lives, 50 miles away is able to participate simultaneously in our davening. What does that mean? Is it a good thing for a bad thing? On the one hand, it allows Jews to be further apart from each other and still connect. On the other hand, it allows Jews to be further apart from each other and still connect. It's a double-edged sword. So the internet has a power of reaching out for these individuals all over the place, but it has no way to really bring them in the physical community, the actual proximate community. And it reminds me of that famous book title. It was a sociological study as well. Life is with man. That's how we do Judaism. We're gregarious people. We like to give us and hang out with each other. Not at all clear. The way that Jack Wertheimer encapsulates it is that the way the Jewish community is evolving in the 21st century is there is a forest of bonsai trees. No more cedars, no more redwoods with massive trees. You know what you see in there? A lot of these tiny little trees, beautiful trees, bonsai are gorgeous trees, but tiny little trees spread out all over the place without the same kind of critical mass that could really be called an ivy. Okay, so that basically brings me to my conclusion of what I wanted to say about American Jews. Sorry that we didn't have in this series more opportunity to look at Eastern Europe, Russia, we'll let Eastern speakers happen as well, but unfortunately the exigencies of time did not warrant this. I would, however, like to reflect briefly on the scope of the 12 lectures that we offered in this series. We were interrupted right about halfway through by the coronavirus, and we're forced to go online. And I think that in itself is kind of a metaphor for what we're doing. The Jewish community has endured incredible challenges, multivalent challenges with very different complexion across time. Multiple exiles, multiple persecutions, but nevertheless, the Jewish people still manages to continue surviving and even thriving. The oldest continuous civilization on earth, the Jewish people. How is that possible? There's such a tiny, tiny people who are able to withstand such phenomenal pressure, and yet at the same time, even make massive contributions to the civilizations in which they live. And this is one of the conundrums and one of the mysterious aspects of Jewish history. And I have to frankly say, since we're at the very end of the series now, it is a great reservoir of faith for me personally. As a historian, and spending time looking at how easy civilizations are snuffed out by the fortunes of war and economy, the plague, things like that, it amazes me that the Jews, and I'll conclude with a story that is illustrative of the way I approach Jewish history the best I can, as a professional historian, but also as a believer. So this is a story, maybe apocryphal, but it's not the best story. Apparently, Or Sameach is an institution that tends to attract students who did not grow up with the benefit of a strong Jewish background, and they're interested in it as adults, typically college age. That pretty much defines me. We have advanced studies there, but it's a very serious adult institution, really catering to college age males. So one of the students that was attending class there happened to come from West Point. He was a student of America's Air Military Academy, and he ended up in yeshiva, like a lot of people, like I did. And someone asked him, Shabbos meal or something, so tell us your story. How did you get here? He said, well, I was studying at West Point. I was planning on a military career. I was very focused on my studies. And once we had a general come to give us a guest lecture, actually a series of lectures on great battles in history. We looked at the Peloponnesian War. We looked at the Battle of Waterloo. We looked at all these great battles and wars in history. And the general would analyze why one side won and the other side lost. That's military strategy, and we were to learn from the experience of the ancients and medieval and modern battles how things would go. And it was a great class. But about halfway through the class, I began to wonder in the second day, why didn't we study the Jewish wars? Why didn't we study the great war against the Romans in the first century, or the Bar Revolt? Why did we skip over all that stuff? Why didn't we look at the Israeli battles? Why didn't we understand? Why didn't we see how the Jews survived the War of Independence and the 6-Day War, which is mind-blowing, very important. So I went up to the general after class. I said, "Excuse me, sir, would you like to know why? Why didn't we study any of the battles in the War of Israel? There's something of great military value in looking at what happened in Israel." And the general responded to him, "Son, the reason we didn't study any of the Israeli battles is because those victories form no known standards of military strategy. In other words, those battles, he said, they're completely miraculous. It's impossible to understand them." So this made a huge impact on this young man, this student, and he said, "Well, if that's the case, this respected general regards all of the Israeli victories as essentially miraculous, as the hand of God, then, I've got to study what this Jerusalem is all about." And that's how we ended up being Jerusalem, and that's how we ended up being Jerusalem. I think that story speaks to me very much, because sometimes I'm studying history and I'm saying, what it must have been like to be a Jew at that time. And nevertheless, they survived, and nevertheless, they ended up creating this poetry or this science or this music. It's just fun. So I think we have to return to this concept I mentioned twice already of in Mazal Yisrael. There is no human destiny for the Jewish people. They are creating their own Jewish people, and they have a unique destiny only combined with it. That's what we're ultimately searching for. That's ultimately what we're trying to live up to. And with this, I'd like to conclude this series on I Survived Jewish History. Hopefully, we will begin the next series back in our lecture hall, and we will be able to continue it with all of us in good health. And to all of you who are watching this thread, I hope that you all enjoy good health and escape this horrible plague unscathed. Thank you very much for your attention. Thanks for
Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. My name is Henry Abramson, and welcome to my first live webinar in which I'm going to be trying to use some of this new technology to give a class. We're all in very difficult straits thinking about the implications of this coronavirus situation, and it's stressful on all of us. But, looking back in history, I found so much fascinating material that I just was excited to share it with you, and I'm glad that so many of you have decided to join me for this brief webinar. I'm going to take a very large approach. I'm going to try and survey the entirety of Jewish history in less than 60 minutes, and I have a couple of surprises along the way. I'm going to try out some of these new technological devices, and I'll have some time, hopefully, to deal with some of your questions at the end. But for the time being, let's get straight to the material, and let me share my screen here. Great. So our topic is plague and pandemic in Jewish history.
I am not a scientist, I'm a historian, and I've decided to just kind of take a broad look at how Jewish history and plagues and pandemics have intersected over the last 3 millennia. And it seems very clear that plagues and pandemics don't intersect with Jewish history that are completely dependent on the development of plagues. And at the same time, this is part of human history, part of ecological history, and so on. There's so many fascinating elements. Let's go straight into them. So, first thing I'd like to share with you all is the observation that we have been here before. That the current situation, which is certainly the worst pandemic in the last century, this is something that is not at all history. Our previous generations, even our generation, dealt with Ebola and dealt with SARS and bird flu or avian flu and so on, all these kinds of things, swine flu, H1N1. And so we've had some familiarity with it. There are a few things that are unique to the period that we're living in right now that I think we can meditate upon. Thinking about where we've been before, look at this document just for illustration. This comes from the National Library of Israel. It's a prayer that dates from 1896 for the suppression of the plague. I believe it was yellow fever, not sure exactly, in Bombay. You can see it's written in English because, of course, this is one of the British colonies, and on the right in Hebrew because it's written for a Jewish audience, and on the left in Marathi, which is just amazing to me that you would have to produce a trilingual document like this with a very beautiful prayer, which is intended to meet the spiritual needs and the physical needs, the health needs of the people living in Bombay at the end of the 19th century. So we, the Jewish people, so to speak, have endured plagues more than at the same time, we have never been here before. We've never been in this particular moment. There's so many unusual things happening that really gives us cause for additional reflection on the historical significance of the events we are all experiencing, hopefully in good health, all of us. What are the two main things that differentiate our experience today with those of our predecessors? Well, I would say two things. The first is the institution of rapid, inexpensive global travel, allowing disease and contagion to spread at a rate and at a scope that has never before been possible in human history. Even the transmission of Spanish flu was delayed by the huge barriers and the high threshold to international travel that meant it was much slower for such a contagion to spread. But today, with relatively inexpensive intercontinental flights, something which happens in Wuhan, China in December suddenly becomes a very serious issue here in New York City in March and April, terrible April of 2020. So that's one major differentiating factor. Another is the existence of the internet, which has suddenly opened up so many possibilities, like this Zoom Seder shown here, which this kind of Seder was celebrated by who knows how many thousands of Jews worldwide, perhaps tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of Jews. This is a new element in modern history which allows for the connectivity of people even when they are forcibly separated one from another. So those two elements are really at the core of what's different about what we are enduring today with this particular pandemic. Now, we're going to go through the history itself, but I want to begin with a little bit of historiographic thought or philosophy of history, if you will. People, come up to me and they say, well, you're a historian, can you tell us what can we learn from history about the situation we're in right now? Like, what are the lessons of history? What does history teach us? And I feel really badly telling them that ultimately history doesn't teach us anything. History is, by definition, something which is in the past and therefore does not exist, right? History doesn't actually have that kind of didactic message to it. We are living in history right now. That does not necessarily mean that we are conscious of what we're trying to say to people generations of us, let alone eons away from us. What we can say about history is perhaps something that is often attributed to Mark Twain. A beautiful quote: history may not repeat itself, but it rhymes. Right? The idea being that there are certain tropes, certain trends, certain developments that we might be able to
project forward in time or reach backward to find them and to apply them to our times. Now, ironically, Mark Twain apparently never actually said it anywhere like these words that were published. History never repeats itself, but the kaleidoscopic combinations of the pictured present often seem to be constructed out of the broken fragments of antique legends. Powerful statement, much more amenable to the historic imagination as well, because what we're dealing with today is we're looking back, hoping to derive some kind of edification, some kind of consciousness of what are we supposed to do, how are we supposed to react to this, and history does offer us some kind of models of mistakes as well as successes that we can emulate. But another way to take Mark Twain's comment, by the way, is what the essayist Mark Birnbaum wrote around the same time. History, it has been said, does not repeat itself. The historians repeat one another. So that's essentially what we're going to be doing for the next 45 minutes or so. Okay, one last word of introduction. The inspiration for this particular class and the research that I've Israel of Lawrence Cedarhurst, we're faced with a conundrum. One of the cherished dates on our calendar commemorated with, among other things, an all-night communal Torah learning session, which I have really enjoyed for so many decades. I've traditionally given an all-night class that has, given me so much inspiration as I learn with students, and many people enjoy it as well. This year, unfortunately, because of the stay-at-home stipulations, we're faced with a situation where we cannot gather in our synagogue. And by the way, we're talking about a lot of people. We typically draw about 800 people to our synagogue on Shavuot, and this year we can't bring even the rabbi. So we've adopted a strategy where, since we are socially distant in space, we will instead expand in time. And the Shavuot program is going to take place partially before the holiday of Shavuot, partially after the holiday of Shavuot, and certain halakhically acceptable activities, that is not using electronics and so on, will take place actually on Shavuot. And so this class is part of my preparation for that much larger